This is Audible.
Trial and Error by Anthony Barclay. Read by David
Macmillan
Timpson
Audio presents
for Naxos Audiobooks.
Jar of Hearts by
Prologue.
Jennifer Hillier. Read for you by
Symposium.
January Lavoie.
The sanctity of human life has been much exaggerated, quoted Ferrers. Just think what courage it took to say that to a crowd of confirmed sentimentalists, professional sentimentalists, some of them. "And you believe it's true?" asked the Reverend Jack Denny. "Of course it's true."
Part 1.
"Ah, well, I suppose it's
Denial.
part of your profession as a journalist to be cynical."
I don't even know what I was running for.
The clergyman
I
smiled
guess I just felt like
and
it.
sipped his port.
J.D. Salinger.
Ferrers
Catcher in the
smiled
Rye.
suavely back, touching the elegant bow of his black tie.
1.
He was not a journalist.
The trial has
unless
barely
the
made a
literary
dent in the
editor of
national
one of
news,
London's oldest
which
and
is
most
good because it
dignified
means
literary
less
weeklies
publicity,
could be so
fewer
described.
reporters.
And he
But it's also
recognized
bad,
the jibe
because just
hidden
how
in the meiosis.
depraved do crimes have to
He
be
and Jack
nowadays to
Denny
garner
were
national
old
headlines?
antagonists.
Pretty fucking bad, it seems.
Just as it's part of
There's
your
only a brief
profession
mention of Calvin
as a
James,
parson to
a.k.a.
be
the
sentimental,
Sweet Bay
Jack,
Strangler,
he
in the New York
returned
Times and on
provocatively.
CNN. And his crimes aren't
Perhaps,
quite sensational enough to be
perhaps
featured in
the
People
clergyman
magazine
refused
or be talked about
the
on The
challenge.
View. But for
On the other
Pacific
side of the table,
Northwesters,
a soldier
people in
and a
Washington
retired
State,
Indian
Idaho, and
civilian
Oregon,
were
the
discussing
trial of the Sweet
new
Bay
youth.
Strangler is a big
Major
deal.
Barrington,
The
a tall,
disappearance of
good-looking
Angela
man
Wong
with a clipped
14
grey
years ago
moustache,
caused a
had
noticeable
retired
ripple
from the
throughout the
regular
Seattle
army
area,
soon after the
as
war
Angela's father
to
is a
take up a
bigwig at
diplomatic
Microsoft and a
appointment,
friend of Bill
and not
Gates.
too long ago
There were
had
search
married
parties,
one of the
interviews,
comparatively
a monetary
new
reward
youth,
that increased with
so
each
that he might
passing
be
day she
expected
didn't
to
come
know
home.
something about
The discovery of the
generous.
16-year-old's
Dale,
remains all
the
these years
civilian,
later,
having returned
only
from
a
India with
half-mile
a
away from her
pre-war
house, sent
mind,
shockwaves
was
through the
frankly
community.
bewildered by them.
The locals remember.
They seemed to speak almost a different
Justice
language
for
from
Angela
the
was
old
trending on Twitter
youth
this morning.
whom he had known.
It was the 9th or 10th most
He
popular
had caught an
hashtag for
echo from
only
the other
about
side
3
of
hours.
the table and
But
used
still.
it to help his own argument.
Angela's parents are present in
Sanctity of
court.
human life.
They divorced
he
a year
snorted,
after their daughter was
ruffling the
reported
grey
missing.
hair which tumbled
Her
over his
disappearance,
forehead
the last
like a
thread in a
sheepdog's.
marriage that had been
There you
unraveling
are,
for a decade.
a sign of the
They sit
times.
side by
Just what I
side
was
now,
saying.
a few
They're so
rows
fond
back
of
from
their
the
precious
prosecutor's table,
skins
with their current
nowadays that nothing
spouses,
else counts
united
in
in their
comparison.
grief and desire to
But
see
of course they
justice
have to
served.
wrap it up in some high-sounding
Georgina
phrase
Shaw
like
can't bring
the
herself to make eye
sanctity of
contact
human
with them.
life.
Seeing their
I
faces,
will say for them,
etched with
they're
equal parts
careful for
heartache and
other
fury,
people's
is
skins
the
as
worst
well as
part
their
of this whole
own,
thing.
defended the
She
Major.
could have spared them
I don't think it's
14
all
years of
selfishness,
sleepless nights.
you know.
She could have told them what
Mr.
happened the night
Todhunter,
it actually
like a good
happened.
host, saw his opportunity
Gio
to
could
make
have
the
done a lot of
discussion
things.
general. He poked
Angela's mother was a
forward his
shallow,
small,
materialistic
round,
woman
bald
14
head,
years ago,
which was balanced
more
on the
concerned
top
with
of
her
his
country club
gaunt
status
frame,
than checking
rather
up on her
like a
teenage
potato
daughter.
that has been left
Her
out
father
of its
wasn't
sack,
much better,
and
a
peered
workaholic
through
who
his
preferred to
glasses
play golf
at the
and poker on
civilian.
the weekends rather than spend time
Then
with
you
his family.
agree with Ferrers,
Until Angela
Dale,
went missing.
that the sanctity of
Then they
human
banded
life
together,
has been much
only to fall
exaggerated.
apart.
He
They
asked.
reacted to her disappearance the way
Oh,
any normal,
well,
loving
I
parents
didn't
would.
say quite that,
They became
you know.
vulnerable, emotional.
But you implied
Gio
it,
almost doesn't
pointed out
recognize
Ferrers.
Candace Wong,
Be a
now
man
Candace
and
Platten.
admit that you meant
She's
it
gained
too.
20 pounds on a frame that used to be
Well,
impossibly
all right,
thin,
perhaps
but the
I
extra
did.
weight makes her look healthier.
Of course,
Victor
any
Wong
sensible
looks
man
more or less
must.
the same, with
It's
a slightly
only
larger paunch and a lot
sentimentalists
less
like
hair.
Jack here who
Gio
pretend to
spent a
believe
good
that the
chunk
life
of her
of
childhood
some
at
oaf
Angela's
is a
house,
sacred
eating takeout
thing.
pizza in their kitchen,
Eh, Major?
sleeping over countless times when her
I
father
think you
worked
want
nights
to
in the
draw
ER
the
at
net
the
a bit
hospital.
closer.
She embraced the
opined
Wongs
Major.
during the days when
I
their
won't
only child
argue
didn't
for
come
or
home,
against
offering
plain
them
stupidity,
reassurances that their
but
daughter
if you'd
would be
said
found,
stupidity
giving them
of the
answers that
kind
made
that's a
them feel
danger
better
to
but
other
were far
people,
from truthful.
I'm with you every time.
The Wongs were invited to the St.
There
Martin's
you
High
are,
School
Jack, you
graduation,
see.
where they received a
Ferrers
special award on
smiled his
behalf of
18th
Angela,
century
who'd been
smile
captain of the
and sketched
cheerleading
an
squad,
unconscious
a
little
star
bow.
volleyball player, and an
Ferrers
honor
was
student.
perfect.
And every
18th
year after
century.
high school, wherever she
The
was in the
Major's
world,
a brave
Candace
man,
Wong Platten
as a
mailed
soldier
Gio
ought to
a
be.
Christmas card.
It takes a brave man to
dozen
say straight
cards,
out
all
what all of
signed
us
the same
think.
way.
That the best
Love,
thing that can happen
Angie's
to
mom.
the stupid motorist, for instance,
They hate her
is that he
now.
should get killed as
Angela's
quickly as
parents haven't
possible up
taken their
against
eyes
a
off Gio
telegraph
since she
pole
entered the
for the
courtroom.
benefit of all the rest of
Neither
us.
has the jury,
But
now
you
that she's
think
seated in
his
the witness
life,
box.
which he uses to our
Gio
danger,
is prepared for the
sacred.
questions. and she answers
I
them
do,
as she's
certainly.
practiced, keeping her eyes
However,
fixed
Mr.
on a
Denny
random
leaned
spot at
his
the back of the
rotund
courtroom as
little
she
form
testifies.
comfortably back in his
The
chair
assistant district
and
attorney has
smiled
prepped
at
her
his
well for
neighbour
this
with that
day,
bland
and in a lot of ways,
conviction
it
of
seems
being
like she's just
in
here
the
to
right
shed light on the
against
events
all
of that
proof
night,
and all
to add
logic,
drama and
which is so
color to the trial.
exasperating to those foolish
Otherwise, the
enough to
ADA's
argue
case
with
seems like a
the
slam
clergy.
dunk. They have
Major
more than enough
Barrington
evidence to
twiddled the stem
convict
of his
Calvin
wine glass.
James on 3 other
I
murders
wasn't
that
thinking
happened
so
long
much of
after
the
Angela's.
foolish motorist.
But Gio is only here
but
to
take
talk
the
about
case
the
of a
night her best
statesman,
friend
Johnny,
died.
who's going to plunge
It's
his
the only
country
murder
into
she's
war.
been involved in,
Say
and
that
once
he
her testimony
alone
is given,
can
she'll be
prevent
shipped
it,
to
and he
Hazelwood
won't.
Correctional Institute
He's going to
to begin
cause the
serving
loss
her
of hundreds of
5-year
thousands of
sentence.
lives, sacred or
5
not, as you like.
years.
And
It's
supposing
both a
some
nightmare and a
patriotic
gift.
assassin
The result
comes
of a
along
savvy plea
and wipes
deal
him
by her
out
fancy
from
high-priced
the
lawyer,
best motive.
and the pressure on the district attorney
Well,
to
would
get the
you
Sweet Bay
say
Strangler
that was a
put away.
wicked thing to do?
The public is
Would you
screaming
still
for the
think the
death penalty for the
statesman's
serial
life
killer,
a
but it won't
sacred
happen.
thing in itself,
Not in a city as
irrespective of
defiantly
how
liberal
he
as
was going to
Seattle.
use it?
The ADA has a good
Good
shot at
old
consecutive
army,
life sentences
murmured
for
Ferrers
Calvin James.
courteously.
So in
He's got
contrast,
you there,
Gio's
Jack.
5-year sentence
Do
isn't nearly
evil
long enough,
that
according to some
good
of the
may
hashtag
come.
Justice for
The
Angela
clergyman
comments on
twiddled
social
the stem
media.
of his wine glass.
Gio will still
Well,
be young when she's
that's
released,
a very
with plenty of
old
time to start
problem,
over.
isn't it?
She can still get married,
No doubt,
have children,
agreed
have a
Ferrers.
life.
But let's hear your
In
views
theory,
on
anyway.
it. I've often
She chances
thought,
a glance
you know,
over at
that
Andrew,
that was
seated
really the best
stoically
way
beside
to
her
stop
father in the 3rd row
war.
from the back.
Put in a
He's the
diffident
reason she
voice
looks nice
from
today.
the other end of
He
the
had her
table.
favorite Dior dress and
I mean,
Louboutin pumps
threaten
brought to
one
her
or
that
two of the
morning.
leading statesmen with
Their eyes
assassination,
meet.
if they declared
Andrew
it.
offers her a
But
small
of course
smile
you'd
of
have to make them
encouragement,
believe
and it
that
warms
you
her a
meant
little.
it.
But she
that
knows it
implies
won't
a
last.
very low opinion of statesmen.
Her fiancé doesn't know what she's
smiled
done.
the clergyman.
He'll soon find
Well,
out.
I think we all have
Gio looks
that
down at her
nowadays,
hands,
haven't
folded
we?
neatly in her lap.
Suggested Mr.
Her
Ambrose
diamond
Chitterwick
engagement ring,
with the same
a 3-carat
diffidence.
oval with an additional carat of
Yes,
smaller
said
diamonds
Mr.
encircling the
Todhunter.
center stone.
But I'm
is still on her
inclined to
finger.
agree with you,
For
Major,
now.
that it's the way
Andrew
in which a
Schiff has
life may be
impeccable taste.
used,
Of course he
rather than
does.
the actual
It
fact
comes
of
from good
existence
breeding, an
itself
important
that
family
may
name,
constitute
and a
the
big bank
sacred
account.
element.
After he
And
ends
that raises an
it,
interesting
which of course
point.
he will, because the only
What
thing that matters
is
more to
the
him than
best
Gio is his
use to which a
family's
life
company.
may be put?
She'll give the ring back.
The others listened
course she
politely,
will.
as one does to
It's the
one's
right
host.
thing to do.
But the general feeling obviously
A
was that the
poster-sized
question
photo of Angela
had
is
not
mounted
done
on an
Mr.
easel
Todhunter
facing the jury.
justice.
Gio remembers
Surely,
the day that photo was
suggested the
taken, a
clergyman,
few weeks after
there
their
can't be
junior
any
year started
doubt
at
about
St. Martin's High
that.
School.
You
Gio
mean
has the
in
full
the
version of the
service
photo
of
somewhere at
humanity?
home, where the two best friends
Certainly.
are standing side by side at the Puyallup
Yes,
Fair,
of course.
now
But
renamed the
service
Washington
in
State
what
Fair.
particular direction?
Gio with a cloud of blue cotton candy
There are
in her
two,
hand,
you
and
see,
Angela with a rapidly
to some
melting ice
extent,
cream cone.
positive and
The photo,
negative.
now enlarged
I mean,
with
the
Gio
bestowal
carved
of
out of it,
benefits,
is a close-up
or
of
the
Angela
removal
laughing,
of menace.
the sun
And
beaming
would it
down
be
on her
better
hair,
to aim
her
at
brown
benefiting
eyes
the
sparkling.
whole of humanity,
A beautiful girl
or a
on
very
a
large
beautiful
body
day
such
with
as a
the world at her
nation,
feet.
which must be a hit or miss affair?
Beside that photo, on a separate
or
easel, is
concentrate
another
on a much
poster-size
smaller
enlargement.
group of people
It shows
with a
Angela's
correspondingly
remains,
greater
which were
chance
found in the
of
woods
achieving
behind
something.
Gio's childhood home.
Dear me, you're
Just a pile
opening
of
up
bones
very
in the
large
dirt.
questions
And anyone would
there,
agree that you could see a lot worse on
but
TV.
rather academic.
The only difference is the
suggested
bones in
Ferrers.
this photo are real,
The others
belonging
looked
to a
as if
girl
they
who
had
died much
understood
too
what
young
the
and much
questions
too
were.
violently for anyone to comprehend.
Academic? Repeated Mr.
The
Todhunter.
prosecutor continues
Not
to
at
ask
all.
questions, painting a picture
I'll give you
for the
a
jury
concrete
of Angela
instance,
Wong through
if I
Gio's
can.
eyes.
Let me see.
She continues to answer them,
Yes.
not adding
Take
any more
the
detail
case
than is
of a
necessary.
man whose doctor
Her
has
voice
given him only
carries
a
through
few
the small
months
courtroom
to
speakers,
live.
and she sounds calmer than she feels.
I seem to have met some such
profound
situation
sadness,
before,
which she's
laughed
carried with her
Ferrers.
every day of her
And
life
I'll tell
since
you what
Angela's murder,
inevitably happens,
seems
rendered
deluded in her
reckless
quest
by
to
this
speak
knowledge of his
clearly and
approaching end.
articulately.
The man who, by the way, is
Calvin
generally
watches her
feeble,
closely from the defendant's
henpecked,
table as she
downtrodden
speaks,
fellow,
his gaze
suddenly
penetrating
develops
right through
powers
her.
hitherto quite unknown
like
to
being
himself,
violated all over
engages in a desperate struggle
tells
with
the
a
court about their
super villain,
relationship back then
knocks
when they
out
were
his
boyfriend and
gang
girlfriend,
single-handed,
when he was
falls
still
in love with an
Calvin
incredible incredibly
and not yet the
beautiful
sweet
girl,
bay
whom he
strangler.
at first
When
believes
she
to
was
be a
just
member
16
of the gang,
thought
and
they were
then
in love.
discovers chained
She
to the
recounts the
wall in a
abuse, both
cellar
verbal
with
and
the water
physical,
up to her
telling the
chin,
enthralled
is
courtroom
unable to
spectators about
marry her
Calvin's
because of
obsessive
his
and
coming
controlling nature.
death, and
She describes her fear
discovers
and
at the
confusion,
last minute
things she's never
that the
discussed with
doctor
anyone
was
before,
wrong
not even Angela,
all the time.
and certainly not her father.
Is that what you
Things
mean?
that for years were packed away in a
Yes,
mental
of course,
lockbox,
the
stored in a
situation
corner
has
of her
been
mind
used
that she
often
never
enough
allowed
in
herself to visit.
fiction, agreed
If
Mr.
they gave
Todhunter
degrees for
with a polite
compartmentalizing,
smile.
Geo would have a PhD.
Nevertheless, it must happen
Years
still
later,
more
when you saw the
often
news
in
reports,
real life.
did you put it together that
After all,
Calvin
there are
James
many
was the Sweet Bay
incurable
Strangler?
diseases.
The ADA asks
and
her.
Supposing for the
Geo
sake
shakes her
of
head.
my concrete
I never watched the
instance
news.
that there is
I'd heard a
such
little something
man,
about it from my
and that he
father, since he
wishes
still
in
lives
the
in Sweet
few
Bay.
months that
But I never
remain
made the
to him
connection.
to do the best that he
I suppose I
can
wasn't
for his
paying attention.
fellows, to
This part is
dedicate
true.
these last
And when she glances
months,
over at
we
Calvin,
may say,
the
to some
corners of his
great
mouth are
service
raised,
on
just a
their
millimeter.
behalf.
tiny
What do you
smile.
think would be the best thing
Her old
he
boyfriend
could
was
do?
handsome at 21. Nobody would disagree
Mr.
with that.
Todhunter had addressed
But
his
today,
question
at 35,
rather vaguely to the
he looks like a
company
movie
at large,
star.
rather than to
His
any
face is
particular
fuller
member,
and more chiseled.
and
His hair
answers came
tousled in
with
perfect
tolerable
McDreamy
promptitude
waves.
from
The
each.
speck of grey in his
"Shoot
sideburns and the lines
Mussolini,"
around his eyes
said
only
Major
adding
Barrington
to his
without
appeal.
hesitation.
He sits
"He's a
easily
great
in his
man,
seat,
I'm
dressed in a
convinced,
simple
but
suit and tie,
he's a
scribbling
menace
notes
to
on
the
a
whole
yellow pad of
world."
paper. The tiny
"No,
smile
Hitler,"
hasn't left his face since
corrected the
Geo
Indian
entered the courtroom.
civilian. "Hitler's the
She
real
suspects she's
menace.
the only one who
Besides,
can
I've
see
always
it.
found Jews very
She
decent
suspects it's meant
fellows.
for her.
Though a better job
When their eyes
still
meet,
might be to
a
wipe out
tingle
all
goes
the
through
leaders
her.
of the military party in Japan.
Goddamn tingle. Even
Our own
now,
fellows
even
are too
after everything.
contemptible to be worth
From
bothering
the first
about.
day they met to the last day she saw him, that
Personally,
tingle has
I
never
don't
gone
believe
away.
in political assassination.
She's never felt anything
said
like it
Ferris.
before or
Wiping
since.
out Hitler
Not even
would
with Andrew.
necessarily destroy Hitlerism.
Especially not with
These movements have
Her
to play
fiancé,
themselves out.
assuming he could still be called
No,
that, since the
I
wedding
think
planned
if
for
I
next
were in
summer
that
isn't going to
situation,
happen.
I should be inclined
Never
to
inspired
eliminate
that feeling.
some perhaps quite insignificant
Her hands remain in her
person
lap, and she
who was
twists her ring
deliberately
around,
making the
feeling the weight
lives
of
of
it,
a small
the
group of
security of it.
persons
It was
intolerable.
symbolic when Andrew gave
On
it to her,
balance,
not just
I
of her
believe
promise
that
to
the
marry
sum
him, but
total
also of the life she'd
benefit
built.
would be greater than in
Undergraduate degree
wiping
at
out some
Puget Sound State
dictator who
University.
is really only the mouthpiece
MBA from the
of a
University of
movement.
Washington. At 30, the
"I
youngest
agree,"
vice president
said
at
Mr.
Ship
Chitterwick,
Pharmaceuticals.
as if thankful at being
So what if
helped
some of her
towards
career
a
success is
decision.
because she got engaged to
Unless,
Andrew
of course,
Ship,
there was
the
some
CEO and
definite
heir to the
case
throne?
at hand
The
of a
rest of it is
statesman
because
who
she's
was
worked her
personally
goddamned ass
manoeuvring
off.
his country into war,
No matter.
and whose removal
That
would
life
avert
is
it.
gone now.
Mr. Todhunter
On the one
looked
hand,
at the
she knows
clergyman.
she's gotten off easy.
"And you,
Her fancy lawyer
Denny?"
was worth every penny Andrew paid him.
Well, you can
But on the
hardly
other hand,
expect me to join in this
5
general call for
fucking
violence.
years.
I would
In
offer
prison,
myself
nobody
to
will
the
care that she was
research
educated
department
or
of a
successful
hospital
on the
for
outside.
dangerous experiments,
That up till her arrest,
which
she was
could
earning
not
a
be carried out on
mid-six-figure salary,
anyone,
including
not
bonus,
under
and that she was
expectation
about
of
to become
speedy
part
death.
of one of Seattle's
And
oldest
I'm
and most
convinced
elite
I shall be
families.
more use to my fellow
When she
creatures
gets out,
than any of
assuming
you
she
blood and
survives
thunder
prison and doesn't get
merchants.
shanked in the shower,
Mr. Todhunter
she'll have a criminal
looked
record.
acutely interested.
a felony.
"That is quite
She'll
a
never
new
be able to get a
idea,"
regular job.
he said.
Anytime
No
anyone
one
Googles
seemed
her
to
name, the
notice
Sweet
that
Bay
Mr.
Strangler case will
Todhunter
come
himself
up, because
had
nothing
put
on the
forward
internet
no
ever
view
dies.
of his own.
She'll have to start her life completely over
"You're
again.
wrong, as usual,
But
Jack,"
not from the bottom,
bantered
lower
Ferris.
than the bottom,
"For one thing, no
clawing her way
hospital
out
would
of the
make use
hole
of you.
she
I
dug
can
herself
promise you
into.
that. The outcry,
She continues
if an
to speak
experiment
clearly and
proved too
succinctly,
dangerous, would be
recounting
far
the
too
events of that
serious to
terrible night.
risk. And in any
The jury
case,
and
you'll be
spectators
little
listen
or
with
no
rapt
use.
attention.
There must be
Keeping her
precious
gaze
few
focused on that
experiments, if
random
any,
spot at the back
for
of
which
the
a
courtroom,
human
she
being
describes
is
it all.
indispensable,
The football after
and
party
no
at Chad
animal
Fedman's house.
would do.
The barrel of fruit
Are
punch,
you
so
sure
spiked
of
with vodka that
asked
spiked
Mr.
didn't seem like the
Todhunter
right word for it.
seriously.
She and
"I'm
Angela
positive."
leaving the party early, the two
The
of them
clergyman
giggling and
shrugged his
stumbling over to
shoulders.
Calvin's place in
"Well,
their skimpy
the whole
dresses,
question's only
completely
academic."
drunk. The
"Of
pulsing
course,"
music from Calvin's
agreed
stereo.
Mr. Todhunter at
Angela
once.
dancing.
Nevertheless,
flirting,
don't you think it's
Drinking
interesting
some
that
more,
out of
the
5
world
people
spinning,
voting,
turning into a
4
kaleidoscope
are
of
for
dizzying
elimination,
shapes and colors until Geo
what I
finally
called the
passed out.
negative direction, benefiting
Then,
through
sometime
removal
later,
of an existing
the car ride
evil,
back to Geo's house.
rather than increasing
Calvin
the
driving,
supply of
Angela
good.
folded into the trunk
In
of the
other
car.
words,
The long
murder,
trek into the woods,
which seems
guided
to
only by a
bring us
dim mini
back to where we
flashlight attached to
started,
Calvin's
the
keychain.
sanctity of
The
human
cool
life.
night air, the smell of the
Mr.
trees,
Todhunter poured himself out
thickness
another
of the
glass
soil,
of port and circulated
sound of
the
crying.
decanter.
Geo's
Mr. Todhunter
dress,
had no
dirty,
wife
covered in
and was
earth
therefore at
and
liberty to
grass
sit
and
over his
blood.
dinner table just as long as he pleased.
You didn't actually
and there were,
see
in any
Calvin
case,
James
this
cut up her
evening,
body? body.
no
The
ladies
prosecutor
to
presses.
join.
Gio winces.
With the second
He's trying to put the
circulation
spotlight
of
on
the decanter,
Angela's
the
dismemberment,
attitudes
trying
of
to
the
make it
others
sound as
became
horrific
more
as possible,
relaxed.
even though her
A
best friend was
pleasantly
already dead by
academic
then, which was
subject for
horrific enough.
argument had been found. The
I
port
didn't
was
watch him
good,
do it.
and the absence
No,
of
she
impatient
answers.
ladies elsewhere
She doesn't look at
seemed
Calvin
a
when she
goodly
says
thing.
this. She can't.
Very well,
What did he
said
use?
Ferrers.
A
To bring the
saw
wheel
from the
full
shed in
circle,
the backyard?
I'll repeat
Your father's
that the
saw?
sanctity of human life
Yes.
has been much
She closes her
exaggerated.
She can
And
still
this
see the
time,
flash
I'll
of
ask
steel when
anyone
Calvin holds it
who
up in the moonlight.
disagrees to tell
The
me
wood handle,
what sanctity
jagged
there
teeth.
is in the continued
Later, it would be
existence of
covered
the
in
worst
blood,
type of
skin, and
money
hair.
lender, of a
The ground was too-
blackmailer, of a syphilitic
There were too
seducer
many
of young
rocks.
girls, of a
We couldn't
jack in
dig a
office
large
who
enough
curries
hole for-
favour with a stupid employer by throwing out on the
All
street
of her.
decent, hard-working men with wives
There's a
and
movement
families.
in the courtroom. A
Ferrers'
rustling
voice
and then a
had
low
become
murmur.
unusually bitter.
Andrew Shipp
He looked
has stood
round
up.
the table and seemed to
He looks at
collect
Gio.
himself.
Their eyes meet.
Yes, if you
He
like,
nods to
even
her,
of
an
the
apologetic tilt of
incurable
his head,
lunatics
and then her
of
fiancé
the
makes his way
idiot
out of the
type.
courtroom, disappearing
Well,
behind the heavy
Jack,
doors at the back.
You mean you'd
It's
set
possible
yourself
she'll
up as
never
a
see
judge
him
of
again.
life and death?
It hurts more than she
Counter-thrust
thought it
the
would.
clergyman.
On her lap, she
Why
twists
not?
the ring furiously
I should
for
make
a few
a very
seconds,
good judge.
then mentally tucks the
And
pain
your
away
aim
for
would
another
be
time.
to eliminate these people
Walter
rather
Shaw,
than reform
now with an
them?
empty place beside him,
If I
doesn't move.
considered them unreformable.
Gio's father isn't known for being an
So
emotionally
you'd be not only a
expressive
judge
man,
of life
and
and
the only
death,
evidence of his
but of
true
the
feelings is the
potentialities
lone
for
tear
good
running down
and
his
evil
face.
of the human soul.
He's never heard this story
itself.
before either, and she won't
Ferrers
blame him if he
refused to
follows
be
Andrew out the
intimidated.
door.
Certainly.
But her father doesn't leave.
They're not so difficult to
God.
size up as you're suggesting.
How long did it take?
I wish I
cut
had
her
your
up?
confidence.
The prosecutor is asking.
Ah, but then you're
while,
handicapped professionally,
says
you
softly.
see. You have to believe,
sob emanates
or
from the center of the
pretend
room.
to believe, that the
Candace
souls
Wong
of
Platin's shoulders
blackmailers,
shake,
usurers,
and her
and
ex-husband puts an
seducers
arm around her,
are
though it's
redeemable.
clear he's about to lose it too.
I don't.
Their current
And even if
spouses
they
sit
were,
in
the
silent
process
horror,
would be too long
unsure
and
how to react,
costly
not
to
knowing
be
what
worth
to do.
it, so
It's
far
not
as
their
the rest
daughter,
of the community
not their
is
loss,
concerned.
but they feel it all the
And
same.
you still think that
It
the
felt like it
greatest
took a
good a
long
man
time.
can do in such a case
Everyone's
as I put
eyes are on
forward
her.
is to eliminate
Calvin's
a
eyes are on
source
her.
of evil? Put
Slowly,
in Mr.
Gio
Todhunter
shifts her gaze
with
until
his
their
usual
eyes finally meet.
earnestness.
For the
Source
first
of
time since she's arrived at a
misery or
courtroom, she
injustice,
holds eye contact.
corrected Ferrers.
Almost
I'm
imperceptibly,
not
in a
concerned
tiny
with
movement only she can
abstract
pick up on because
evil.
she's watching for it.
Yes, I do.
He nods.
In fact, I'm convinced.
She averts
in
her gaze and
anything,
refocuses
from
her
the
attention
political
on the
system to the
prosecutor,
human
who
body,
pauses to
the
take a sip of
bad
water.
must be cut out
So you left her
before
there,
the good
the assistant
can be
district
increased.
attorney says, walking
to go
back
about the
toward the
job the
witness
other
box.
way round is to
And then
nullify
you went on with your
work.
life like it never happened.
You agree with me,
You lied to
Major?
the cops. You lied to
I
her
do,
parents.
yes.
You let them suffer
Yes,
for
I
14
think that's
years,
sound
not
enough.
knowing what happened to their only child.
Absolutely, pronounced
stops.
the civilian.
Makes a show of looking right
Everyone
at
looked
Gio,
to Mr.
and then at
Chitwick,
Calvin,
who
and then at the
blushed.
jurors.
Yes.
When he speaks
I,
again, his voice is a few
I'm afraid
decibels
I
above a
must
whisper,
agree,
so
too.
that everyone in the courtroom
It
has to
sounds
strain to hear
distressing
him.
in a way,
You
but we must
left your
take things as
best
they
friend
are,
buried in the
not
woods,
as we would prefer
a mere
them to
100
be.
yards from the house you
And
lived
that
in.
seems one
After your
point
boyfriend cut her
established.
up into pieces.
Mr. Todhunter summed up. With its
Yes,
corollaries,
she
it
says,
amounts to
closing
this,
her eyes again.
that the sanctity
She
of
knows how
human
terrible it
life
sounds because
has
she knows how
exceptions,
terrible it was.
and that the greatest good
tears
a
won't
man
come.
could do is to
She doesn't have
eliminate
any
a
left.
selected
Someone in the
evildoer
courtroom
whose
is crying
death
softly.
must fulfill the condition of
More like a
changing
whimper,
misery
really.
into happiness
Angela's
from a
mother's
larger
chest is
or
heaving,
smaller
her face in her
group
hands,
of
her bright red
persons.
nail polish visibly chipped
That is
even
the
from where Gio
general
is seated.
opinion.
Beside her,
With
Victor
one
Wong is not crying.
dissentient, said the clergyman
But as he reaches into the
firmly.
breast pocket of
You've
his suit
made
to
out
pull
a
out a
very
handkerchief to give to
specious
his
case
ex-wife,
for murder,
his hands
but
tremble
there's one
violently.
insuperable answer to
The prosecutor
it.
has no further
Murder
questions.
can never be justified
judge calls a recess
in
for
any
lunch.
circumstances at all.
The jurors file out,
Oh,
and the spectators
come,
in the
sir,
courtroom stand up
objected
and
the
stretch.
Major. That's not
Phone
an
calls are
argument, is it?
Reporters type
it's merely an
furiously into
assertion,
laptops.
incapable of
The
proof.
bailiff helps Gio
I mean,
out of the
I might
witness
just
box,
as
and
well
she
say
walks
that
slowly
sometimes
past the
murder
defense
can be
table where Calvin is
justified.
seated.
It's a
He
dead
rises
end.
and grabs her hand as she passes,
Ferrers'
stopping
eyes
her
twinkled.
momentarily.
Do you mean to say, Major,
It's
that you
good to
haven't
see
yet
you,
discovered
he says,
that 9/10
under
of
the
Jack's
circumstances.
arguments are only
Their
assertions?
faces are inches
What
away.
else can a poor parson
His
do
eyes are
when
exactly
he's
as she
called upon
remembers,
to
vivid
defend what
green
no
with the
one can
same touch of
prove?
gold
He can
encircling
only
the
fall
pupils.
back on repeating what he
She sees
considers
those
to be
eyes in her dreams
axioms.
sometimes.
And if we
Hears
don't
his
accept them
voice,
as axioms,
feels his
of
hands
course,
on her body,
there's a dead
and she's woken up
end.
more than a few times
You'd
covered
be a
in
better
her own
man
sweat.
if you did
now
accept some
here
of
he
them,
is,
Lionel,
Real as
retorted
ever.
the parson.
She says
amiably.
nothing because there's nothing to
I
say.
doubt it.
Not with
But
everyone
of course
around
you
watching
have
and
to say
listening.
so.
She extracts her
Yes,
hand.
said Mr. Todhunter.
The bailiff nudges her
Then
forward.
what it all amounts to
She
is
feels the piece
that
of
the
paper
man with
Calvin
only a
slipped
few
into her
months
palm
to
and curls her
live
hand
can't
over
do
it as she
anything
slides it
better
into the
than
pocket
commit
of
a
her dress.
murder of the
She
type
stops to say goodbye to her
defined.
father, twisting
You
off her
really
engagement ring to give to him,
believe that?
the only jewelry she's wearing.
I'm not going
Walter
to run
Shaw
away from a
embraces her
nasty
roughly.
word, Ferris
Then he lets her
smiled.
go, turning away
Whether you
so
call
she
it
won't see his face
murder
crumple.
or elimination,
The trial
that's
isn't over,
what I
but Gio's part in
believe.
it is.
A man
The next time she
in
sees her
such a
father, it will
position
be when
would
he
be well
visits her in
placed to
prison.
commit a righteous
The bailiff
murder,
leads her back to the
wouldn't he?
holding cell.
Hazarded
She takes
Mr.
a seat on the
Chitterwick.
bench in the back corner,
I mean,
and when
if
the
he
bailiff's
timed
footsteps
it properly,
recede,
there
she
would be no
reaches into her
fear
pocket.
of the
It's
strongest
a torn
practical
piece of yellow
argument
notepad
against
paper.
murder.
On it,
The
Calvin
hangman.
has scrawled a note in his small,
Yes,
neat handwriting.
that is perfectly true.
You're welcome.
Said Mr. Todhunter with
Beside the
interest.
two words, he's
That
drawn
if we
a
decide
small heart.
on murder, what
She
kind
crumples it
of
up into a
murder
tiny
is he to
bead
commit?
and swallows it.
Two of you seem to be in
Because the only
favour
way
of
to
a
get rid of it
political
is to
murder,
consume
with
it.
the idea of benefiting the whole
Gio
world,
sits alone in the
or at
cell,
any rate a
immersed
whole
in her
nation,
thoughts. The
and
past, present,
two
and future
preferred
all
the
mingle
private
together,
murder.
the inner voices
It would be
chattering
interesting
alongside
to
the
hear the
actual
arguments
voices of the
on
police
either
officers
side.
down the hallway.
Oh,
She can hear them
I
discussing
withdraw,
last night's episode of
Mussolini,
Grey's Anatomy
Major
and
Barrington
wonders
offered.
randomly
I
if they'll
didn't
show
make the
Grey's
suggestion
Anatomy
very
in prison.
seriously. Besides,
She has no
it's
idea
more
how
than
much time
I'd
has passed
care
until a
to
shadow
do
appears on
to
the other
take the
side of the cell
responsibility
bars.
of deciding whether a
She looks up to
Mussolini
see
or a
Detective
Hitler
Kaiser Brody
doesn't fulfill
standing there.
some
He's holding
need
a paper
in the
bag
world
from a local
today,
burger
if
joint and
only
a
on the
milkshake.
principle that things have got
Strawberry.
to be worse before
bag
they
is
can be
covered in
bettered.
grease spots, and
In other
immediately
words,
her mouth
like
waters.
Ferris,
She
I
hasn't
don't
had
believe
anything
in
to eat since
political
breakfast.
assassination.
Just a small bowl of cold oatmeal
And
served
you,
on a dirty
Dale?
metal tray here in the holding
Well,
cell.
if the Major
If
withdraws
that's not for
Mussolini,
me, then
I'll
you're just
withdraw my
cruel,
candidate.
she says.
I must say I'd like to see
Kaiser
every
holds up
dishonest
the bag.
politician in this country
It is
shot.
for you. And
Would
you can
there
have
be
it,
any left?
so long as you
smiled
tell me
Ferris.
what Calvin James
Oh,
slipped you in
come
court.
now, protested the clergyman.
Gio stares at
There'd
the
be
bag.
Stanley Baldwin.
I don't know what you're talking
And
about.
his pipe.
He took your
Of
hand
peace,
and
yes.
he gave you something.
Peace at any
She shakes her
price,
head.
even
She
1,500
can
million
smell
pounds.
grilled beef,
Yes, and
fried
his
onions,
pigs.
French
Well,
fries.
they'd be useful
Her
to fill
stomach
up the
growls
vacancies in
audibly.
the cabinet. We
He
should
didn't
never
give me
notice the
anything, Kai,
difference.
I swear.
Oh, yes,
He
we
grabbed
should,
my hand,
grinned
said
the
it was
Major.
good to see me, and I
Pigs
yanked
wouldn't
my
sign
hand away and
outrageous
didn't say
agreements with
anything
French
back.
prime
That's
ministers
it.
and let us down with a thud
detective
all
doesn't
over the
believe her.
world, and then
He
have to
signals
be
the guard who
publicly
unlocks the
disowned.
metal door.
Pigs
He
would
checks her
have
hands,
their
then
uses.
checks the floor.
Yes,
He motions for her to
said
stand
Mr.
up, and she
Todhunter.
complies.
Then the idea
pats her
now
down, checking
seems
her
to
pockets.
be that the private
Resignedly, he
murder is
hands
to
her
be
the bag.
preferred to the political
tears it open.
assassination. Well,
Easy.
it would be
He takes a
interesting
seat
to
beside
hear
her on
what
the cold
kind
steel
of
bench.
private
There's two
person
burgers
would
in there.
confer most
One's for me.
benefits on his fellow creatures.
Gio
by
already has
dying.
hers unwrapped.
A newspaper
She takes a
proprietor
giant bite.
who
the
deliberately
grease from the
deceives
ground
his
beef
readers to
dribbling onto
further
the
his
front
own
of her designer
ends,
dress.
suggested
She doesn't
the
care.
Major.
Is this allowed?
Wouldn't that mean
What?
all newspaper
burger?
proprietors?
Kaiser removes the
asked
top of
Mr.
his burger
Chitterwick
bun
with
and places
unwonted
fries on
cynicism.
top of the patty.
Ferris looked
He replaces
pale.
the bun and takes a large
Oh,
bite of his
we'll
own.
accept the London
signed your plea
Review, of
agreement.
course, the
Nobody
clergyman
cares if I
told
talk
him.
to you.
We all know that the
I can't
London
believe you
Review
still do
stands
that.
alone in the
She looks at his
newspaper
burger
world.
in mock distaste.
Lionel wouldn't be working
Fries
for
inside
it.
your burger?
Otherwise,
That's so high school. In
the
some ways,
London
I've
Review
changed, he says.
isn't a newspaper.
In some ways, I
Ferris
haven't.
pointed out.
Bet you can say the same.
Well, my vote
So
would be
what
for
are
a
you
really
doing here? She
vindictive
asks a few
anonymous
minutes
letter
later,
writer.
when she's eaten
said
half
Dale.
her burger and
No
her
one does
stomach
more
has stopped
harm,
hurting.
and no one is
I don't
more
know.
difficult to bring to justice.
I guess I just wanted you to know that I don't
Except
hate you.
a blackmailer,
You'd have
don't you
every
think?
reason to.
Supplied Mr.
Not
Chitterwick.
anymore.
Well,
Kaiser says.
you ought to know
Then
something
sighs.
about murder, Chitterwick.
I finally have
Ferris
closure.
said.
I can
Two,
now
isn't
let it
it,
go.
that you've been mixed up in?
I'd advise you to do the same.
Well, yes.
You kept that secret
I
a
suppose
long
so,
time.
in
14
a way,
years.
agreed Mr. Chitterwick.
I can't imagine what that
uneasily.
did to you.
But
It's a punishment
no,
all its
no,
own.
all in confidence
I don't
between
think Angela's
friends and
parents
so
would agree
on.
with you.
Guaranteed not
But she's
for
glad he said
publication.
it.
Come on.
It makes her feel like less of a monster.
Protesting, Mr. Chitterwick
But only
was
a little.
bullied into relating one or two
But
of
that's
his
why you're going to
experiences.
prison. So you
The
can do your
decanter
time and then get out and
circulated
start
for
over
the third
fresh.
time.
You'll survive
Mr.
this.
Todhunter allowed
You
the
always were
discussion
strong.
to drop.
Kaiser puts his
Any
burger
further
down.
attempts to keep it
You know,
going
it's funny.
would, he
When I
felt,
found out what
look
you'd done, I
suspicious.
wanted to kill
In
you.
any case,
For what
he
you
had
did to
learned
Angela.
what he wanted
For what you
to
put
know.
everyone through. For what you put
For
me
Mr.
through.
Todhunter had been
But when I
told by
saw
his
you
doctor
again-
a week ago
What?
that he could not possibly
I remembered
live
how it used
for
to
more
be.
than a few months.
We were all
and he had
best
called
friends, for
together
fuck's
this
sake. That
carefully
shit doesn't
chosen
go
group
away.
of assorted persons
I know.
to advise him,
Gio
all
looks at him.
unwittingly, what
Underneath
to
the
do
tough cop
with the
exterior,
time that
she sees
remained to him.
kindness. There's
And
always been kindness
greatly
at Kaiser's
to Mr. Todd
core.
Hunter's surprise, it appeared that he
I
had
wanted to tell you
been
back then what
advised,
happened.
with
What I
remarkable
did.
unanimity,
So many times.
to commit a murder.
You would have known what to do. You were always my
Part
What?
1.
moral compass,
Picaresque.
she says. I've done a lot of
Mr.
shitty
Todd
things,
Hunter,
Kai.
in
Pushing you
search
away
of a
was one of
victim.
them. You were 16.
Chapter
Kaiser
1.
heaves another long sigh.
When
Just a kid,
Mr.
like I was.
Lawrence Todd Hunter
Like
learned
Angela
from his
was.
doctor that he was suffering
old
from
enough to
an
know
aortic aneurysm and
Looking
must
back,
not
a lot
expect
of
to
things make
live
sense
for more
now.
than a few months,
The way you were after that
his
night.
first feeling had
The way
been
you
one
pulled
of
back from me.
incredulity.
Dropping out of school for the rest
how
of the year.
old are you?
Calvin
asked the
really did a
doctor,
number on you.
seeing
I
his
didn't realize
unbelief.
how bad it was.
51,
Kaiser touches her
said
face.
Mr. Todd Hunter,
But
buttoning
today
his
you
shirt
told the
again
truth.
over his bony chest.
It's done now.
Exactly.
Finally.
And you've never been very fit.
Finally, she repeats,
Of late
taking a big bite of
years,
her burger,
agreed Mr.
even though
Todd
she's no
Hunter
longer
solemnly.
hungry.
No,
It's
certainly
easier
not.
to lie when your mouth is
The
full.
doctor swung his stethoscope. Well, what can you
2.
expect? Your blood pressure's been
There
too
are 3
high
types
for
of currency
years.
in prison.
If you hadn't
Drugs,
followed my
sex,
directions
and
so
information.
carefully, you'd have been
While the
dead
last
long
of the
ago.
3 tends to be the most valuable,
The doctor,
crank and
an old
blowjobs
friend,
are always the
spoke
most
with
reliable.
what seemed to Mr. Todd Hunter
And since Gio doesn't do
unseemly
drugs,
carelessness.
cash will have to do.
He produced
There
what
are
was
things she
intended
needs
for a
to survive
cynical
prison,
laugh,
which she'll procure
but
as soon
which
as she's
sounded
able,
to his own
once
ears
she's
more
assigned a
like
unit and a
cackle
job.
of rather cheap bravado.
Every new or returning
Yes,
inmate
but
at Hazelwood
to be
Correctional
told
Institute,
that one can't
or
last
Hellwood,
longer
as
than a
it's
few
sometimes
months.
called, spends the first
it's
2
a
weeks in
situation that
receiving
seems
while
to
their
belong
assessment
to
is being
romantic
completed.
fiction,
A battery of
rather than
psychological
real
tests,
life.
along with a couple of interviews and a thorough
It happens
background
often
check, are
enough
performed in order
real
to
life,
determine where the inmate
returned
will
the doctor
sleep
dryly.
and work. Gio's
After
hoping
all,
for
there are
medium
plenty of
security and a
incurable
job in the hair
diseases,
salon.
apart from
But what
the
she can
kind of
realistically
thing that you're
expect,
suffering
according to her
from.
first meeting with the
And
prison counselor,
there's always
is
cancer.
maximum security
The
for
body
the first
must
3
give out
years
sooner or
and a
later.
job in janitorial
It's an
services.
exceedingly complicated
It's not a
mechanism,
bad
you know.
thing, the counselor
wonder
says, in
is
an
that all
attempt to
its
reassure
parts
her.
continue to
The
function as
nameplate on
long
the
as they
desk
do.
says P. Martin.
You seem
There are more
to regard
guards in
death
maximum.
very lightly,
Minimum comes with
observed
privileges,
Mr.
but
Todd
maximum
Hunter,
comes with
not
protection.
without resentment. And
It
by
sounds like bullshit to
death,
Gio, but
he
as she's
meant
never been to prison
my
before,
death.
she's in no position to argue.
I do.
It's been 3
retorted the
hours
doctor,
since she arrived
with
at
a little
Hazelwood,
smile.
and the counselor is the first person she's spoken to who isn't
For a
wearing
moment,
a uniform.
Mr. Todd Hunter was quite taken
P.
aback
Martin,
that anyone could
Pamela,
regard death
Patricia.
lightly.
There's
and
no
in
indication of the
particular,
woman's
his
first
own
name
death.
anywhere in the room. Seems to genuinely
I
care about the
do.
inmate's well-being.
No, I'm not a religious
wonders
man.
what brought her here.
At least not religious
It can't
in
be the
any
money.
orthodox way.
The counselor's
I just
pantsuit
happen to
is cheap.
believe quite
The
firmly
fabric of
in
her jacket
survival,
pulls around the armpits, and there are loose
Oh,
threads along the seams.
said Mr. Todd Hunter.
Who's your
somewhat
support
blankly.
system? The counselor asks.
I also
When
believe
Gio
that this
doesn't answer,
present
she
life
rephrases.
on the physical plane
Who'll be
is a
visiting you in
damned
here?
nuisance.
Who are you
and
looking
the
forward
sooner
to
we're
seeing
out of
when you
it,
get out?
the better.
Because that day
To
will
ask for
come, and you should be
sympathy
thinking
for a
about those
dying
people every day
man
that you're in here.
seems to me tantamount
you
to
focused.
asking sympathy for a man
My
coming
dad,
out of prison
Gio says.
into freedom.
She never had many friends, and after the trial, it was safe to say she had none.
Remarked Mr. Todd
I was
Hunter,
supposed to get
staring.
married, but
I
that's
must
not
say,
happening now.
for a man who likes good
What about your mother?
claret as much as
She
you do,
died
that sounds
when
a
I was
bit
5.
thick.
One last question.
A prisoner must
Martin
have
says.
his consolations.
Which race do you identify with?
Sympathy.
You look white, but
continued
your
the doctor,
intake form says
warming
other.
to his subject.
Other
On
is
behalf
correct,
of those left
Gio says.
behind in prison,
My mother was
yes,
half Filipino, and
they
my dad
have
is
a
a quarter
personal
Jamaican.
loss.
A
Though
mix.
their feeling ought to be one
Clicking
of
her
envy
pen, the
rather
counselor
than
nods
grief.
and jots something down in
but
her
in
file.
your case, my dear fellow,
It's
even that
65%
is
white in
absent.
here, and since
you
you
have
look
no
white,
wife,
you'll blend
no
in.
children,
But
not
if you're
even
part
any
black,
close
you can
relatives.
make black friends.
You're
That's good.
extremely lucky.
I'm
you can
also
walk
quarter
out
Asian.
of prison
Less than
with
1%
an
of the inmate
untroubled
population
mind.
is Pacific Islander. It won't help
Mr.
you.
Todd Hunter, who
The
did not
counselor looks at
consider
her
himself
intently.
at all lucky,
So how are you
grunted
feeling?
a little angrily.
Depressed? Anxious?
However,
Any suicidal
relented
thoughts?
the doctor, if
If I
you
say
don't
yes,
see it
does that
that
mean I can
way,
go
I
home?
suppose we must
The
try to
counselor
keep
chuckled.
you in
Good.
prison
A
as
sense of
long
humor.
as we can.
Hold on to
Though I
that.
must say, I wish I had your
She slaps the file
chances.
folder shut.
Frankly,
All right,
you
kiddo,
remind
we're
me
done
of
for
that
now.
poor old chap
I'll
in
talk to you
Madame
in a week.
Tussauds, who was
You need me
released
before
from
that,
his cell in the
Teleguard.
Bastille by the mob
The
by the mob
The first 2
and
weeks
never
pass
got
without
over
incident,
it.
although all new inmates
Don't
are on
talk such
suicide
damn
watch because
nonsense,
prison is a
said
fucking
Mr.
depressing
Todhunter
place.
wrathfully.
Gio keeps her head
You
down and
mustn't
speaks
get
only when
angry,
spoken to,
advised the
spending the
doctor.
majority of her
That's
time
the
alone.
first thing. No
On the morning
strong
of the day she's
emotions,
to be integrated
please,
into the
or
general
you'll be
population,
shot out of
she's awake
prison
well
straight
before the
away.
morning bell.
Likewise, no
It's hard
violent
to believe that
exertion.
just over 6
Walk
months ago,
slowly,
she was interviewed
never
for an
run,
article in Pacific
rest every
Northwest
second
magazine,
step going
profiling
upstairs,
ship
no
pharmaceuticals
excitement,
and their annual
be on
top
your guard
100
all the
companies to
time
work
against
for
any
feature.
sudden strain.
At 30, Gio was
That'll
the
be a
youngest female
drab
executive at
life,
ship
but
by
you
a
can
decade,
prolong it
and the
that
article
way
was
if you
titled
really want
"Steering
to.
the Ship
We
in a New
can't cut
Direction."
down your diet
The young
much
face of one of
further, or
America's
I'd do that
oldest
too.
companies.
In
The
any
photo they
case,
used
the
showed Gio sitting on
aneurysm
the
is
edge of the
almost
long
bound to
table inside the
bust within
34th
6
floor
months.
glass-enclosed boardroom.
Well, a year
Legs
at
crossed,
the outside.
skirt hem well above the
However
knee,
careful
red
you are.
soles of her high heels
You
visible,
asked me
smiling
to
into
be
the camera.
frank, you know.
The theme of the write-up was
Yes,
diversity in the
I
workplace,
did.
though
Mr.
ironically,
Todhunter
not one
agreed
mention was made of
bitterly.
Gio's mixed-race heritage.
Rest as much as you can.
The article
the
focused
doctor
solely on
went
her
on.
youth and her
Avoid
gender,
all alcohol,
both of which were enough
no
to make her a
smoking.
standout in the
Heaven
old white
help
boys
you. If
club
I
of
were
Big
in your
Pharma,
shoes, I'd
and her
run
plans to
straight
expand
home
the
from
lifestyle
here
and
and
beauty
arrive
division of the
there
company.
dead. It made
She suspected
your
the majority
will,
of the
I
executive team at
suppose.
Ship hated that photo,
I never
that
knew,
she was the one
said
chosen
Mr.
to represent
Todhunter
them,
with distaste.
though nobody ever said
What
so
a
to her
damned
face.
old ghoul
The day of her
you
arrest,
are.
Gio was
Nothing of
speaking
the
in that
sort,
boardroom.
retorted the
The doors
doctor
swung open, and a
indignantly.
tall man in
Ghoul
dark jeans
be
and a
blowed.
battered leather jacket
That's just
strode
your
in,
infernal
accompanied by 3
conventionality,
uniformed Seattle
Todhunter.
PD officers.
You always were a
A flustered
conventional old
administrative
stick.
assistant followed,
It's the
her
accepted
hands
thing to
gesturing
be sorry
apologetically
for
as she
the
tried to
dying.
keep up with them.
Yes, in
The 12
spite of
heads sitting at
religion,
the
which
giant
teaches
table
us that
turned at the
anyone
sound
who
of the
isn't a
commotion.
scoundrel is going to
"I'm
be a
sorry,
whole lot better
they wouldn't
off
wait for me to
dead.
knock," said the breathless
So,
administrative
you think I
assistant,
ought to be
a young
sorry
woman named
for
Penny,
you.
who'd only been
And
with the
when
company
I
for
tell
a
you
month.
I envy you instead,
The man in the leather jacket
you call
stared
me
at Gio.
a ghoul.
He looked extremely
Very
familiar,
well,
and her
said
mind
Mr.
raced
Todhunter
frantically to
with
place him.
dignity. You're
There
not
was a detective's shield
ghoul,
clipped to his breast
but
pocket,
I
and she
can't
could
help
see the
wondering
slight
whether
bulge
your
of his holstered
unselfish
gun near the hem of
anxiety
his
for
jacket.
my welfare
He was
can have
tall and
coloured your
quite thick,
diagnosis.
a far cry
In other
from how he looked
words,
in high school
I
when he was
think
40
I'd like a
pounds
second
skinnier and
opinion.
half a foot shorter.
The doctor
Kaiser
grinned
Brody.
and drew a slip of paper
Holy
towards him.
hell.
You won't get me
It hit Gio
rattled
then,
that way.
and her heart
By all
stopped.
means, have a second
Her knees
opinion.
felt weak, and the
and
room
a
spun
third,
a little,
and a
forcing
fourth.
her to lean against the table
They'll
for
only
support.
confirm me.
The boardroom,
Here's an
cool and
address
airy
for
only
you.
seconds
A very
before, was
sound
suddenly
man,
hot.
perhaps the soundest
detective
for
caught
this
her
kind of
reaction and
thing.
smirked.
He'll soak you 3 guineas,
Georgina
and
Shaw,
you'll jolly
he said,
well deserve
but he knew
it.
damn well it was her.
Mr.
He headed
Todhunter
toward her,
slowly
making
put
his
on
way
his
around the
coat.
long oval table
I
with the
wonder,
uniformed officers
he
in
said
tow,
with reluctance,
past the shocked
whether you're
faces
not
of the executives.
really such an
"You're under
ass
arrest."
as you sound.
Gio didn't protest.
You mean
Didn't
whether
say a
there's
word,
something
didn't
in
make a
what I've
sound.
been saying?
She simply
My
closed her
boy,
laptop,
there's a whole
her
lot
presentation
in it.
disappearing from the
In
large
my
projection
opinion, the
screen
case
behind
for
her.
survival
The
is
detective took out
proved,
his handcuffs.
scientifically
The sight of them
proved.
made her wince.
And what does that give us?
protocol,
Well,
he said.
no state
apologize,
can be
but
lower
you
and
know I'm not
consequently more
sorry.
unpleasant than the physical
The
one.
members of the executive
That
team
means that
seemed
any
not to know what to do with
subsequent
themselves,
state
and they watched
must,
in
for
stunned
the
silence
ordinarily
as the
decent
detective pulled
person,
her arms
be
behind her back,
considerably more
snapped on the
pleasant.
cuffs, and began
It
marching her out of the
absolutely
room.
follows, therefore,
Their confusion
that-
was understandable.
Yes, yes.
The Georgina
said
Shaw
Mr.
they knew
Todhunter,
wasn't the kind of woman who
and
got
took his
arrested for
leave.
anything. She was the new face of Ship, after
2.
all. She was a VP
Feeling
of the company.
slightly unreal,
She was Andrew Ship's
Mr.
goddamn
Todhunter took a
fiancé,
taxi
and
to
everything
Welbeck
about
Street.
this looked completely
Although
wrong.
well able to afford it,
The
this was
CEO's
actually the
voice
first
rang out
time he'd
loud
ever
and
taken
clear,
a
and
taxi
everyone
from
turned.
Richmond,
Andrew
where he
Ship
lived,
hadn't been part
to
of the
West
meeting,
End.
but his office
For
was
Mr.
just down the
Todhunter
hall,
was as
and
careful
clearly
in
someone had
matters
told
of
him what
money
was going on.
as in matters of health.
He was standing at the boardroom
but the
doors,
occasion
barring
seemed
their
to
way.
demand a taxi.
"What the
This
hell do you
time,
think you're doing?" Andrew tried to
the
reach for her,
specialist
but a young
took his
police
3
officer
guineas
blocked him.
and
The
confirmed
CEO's face
doctor's
reddened,
diagnosis
no doubt because
and
nobody had ever dared
prognosis,
to block
too,
him from anything before.
in every detail.
"This is ludicrous.
Shaken,
What are the charges?
Mr.
Get her out of those
Todhunter
handcuffs
took
immediately.
another
This is
taxi.
ridiculous."
He was a cautious man,
Gio tried
and
to
seldom
smile
made
at
up
him,
his own
tried to
mind
reassure
on
him that
any
she was
point
okay.
until he had
But Andrew
canvassed
wasn't
the
looking at her
views
at
of
all.
at least 3 other
He was
people.
glaring at the police
He
officers,
therefore caused
every
himself
inch
to
of
be
his body
to a
radiating
second
that special
specialist
blend of
who could not
outrage and
conceivably be in
self-entitlement
league
one can only
with
have
either
if
of
one
the
grew
other
up
two
with
men.
serious money.
When this third
But the
opinion
police
proved in
officers didn't
complete
care.
agreement with theirs,
They didn't care that the woman in
Mr.
handcuffs had a
Todhunter
corner office
allowed
2
himself
floors down,
to feel
or that her wedding
convinced.
reception was going to take place at the
He took a
pretentious golf
taxi
club her
back
fiancé's family
to
belonged to,
Richmond.
or that she thought it was insane they were charging $400 a plate for dinner for what
Mr.
basically
Todhunter
amounted to steak
was
and
a
french
bachelor.
fries.
The
They didn't
state
care that she'd
was his
picked
own
pink
choice,
peonies for her
in
bouquet,
spite of his
or
complete
that her wedding dress
lack
was
of
being
anything
flown in
which
from
might
New
be
York.
expected to rouse
They
a
didn't
lady's
give one
passion,
righteous shit,
it had often been
as they
hinted to him
shouldn't,
that he should
because none
change
of it mattered anymore.
Not that Mr.
And it
Todhunter was
probably never
repellent to the other sex.
The detective
His
walked her out
nature,
of the
which he
boardroom.
was unable to
His hand
disguise
was on the
under
small
a
of her
cloak
back,
of cynical
not pushing,
disillusion,
but guiding
was
firmly.
a singularly sweet
Kaiser
one.
Brody didn't smell
Mr.
anything
Todhunter
like she
was, in
remembered.
fact, one of those unfortunate
The boy she'd known back in the
persons
day
who
never wore
caught
cologne,
disappointment
but she
after
could detect a sweet,
disappointment
musky
by always
scent on him
believing
now,
the best
which she recognized
of their fellow
immediately as
creatures.
Yves Saint Laurent.
No amount of
She always
enlightenment had
did have
ever
a great
convinced
nose.
Mr. Todhunter
She
that
bought
his
the same
friends could
cologne for
ever be
Andrew
capable
once,
of
but he never wore
ignoble
it, complaining it gave him a
actions.
headache.
He knew
A lot of
that in a
things gave
way
Andrew a
grown
headache.
men can bully children,
The cuffs jangled
that
around her
apparently
wrists.
decent women
They were
do
loose
write
enough that with some
exceedingly
maneuvering
indecent
she could probably
anonymous
have wriggled out
letters,
of them.
and that there must be
Kaiser
a
had
great
put them
deal
on
of
just for
unpleasant
show,
behaviour
to make a
in this
point,
far from perfect
to cause
world.
a scene.
But it was
to
always
humiliate
other
her.
people who behaved in these strange
Andrew
ways,
was walking
never
backward
Mr.
in an
Todhunter's
attempt to
own
impede their
friends
path,
or
and Kaiser
acquaintances.
waved an arrest warrant
To
in his
these,
face.
Mr. Todhunter
Detective
automatically
Kaiser Brody,
credited
Seattle
his
PD.
own high
The charge
standards,
is murder,
and if emphatic
sir.
evidence to the contrary
Andrew
were
snatched
ever
the warrant
offered
from him and read through
Mr.
it with
Todhunter,
bulging
with
eyes.
much indignation,
Even in his $2,000 suit,
ignored it.
he was just short of
This
handsome,
trait
with
of
his
his
soft frame,
was apparent
his
at
round
once to any
face,
woman
his
over
thinning
30,
hair.
and they naturally
Andrew's
looked on
strength
Mr.
came from a
Todhunter
different
as the
place.
heaven-designed
But while being rich
husband.
and well-connected could
Younger
accomplish a
women
lot,
might have looked
he couldn't fix
askance at
this.
his gaunt,
Say
bony
nothing, he
frame,
said to her.
his
Not a
bald little
word.
head,
I'll call
which poked
Fred.
forward
We'll
on his
take care of
shoulders to
this.
address them, and his
Fred
dusty
Argent
coat collar,
was head of ship's
no
in-house
less
counsel.
than at his old
He handled corporate
maidish
strategy,
fussiness,
contracts,
his
litigation
concern with his
issues.
own health,
He wasn't
his
a criminal
indifference
defense
to
attorney
their
by any stretch,
attractions,
and that's what
even
Gio needed.
his slightly obtrusive
But there was no time to have that
scholarship.
discussion.
They might have
The
looked
detective
so
was hustling
askance
her out of
had
the
not
boardroom as the
Mr.
rest of the
Todhunter
executive team
possessed
stood
something
frozen,
which
mouths
outweighed any
gaping
lack of
open.
appeal to the passions
Andrew
and any
kept up
number
with them
of
all the way
dusty
to the
collars,
elevator, which
namely
was down the hallway
a
and
very
around the
snug
corner.
little private
Word of Gio's
income.
arrest seemed to spread
It
faster
was
than
this
they were walking.
snug little income
She passed
which
her
allowed
assistant
Mr.
Carrie Ann's
Todhunter to
desk
live
and
in a
said,
comfortable
"Call my
house
father.
in a
I
chosen
don't want him to see
street
it on the
in
news."
Richmond.
The younger
Looked
woman
after by a
nodded, her
housekeeper,
eyes
a
wide,
housemaid,
the small
and a
spot
man
of
to do
spilled
the
coffee
boots,
still
the
noticeable
garden,
on her skirt,
and the furnace.
even after her vigorous attempt to
Not
remove it
that
earlier
Mr.
that morning.
Todhunter lived in complete
Less than an
complacency
hour ago,
in
they'd
all
had a
this
discussion
comfort.
about how best
His
to get that stain out,
conscience troubled
searching the
him,
office for one of
making him
those
feel
Tide
at
pens,
times
as
quite
Gio
guilty
talked about the
that
new
he should thus
restaurant
be
she and Andrew had gone
indulged
to the
when
evening
over
before.
2 million of his fellow
That
countrymen
life
were
was
existing
over now.
only on pittances.
Everything she'd worked for,
Not even the fact
everything
that the
she'd
government,
created,
by
the life
direct
she'd
and
built on top of the
indirect
secret
methods,
she tried to keep
relieved
hidden.
him of at least
It was all
half his
evaporating right
income
before her
for the
eyes.
purpose of benefiting
"It's
his
going
own
to be okay,"
nationals
Andrew
and
said to her at the
killing
elevator.
those of other
"Say
countries
nothing, do you
could
hear me?
assuage
Nothing.
Mr. Todhunter's
Fred will meet you at the
qualms.
police station.
Not
We'll get you the
content,
best
therefore,
attorney.
with
Don't worry
reflecting
about anything."
that out of his 11 or
He glared at
1,200 a
Kaiser, his
year,
face
he
full
was
of fury.
maintaining directly
The detective
in
returned the look
tolerable
with a mild
comfort
one of his
one
own.
housekeeper,
"This charge
one
is utter
housemaid,
bullshit,
and
detective.
one
You've made a
elderly man,
gigantic mistake.
that he must be
Chief Heron, your
maintaining
boss, is a member of my
elsewhere
golf club,
in
and I'm going to call
irksome
him personally.
idleness,
Prepare
at
yourselves
least
for a
one
lawsuit."
able-bodied
The
but
detective said
thwarted
nothing,
worker
but once
and
again
his
the corners
family,
of his mouth
that he was
lifted up
maintaining a
slightly.
substantial
Another
portion
smirk.
of one
Did he have
unknown
that
civil
smirk in high
servant,
school?
probably
Gio couldn't
superfluous, and that he was giving to
The
the
elevator
country
doors
each
closed
year
on
at
Andrew,
least
yelling for
half
his
a dozen
assistant to bring him his
shells,
cell phone.
and perhaps a vital
For the
part
next
of a
minute, she and the
machine gun
detective
or
stood
two.
motionless in front
Not
of the mirrored
content
doors.
with all this,
The music from the
Mr.
hidden
Todhunter
speakers
was
played
accustomed to
softly.
devote such
Gio
other
could hear one of the
gleanings from his
uniformed
income
officers
as he
breathing
could
behind
save
her.
to
A
certain
soft
private
wheeze
charities
with a slight
of his own
whistling sound behind
preference,
it.
and to the ready
Deviated
hands of
septum,
anyone
probably.
who turned up at his front door
Kaiser's hand was
with
still
a
resting
tale
on the small of her
hard
back.
luck.
She didn't mind.
Returning
pressure was
now from his
reassuring.
consultation with the second specialist,
No Muzak instrumental
Mr.
background
Todhunter sank
tunes
down
for
into
ship.
an armchair.
The
in
elevators
his
were
library,
fancy, wired
just
into
in time
Pandora,
for tea.
which was set to play a selection of
Tea
easy
was
listening
served to
tracks
Mr.
by the
Todhunter
artists
in
of
his
yesterday
library
and today.
precisely at 15
Mostly
minutes
yesterday.
past 4 each
The
day.
numbers on the screen
If it
counted down
arrived at
silently to the
14
soft
minutes
strains
past
of
4,
Oasis,
Mr.
a band
Todhunter
Geo
would send
liked
it
back in
away
high
again,
school.
with instructions
One of the
for
other
it to
officers,
return at the
a younger
proper
woman
time.
whose septum sounded
If it did
fine,
not appear
sang
by
along
15 and
quietly.
a half minutes
Geo
past
did not
4,
sing along
Mr.
to
Todhunter
Wonderwall,
would ring
even
his
though she knew
bell
all the
and
words.
raise gentlemanly hell.
Today is going to be the day
Today,
that they're going to throw
since
it back
Mr.
to you.
Todhunter was unprecedentedly absent,
The numbers continued to
tea
change as
was
they
a full
passed each
5
floor,
minutes
hurtling
late,
toward the bottom.
and Mr. Todhunter
Maybe
slumped
she'd
in
get
his
lucky.
chair,
Maybe the
said
elevator
not
would
a
hit the
word.
ground and explode.
Coup,
16,
as the house parlourmaid
15,
observed to
14.
the housekeeper 2 minutes later.
You don't seem surprised I'm
And
here.
me expecting to
Kaiser
have
said,
the
watching
sugar
her in the
basin
mirror.
thrown in my face, as he
Gio
might
said
say.
nothing because there was
He's
nothing
had
to
bad
say.
news.
She had played
Mark
this
my
scenario out a
words.
million times in her
That'll
head,
do
but
from
never
you,
had any of
Edie,
her fantasies
replied
cast her
Mrs.
old
Greenhill
friend in the role of
austerely.
arresting police officer.
But Edie
She didn't
was
even know
right,
Kaiser had become
and
a
both
cop,
of them knew it.
but she had to admit
Nothing
he wore
less
the
than
badge well.
bad news
There was
could
only
have
a
made
hint of
Mr.
the
Todd
boy she
Hunter
used to know.
overlook such a
Scruff
lapse.
covered the jawline where there used to be acne. The angles
4.
of his face were sharper,
In Mr.
but the
Todd
eyes were
Hunter's
the same.
mind, strange
Haunted.
thoughts were coursing.
disappointed.
They continued
He was
to
right.
course for the next
She
week,
wasn't surprised.
becoming stranger.
She'd been waiting for this
and
day for a
stranger.
long time, knowing on
It had
some
taken him
level it would
just
come
3
eventually.
days, spinning it
And now
out
that it
as
was
long as
here, there was no
possible
more
to
hiding.
make sure that his affairs
No more carrying
were
the
in
secret
order.
around like
And
the
of
unbearably
course they
heavy
were.
2-ton block of
After
cement it
that,
had come to
there
be.
had seemed to be nothing
Slowly
to do
exhaling the
but
long
sit
breath
about
she'd been
and
holding for
wait,
14 years,
and never
she allowed
hurry
her shoulders
upstairs.
to relax.
This
The
seemed
tight
to Mr.
muscles in
Todd
her
Hunter
back
a
and neck
morbid as
loosened.
well as a boring
She gave her old
business.
friend a small smile, and he
It was
raised an
then
eyebrow.
that the strange thoughts began
She wasn't
first to
surprised at
invade
all.
Mr. Todd Hunter's mind.
She was
For after
relieved.
another 3 days, he
Shaw,
had decided
a
that he
sharp
could
voice
sit
says,
about no
shaking
longer.
Gio out of
He
her
must
reverie.
do something.
The morning bell has rung.
And something, if possible,
She looks up to see a
out
corrections
of the
officer
ordinary.
standing at the door of her cell.
Mr. Todd
dressed
Hunter
in a
began
dark
to
blue
feel,
uniform,
not without
hair pulled back
surprise,
in a
that
tight
he had
bun.
really been excessively
The CO is
ordinary
short,
all
but
his life.
stocky and
And
muscular,
if this
and
drab
Gio has
record
no
were ever
doubt she could wrestle
broken,
someone
now
twice her
was the
size to the
time.
ground.
In
Your
fact,
assessment's
Mr.
done.
Todd Hunter,
We're
most
transferring you.
conventional of
Let's
men,
go.
began for the
Where are they
first
putting
time in
me?
his life
Maximum,
to experience
the
a
guard says,
strange,
and Gio's heart
unholy
sinks.
urge.
You're in the
to
big
do
room, though,
something
because your unit is under
spectacular.
construction.
Just once.
The big
before
room is
he
temporary
passed
housing.
out.
She overheard an inmate
Unfortunately,
complaining about how
the only
crowded it is to a
spectacular
guard the other
deeds
day.
that he could
And she
remember on the
balks.
part of others
The big
seemed
room?
so futile.
Then can't I just
Hadn't
stay here in
someone
receiving
once
until
thrown herself under
the
the
CO's
hooves of the
bark of a
Derby
laugh
horses
cuts her off.
in order to prove
You
that
think this
women
is a
ought to
hotel?
have the vote?
That if you don't like your
Hadn't
accommodations,
people
you
been
can
thrown out of
complain
the
and
public
get an
gallery
upgrade?
at the House of Commons
Move your
for being
ass, Shaw, before I
spectacular
make you
at the
move
wrong
it.
moment? And of course there
Gio
was
grabs what
Mosley,
few belongings
most
she has.
spectacular of all.
Right now they
and
consist of a
dear,
small plastic
dear,
bin
dear,
full of cheap
most
toiletries
futile.
and a sweatshirt with DOC
Though, of
printed
course,
on the back
there
in
was
large letters.
Lawrence of Arabia.
You're working in the
too.
hair salon, though.
But
guard tells
Lawrence's
her.
chances
You should be happy about
were not
that.
likely to come anyone
Most
else's
newbies
way.
start in the kitchen, but they need someone who
What,
can cut and
then?
color hair.
Mr. Todd Hunter
Did you
began
work in
to
the beauty
ponder
industry on
with
the
increasing
outside?
frequency as he
Sorta.
sat in his
Gio
comfortable
says.
library in
Hey.
Richmond and stroked
The CO
his long
peers at her
fingers
closely as they
together.
walk down the hallway.
What, then,
I know you.
was it possible
Aren't you the
for a
chick who
man in
sliced
his
up her best
position
friend?
to do
Like
of
a long
nature
time ago?
sufficiently startling
Gio doesn't
to
answer.
satisfy this
That's some
strange
sick
new
shit,
urge
the CO
towards
says,
self-assertion,
and it's hard to tell if she's
that which would yet
disgusted
not
or
involve
impressed.
the lifting of any heavy
Maybe both.
logs, the running
I'm surprised they're
violently
letting
up
you
any
work with
stairs,
scissors.
or the consumption of
Me too.
alcohol.
Gio thinks.
There seemed
Me
no
too.
answer. Nor was there anything in Mr. Todd Hunter's previous life
3.
to suggest an answer.
In the
Mr.
beginning,
Todd
Gio
Hunter
never
had always
expected
lived what
to
is
get away with
called
it.
a sheltered
Angela
life.
Wong was too popular,
First of all, he had been
too in love
sheltered
with her
by
life
his mother,
for anyone to believe she was
then
missing of
by
her
a
own
kindly
accord.
regulation
But
which
when the first
forbade
few
the
days
enlisting
passed
of
with no knock on the door,
semi-invalids in the
she
British
started to
Army
wonder if it was
during the
possible
late
that nobody would
European
find
War,
out what she had
and so
done.
prevented Mr. Todd Hunter from
Days
attempting
turned into
that
weeks.
function,
Weeks
much against
turned
his
into
will.
months.
But one
And then
could
the
not
next
help
thing Gio
feeling
knew, years
much
had passed,
to the British
and it seemed like
Army's
maybe
benefit.
the past would stay buried.
Then, at the
A
very
bad pun,
private
but
school
fitting
where he had
nonetheless.
felt himself impelled to work
When it all
at
finally
one
caught up to
period,
her,
in order to
Gio
avoid
might not
the
have been surprised, but
self-reproach
she
of
was
idle
wholly
uselessness,
unprepared.
he had been
Because
sheltered
really, what
by
can
the young
prepare you
gentlemen
for prison?
themselves, who,
Not the
ragging
movies or
fiercely any
television,
other
which are
master whom they
designed to
could,
entertain
yet
and
had
titillate.
enough of the proper
The reality
spirit
of
to
prison,
realize that
the
ragging
bleakness of
Mr.
it,
Todd
the
Hunter would
sameness
be
of
just
it,
about
the
on a
unrelenting
sporting
fear of
par
getting
with
attacked
standing a baby
was
of 2 in boxing
Her first
gloves
2 weeks in
up against
receiving, with her
the
private
school
cell
champion.
that had its own sink and toilet,
Since
now
his mother's
seemed
death,
like a cakewalk
some years
compared
ago,
to the nightmare she's
Mr. Todd
currently
Hunter had
facing.
been most
Also
efficiently
known
sheltered
as Jen
by his
Potter.
elderly housekeeper.
Welcome
and
to
always he
Hellwood.
had been sheltered from
Her
the only
counselor,
really
P. Martin,
unbearable
was right in
tribulation of
the
this
maximum
world
security
by
units
an
have more
adequate
guards.
private
But more
income.
guards don't make it safer.
So far
especially
as
when you're sleeping
previous
in a crowded
experience
space
went,
where
therefore,
everyone's in a shitty
Mr.
mood,
Todhunter simply had
especially the
none
guards.
to help him.
Though Hazelwood is far from crowded,
As
the
to
two units
contact
undergoing
with the
construction
great
have caused the
world,
other three to
this
fill to
was
capacity,
limited on Mr.
and the
Todhunter's
overflow
part
has been
to a few
funneled into a large
middle-aged or
recreation room
elderly
that's been
cronies
converted
with
into
whom he
communal
played
housing.
bridge 1 or 2
It's
evenings
the
a week,
worst-case
when
scenario
there was
as
no
far as
good
life in
music to
prison
be
goes.
listened to through his earphones.
Gone are any
To
expectations
the
of
children's
privacy.
clinic, where, at
Fights
the
break out
dictates of
daily.
conscience, he
Personal
spent half
items
a
are
dozen
frequently stolen.
repellent
The
hours
threat of
every
violence hangs
week
in the air
doing
like a storm
voluntary
cloud.
work connected with the
50 grown
scrofulous
women sleeping
skins
in
of the
such close
youthful
proximity to
Richmond
each other
poor.
isn't normal.
And to his visit
The big
each
room
Wednesday
contains
afternoon
25 double
to the
bunks
literary
lined up in
offices
rows of
of the
5.
London Review.
The constant
For
noise makes
Mr.
the room
Todhunter,
feel
whose
smaller than it
tastes
is,
were scholarly,
and the persistent
had a
aroma of
sound,
sweat
if
and
somewhat
farts makes it
finicky,
feel
critical
claustrophobic.
intellect, and
The corrections
contributed a
officer
column
escorts
each
Gio to a
Friday
double
to
bunk
the
in the
book
back corner,
pages of the
all the way
London
across the
Review
room.
upon some
The women eye her
suitable
as she
volume
passes,
of
and she
biography
works to keep
or
a neutral
historical
expression on her
research.
face so no one will think she's
Indeed,
weak
these Wednesday
or hostile.
visits to Fleet
In
Street
here, one is just
and the
as
happy
bad as the
half
other.
hour he spent in the editor's
Gio
room
is aware that
fingering
she
the
looks a little
dozens of
different
books
than the rest
awaiting
of them.
review or
Her dark
chatting
hair
with
is
Ferrers
expensively
himself
highlighted.
made
She has
up the
perfect
high
teeth.
spots of
She
Mr.
doesn't have
Todhunter's
face
life.
tattoos, or any tattoos, for
It was
that
therefore
matter.
at this juncture
She's not
that
part of
Mr.
a gang on the
Todhunter,
outside,
following
nor
his
was she
usual
involved in
habit,
drugs.
decided to
And
consult
unlike the majority of her
views
fellow
of
inmates,
others.
this is her first
In
time
this case,
incarcerated
however,
anywhere.
the consultation must
She
be
might be dressed in the exact same
surreptitious.
grey prison scrubs
He
as
therefore
everyone else,
invited a
but she's
carefully
nothing like
selected
them,
group of
and
men
it shows.
to dinner, and over the
She's a
port
prison
cunningly
virgin,
introduced
and they
his
can
subject.
smell it on her.
The
This
unanimity
is you,
with which his
the guard
guests,
says flatly,
all of them men of
stopping at the
impeccable
double bunk.
correctitude, had settled
There's a
upon
sweatshirt on
murder
the top
as the
mattress,
solution
and
of his
two
problem,
tattered magazines
had come as
draped
a
on the
shock.
bottom bed.
And
Gio
Mr.
isn't sure which
Todhunter
bunk
was
is
not at all
unoccupied.
sure that the Reverend
Am I the
Jack
top or
Denny,
bottom?
that well-known
Gio
and
asks.
popular cricketing
The guard
parson,
shrugs and
would
turns
not
to
have
leave.
joined with the others
Don't know.
if he could have
Ask your
forgotten
bunkmate.
his cloth after another
large
round
white
of the
woman of
decanter
indiscernible
sufficiently
age,
to
somewhere
say
between
what
30
he
and
really
50
thought
is Gio's
as
best
a man.
guess. Waddles over.
Mr. Todhunter
The inmate
had been
has to weigh
shocked,
well over
but he'd
300
also
pounds,
been
and Gio
impressed.
catches a whiff of her sour
Murder had
body
never
odor as she
entered his head
approaches.
at all.
A messy
Some
bun of
vague
dry, bleached
deed
blonde
of an
hair is piled atop
unspecified
her head,
benevolent
showcasing
nature
3
had been
inches
in
of
his
dark
mind.
brown roots.
The only clear
She
thing
has no
being
visible
that it
neck.
must be of
What
benefit
used to be there
to
is
his
now
fellow
covered by a
creatures.
massive double
But now that
chin.
he came to consider
Her
it,
eyebrows are painted on in
murder
matching thin black
filled this
lines, and they
particular bill
furrow when she sees
quite
Gio.
admirably.
There are letters
The
tattooed on
removal
each one
of
of her
some
sausage
human
fingers.
menace to the peace
Her
or
right hand
happiness
spells
of the
out
world
funds.
would be a deed as
Her left
useful
hand
to
spells
mankind
out
as any.
over.
And what could be
Funds
more
over.
spectacular?
Indeed.
This being so, had
The woman
his
takes a
advisers
seat on
been
the bottom
right in
mattress.
recommending him
There's
to
a
steer
short metal
clear of
footlocker in
political
between each double bunk,
assassination?
and half a dozen photographs
Mr.
are taped to
Todhunter
the
may
door,
have been in the habit
showing
of
the woman when
consulting
she was
other
slightly
people
younger
before he
and
made up his
slightly
mind,
thinner.
but this does not
In
mean
one
that
of them,
his
a lean
subsequent
black man
decision
stands next to her, and beside
coincided
him is a
with
young
the
boy.
advice he received.
The boy is skinny like
Very
his
often
father,
he was
but his
convinced
round
in exactly
face is a
the
good blend
opposite
of
way.
the two of them, with
This,
large
of
brown
course, does not
eyes,
make the advice
soft
any
mocha
less
skin,
helpful.
and a grin full of
On this
oversized
very
teeth.
important matter,
All three
however,
look happy in
Mr.
the photo.
Todhunter found himself
Her
unable
bunkmate, intimidating
to
as
decide.
she might seem, is a mother.
There were excellent
Okay, then.
academic
Can't be
arguments.
so bad.
For an altruistic
I'm
murder,
Bernadette,
his
the
situation
inmate says.
was ideal.
Her voice is deep, with a
Indeed,
slight
in his
accent.
more glamorous
Something
moments,
Eastern
during the
European.
evenings, for instance,
Polish, perhaps,
sipping
or
very
Czech.
slowly his one glass
Sliding a
of
hand
port,
under the mattress,
which
she
in
pulls out a
defiance of his
bag of
doctor
licorice
he
whips.
continued to allow himself.
She doesn't offer Gio
Mr.
any, but she does
Todhunter
offer
was
something
able to see
resembling a
himself
smile.
as dedicated to a great
Everyone
cause.
calls me Bernie.
The man who could alter history.
Georgina, she
The
says,
ruthless
returning the
servant
smile.
of humanity.
Everyone calls me Gio.
That was most interesting
Welcome.
and a great comfort
Bernie
to a
looks
man
up
with
at
only
her,
a few
and
months
Gio can see
to
rings
live.
of dirt around her neck that were
But in
previously hidden in the
practice,
folds of her skin.
Well,
Since we're
murder
going to be
is
bunkmates,
a nasty
you should
business.
know I have 3 rules.
And when Mr. Todhunter remembered
Okay.
what a very
Gio's
nasty
still
business
standing,
it
holding her
was,
stuff,
he would
mainly
cast
because she's
around
not
once
sure
more
where
for
she
some
should
other
put it.
form of coup
Since
by
the
which he
woman
could
is sitting
benefit
on
his
the
fellow
bottom bunk,
creatures
she's
in a
assuming the top bunk
particularly
is for her.
striking way,
but the woman's sweatshirt is
and
still
he
on the
would
mattress.
not be able
She doesn't
to
dare
find
move it.
one.
1.
And so,
Don't eat my
by
food.
degrees,
Ever.
Mr. Todhunter
The
did
large
come
inmate
to
takes
accept
another bite of her licorice
the
whip,
idea
chewing with her
of
mouth
murder.
partially open.
It took
You
him
see
2
any
or 3
food
weeks,
lying on my
and his
bed that's
thoughts
not an
went
invitation
round
to
in
have
many
some.
circles
Don't even
before
ask
they came
me for
to
any.
rest.
Got it.
But once there,
2. I
they
snore.
remained.
Loud.
Murder?
You complain to the
It
guard
was to
about me
be.
like the last girl did, and I'll
Or
beat
rather,
your ass like I did
political
her.
assassination.
My snoring bothers you?
Well, on this point,
Get
too,
earplugs
Mr.
from
Todhunter had
commissary.
practically made up his mind.
No problem.
After all, as a
Gio
benefit
can't help
to
but think that it will be
mankind,
the
a
woman's
political
smell that will bother her
assassination,
more than
if one
anything
can find
else.
just the right
3,
candidate, is practically
I like the top
unbeatable.
bunk.
And there was
You
certainly no
sleep on the
lack of
bottom.
suitable candidates,
Really?
whether it came to rubbing
Gio
out
was surprised.
Hitler, or
She
bumping
thought
off
bottom bunks were
Mussolini, or
prized.
even putting
And besides,
Stalin
she
on
can't
the
imagine
spot.
the woman in all her weight
progress of
climbing up to the top
humanity
bunk every
would
time she needs
receive
to
an
lie down.
equal jolt
Yeah, the
forward.
air feels fresher up there.
Having
These
arrived
fuckers
thus
in
at
here
the
are
stage
always
of considering
farting and
himself
burping, and by
a
midnight it
dedicated
smells like a fucking
shotgun
toilet.
in the hand of
I got a
humanity,
sensitive nose,
Mr. Todhunter
Bernie
determined to
says,
take
and her
further
small,
advice.
mean eyes challenged
It was
Gio to
essential
disagree with her.
that he should not
You got
be
a
wasted.
problem with the
His
bottom
aim
bunk?
must be directed truly
Not at
and
all,
firmly
Gio
at the
says,
most worthy
wondering
objective.
if anyone's ever died from
It was
a top
necessary,
bunk
therefore,
collapsing.
to take the very best
Getting her
opinion
chest crushed in while
on
she's
the
sleeping
matter.
would be a hell of a way to go.
And considering the question
As if
in all
reading
its
her mind,
aspects,
Bernie says,
Mr.
"Don't
Todhunter
worry,
could
the
imagine
bed
no
won't
better
break,
opinion
if that's what you
than
were
that
thinking."
of Mr. A.W.
Gio shakes her head
Furs.
quickly.
He
I
therefore
wasn't
rang up
worried.
Mr. Chitterwick, who
First time
claimed some
in
slight
Hellwood?
acquaintance with Furs,
Her new bunkmate
and,
extracts another
with much
licorice root
cunning,
and stuffs half of
arranged
it
for an
into her mouth.
introduction to
Her
that
teeth are
gentleman.
red from the food coloring.
3
It
days
looks a
later,
little like blood.
the introduction materialized
Yes,
into an
Gio
invitation
says,
to take
figuring that it's
lunch
better to
with
be
Mr.
honest.
Furs at his
Any
club.
tips for me?
Mr.
The woman
Todhunter
shrugs.
accepted.
It's
with
not as bad
gratitude.
as people think it is. You get used to it.
Chapter 2.
This arrangement is a shit show,
Furs
She waved an enormous
rubbed
arm in the
his
general
massive
direction
head.
of the room.
but it gets better
Do
once
I
we get ourselves up.
understand, then,
I've
he
stayed
said,
all over.
carefully,
This place isn't
that
the best,
you
but
are
it's not the
offering
worst
to
either.
murder anyone whom
nods.
I recommend?
She doesn't ask what the woman did to get here.
She
heard it's
cackled
not
Mr.
polite.
Todhunter. Well,
Neither
if
would it
you
be
put
polite
it
to
so
ask the woman to
bluntly,
move so she could sit down on the
yes.
bed they already agreed was hers.
It's best,
Instead,
I think,
she
to have
points
these
to the
things quite
photos on the locker
plain.
door.
Oh,
family?
undoubtedly. Undoubtedly.
Bernie says, and finally grins.
Furs ate a
I
few
keep
more
those
mouthfuls
pictures there to
with a
remind me of
thoughtful
what I
air.
have to go home to.
Then he glanced round the
She
club
finally
dining
stands
room.
up, leaving
The
behind an
walls were still
indent on
there,
the mattress in the shape
elderly
of her
waiters,
ass and thighs.
the baron of beef on the coat table.
The sheets already
Everything
reek of
seemed
the woman's odor.
quite
But
normal.
Gio forces herself to return the
except
smile as
his
she finally
guest.
sets her things down on the bed.
Then
The metal frame
let me
groans
sum
as
up
Bernie
what you've
climbs
told me.
slowly up to the
You're
top bunk
suffering
and lies
from an
down.
incurable disease.
You got a man
You've only got a
waiting
few
for
more
you on the
months to
outside.
live, but you feel
I'm not actually
quite
sure.
fit. You want
the most
to use
truthful
the
answer she can
situation to do some
Hey,
good.
are we allowed
in
to use the
world,
phones?
Of a kind that a man in
Yep.
your position
Anytime
could
up till
hardly
30
do.
minutes before
and
lights out.
you've come to
Bernie
the
says.
conclusion
Down
that
the
a
hall,
judicious
near the
murder
bathrooms.
would best meet
Check in
the
with
case.
the guard before you try
Is
to
that
leave, though. They have to
correct?
buzz you out.
Well,
The women whisper
yes.
among themselves as
But
Gio
as I
makes her way to
told
the
you,
guard's
the
booth.
idea was not
But nobody
mine.
speaks to her.
I had a few men
She
to
wonders
dinner
if they're
a few
curious
weeks
because
ago
they've seen her
and
on
put
TV,
the case to
or
them,
because she's
of
new.
course in a hypothetical
Probably both.
way. Except for a
There's a
clergyman,
long line for
they
the
all
phones,
agreed
and the
on
CO
murder.
on duty informs her that she can
Yes.
talk for only 15
And now you
minutes at a
want
time
my
before she has to
advice
hang
whether
up
to
and
go
get back
out
in
to
line.
Germany and assassinate
Gio stands
Hitler.
for what feels like an hour
If
until
you'll
a
be
phone
so
frees up,
good.
then takes a deep breath
Very well, then.
and dials Andrew's cell
Don't.
number. The call
Don't.
rings 5 times and then goes to
Don't.
voicemail.
For one
Thinking
thing,
he might not
you'd
want to
never
pick
get
up
near
because he doesn't
him.
recognize the
For
number.
another,
She tries
you'd only
calling
make
him at
bad worse.
His assistant answers,
Hitler
which means
isn't
she had
nearly
to press
so
1 to
impossible
accept
as
the
his
charges.
successor might be.
Hi, Bonnie,
And the
Gio
same
says.
applies to Mussolini,
Andrew in?
Stalin, and
Miss
even
Shaw,
Sir Stafford
the assistant
Cripps.
says, sounding
In other words,
flustered.
keep off dictators,
Instantly, Gio knows
actual
that
or
everything has
potential.
changed. She's always been
Mr.
friendly with
Todhunter
Bonnie,
seemed
and not
inclined
once
to
since she
argue.
began dating Andrew has
Don't
the
you
woman
think
ever
that
addressed
the
her
man
by
that shot
anything other
Huey
than her first
Long
name.
did more good for
I'm
America
sorry, but
than
Mr. Shipp doesn't
Roosevelt
wish to
himself
speak
has?
to you.
Perhaps
Gio
I
closes
do.
her eyes.
And Sinclair Lewis
Miss
has pointed
Shaw.
the moral, but that was an
Mr.
isolated case.
She opens
The
her eyes
movement
again.
collapsed with Huey
told you to
Long's
say that?
removal.
Yes, ma'am, he
Hitlerism
did.
wouldn't
I'm
collapse
only
if
authorized
Hitler
to
were
speak to you
killed.
this one
In
time.
fact, the Jews in Germany
Gio
will
lets out
probably
a
find
breath,
themselves
slowly,
worse off
trying to
still.
gather her thoughts.
That,
When she
said
speaks
Mr.
again, her voice
Todhunter
is tight.
reluctantly, is
What
more
would
or
he
less
like
what
me
these
to do with
fellows
the ring?
said the other night.
Her engagement ring is now in a
They
box at
showed
her father's
signs.
house, along with all
By
her
the way,
other personal
Chitterwick
belongings, as
doesn't
her
know
house
all
is
you've been
currently for
telling me?
sale.
Oh,
Does he want me
no,
to have it
not
sent
a
to
thing.
him, or would he like to pick it
believed,
up?
like the others, that we were
He says
discussing
you
a
should send it here
supposititious
to the
case.
office. There's
Furs
a catch in the
permitted
assistant's
himself
voice,
to smile.
and Gio recognizes the
Don't
conversation
you
must
think
be equally
that if they'd
awkward for
known
her.
it was a real
Bonnie,
case,
Gio,
they
I
wouldn't
can't
have
speak to
advised
you.
murder quite
Bonnie's
so readily?
voice is hushed. I'm sorry,
Oh,
I
I'm
really
sure
am.
of
The company's
that.
going crazy.
Mr. Todhunter
We've been getting so many
grinned,
calls.
not without
Everyone
a
wants
touch
to know
of
if
malice.
Andrew has anything to say about his
He took a
former
very small
fiancée
sip
and
of
a VP of the
claret.
company being a
You
convicted
see,
murderer and the
it was
girlfriend
just
of a
because I
serial
knew
killer.
I shouldn't
But I
get
wasn't
a
convicted
genuine
for
opinion
it's what everyone
otherwise
thinks that
that I
matters,
pretended it
Bonnie
was
said.
a supposititious
Her voice
case.
is barely above a whisper.
Yes,
And you know how it is here,
quite so.
Gio.
And
Everybody's
Chitterwick
concerned about the
suspected
company's
nothing
reputation.
when
We've
you
had to
asked him
issue
for
a
the
press
introduction to
statement.
me.
What did it
Why
say?
should he suspect
When the
anything?
woman doesn't answer
I told
right
him
away,
I'd
Gio
always
says,
admired your
"Bonnie,
work and would like to
please
ask you to
tell
lunch
me."
and have a talk.
It says we do not
Instead of
condone
which you
or
very
support
kindly
you in any
asked
way,
me.
and that we're sympathetic to the victim's family.
Well, said
Andrew,
Furs, the thing I
Bonnie
don't
pauses.
understand is
Andrew wrote
why
it
the devil
himself.
you want my
I'm
advice
sorry.
at all. This is
He
the
paid
sort
my
of thing a
legal
man has to
fees.
worry out for
Gio's
himself.
voice, even to her
Why
own
ask me
ears,
to take
sounds
the
hollow.
responsibility of advising
I
you
know.
on anything
He
so
took some heat
crazy?
for that from his father, but you were his fiancée at
Mr.
the time.
Todhunter leaned across the table,
Gio, I'm sorry,
his
but
head
I have to hang up
poised in
now.
front of his
Bonnie
bony
sounds
shoulders,
genuinely
more
upset.
like that of a tortoise than
Please,
ever.
please don't call
I'll
here
tell
again.
you, he said
The
earnestly.
line goes dead.
Because I'd formed
So
the
that's it,
opinion
then?
that you aren't afraid
goodbye.
of responsibility.
No chance to explain
Nearly
or apologize.
everyone is.
Andrew
I am,
had ended it,
myself.
taking the
and
coward's
furthermore,
way out
I
by
believe
allowing
that
his
anything a
assistant
little
to deliver the
crazy,
blow.
as you describe
A 2-year
it,
relationship
might
over,
appeal
just like that.
to you.
She hangs the receiver in
Furs
its
gave
cradle,
a sudden
moving
shout of
aside for the
laughter,
next inmate.
startling a waiter.
Not quick enough, though.
By Jove,
Their shoulders
I
graze.
believe you're right there.
The woman's
too.
eyes narrow.
And thirdly,
She's smaller than Gio,
pursued
but
Mr.
there's no
Todhunter
fear in her
seriously,
face.
because
Watch
you're
it,
one of the
bitch.
few people I know
Sorry,
of who are
Gio
really
replies,
doing some
managing
good
to
in the
sound
world.
somewhat sincere, even though it was the other
Nonsense,
inmate who bumped into
Furs
her.
contradicted. There are
The
plenty of
last thing
people
she needs is a
working
fight, but
in
if the
a
woman
quiet
starts one,
way
she'll have no
without
choice
any
but to try and
thanks or
finish it.
recognition.
Otherwise, she
You'll
risks
be
being seen as
surprised.
weak. She's watched
I
enough
should,
TV to know that if she
said
gets
Mr.
her ass
Todhunter
kicked and a
dryly.
CO later asks her who did
In any
it,
case,
she can never,
I know
ever
through
say.
Chitterwick what you've
Tattling
been
to the
doing ever
guards about
since the
anything is a
war
giant
for
no-no.
the middleman's league.
In prison, the only thing
oppressed
lower than a
middle classes,
pedophile,
and
which
so
is
on.
pretty fucking
And I know
low,
how much
is a
solid
rat.
good you've done.
And if you're a
all
rat
these
once,
things like
you're a rat
insurance
forever.
for black coat
The other
workers
inmates
and
will
so on
never
that
trust
they've
you,
been putting
and
through
they'll make your
Parliament
life a
lately
living
are
hell.
chiefly due to you.
Bernie is in a
as
good mood when
Chitterwick
Gio
says.
returns.
So
She's still
you
stretched
seem
out
to
on the
me
top mattress,
the
a
obvious
mountain
person
of
to
woman.
advise me on my own
The package of
position
licorice
and
whips
tell me
is
if there's
empty,
any way I
the plastic
can
bag
use
dangling
it
off the edge
for
of
the
the bed.
general good.
She rolls over on her side,
That's
and
all
with Gio
nonsense,
standing,
of
they're
course.
pretty much eye to eye.
There are dozens of us working
Good
on this
phone
tack
call?
alone,
Bernie
and still
asks.
more trying to get things
asked
done
me
on
earlier if
sensible
I had a man.
lines for the unemployed.
I can now officially
There's
say I don't.
plenty of altruism
The
about
woman
still,
reaches
thank
forward
heaven.
and moves a lock of
For
hair
goodness
out of
knows
Gio's
how long
face.
it will last.
That's okay.
But as for your own
In here, we
case,
don't need them.
If you
There's
really
lots we can
want
do
me
without
to
them.
advise you,
Gio
yes,
moves away,
said
uneasy.
Mr. Todhunter eagerly.
She resists the urge to
Go
outwardly
off
shudder, but
and
inside
have as good
she
a time
feels
as
sick.
you can, and
The
forget
inmate
all
in the
about
next bunk
Hitler
glances over, and a look of what appears to be
else.
pity crosses her face
For
before
a
she
moment,
looks away again.
Mr. Todhunter looked
Or maybe Gio's
disappointed,
imagining it.
and his head drew back
Maybe
as
she's being
if into
paranoid.
its shell.
Nothing
Then
bad
once
happens
again,
that
it
night,
shot
or
forward.
the night after.
Yes,
even though
I
Gio
understand.
lies in bed for hours,
That's your
fists
advice.
and jaw
And now
clenched,
tell me what
anticipating the worst.
you'd do
Every
if
night
you were
before
in
she
my
falls
place.
asleep, she can't believe this is her life.
Ah, said Furs.
Every morning when she
That's
wakes up,
quite
she
different.
can't believe this is her
But
life.
I think if you don't
It's finally
mind
hit her.
that I won't.
That depression P.
After
Martin
all,
warned
I've
her
never
about.
met you before.
The overwhelming
have I?
feeling that
I'm
she
sure
doesn't truly
Chitterwick is
belong
quite
here,
right in all
that
he says
somewhere
of you,
along the
but
way
I
a
really
giant
can't put
mistake
myself
has
in the
been made,
position
is impossible
later
to shake.
of having been an accessory
And the cloak of
before
denial
the
isn't
fact.
protective at all. It doesn't help.
Mr. Todhunter sighed.
It suffocates her.
Yes,
It makes her
I
vulnerable.
quite see your point.
It feels
And
like
of
someone
course,
took her
the idea
life,
sounds
shattered it
quite
into small
fantastic.
pieces, and then put it back together,
It
all
was
messed
very
up.
good of you to
The
listen to
pieces
me
are
at all.
recognizable, but they're all in the wrong
Not
places.
at all. Most interesting.
On her third day in the big
You'll
room,
have
she
cheese,
notices her
won't
bunkmate
you?
is in an
The green
extra
cheddar
good mood.
here is usually quite
They go to
eatable.
dinner together
No,
that
thank
evening,
you. I'm
sitting across
afraid
from each other at a
cheese
table with 4
invariably
other women.
disagrees with me.
Bernie is chatty
Really?
with Gio and the other inmates.
That's a pity.
Talking up a storm
By the
about
way,
the
are
good
you
visit she had
interested
with her
in
son
cricket?
earlier that morning.
I was at Lord's
Every
last
time she
Wednesday,
laughs, she
and
places a hand
how
on Gio's
very
arm.
odd. So
seems
was I.
harmless enough.
A magnificent finish,
A woman
wasn't
with
it?
deep chocolate
And
skin and
that
in a close-cropped
reminds me,
afro
you
stares
and
at
I
Gio from a
once
nearby
played
table.
against each other.
There's no hostility in her
Is that
expression,
so?
just open curiosity.
Yes, I was in
The
the
other women at her table appear to
valetudinarian
defer
team
to
that
her,
came
and
down to
occasionally they look
Winchester
over too,
the year
murmuring
you
to
were
each other.
keeping wicket
Gio
during the
wonders
war.
what they see when they look at her.
The old crocs.
She knows she looks
Were you
white, but she's
really?
also aware that
I
her
remember that
ethnicity is
match
evident
very
if people
well.
are really looking for it.
Then you must have known
It's in the
Dick
caramel
Warburton.
undertone to her skin,
Very
the
well
slight
indeed.
almond shape of her eyes.
We went to Sherborne
Her hair,
the same
however,
year.
is straight.
Oh,
her
you
mother's
were
hair.
at Sherborne?
When
I've
Gio
got a young
finishes
cousin
eating,
there
the black
now.
woman meets her at the tray return.
Indeed? Which
The
house?
other women from her table stand behind her, a few
There are
feet away,
persons
not close enough
ill-informed
to hear their
and
conversation,
ignorant
but close
who
enough to
aver that a
react
public
if
school
anything
career
happens.
never
Her
did any
security
good
detail,
to
clearly.
anyone. How
you
wrong
black?
is this idea?
The woman asks.
Maybe gathered from the case of
There's
Mr.
almost a
Todhunter,
nobility in
which
the way
is
she
now
speaks.
being cited.
Her voice is rich,
For after
the
about 10
pronunciation
minutes
exact.
of this sort of thing,
Up
Mr.
close, her face
Todhunter,
is
reverting
beautiful,
to the
unlined and
main
smooth,
issue,
with high cheekbones.
posed his question
Her eyes are almost
once more.
black. One
Now,
eighth,
truthfully,
Gio
Furs,
says,
what
feeling
would
the
you
need
do
to be
in my
specific, though
place?
she doesn't bother to explain the rest
And
of
this
it.
time
I
he
see
received
you've
an
made friends
answer.
with Bernadette.
For Furs,
The woman glances over
mellowed
at
by
Bernie,
the
who's
public
still
school
eating at their
spirit,
table.
rubbed
Then
his
her gaze
massive head
returns
once
to
more,
Gio, her
and
eyes
delivered
roving over her
himself
skin, her
as
eyes,
follows.
her hair. They
Well,
call her the mammoth.
don't be influenced
explanation
by
is
anything
required.
I say,
We're not
but
friends.
I think that if
She's my
I
bunkmate.
were in your position,
The woman nods.
I should look round for
Let me know
someone
how that arrangement
who is
works
making
out for
life a
you.
burden
If it
to
doesn't,
half a dozen
perhaps we can
people,
get you
whether out of
reassigned.
malice or just wrong-headed.
Bernie's good mood continues
blackmailer,
after dinner,
say,
and Gio
or
is beginning to
some rich
understand that
old
her
bully
cellmate's
who
moods
will
are tied
neither
directly
die
to how
nor hand
recently
out a
she
dime
ate.
in advance to a
She's
pack of
talkative up until
semi-starving
lights out,
descendants.
telling Gio about the
And,
various prisons she's
well,
done
as I
time in,
said,
including
these
Oregon
things
and
don't
California.
bear talking about.
Drugs and theft, mainly.
Dear me,
Typical charges
this
for most
is
of the
very
women
odd,
here.
cried
A
Mr.
career
Todhunter,
criminal.
much struck.
You'd think
That's
after a
exactly
third conviction
what
she'd
those
find another
fellows
profession,
the other
but
night
that's not how a criminal's
advised.
mind works.
Well,
The doors to the big room always remain
Verb
open during the
sat,
day unless
no
there's
doubt.
a lockdown.
Zap.
But at lights out, the women are
Then
shut
he remembered
inside.
that his guest was a man under
If you need a
sentence
key, you
of
have to ask
death,
one of the guards
and
inside the booth
cancelled
who are likely to
the
be
grin.
sleeping or watching a movie.
As for all this
Gio lies
earnest
in
talk
bed and
about
fatigue
altruistic
overcomes her
murder,
instantly.
Furs never took a
She
word
hasn't
of
slept
it,
well since she's been
seriously.
here, and it's catching up with her.
And that is just where
Finally,
Furs made a
blissfully,
big mistake.
she falls asleep. It isn't until
2.
her bunkmate's sausage
For
fingers
Mr.
are deep
Todhunter
inside her
took
vagina
it
that she
very
wakes up.
seriously indeed.
Bernie is on top of her.
He had been
her
impressed by
exorbitant flesh
Furs
spilling
and was
over
ready to
Gio's
attach much
smaller
more
body
weight
like a
to his
giant
advice
water balloon,
than to the advice of his
skin
own
warm
friends,
and moist and
as indeed one
salty,
usually is
breath
in the case
reeking
of
like
strangers.
spoiled milk.
In any
Her
case,
beady
Mr.
eyes
Todhunter
resemble
now
raisins
abandoned
in a mound
political
of dough, and they stare
assassination
right
as his
through her.
gesture, and could
Bernie
they have known it,
smiles
no doubt
and
Hitler
licks
and
Gio's
Mussolini
face from
would
her
have
chin
breathed
to
more
her
freely
cheekbone.
in consequence.
In the dark of the big room,
But he
her
was still
tongue
a
looks
man
purple.
with a mission. The only
Bottom
problem
bunk.
now was to find an
This is
adequate
why.
subject
Easier
for
to
treatment.
rape someone. It's
How
difficult
that
to see their
treatment
bunk from
was
where
to
the
be
guards
applied,
booth is located at the
Mr.
other end of the
Todhunter
room.
did not for the moment
And
wish
to make matters
consider.
worse, Bernie has
From
tucked the
such
edges of her
gruesome
bedsheet under the
details,
upper
his
mattress
mind
so that it
shrank.
falls around Gio's bunk
Perhaps,
like a curtain.
too, his instinctive
If a CO
caution
glances over, all
kept
they'll
him from
see
a
is the
frank
sheet.
realization
It
of
gives
all the
Bernie enough time to
unpleasantness
get off
which
her and to
murder
insist that what they're doing
involves.
is mutual if the guard rips
Up to
the
this
sheet away.
point, Mr. Todhunter was
Punishment
regarding
for
the whole
consensual
thing
sex between
in an
inmates is a
entirely
stay in maximum
academic
security.
way, and the
They're
world
already
itself
in
remained to him
maximum
little
security.
more than a word.
Gio opens her mouth to
On the
scream,
other hand,
but Bernie
he did
is
go
ready
so
for
far
that,
as to
and the large
congratulate
woman
himself,
stuffs a sock
not
into her
without
mouth.
astonishment,
It isn't
upon the
necessary, though,
qualities
because
of
her
pluck
lungs are
and
already
decision
compressed.
which he must
The
possess
mammoth,
to have
well over
arrived
twice her
at
weight
such
and
a
3 times her
conclusion
width,
at all.
is suffocating her.
Qualities which
Panicked,
Mr.
she begins to
Todhunter
ride and
hitherto
kick
never
as best
dreamed
she can,
might
but
be
her bunkmate
his.
just
The
presses down
realization
harder,
that they
her
were
sour breath wafting into
gratified
Gio's
him
ears as
a
she
good
touches
deal.
herself. Do you
Academic
like
though
it?
Mr.
Does it
Todhunter's
feel
purpose
good?
might be, one
Get
thing
wet
he
for me,
realized
baby.
quite clearly, he
Barely
must
able to
have a
move,
victim.
Gio's hand swipes at the
Not
sheet,
without
but she
some
can't grasp
reluctance,
it well enough to tear it
Mr.
down.
Todhunter roused
She only
himself
manages
to
to
go
move it a little
forth
bit,
and
enough to
look
catch a
for
glimpse of the
one,
inmate in the next bunk
walking very
staring over.
carefully on account
After a second
of his
or two,
aneurysm.
the inmate looks away.
3.
Somehow, in a room full of women,
However
Gio
bravely
is
one may be
alone with her
determined to
attacker.
commit a helpful murder,
Unable to
it is
do
not so
anything, she has
easy
no
to find
choice
a
but to
victim.
lie still.
One cannot very well
Tears
approach
roll
one's
silently
friend
down the
and
sides
say,
of her face.
"Oh, look here, old fellow, can
minute
you tell
later,
me
Bernie
anyone who
grunts
ought
and
to be
rolls off,
murdered?
allowing
Because
Gio
I'm
to take
prepared to
several
do the
gasping
job."
breaths.
And even if one
Nobody
did,
can
the
see
chances are that
anything
the
in this
friend
corner,
would not
bitch,
be able to
her bunkmate
assist.
whispers,
After
straightening her
all,
clothes.
the number of people
Our
whom the
bunk
average
doesn't
person
show
would
on
like to
camera.
see murdered is
So all you
very
gotta do
small.
is say nothing,
And when these are
and I
winnowed
won't
down
have to
to the
kill
number
you.
who actually
But you
deserve
liked
murdering,
it, didn't you?
the result is
I
surprisingly
know you
often
did.
negative.
Geo lets out a
Inquiries,
loud
therefore,
sob,
have to be
cut short
exceedingly
when the mammoth
circumspect.
punches her in the face.
Mr. Todhunter's personal
Then she
feeling
removes the
was
sheet and
that a
climbs back
nice,
up to her
juicy
bed.
blackmailer would
Geo
suit the
places
bill
her pillow
best.
over her mouth so she can
But here
cry
again,
into it
there
without
are
being heard.
difficulties, for blackmailers
She doesn't
are
understand
elusive
any of
creatures.
this.
Unlike almost
Bernie
any other
is a
person
mother.
today, they seek
Her son's
no
picture is
publicity.
taped onto the
And if one
goddamned
asks
locker
one's
less
friends
than
point
2
blank
feet away.
whether by any chance
Geo lies in
they are
bed the
being
rest of the night,
blackmailed,
stinking of the
they
woman's
would almost
vinegary
certainly
sweat.
resent it.
Her legs squeezed
Mr.
together,
Todhunter did think
terrified
at one
that the
time
mammoth
that
will
he'd
come
got
back
on
into
the
her bed
track
again.
of a promising
She takes comfort in the
writer
loud
of anonymous
snores coming from
letters.
above.
But
It
the
means her
malice
bunkmate is
of the
sound
lady whom
asleep.
the victim roundly
Geo,
named
however,
as
does
their
not sleep.
author was directed
Just like she
against
didn't sleep
one
the last
person
time she was
alone,
raped all those
and
years
the
ago.
final proof rested in
She
the
knows
office
from
of the king's
experience that it
proctor,
takes a while
who
before
seemed
your
wishful
soul comes
to
back to you.
shield her.
And it takes
So, on
even
the whole,
longer before
Mr.
your
Todhunter
soul
thought he had
stops
better
bleeding.
not oblige. By the end of a month,
4.
Mr. Todhunter was becoming so worried that
The
several
next
times he
morning,
quite
Geo
forgot to
listlessly
take his
picks at her
digestive
soggy
tablets
oatmeal
after
and
a
burned
meal.
toast,
Here
as
he
her
was,
bunkmate
all
sits
ready to
across
commit
from her at the
murder,
table in
and
her
there was simply
usual
no
spot.
response to his
She starts her job in
unspoken
a hair
appeal.
salon today, which,
And
relatively
time
speaking, should
was
have been
getting
something
on.
to look forward to.
Soon he
But
would
all
be
she
so
wants
busy
is to find a
expecting to
quiet spot and
die at
hide.
any moment that he
If
would
Bernie
simply
was
have
in a
no
good
time
mood
to
yesterday,
spare
she's
for
in an
murdering.
even better mood today.
It was most disturbing.
Geo's managed to
In this
avoid making
dilemma,
eye contact
Mr.
up till now,
Todhunter
but
at
when their
last
eyes finally
decided,
meet, the
having
mammoth
thought it over
smiles.
for several hours, to invite
Not taking her eyes
Mr.
off Geo,
Chitterwick
Bernie
round for an
waggles her
evening's
fingers,
conversation.
then makes a show of putting them
and
to her nose
quietly
and inhaling
pump
deeply.
him.
Then she inserts her first and middle fingers
4.
into her mouth and sucks.
Even in July,
The women at their table
remarked
laugh at the
Mr.
obscene
Todhunter
gesture,
affably,
albeit nervously.
it's sometimes
Geo's
nice to
stomach
see
turns.
a fire.
Before she
Oh,
can stop herself,
certainly,
she
agreed
vomits
Mr.
into her
Chitterwick,
tray and all over
stretching
the
out
front of
his
her own
plump
shirt,
little legs to
and
the
learns that
blaze.
oatmeal looks exactly
The
the same
evenings
coming up
are
as it
really
does going
quite
down.
chilly.
Shit!
Mr. Todhunter,
The inmate sitting
prepared
beside her
to
jumps
be
out of her
cunning.
seat. You
I
disgusting
thought
bitch!
that was a highly interesting
corrections officer is at her
discussion we
side a
had
few
at
seconds
dinner
later.
last month.
Get up,
He
Shaw,
said, in a
he
careless
says,
voice.
his face a mask of revulsion as he
yes,
surveys the regurgitated
extremely.
oatmeal all over
About
Geo's
the
shirt and
pollination
pants.
of fruit trees.
Do you need to go to the
mean?
infirmary? What happened to your
Mr.
face?
Todhunter frowned.
Geo's
No,
cheekbone is purple from where
after
Bernie
that,
slammed her
about
fist into it a
murder.
few hours before.
Oh,
but it only
I
comprises a
see.
fraction of the pain she's
yes,
feeling.
of course.
She shakes her
yes.
head, still feeling
You
nauseated.
belong to a crime
The last thing she
circle,
wants is to be
don't
checked
you?
over by a nurse.
Yes, I
She absolutely
do.
does
We
not
have some
want to be
quite
touched.
distinguished members.
Everyone's eyes are
said
on
Mr.
her,
Chitterwick
including the
with
mammoths.
pride. Our
Just-
president's Roger
Just a
Sheringham,
shower,
you know.
I think. I'm
Oh,
fine.
yes.
Go straight to the bathroom.
Now,
Clean
I
yourself up.
expect, said
He speaks
Mr.
into his
Todhunter
shoulder
still
where his
more
walkie-talkie
carelessly, that in the
Janitorial
course
and
of your
chow hall
discussions
staff.
you hear of a good
Geo
many
leaves the
people
cafeteria,
who ought to be
humiliated,
murdered.
while the other inmates smirk.
Ought to
She doesn't
be
have to look at
murdered?
Bernie to know that her bunkmate
Yes.
is laughing along with the
You
others.
remember we were discussing last
She showers
month
by
people who
herself in a
ought
tiny
to be
stall
murdered.
with a ripped
I
curtain,
expect
wearing
you
her
come
rubber
across a good
flip-flops.
many.
The shower is cranked all the
No,
way up, but the
said
temperature
Mr.
never gets
Chitterwick
hotter than
in a
lukewarm,
puzzled voice.
and the water will shut
I
off in
don't think
8
we
minutes
do,
whether she's finished or
really.
not. Working
But you're
fast,
aware
she uses
of
her bar of
several
soap on both her hair
blackmailers,
and
no
her
doubt?
body, as someone's already stolen
No,
her shampoo.
I can't say that we
She
are.
scrubs her skin raw with her
Not even
fingernails.
any dope kings or
When the shower shuts
white
off, she opens the
slavers?
curtain a little and feels
asked
around on
Mr.
the outer wall
Todhunter
for her
a little
towel.
wildly.
It's not
Oh,
hanging
no,
where she left it.
nothing like that. We
She
only
pulls the curtain
discuss
open wider
murder,
and jumps
you
when
know.
she sees someone standing
You
there,
mean
leaning against the
murders
counter
that have been
across from the
committed
stall.
already?
Geo's towel
Yes,
is draped
of
over
course.
her arm.
Mr. Chitterwick looked
It's
surprised.
the black woman from the day before.
I see.
She has no
mumbled
entourage
Mr.
today.
Todhunter, much
They're alone in the
disappointed.
bathroom.
He looked
I'm Ella
gloomily
Frank,
at the fire.
she says. When Geo doesn't
Mr.
move,
Chitterwick
she holds out the
shifted
towel.
in his chair.
You must be
He
freezing.
had disappointed
Geo
his
is cold,
host,
but there's no way to
though he
reach
could
the
not
towel
quite
without
understand
stepping
how,
out of the shower.
and that
She
made
finally
him feel
does,
remorseful.
dripping wet, and the woman hands it to her.
Mr. Todhunter Hitler
Gio
was
wraps the
brooding
towel around
gloomily
herself
on
quickly,
Hitler
trembling.
once more,
But it's
as
not
the
just from
only
the
man
cool
whom
air.
he knew really to deserve
She's aware of Ella
being
Frank's
murdered.
reputation.
Or Mussolini,
Everyone in here
of
is,
course.
though up till this point,
Those
Gio didn't know
Abyssinians,
exactly which inmate
the
she was
Jews,
until the woman said
yes,
her name.
it would be a great gesture.
And now here they are, standing
Someone
in front
might
of each
even
other,
put a
and
statue
Gio
up
is
to him
practically
after he was
naked.
dead. That would
She
be
has
nice.
no weapons to stab with,
But his death
no
would
boots
probably
on her
come
feet
from
to kick
being
with.
trampled under
She
the
doesn't know
heavy
what this
boots
woman wants
of
from her, but she does
infuriated
know she can't handle
Nazis,
being
like
raped again.
that assassin
She'd rather
at
die.
Marseille. No,
I'm
that
not
would
going
not
to hurt you,
be so nice.
Ella Frank says. I'm
He
not
turned
the
back
mammoth.
to his guest.
Gio's throat closes up.
Don't you know a single person
I
who
have eyes
ought
and
to be
ears
murdered?
all over.
Asked Mr.
Why
Todhunter
didn't you say
with
anything to
disapproval.
me yesterday?
Well,
The words are out before Gio
no.
can stop them, and she
Mr.
winces
Chitwick
at their
had to
bluntness.
apologize.
It's
I'm
not my
afraid
job
I
to protect you.
don't.
Unless
He
you want it
wondered
to
why
be.
his host should
The
appear
woman
to set
fixes
so
her
much
gaze on
store
Gio.
by his acquaintance
It's
with
intense,
potential
unblinking.
murderees, but
They're
hardly
about the same
liked
size.
to ask.
If anything, the black woman is a bit thinner. But
Mr.
Gio has
Todhunter
no doubt
frowned
Ella
at him.
Frank could
He
kill
felt
her
that
without
Mr.
breaking a
Chitwick had
sweat.
accepted his invitation
You know
on
who
false
I am.
pretenses.
Gio
He felt,
nods,
too,
the full
that he
story
might just
coming
as well
back to her.
give the whole idea up.
In her media
now,
photos, as the wife
later.
of drug lord James
Mr.
Frank,
Todhunter
Ella was
was not
always
prepared to
impeccably
advertise
dressed with
his
long
services
black
in the
hair
daily
and bright
press
fuchsia
as a
lipstick.
benevolent murderer
The prison version
to
of
those
Ella Frank
in
is more
need.
subtle.
And short
The
of
weave is
some
gone,
such
the hair is
drastic
short,
step, it
the
seemed
lips
that
are
those
bare,
services
the
would
clothes
never
are
be
the
required.
same prison scrubs everyone
he
else
found
wears,
himself both
but she looks
relieved
just as dangerous.
and at the same time
It's in the way she stands,
curiously
the way she speaks, the
disappointed.
way she's looking at Gio now. Ella
5.
ran her husband's security team,
One
killing
goes
his
forth
perceived
to
enemies
seek
by shooting them in the head with the
and
small
finds
caliber
it
weapon
not.
she wore strapped
One
around her
returns
thigh.
home
She's
and
in for
finds
the
the
murder of
object
2
of one's
rivals.
search
The rumor
being
has it she's
handed
killed
to
at
one
least a
by some
dozen.
kind friend
And she's
on
no
a
less
platter.
powerful in here than she was on the outside.
It was on a Tuesday
Ella
evening
Frank is
that
responsible
Mr.
for almost
Todhunter
all the drugs
decided
that find their
on
way
the
into
failure
Hazelwood
of
on a
Mr.
regular
Chitwick
basis.
that he must abandon
Currently
his
embroiled in a
great
turf
plan.
battle with another drug dealer,
It was on the
she's
very
in a
next
situation that's getting
afternoon
ugly.
that Ferrers,
But unlike
the
most of the
literary
women in
editor of the
Hazelwood who'll be
London Review,
released at some point
handed
in the
him,
future,
in the most
Ella Frank is
casual
serving
way,
back-to-back life
exactly
sentences.
what he wanted.
She'll never get out.
While Mr.
She'll die
Todhunter had
in
been
here.
searching the highways
Which
and
means she
byways
has nothing
for a suitable
whatsoever to
victim,
lose.
it seemed that
This
one
makes
had
her
been
extremely
lurking
dangerous.
complacently all the time,
You're
right
Georgina Shaw,
in his path.
Ella says. I read about
It
you.
was a chance
Big-time
question of Mr.
executive on the
Todhunter's
outside.
which brought the matter
You
to
made
light.
a lot of money, I bet.
Before going to Ferrers' room
I spent
to
a lot of
select
money,
his
too.
book for
Ella
review,
laughed
he had
softly.
strolled down another
I feel you.
passage to pass the time
Life's
of
short.
day with an old
Might as
friend
well
of
enjoy
his
it
on
while
the
you
staff.
have it, am I right?
One of the leader
Her eyes are
writers, to
fixed
whom,
on
in
Gio's
point
face.
of fact,
The
Mr.
irises are
Todhunter's
so
own
dark that
slight
Gio can't see her
connection with the
pupils.
London Review was
So,
due.
Your
The man was
bunkmate
not
has
in his
taken a
room,
significant liking
and
to you.
there was another name
How do you
on the
feel
door.
about that?
By the way,
It's terrible,
said Mr.
Gio
Todhunter,
says.
when he had deposited
It
his
comes out a
ancient
whisper.
brown trilby hat on
Ella
a file of
nods.
newspapers in
I know
Ferrers' big
Bernadette
room
from another prison.
overlooking Fleet Street.
She must have creamed
By the
her
way,
double
is
XL underwear when you were
Ogilvy away
assigned to her
ill?
bunk.
He's
You're
not in
just
his
her
room.
type. White,
Ferrers looked
pretty,
up from the copy
classy.
he was cutting,
You
blue
understand
pencil
it will
in
keep
hand.
happening.
Ill?
Yes.
Not he.
This time the word comes out a
He is the
whimper.
latest to go.
I can
That's
make it
all.
stop, the black woman says,
To
her
go?
eyes never leaving
repeated
Gio's
Mr.
face.
Todhunter, mildly
I can
puzzled.
make it so that nobody
Sacked.
in here ever touches
Poor
you
old
again.
Ogilvy's been sacked,
Do you
to
want
put it
my
frankly.
help?
They handed him a
Gio
check for
closes
6
her
months'
eyes,
salary yesterday
knowing that the
and
next
told
word
him
she
to
says
clear
will
out.
change everything.
Ogilvy? Sacked?
My help isn't free.
Mr. Todhunter was shocked.
She opens her eyes again.
Ogilvy, with
I
his
know.
big head
Okay,
bulging with
Ella
solid
says and
brain,
smiles.
and his
I'll
calm,
take care of it.
penetrating pen,
You get
had always
dressed
seemed
now.
an integral part
But before
of the
I
London
go, allow
Review.
me to offer some advice,
Dear
woman
me.
to woman.
I thought he
Gio
was a
eyes the fresh
fixture
clothes
here.
folded on the counter beside Ella.
It's a damn
She
shame.
doesn't dare reach for them.
Ferrers,
It
usually
requires moving
discretion
closer.
in trousers,
Of course,
spoke with
she
unwonted
says.
heat. Just
Hold your
shot
head
him out
high,
like that.
Ella says. Carry
One of the
yourself
fiction
like you run
reviewers
the
was
place.
turning over a huge
Don't
pile
back
of new
down
novels
from
on a
anybody.
table by the window.
The way you look,
Why?
with your pretty white
he
girl
asked.
hair and your
Oh,
pretty
these
white girl
blasted
face.
internal politics.
never going
Too
to be
complicated
invisible
for
in
you to understand,
Not after
young
what you did on
fellow.
the outside.
The fiction
So own
reviewer,
it.
who happened to be 3
Someone
months
gets in your
older
face,
than
you
his
cut a
literary
bitch.
editor,
You understand
grinned
me?
amiably.
I can and
Sorry,
will protect
boss.
you, but I could get
He was
shanked
under the
tomorrow.
delusion that Ferrers
And then
disliked
where will you
being
be?
called boss.
Gio nods.
Look here,
I understand.
asked Mr.
Thank
Todhunter,
you.
about Ogilvy.
Ella
Why
hands
did you
Gio
say
her
he had to
clothes.
go?
As she reaches for them. The towel
Internal
slips, and suddenly she's
reorganization,
naked again.
boy.
The towel
Internal
slips, and
reorganization,
suddenly she's naked
my
again.
boy, Ferris
The other
told
woman's
him
eyes
bitterly.
flicker up and down her
And
body.
do you know what that means?
She chuckles. Yeah,
No,
you're beautiful.
said Mr. Todhunter.
But you're not my type.
Well, So far as I can
dead.
make out, it means sack
dresses
all the men
hastily.
with any guts
One of my
and
girls
retain
will
the
find you in the hair
spittle
salon
lickers.
later, Ella
That's
says.
a fine thing for a
When
paper
she
like this,
does,
isn't it?
You give her what
Fellows
she
was
asks
genuinely
for.
proud of the London Review and its reputation
hours
for
pass
solid,
before someone approaches her in the
old-fashioned
hair
dignity, honesty, and
Gio
decorum,
recognizes her as one of the women
which
on
she had
Ella's
fought
security
hard
detail.
to maintain,
She
even
gives
after
the
the
woman what
weekly
she
had passed
asked
into
for,
the control
keeping
of
one eye on the camera mounted on the
Consolidated
ceiling.
Periodicals Limited.
Don't worry about it,
who are
the
now
woman
its
says.
unworthy
The guard who's
owners.
supposed to be watching the
But
monitor
what
is
will Ogilvy do?
distracted.
God knows.
Less than a
He's
half
got a
hour
wife
later,
and
the woman's
family
back.
to look after
I
somehow.
rinse them, but get some bleach on
I
it, she says.
suppose,
And
said
they
Mr.
were never out
Todhunter,
of your
now
sight, you
much
understand?
worried that he'll get
Gio
a job
understands.
somewhere else.
An hour after
without
that, while
much
she's in the chow
difficulty.
hall eating lunch,
Well,
the prison goes on
I
lockdown.
doubt it. He's no chicken,
Bernadette
old Ogilvy.
Novotny,
Besides,
also
it doesn't
known
do
as
a
the
man any
Mammoth,
good to be sacked from
dead.
Consolidated Periodicals.
News
Remember
spreads
that,
like
by the
wildfire
way,
in prison.
young fellow.
Bernie
added
was found in the
Fellas
prison
to the
laundry
fiction
behind the
reviewer.
steam press.
You pay me
There's
a
no
little
question how it
more, and I
happened.
wouldn't give you so many
Multiple
chances,
stab wounds punctured her
retorted
carotid
the fiction
artery.
reviewer.
She would have bled out
What's
in
the good of
seconds.
paying you any more? You
Gio
never
lies
write
on
the
floor
kind
with
of
her hands
reviews
beside her
I
head,
want.
alongside the other inmates
If you
in the
mean
chow hall.
write a column
The
of
guards are
unctuous
searching for the murder
praise
weapon
every
and pulling
week
Bernie's
on behalf
known
of your
enemies,
biggest
of which there are
advertisers,
many,
all
into the
full of
office for
nice,
questioning.
fat,
But
quotable
they won't solve
sentences.
this.
No, I
The
wouldn't.
shears that
said
Gio
the
gave
other
to Ella's
nastily.
associate were bleached
I've told you
clean
before,
and locked
I'm
back
not
in the
that
drawer
kind
before
of
she
reviewer.
left for lunch, by the same
I've
CO who
told
signed them
you
out to her
before,
earlier that
young
morning.
fellow, that you'll come
Over
to
the
a
course of
bad
the day,
end.
with no other leads,
You have
the
to
guards
take
question
things as
women
you
in the big
find
room, one
them
by
in
one.
this world.
They start with Gio, since
The
it was her
reviewer
bunkmate
made a
who
rude
died.
noise and
She says
turned
the same
back
thing everyone
to
else
his
will say.
novels.
She saw nothing, heard
Mr.
nothing,
Todhunter
and has
opened
no
the
idea
doors
who might
of
have
the
done
big
it.
bookcase
She
in
ignors
which
the
the
looks and
non-fiction
whispers from
books
the
were
other
kept.
inmates, and for
Now,
a
for
brief
once, his
moment
eye
considers
did
pointing the
not
finger at the
light
woman in
up.
the next bunk over,
He was
who
one
knew
of those
Gio was being
unfortunate
raped
people
and did
who,
nothing.
against all reason,
She
feel a
decides
kind
against
of responsibility
positions
for
been
those in
reversed,
distress
Gio
or
might have done
trouble.
the same thing.
And the present plight and
Later in the day,
future
the body is
predicament
finally
of
moved.
Ogilvy
The
were
lockdown is
worrying
lifted,
him already.
and life in prison returns to
Mr.
normal.
Todhunter felt that he ought
But
to
now
do
it's a new
something
normal.
about it.
With the bunk above
It was
her empty,
Armstrong
Gio
who dismissed
sleeps.
Ogilvy?
For the
he
first
asked,
time since she's
turning
been at
back to
Hellwood,
Ferrers.
she sleeps a full
Armstrong
8
was the new
hours.
managing editor of
The
Consolidated
next morning at breakfast,
Periodicals
Ella
Limited.
Frank sits down at her table
Ferrers,
in the chow
who
hall.
got busy with his
She
blue
smiles
pencil
at
again,
Gio.
looked up
Gio
patiently.
smiles back.
Armstrong?
They sit across from each other like two old friends,
He's got
eating their
no say in
overcooked
that kind of
sausage
thing
and
at
rubbery
present.
eggs. How's it
Lord
going,
Felix
Georgina?
Bourne, then?
Ella asks pleasantly.
Lord Felix Bourne
You look
was
rested.
the owner.
I slept
No,
well, she
it
answered.
was...
And my friends call
Oh,
me Gio.
well, I suppose I ought not
Ella
to talk
chuckles.
about it.
So we're friends
But
now?
it's a dirty
And here I
business.
thought we had a simple
Any
business
chance
deal.
of you being next,
I perform a
Ferrers?
service.
Asked
You
the fiction
perform a
reviewer.
service.
I mean,
Quid pro
it would be
quo.
rather jolly if we
That's
could
how
have
it
a
works in
literary
here.
editor who'd let me
What if
say
this was
just
more than
once a
just a
month or
business
so that a
transaction?
novel is
Gio
bad
asks.
when it is.
She has no intention of sticking
You
drugs
say
up her ass
what
or
you
being
like,
part of the woman's
don't
security
you?
squad.
I don't interfere
What if
with
we
you.
become
No,
business
you merely
associates?
cut out all my best
You
bits.
have a business to run, and
The fiction
I'm a
reviewer
businesswoman.
strolled across the room and
If you
stood
recall, I was
behind
pretty
his
good at my
editor's
last
shoulder.
job.
He uttered
One
a
of my
wail of
responsibilities, and
despair
perhaps the
and
most important one,
stabbed
was
at the copy
maximizing
on the
profit.
desk.
I think you
Oh,
and I
my
could work well
lord, you
together.
haven't cut that
I think you already
paragraph,
know
have
that,
you?
actually.
But good
Otherwise
heavens,
you
man,
wouldn't have bothered
why?
helping me in the
It
first
isn't even
place.
rude. It only
The other
amounts to
woman's
saying
smile
that...
makes her look younger.
Listen,
Softer.
Todhunter, this is
But her
what
voice,
Byles
as mellifluous
written.
as it is
If
still
this were
laced with
Mr.
steel.
Firkin's first
You learn
novel,
fast,
there might be
G.
some excuse for this
And it's an
turgid
attractive
spate
offer.
of words,
But you forgot one
curdled
thing.
with cliches
I
like
don't
cream
need
with
you.
clots. For
It's
it might
Gio's
only
turn
mean
to
that he had
smile.
not thought it necessary
kids,
to find
right?
out how to handle his
Excuse
tools
me?
before
Ella's
using
voice
them.
hardened.
But by
Have you ever
his
thought about
sixth
starting a college
attempt,
fund for them?
Mr.
Gio
Firkin
speaks
should at
fast
least have
before Ella
learned
goes
his
ballistic.
English grammar.
She's on dangerous
For the rest,
ground.
if there is
Even
any
mentioning
meaning
another
hidden
woman's
away
children
under
could
the
get you killed in
deluge of
here.
his verbosity,
I know they're little now,
I
but I bet
could
they're
not
smart.
find it.
What if they want to go to
Perhaps
college
those
one
of
day?
my colleagues
Student
who,
loans can be
impressed
crippling.
no doubt by
I
Mr.
can help with
Firkin's
that.
powers of drooling
pauses to let
on
what
to
she's
any given
said
length
sink in.
without saying
There's no
anything
reason your
at all,
family can't thrive
and bestow
financially
such
in a
generous
legitimate
praise
way.
on his earlier
I can
books
help you
will
create a nest
oblige
egg
with
for
an
them.
explanation
Something they
of
can build on
why
when they're
this
growing.
one should ever
Ella's
have been
dark eyes
written.
appraise her,
Nor
searching for
is
any
that a
indication that
secret
Gio was trying to
known
bullshit
only
her.
to Mr.
Finding
Firkin's
none,
publishers.
she finally says, "Okay,
And he
I'm
says,
listening."
it isn't even rude.
They talk for the remainder of
What
breakfast.
would you do in my place?
When Gio gets back to her bunk
Mr.
after her work
Todhunter
shift later
gave his
that day,
deprecating,
her hygiene
almost
bin,
guilty
which she
little
forgot to stow
smile.
away after her shower that
Perhaps
morning, is
it
still
is
on her bed
a
where she
little
left it.
outspoken.
For once, nobody
I'll
touched
say
it.
it is,
Shampoo,
agreed Ferrers,
toothpaste,
and drew
even a
two
new bar
more
of
large
soap.
blue crosses
all there.
over the offending
A guard
paragraph.
finds her a few minutes
The
later.
reviewer, a man of
Shaw, you're being
violent passion,
transferred, she
stamped
barks.
with rage.
Gio frowns.
I can't understand
Where
you.
to?
Damn it,
Private
Todhunter,
cell.
you
One
ought to
just
back me
opened
up. Of course it's
How?
outspoken.
I thought the other
and why the
units
hell
were full
shouldn't
due
it
to the
be?
construction.
It's time something like that
The
was said
CO
about
raises an
Firkin.
eyebrow.
The man's
You want
reputation
it
is
or not?
absurdly inflated.
Get your shit and meet
He's
me in the
not
hallway.
good at all. Damn it.
Once again,
He's
Gio
bad.
collects her
And he
things.
gets all this sickening
As she makes her way out of
praise
the big
because
room
half
for
the
the last
reviewers
time,
can't be
her
bothered to
fellow
plough
inmates
through
move
his
out of
stuff
the
at
way.
all, and so
A few
find
of
it
the women
easier
even
to
avert their
praise
eyes
than
after making eye
criticise.
contact.
And the other half
It's a
really
sign
do
of
think
deference.
that inordinate
A sign of
length
respect.
is a sign of genius,
In the
instead
real
of being
world,
impressed
you
as
earned
they
it through
should be
hard
by a
work,
man who can say just
admiration,
twice as
loyalty,
much
and
in a
sometimes
quarter
love.
of the space.
In prison,
Or else
there
they
was
know
only
that the
one
public
way.
likes value for its
You earned
money and
respect
confuse
through
value
fear.
with verbiage.
In her
Damn
new
it.
private
It's
cell,
time someone
Gio
pricked
finds a
the
cell
bubble,
phone tucked under
isn't
her
it?
mattress. Just where
That's
Emma
all
Frank
very
said it would be.
well, young fellow, replied Ferrers, unperturbed by this
5.
outburst. But there are ways of
The letter
pricking
looks
it
innocent enough
without
from the
using
outside.
an axe. After
Plain
all,
blue
you
envelope
don't need
with
a
her
butcher's
name, DOC
cleaver
number,
to burst
and
a
the address
bubble.
of Hazelwood
If I
Correctional
printed that,
Institute written
I
in
should get a
neat,
dozen
even
letters from dear
The
old
name and
ladies
return
the
address
next
is one
morning,
Gio doesn't
saying how
recognize.
unfair it is to
She opens
attack
the
poor
envelope,
Mr.
which contains a
Firkin's
single
book
sheet of
that he'd
matching
worked so
blue paper,
hard to
folded
write
carefully,
when
and
he'd
more
never
of
done
that neat
anything to
handwriting.
you. And can't I
begins
get
to
a
read.
reviewer with no axe of his
30
own to
seconds
grind?
later, the letter is stuffed
But I
back
haven't any
inside its
axe to
envelope,
grind,
and the envelope
phoned
is shoved
the
into the
reviewer.
middle of a book that she's read
I
twice
know
already.
that,
The book is then
soothed
placed on the
Ferrers.
shelf above her
But
desk,
they don't.
never to be touched again.
Mr. Todhunter
She looks down
picked
at her
a book
hands.
almost at random
They're
from
shaking.
the shelves and
He wrote
crept
to her.
out of the
God
room.
damn it.
As he
The
went,
memories threaten
he
to
heard
flood
Mr.
in,
Byles'
to break the barrier
excited
that Gio
voice
has spent
behind
years
him.
constructing around her
Very
head.
well,
and her
I
heart.
resign.
She
Curse
doesn't
your
want to think
old
about
ladies. I don't care
It's
a
always
hoot
been so
about
much
them.
easier
If
to
you won't let
pretend
me
he's not
review
out there
honestly,
somewhere.
I resign.
Her ability to compartmentalize the
Mr.
different pieces of
Todhunter
her
was
life is the only
not
fucking reason
impressed.
she's sane.
Mr. Byles
No.
resigned
No,
with fair
no,
regularity
no. God
every
damn
Wednesday
it.
afternoon if he happened
She
to see
feels
his
something
copy
on her
in
face and
process of
touches
being
it,
cut.
and is shocked to discover
If not,
that she's
he
crying.
forgot what he had written
damn
and
it.
remained happy.
Bad
In any
time.
case, the difficulty
The inmate from the
pleaded
cell
so
next door is
feelingly
standing in
by
her open
Ferrers
doorway,
of finding
watching her
another
with a concerned
reviewer
expression.
worthy of the London
The older woman
Review
is in her
at
late
such
50s,
short
a
notice
sprite of a lady
invariably
with bright
caused Mr.
burgundy
Byles
curls and an
to soften
expressive
his
mouth
heart
that's always
and
laughing,
agree to
eating,
remain
or
for
cussing.
just one
Sometimes all
more
three
week.
at the same time.
And the
Ella
process
Frank
was
might
then
be Gio's
repeated
business
all
associate,
over again.
but Kat Bonaducci is
The
Gio's
first
friend.
requisite for a
The first
literary
real
editor
girlfriend she's had
is
in a long
tact.
time.
The second
The last
and
one was
third
Angela.
are tact.
Kind of,
too.
Gio says, but she waves her in. What's up?
6.
I want to take a new picture.
Mr. Todhunter was
For the
acting
pen
with
pal thing I
unusual
told you about.
cunning.
Can you
He
do my
wanted
hair?
to find out
She
more
holds
about
up a box of
Ogilvy's
nice and easy
dismissal,
hair color.
and though
The only kind
Ferrers
you can
would not
purchase
tell
from
him,
commissary.
Mr. Todhunter thought he knew where
Right,
he
a prisoner?
might pick up a little
You sure it's
gossip.
not really called date a
He therefore
prisoner?
made his way to the
Gio wipes her
assistant
eyes.
editor's room.
Sure. I have a
Leslie
bit of time before
Wilson
my first
was
appointment.
a sociable young man
Kat follows
with
Gio
literary
out of the
intentions
cell.
of his own.
They buzz
He
to
shared
be
a
let out
room
and
with
head down
the
to the
musical
education wing
editor,
where the prison hair
but
salon
the
is
latter was
located.
rarely in it.
Kat also
To
brings her
Mr.
small bag
Todhunter's
of
invitation
cosmetics.
that he should come and
She'll
drink
probably
a cup
ask
of
for help
tea
with her
in the
makeup,
restaurant
too.
at the top of the
Inmates
building,
are technically
he
allowed only
agreed
6
with
makeup items
pleased
each,
promptitude.
but it's a moronic rule
Young
that the
Wilson
prison never
had
enforces.
respect for a
The better
few
women
people
look, the
outside
better they
Ferrers
feel.
and the
The
editorial
better they
chief,
feel, the
but
higher the
Mr.
overall morale.
Todhunter, with his
And when morale
slightly
is high,
spinsterish
incidents of
manners
violence are
and
low.
donnish mind,
The
had always
salon is really
impressed
just a
him.
small, plain
Though
room with a
Mr.
wash sink,
Todhunter
chair,
was by way
small
of
desk, and
being
mirror.
alarmed himself.
Inmates have to
before
buy their own hair
Wilson's
color from
competence
commissary,
and
Gio only
would
has
have been
access
much
to the shears
astonished
after a
to hear
CO
it.
unlocks the drawer and signs them out.
They took the lift,
She opens the
and
box
Mr.
of nice
Hunter
and easy and
disposed
starts
his
mixing
lightly
Kat's
covered
color.
bones on
What's
a
going
hard
on with
chair.
you? Kat asked,
To the waitress,
as Gio
he
begins
was
to apply
firm
the hair color
upon
to
the
her
matter
friend's
of
gray
China
roots.
tea,
Were you
with
crying?
so many spoonfuls
Gio
to
doesn't
the
answer.
pot, and no more.
She doesn't want to talk about the
Wilson
letter.
professed his
The
eagerness
past
to
needs
eat
to
and
stay in
drink
the past.
exactly
It's the
what
only way
Mr.
to keep
Todd
moving
Hunter
forward.
thought of eating and drinking.
Maybe. Now
They
shut up
then
and let me work
discussed
my
the
magic.
book pages.
You
for
never did
8
tell me how you
minutes.
got so good at doing hair
At the
and
end of
makeup,
that time,
Kat
Mr.
says,
Todd Hunter
closing her eyes
introduced
as
the name
Gio
of
works.
Ogilvy and was
The fumes are
gratified to
strong.
notice a distinct
I thought you had a desk
reaction
job on the
the part
outside.
of his companion.
I went to beauty school for
That's
a
a
year.
damn shame,
In between college and my
said young
master's
Wilson
degree.
hotly.
You're shitting me.
Yes,
Gio
but
smiled.
what is the cause
That's
of
the
his being
exact same thing my
dismissed so
dad said.
unexpectedly?
When I told him after
Mr.
graduation that
Todhunter
I'd enrolled
pulled
at
out
the Emerald
tea
Beauty
with
Academy,
care
he thought I was
and
joking.
pushed the sugar basin across
He thought
to
it would
his
be a waste of
guest.
time.
It was early,
Actually,
and the
the
two had
exact
the
thing
room
Walter
to
Shaw had
themselves.
said to her was,
I should
beauty
have
school
thought he
is for
was
people
such
who
a
can't get into
competent
college,
man.
Georgina. You
He
have a
is
degree,
competent.
for Christ's
One of the best
sakes.
leader writers
and you're
we've ever
attending a
had.
school that takes
Well,
high
that
school
hasn't anything
dropouts?
to do with his going.
But she doesn't want to say this to
Dear
Kat,
me.
who never finished
Then
high
what
school.
had?
It was fun,
Oh, it's
she
all
says
part
instead.
and parcel of the
I
same
spent
game.
5 days a week learning everything
but
there
we
was
got
to
the
learn about
boot,
makeup and
because
hair.
he wouldn't knuckle under
After
to
that,
Fisher.
I landed an internship at Ship
Fisher?
Pharmaceuticals, and
I
the rest,
don't
as
think
they
I've heard
say,
of
is
him
history.
before. Who is
They have
he?
an MBA reimbursement
He's
program,
a
so I took
nasty
advantage of
piece
it and worked my way up.
replied the assistant
Telling
literary
Kat the
editor
story makes her think
without
of Andrew.
discretion.
It's been 2
As
months,
nasty as
and her
they make him.
ex-fiancé's name
His
is still
real
on her
name's
approved visitors
Fishman,
list. She
American
never
German
bothered to take it
Jew,
off.
with a dash of
It
anything
means
else
going down to the
unpleasant
visitor's
thrown in.
office and telling them
And
to
he's
remove
just
his
making
name.
merry hell of
And
this
Andrew
place.
Ship, bless
In
his
response
rich,
to
white,
Mr.
and titled
Todhunter's
ass,
inquiries,
doesn't deserve
Wilson
the
told
ounce of energy
the
that
whole
would take.
story.
Not that she wishes
It
him
was
ill.
not a nice
She just
one.
doesn't wish him anything at all.
The London
Her dad
Review
always
had
said that
recently
you only get
passed
one
out
real
of the
chance at
hands
love.
of kindly
And if that was true,
tolerant old Sir
Gio
John
had wasted
Verney
hers at the age
into
of
those
16
of Lord Felix
on a boyfriend who
the
turned
chairman
out to
of
be a serial
Consolidated
killer known as the
Periodicals
Sweet Bay
Limited.
Strangler.
Lord Felix Bourne believed
She
in
remembers
pep
thinking it was
and
such a
vim,
silly name when
but he had
Kaiser
the sense
Brody
to realise
first
that
told
one
her
of the
about it
London
the day he'd
Review's
come to
greatest
arrest her.
assets
They were
was
sitting
its
across
freedom
from each
from
other
the
in the
prevalent
interrogation room at
vulgarity
Seattle
of
PD.
the English press.
Fred Argent,
and he
the head of
approved
Ship's
its old
in-house counsel, was
policy,
seated
which
beside
had
her,
been to keep a
way
course
out of his depth
between
as
the
Kaiser
pompous
explained what her old
tediousness of the
boyfriend Calvin
Spectator
James had
and
done.
that tone of
It
common
didn't sound so silly
pertness,
anymore.
which is the popular press's version
Fred had
of
said,
the American
looking every
tabloids.
inch the corporate attorney he was
Indeed,
trained
Lord
to be.
Felix
Late
Bourne
50s,
quite
white, and
understood that
completely
it was
outraged
just
at the
this
thought that one of
policy
Ship's own
which
was being
gave
treated
the
like a
London
common
Review
criminal.
the surprisingly
I
large
thought you were arresting
circulation
Miss
it
Shaw
had,
for the murder
for
of
it
someone
attracted
named
as its
Angela
readers
Wong.
most of those whose
We are.
minds still
But
remained
that's not the only
decent
crime
and
Calvin
who are
James
yet
has been charged
bored
with,
by too
Kaiser
solemn
said.
a tone
He's
at their
murdered
Saturday
3 other women
breakfast
that we
tables.
know of over the past decade.
But this was not enough for
Gio
Lord
drew
Felix
in a
Bourne.
sharp breath.
The policy was
Immediately,
to continue,
Fred leaned over to whisper
but
in
the
her
men
ear.
who had made it
His breath
were
was
to
rank
go,
with stale
or
whiskey.
reform.
It was no big secret that
There
the
was a
old lawyer
saying
kept a
in
bottle
Fleet
of Jack
Street
Daniels
that
in
an
his desk
appointment
drawer.
on the London Review
He'd probably
meant
taken
a
a couple
job
of
for
shots
life.
before meeting her here.
No one was ever
I've
sacked.
called Daniel Attenborough,
Few
the
reprimands
best criminal
were ever
defense attorney in
administered.
Seattle.
The staff
He'll be here
was
shortly.
trusted.
Andrew said not to
It was
worry
this
about anything. He'll
condition of
cover all the
affairs that
expenses
the
out
new
of his
proprietor
personal account.
wished to change.
In the meantime, say
Lord
nothing,
Felix Bourne
okay?
had found that the threat of
Gio
instant
nodded.
dismissal
Kaiser
at
was
the
watching
first
the two of them with
smallest
amusement.
error
Then he
kept a
opened the manila
journalist
file folder
on
on the
his
table and
toes.
pulled out the photos.
He was a kind man,
2 of them, both 8 by
but he
10s,
believed
full
sincerely
color.
that his toes
Keeping them
were the
side by
members on which
side,
a
he pushed them
journalist
across the
should
table.
be, not on any other
Angela
more
Wong,
comfortable
he said.
part of his anatomy.
Fred Argent looked at the photos
He
and
had made a
blanched,
speech to this
his eyes
effect
darting
to the
back and
staff
forth
of the
between the 2
London Review
pictures several
when he
times.
first took over control.
Gio glanced
That
down,
a serious
drew
weekly
in another breath,
is
and then
not the
averted
same
her
as a
gaze.
daily newspaper.
It was
did not
exactly
seem
as
to have
horrific as she
occurred
imagined
to
it would
him.
be.
My
The staff
God.
of the London
The lawyer
Review
put a hand
had
over
not
his
been
mouth.
seriously
Is that-
perturbed.
He
They
didn't
knew
finish
their
the sentence.
jobs, and they knew
He
too
couldn't.
that they did them as
Fred
well
spent
as
most
the
of his day
staff
in a
of any
cushy
other
office,
weekly journal.
drafting contracts,
and in
reading
the general
fine
opinion,
print, and
a good
discussing the
deal
legal
better.
aspects of the pharmaceutical
Proprietors
business.
liked to let off a little
looked
hot air
positively traumatized.
occasionally, but the
Then
circulation
again,
was
a
going
photograph
up
of a pile
steadily.
of human
The
bones
paper
and
had as
tattered
good a
clothing would
reputation as
traumatize
any
anyone.
in Europe. Earthquakes
purse
might
was
happen
buried
in
with her,
Patagonia,
Kaiser said,
but
speaking
not
to Gio.
in the serene
It contained her
offices
driver's
of the
license
London
and her
Review.
high school ID card.
The
Also
staff
her camera.
were wrong.
There's no doubt it's her.
Lord Felix Bourne
Gio
was
said
a
nothing.
kindly man,
Remember
and
that
it would have
camera?
distressed him
Kaiser
very much to
smiled.
carry out the
Some
purging
fancy thing her dad won in a
himself.
golf tournament?
He therefore
Small,
imported
but not
Mr.
digital.
Isidore
They didn't
Fishman
really have
at
digital cameras
considerable
for the
expense
consumer back
from from the United
It was a
States
35
and
millimeter.
gave him full
She was always
powers
buying film
to
at
do
the
it
7-Eleven.
instead.
Always carrying it
The whole
around, taking
of
pictures of
Consolidated
everything.
Periodicals Limited
Remember?
was placed
Gio
at his
remembered.
mercy.
The film was
Mr. Fishman
preserved
showed
inside
his
the
mettle
camera from
before
that
he had
night,
been in the place
Kaiser
a
said.
week by
We got the
sacking
pictures
the
developed.
editor of the
Wanna
London
see?
Review,
You and I
himself.
are in a whole bunch of them. It's
Young
a real
Wilson
blast
was
from the
quite
past.
fair. He admitted
Internally,
handsomely
Geo
that it
shook
had
her
been
head
quite
rapidly.
time old Vincent
Externally,
retired.
she didn't blink.
He was a relic from
Come
Victorian
again,
journalism.
Fred Argent said.
He was hopelessly
I'm afraid
out
I
of
don't understand
date.
any of this.
He was a bit
You're
of a
speaking
joke.
to Miss Shaw like you have a
But
previous
the decent
relationship
thing
with
would
her.
have been for Lord
Do you
Felix
two know
to
each other
persuade him
outside
into
of this
resigning,
situation?
and then settle a nice fat
Catch up,
pension
dude.
on the old
Kaiser
man.
said nonchalantly,
Not have him
and Geo
more or less
almost
kicked
laughed.
out of the place by
It was
this
something he used to say
fishman
in high
fellow
school.
with a cheque for
Miss
a year's
Shaw
salary in
and
his
I go
pocket,
way back.
and not a penny
We
more.
were, how did the kids put
When
it?
asked why he had not
BFFs back
recommended
in the day.
even a pension,
Best friends along
Fishman
with
had
Angela
replied
Long.
that the old man had
Right,
been grossly
Geo?
overpaid
Again,
for
Geo
years,
said nothing.
and ought to have saved enough
Kaiser
3
reached into
times
the
over
folder again and
to
pulled out
last
a
him
smaller
for the
envelope
short
filled with
remainder
photos.
of his life.
He removed them and placed them in a stack
As a
in
matter
front
of fact,
Geo.
the old man
These are from
had,
Angela's camera.
but
Have
that
a
was
look.
neither here nor
You'll be
there.
tickled, I'm
a nice
sure.
fat pension to
We all look
editors
so young.
retiring for reasons of old
She didn't
age,
want to look,
and
but she
no
couldn't help
editor
it.
had ever retired from the,
The picture
London
on
Review
top
for
was the three
anything
of them,
else,
taken a
was
few
a
days
part of
before the night
journal's
Angela died.
tradition.
They were standing in the entryway of
staff
Angela's house,
was upset,
and Kaiser had
But
snapped
their
a picture of their
disapproval
reflection
was
in the
as
full-length hallway
nothing
mirror.
compared with the perturbation
Geo
which
plucked the photo
overtook
from
the
a
whole
stack and
building
examined it
during the
closer.
next 3
Kaiser
months.
was right.
A perturbation
They were very
verging
young.
in some cases on
He was skinnier
panic.
then and not quite as tall
For
as he was now.
dismissals became as
Geo
common
appeared
as
shy and
primroses in
self-conscious standing
Devon.
beside him.
A storm had
Angela was
struck
on his
Fleet
other
Street,
side, posing
and
with
the
a
staff
hand
of
on her hip and her
Consolidated
hair tossed to the
Periodicals
side,
Limited was
hamming it up for
scattered
the
before
camera.
it as cigarette
Geo looked
ash
pretty.
before an electric
Angela looked
fan.
beautiful.
The whole
She started
trouble,
thumbing through the
opined
rest of the
young
photos.
Wilson, still
Angela had
trying to be
indeed
fair,
taken pictures
but
of
becoming
everything
more
in
and
the days
more
before she
red
died.
every minute.
School,
The
cheer
whole
practice,
trouble
the
was
football
due to the
game,
fact that
Chad
Fishman
Fenton's
was the
party,
wrong sort of
and
man
then
for the
Calvin.
job. Young
He was in
Wilson
the very
quite
last
admitted
photo
that
with
a
Geo.
slight gingering
They were
up
sitting
of the
side by
London
side
Review
on his
staff
bed in
would
his
have been a
apartment
perfectly
after the party.
sound thing, while
was
a
wearing a short
change to
blue
a
dress,
rather more
and it had
definite
hiked up
policy
almost to her
need
underwear.
not have incurred any
Her
real
head was
risk of
resting on Calvin's
stunting,
shoulder, and
which
he
had
had a
been the
hand on her
old
thigh.
gang's bogey.
He could
But
never be near
Fishman
her and not touch
had
her.
lost his head.
He was always
completely.
stroking her, playing with her hair,
Crazy
squeezing
with
her hand.
power. He was sacking
She
people
shuddered.
now throughout the
She
whole
hadn't thought
building,
about that in a
not on
long
any
time.
question of efficiency
She
or
hadn't
lack of
allowed
value,
herself to
but on
think
nothing
about it
more
in a
or
long
less
time.
now than an attitude of independence
remember this picture
to
being
himself.
taken. But then
Things
why would
had
she?
reached such a pitch
The
that the
picture
most
didn't
useless
show it,
fellow
but she
could
was so
obtain the
drunk that night she
editorship
could
of one of the
barely
minor
stand.
periodicals in the
Who is
firm's
that?
control,
Fred
so
Argent
long as he
was
was
leaning in
prepared to
toward Geo,
join the
frowning at
band
the
of
photo.
Fishman's toadies.
That, sir,
Sooner or later,
is the Sweet
the best
Bay
man
Strangler,
must go
Kaiser
if he
said.
kept up his
Back when he
attitude
used to
of
date Georgina.
independence. Even
A sharp
hostility
intake of
was
breath.
not required,
For once,
a
not
mere
Geo's.
reluctance
She
to
glanced
touch
over
his
at
hat
Ship's lawyer,
to
where
Fishman
beads of
in the
sweat were
corridor
forming at
was
his
almost
hairline.
enough now
The
to
man's
earn the
blood pressure was
dismissal
probably
at
up
12
20
hours'
points.
notice
No
of
doubt
the
because his
best man
CEO's fiancée
in
was
Fleet
in
Street.
major trouble here. And he was
But
stuck
I
with the
can't
task of protecting
believe
her,
that
something he
anything
obviously
like
wasn't
that
cut
can
out
be
to do.
happening here.
What's so
protested
crazy
Mr. Todd
is that
Hunter.
discovering
One
Angela's
hears of
remains
these
after all these
absurd
years
affairs in the
allowed
popular
us to solve
newspapers,
3 other
but
murders
surely
just like that.
not in the
Kaiser
London
snapped
Review.
his fingers for emphasis.
We
Ask
already had
Ferris.
his DNA
Ask
in the
Ogilvy
database
himself.
for 3 other murders,
Ask
but no ID.
anyone.
But then
countered
we
Wilson.
developed the pictures in
I
Angela's
did
camera.
ask Ferris.
Imagine
admitted
my
Mr. Todd
shock,
Hunter, and
my
he refused
utter
to tell
fucking
me.
shock.
Oh, well.
When I realized
Wilson
Calvin James
smiled
was
rather
with Angela the
engagingly.
night she died.
Ferris thinks it's best to
As
keep
were
these
you.
things to ourselves.
But that doesn't mean
Besides, Bile
began,
was there,
but
wasn't
Kaiser
he?
raised a
He's a bit
hand.
inclined to go up in the air
Now
over
we had
any
an
question
ID
of
on a
what he
possible
calls
suspect.
abstract
The detective
justice.
continued.
Said
We tracked
Wilson
Calvin
with
down,
tolerance,
arrested him
having
at a diner in
just
Blaine.
been very much up in the air
You know where
himself
Blaine is,
over
right?
this question of
Right by the
thoroughly
Canadian border.
practical injustice.
Fucker was about to cross into Canada.
Some such
Had a
thought occurred
passport
to
and
Mr.
everything.
Todd Hunter as
Had
he
he done
wondered
that, we might
vaguely
never
what
have caught him.
justice might
Guess
be
what he was eating
when
when we
not
caught him?
abstract.
Yes.
But of
Geo
course,
said
justice
nothing.
can be perfectly
A salad,
practical.
Kaiser
and
said.
injustice
Isn't that funny?
usually is.
Because you never think about what serial killers
Mr. Todd
eat,
Hunter
do you?
liked
I mean,
Wilson.
other than Jeffrey Dahmer.
It was one of his chief joys on
Fred
Wednesday
Argent
afternoons to stand and
Sorry,
laugh
bad
off
joke,
guiltily
Kaiser
in
said
a
with a
corner
smirk.
when
Not
Wilson,
sorry at all.
lacking his
But it turns out
chief's gift of
psychopaths are
suave
just like you and
authority,
me in
was
some ways.
cornered by
They
an
watch their
irate
waistlines,
Bile,
they
wanting
care
to know
about their
why
blood
his
pressure.
choicest
Did you know that
denunciations
something
had been
like
blue
5%
penciled,
of all CEOs
or
can be
accusing the
classified
staff
as
of walking
psychopaths?
off with the
I read
books
that
in their
somewhere.
pockets that he particularly
4%.
wanted to review.
Geo had read that
Wilson's
book too.
wriggling
And you were on the
come
fast
now,
track to
I
success at your
say,
company,
draw
weren't
it
you?
mild.
How many people did you
Gave him
step on
such
to get there?
malicious
I've been
pleasure,
keeping tabs
for
on
the
you.
young
Does
man
your
had so
rich heir to
obviously
the
not
throne
yet
fiancé
learned
know your
the
secret?
necessary art of
Kaiser's voice was
prevaricating
polite, but there was no mistaking
convincingly.
the edge that lay right beneath the
What
surface.
Wilson said, therefore,
Had you
upon
gone
the
to the
present
police
state
the
of
night you
affairs,
killed Angela,
Mr.
you
Todd
might have
Hunter found
saved
himself
3 more
compelled
lives from
to
being taken.
accept, and the
Calvin
knowledge
James was 21.
distressed him.
You were only
The
16.
thing seemed so alien
You could have struck a
to
deal
the
and
whole
you might never have
spirit
seen the
the
inside of a
London
jail
Review.
cell. You could
For
have
Mr.
spared
Todd
her
Hunter,
parents
like everyone
14
else
years of
connected with
agony
it,
of
took
not
a
knowing where their
peculiar
daughter was
pride
or what
in
happened
the
to her.
dignity and
You would have spared her
traditions of the
friends the
paper,
pain of all
and
those
was
unanswered
proud
questions.
to work
Because
for
all
it.
this time you knew,
Dear
Georgina.
me.
You
Dear
knew.
me, he murmured,
You
his
knew.
small bony face showing
The last
his
two words
concern.
weren't shouted, but they might as well
But
have been.
doesn't Lord
Gio
Felix
winced
Bourne
as if he'd
know
slugged her.
what is going on?
Want to know what he did to
He
the other
does,
3 women?
and yet he
The women
won't.
he killed because
He's
you never
given
said
this chap a
anything?
free hand, you see,
Kaiser was
and he
breathing
just
fast
damn
now,
well
his
won't go
chest
back
heaving.
on it.
He pulled more photographs
But
out of the
apart
file
from
folder
the
and shoved them
injustice,
across the table.
if things are really as
The
bad as
pictures
you
are
say,
gory,
a
the
great
bodies
deal of real
discolored,
hardship
bloated,
is surely being
because
caused
death
too.
was ugly.
I don't
He
imagine
raped
that
them
all these
first,
men are going
then
to
he
find other
strangled them,
jobs
and then he
quite
buried
at
their bodies in
once.
the woods.
And no
He
doubt
probably
some of
figured
them
he got
have
away with it
wives
once
and
and it turned him
families,
on, so why
like
not do it
Ogilvy.
again? And
That's
again,
just the
and
damnable
again.
part, Wilson
You
almost
murdered
shouted.
your best
Half
friend
of them
and
won't
then
ever
you
get
went
a
on
job
with your life
again.
like it
They're
never
too
fucking
old.
happened.
Ogilvy himself
The
may,
words
because he's
stung.
exceptionally
Gio
good.
felt herself
But I
sag into
doubt
her
if even
chair.
he will.
I
I tell you, it's enough to make
she
a
whispered
cat
again.
cry.
You know that.
Mr. Todhunter
Georgina,
nodded.
stop speaking, Fred said
A
to her.
sudden thought had
His
struck
phone
him
beeped
so
and he checked the text
forcibly
message.
as to make
God
him
damn
catch
it,
his breath
Attenbaum is stuck
and
in
remember
traffic.
his
He'll be
aneurysm.
another 20 minutes
For
at
in the
least.
emotion
Not
of the
another
preceding
word until
10
he's inside
minutes,
this room,
he
you
quite
understand?
forgotten it.
Calvin says you
Mind you,
secretly
Wilson
hated
was
her.
going on,
Kaiser
I don't
said.
say that not a single
Gio's
one of the chaps
insides
didn't
tightened.
deserve to go.
Calvin's
There are
here.
one or two
He
who
was
won't
for
be
a
missed
while,
at
but he's
all.
been moved.
But the other
Her old friend leaned
dozen,
forward, his eyes
it's
never leaving
really
Gio's face.
as many as
You wouldn't recognize
that.
him right now. He's
Mr.
got long
Todhunter
hair, a
spoke
thick
a little
beard.
absently.
I'm sure he'll clean
He
himself
was
up for the
wondering
trial.
what young Wilson would say.
He said that back then
if he
you
were
and
to tell
Angela
him
had a
straight
rivalry
out
going.
that in another
And it's
3 or
funny
4
because
months
as soon
he
as he
would be
said that,
dead.
I realized he was right.
Mr. Todhunter
I was always
had
playing
an
the
absurd
peacemaker with
longing
you guys,
to
but
make
I just thought all the
confidence
bickering and
and
competition
soothe
was a girl
himself with
thing.
Wilson's
I
inarticulate
never wanted
sympathy.
anything bad to happen.
Quite
to her.
as many.
Gio said.
More. And there'll be a
Jesus
dozen
Christ,
more
Georgina,
before the little
please,
devil's
Fred
through.
Argent said,
Armstrong
glaring
doesn't
at the
care.
closed door as if he thought he
Fishman
could
put him
summon
there
Daniel
and he
Attenbaum
licks
through
Fishman's
sheer
boots
willpower.
clean every morning
The
when he
good
comes
news
to the
is
office.
the DA doesn't
That's a
want
fine
you,
thing for a
Kaiser
firm like
said,
this.
saying the line
Good
that every cop
God, we
used in
might
the
be the
movies.
Daily
They want
Wire.
Calvin. How am
Mr.
I supposed
Todhunter
to help?
shot his head
she
forward
asked.
and fixed his
Fred
glasses
Argent
on
sighed
the young
deeply and
man's
placed
face.
his head in his hands.
And what would
Testify,
happen if
Kaiser said.
Fishman were
The
dismissed
district attorney
himself?
will agree to a plea deal in exchange
Wilson
for your
laughed
testimony.
harshly.
But you need to
He
make a
won't
decision quick
be.
before the DA
There's no one to
decides she
do
doesn't
it
need
but
you.
himself, and I don't
Georgina,
quite see that
Andrew
happening.
said, Fred
Well,
began, but she
we'll
shook her
say
head.
if he had a
doesn't matter
serious
what Andrew
illness
said.
and had to
Gio took
resign.
a deep breath.
Would Lord
You can go
Felix
now,
Bourne
Fred.
appoint someone
I'll wait for
else?
Attenbaum.
Possibly even
If you see
someone
Andrew,
worse?
tell him I love him,
asked
and that I'm
Mr.
grateful for
Todhunter,
his help and support,
thinking of Hitler
and that I'm sorry for any
and
embarrassment I
movements
caused.
that have to play themselves
Go ahead and put
out.
together my severance
There couldn't be
package.
anyone
I'll sign off
worse,
on it tonight.
replied Wilson.
Severance
no,
package?
but seriously,
The lawyer looked
I think
completely
Felix
caught off
Bourne
guard.
wouldn't be sorry. At
Gio
any rate,
turned
I'm
to
pretty
him
sure
and
he
managed
wouldn't
a
appoint
rueful
anyone
smile.
else to the same job.
I have to disassociate
We'd be
myself
left to
from the
ourselves
company, of
again.
course.
And
All of
without
this will be
Fishman,
terrible publicity for
Armstrong wouldn't last
But I'd
long.
like you to treat
Then
me
with a
fairly.
decent man like
I've
Ferrers
been a
running the
valuable
London
asset and I
Review,
want what I'm
we could
entitled
make
to.
something of the old
I
rag
think 1
once
year's
more.
salary plus the bonus I would have received
Ferrers?
is reasonable.
Oh, yes.
That's
He'll be the next
premature,
editor.
Fred
Be
said,
marked
his
out for
mouth
it for
slightly
years.
ajar.
And Felix Bourne at
Andrew
least has
will.
the sense
The
to
trial will be
recognise
public,
one
I'm
good
sure.
man when he sees
However,
him.
if I
In
sign a
fact, he'll probably be
non-disclosure
managing
agreement,
editor
which I'm
soon.
happy to do if the
Boss
settlement
of
is
the
fair,
whole concern.
we can prevent my
That's why
personal
Ferrers
situation
hasn't
from
been
affecting
sacked
Shep.
like the the others,
Talk to
because you
Andrew.
can be pretty sure
I'm
he
sure he'll
doesn't
agree it's best for the
kowtow to that
company.
little swine.
She
And
caught
that,
Kaiser's look,
added
knew what he
young
must be
Mr.
thinking.
Wilson, candidly,
It was a hell of a time to be
is the
making
only
a business
reason
deal,
I'm
but she would
still
never have made
here.
it to the executive
Because I
level
told
of a
our
major
Mr.
corporation
Fishman
by the
pretty
age of
well
30
what I thought
without
of
the
him
ability
the
to
first week he
negotiate
was
under
here,
pressure.
and Ferrers stopped me from
Thankfully, it's a
getting the sack.
transferable skill.
God knows
one
how.
that will make all the difference between
And
surviving
if
prison
Ferrers were
and
made
dying in
managing
here.
editor,
It's
said
also
Mr. Todhunter
self-preservation.
carefully,
Her corporate
Would
career
he
is over.
do anything
The best she can
about
hope
the
for is
men
to
who have
take the
been
settlement and
unjustly
invest it,
dismissed?
adding whatever she and Ella make
Well, of
to the
course he
pot.
would, cried
By
the
the
young
time
man
she's released, she might
indignantly.
have enough to start
Ferrers
over.
is a damn decent chap.
could always
The
renew
very
her
first thing he'd do as
cosmetology
editor
license and
would be
open a
to bring 'em
salon.
all back again. And what's more,
She puts the
Felix Bourne
finishing
would let
touches
him,
on Kat's
too.
face, then hands her friend
I
a small
see.
plastic mirror.
Mr. Todhunter
You're done.
nodded thoughtfully.
Take a look.
These
Kat checks her reflection and
notices of
nods her approval.
dismissal,
Where
are
did you
they
go
sent
just
out
now?
at any
You zoned
time
out.
or on a special
Did you hear
day?
anything I said in the last 10 minutes?
Saturday mornings.
Sorry.
Why?
Geo sighs.
Oh,
It's been that kind of day.
nothing,
It's
said
Hellwood.
Mr. Todhunter.
Every day is that kind of day. Kat stands up.
Chapter 3.
I'm off. Catch you in Chow Hall.
Mr. Todhunter
Ta-ta.
was not going to
Kat
murder
practically
Fishman,
skips out.
to call the man
A
by
small
his real
woman with a
name,
heart and
without
spirit
careful
so big.
enquiry.
Geo wishes they
first.
could know each other outside these prison
As has
walls.
been shown, it had never
The
been
older
Mr.
woman has made
Todhunter's
some
habit
giant
to
mistakes
commit
in her
himself
life,
to any course of
but Kat's
action
a good
without
person.
consulting a great number of people
Geo's next
as to the
client
advisability
is
or
not a
not
good person.
of his intentions.
She takes a seat
and he was
in the
going to
chair
make
and
no
hands Geo
exception
a few
in
pages
such a
ripped
matter
from old beauty
as murder.
magazines they keep in the recreation.
Having allowed his mind to be
Geo
made
listens
up
politely,
concerning
trying not to think
the
about
deed,
how the woman and
he had
her
now to
husband
assure
used to own a
himself that
daycare
the proposed
where they would
victim
film the
was
children
up
naked and
to
upload
sample.
the footage to a child
One must, in
pornography
short,
site. The
make
woman
sure.
is serving out her sentence in protective
The first step
custody
in
for her
making
own
sure
safety,
was to
and is
pay a
allowed
call at
2
Ogilvy's
haircuts
flat
per
in
year.
Hammersmith, and this
Her
Mr.
husband was
Todhunter
beaten
did
to death
on
in
the
the
day
men's
following
prison
his
2 years
conversation
ago.
with Wilson.
The
Mr.
pedophile
Todhunter
tells
found
her she
Ogilvy in
wants
his shirt
bangs.
sleeves,
This
writing
is Geo's life
furiously.
now, surrounded by all
Mrs.
manner
Ogilvy,
of wicked
a
human
small,
beings who do nothing
rather
to make the
faded
world a
little
better
woman,
place. Who
tittered
take
for a moment
and take,
then vanished.
giving absolutely
Mr.
nothing
Todhunter
back.
politely asked
And
Ogilvy
in a lot of ways,
how
she's
he
no
was.
better than they are.
"Oh,
This
not
is
at all
exactly
well,"
what she deserves.
said Ogilvy with
She
gloom.
picks up her shears and starts
He was a
snipping.
large, fleshy man,
See, Dad?
as the husbands
Told
of
you beauty
small,
school would come in
faded
handy.
wives so often are.
It's
His
almost
heavy
lunchtime
face
before she
bore
gets a
now
break,
an
but she's
expression
stopped by a
even more
corrections officer
serious
as
than
she's heading
usual.
toward the chow hall.
"I'm very
Shauna
sorry
Lyle.
to hear that," said
Shaw,
Mr. Todhunter,
the CO
taking a
snaps.
chair.
The woman is
"Well,
only
this
5'2",
business has
and the
upset
tight fit
me a
of her
great
uniform
deal,"
showcases the
pronounced
rolls around
Ogilvy.
her midsection.
"You've
and the
heard, of course,
expanse
that
of her
I've left the
thighs.
London Review?"
But her physical
"Yes,
softness is
Ferris told
deceiving.
me.
She's nobody
It's
to be
brought
trifled
on my
with.
indigestion
You have
very
a visitor.
badly." "What, he always
Who is
brings my
Geo's
indigestion on
stomach is
too,"
growling.
agreed Mr.
She heard they were
Todhunter,
serving chili today,
perhaps
which is
with
one of
more
the things the
sympathy
kitchen staff
for
cooks
himself
that actually
than
tastes
for
like
his
it's
friend.
supposed to.
"I
Not
haven't
your
been able
fucking
to touch
social
meat
secretary.
since it
If looks could
happened.
kill, Geo would have been pushed
I have
through
to be
a
very
meat grinder.
careful about meat,
You want to
too,"
see him or
said
not?
Mr. Todhunter with
It's
gloomy
probably
relish.
her father.
"In
but he
fact,
usually
my
visits on
doctor
Sundays.
says even
Geo's
tea.
in no mood to
Only
socialize,
one
but she
small
follows
glass
the
of
guard down the
port.
hallway toward the
It's
visitors'
very
lounge,
upsetting,"
an open
said
area with a
Ogilvy
dozen
heavily.
tables and
"After
chairs,
all these
and a row
years.
of vending machines across the
What are
side
you
wall.
going to do
There's
now?
even a play area for the kids,
What can
and
I
a
do?
nice view of the
I shall
gardens
never get
behind
another
the prison.
job.
Not in
"Oh,"
there, the
said
CO
Mr.
says.
Todhunter
There.
uneasily.
She
"Don't
points toward
say
one of the
that."
private visitors' rooms.
"Why not?
Much less
It's true.
comfortable, but
I'm
inside
too
there's
old.
complete privacy.
So I've
No guards
begun a
watching,
novel.
no cameras,
After
just a small
all,"
table with
said
4
Ogilvy,
chairs and a door
the
that
cloud of
closes.
depression lifting a
Usually
little.
these rooms are saved for
William
lawyer
de
visits,
Morgan didn't
but
begin
fancy
writing his
Daniel
novels till he was
Attenborough
over
isn't needed
70.
anymore, now that
And
Calvin's
you
trial is
can
over.
write, at any rate.
Confused, she pushes
But
open
what
the
are
door.
your private feelings about
Kaiser
the matter,
Brody is
Ogilvy?
leaning against the edge of
I
a table,
understand
checking
your
his phone.
dismissal is only one of
What
many.
are you doing here? She asks,
It's
silently
appalling,
wondering if she somehow
asserted
conjured
Ogilvy
him by
solemnly.
losing herself in the past.
Upon my
earlier.
word, I think the man must be a
Kaiser looks
lunatic.
her over, at
Apart
her
from my
hair,
own case,
her clothes.
his actions have been quite
She finds
unjustifiable.
herself feeling
It
self-conscious
seems
under
that
his
he's
scrutiny.
determined to get rid of every
Prison
good
scrubs
man
are
in the
far from
place.
flattering,
I
and she's
simply
not wearing
can't
makeup.
understand it.
She looked much better the
Perhaps
last
he
time they
is
saw
mad,
each other.
in a
But
way.
then again, so did he.
I'm not at all sure that he
The
isn't.
detective's eyes are
That
bloodshot.
seems to me the only
and
way
they're
of
cradled
accounting
in
for
deep,
it.
dark circles.
In
A
any
patchy
case,
3-day
said
beard
Mr.
covers the lower
Todhunter
half of his
carefully,
face.
quite apart,
okay?
as you say,
Kaiser
from
asks.
your own case,
Yeah, Geo
it's your
says.
conviction
Are you?
that this man Fishman
Shut the door.
is a menace
She does
to
as he
the
asks.
happiness of a great
puts his
many
phone away and
persons
straightens up.
without adequate
going to ask you
justification
straight
or
out.
even excuse.
Have you been in touch with Calvin
I
James
certainly
since
do.
you've been in here?
He's caused a great deal of
course I
misery
haven't,
already,
she
and
says,
he's going
her
on to
breath
cause
quickly.
more. I
He's
know
in
several
prison,
hard
too.
cases of men
Inmates
he's
aren't allowed to
dismissed without the
contact other
faintest
inmates.
reason, so far
Besides,
as
he'd
their
have no
work
reason to.
goes.
We're not
Who have
connected by
wives and
anything
families
anymore.
and not a
Are you
penny
sure?
saved. What they're
She
going
thinks
to
of the
do, I
letter she
can't
received earlier
imagine.
that
Luckily,
day.
we're not in
The
that
blue
position,
paper and the blue
but the
envelope
outlook
with
is
an
serious
unfamiliar
enough
name
for
and
us.
return address.
Really, Todd
Then
Hunter, it's
pushes it out of her
pitiable that
mind.
one man,
Yes,
one
I'm sure.
swollen-headed
Kaiser's
crook,
eyes
brother,
search her face.
should be able to reduce
What did he
100
give you
people
that
to
day
such
in
a
court?
state of abject
And
terror
don't say
as
nothing,
they are
because I
reduced
know
to
he
every
gave you
Saturday
something.
morning.
It was a
It's
piece
enough
of
to make
paper,
one a
yellow,
communist.
small, torn from his notepad. What was
Yes,
written on it?
nodded Mr. Todd Hunter.
Nothing. Stop,
Saturday
he says,
morning.
raising a hand. Just
He
fucking stop.
ruminated.
Don't
The
lie to
men
me.
ought to be
I know
shot,
he gave you something.
he
I
said at
saw it.
last, in
And I
real
need to know what it
indignation.
was, so don't fucking play me,
He ought
Georgina. Was it a
indeed,
phone number?
agreed
Some way to
Ogilvy.
contact him?
And somehow
What did he
the
give you?
well-worn phrase seemed
The
to have
last
been
5
used
words come
by
out a
the
shout.
one and accepted
Kaiser's
by the
spittle
other
lands on her
more
nose and
literally
cheeks.
than is
Shocked at
generally
his fury,
the
she
case.
wipes it away, backing up all the way to the closed door.
2.
It was a note.
On any Saturday
I don't
morning,
remember what it said.
a huge
He drew a
building
heart on it.
occupied by
It's
Consolidated
half a lie.
Periodicals Limited
She
is a
remembers
centre
exactly
of
what it said.
activity. A couple of
welcome.
months ago, this activity had
But she
been
can't tell
not
Kaiser this because then she'll have to
unpleasurable.
explain what it means.
Enlivened by thoughts
And she
of
can't do
leisure
that.
ahead, assistant
She'll never
editors
do
of
that.
the bright weeklies in which
It wasn't an
Consolidated
address of some
Periodicals
kind, or a
specialised
phone number.
would stop for a
Kaiser's
chat
jaw is
with the lady
tense.
secretaries,
Both his
past
hands
whose
are curled up
desks
into
their
fists,
way took
so
them.
tightly that the knuckles
Art
are white.
editors would pause
He's
to
about to
exchange a
lose
quick
it, and
story
suddenly
with
she's
film
afraid he might
reviewers.
hit her.
Even
She
editors
looks up at
would
the
swing
ceiling.
their umbrellas
No
with a more
cameras in here.
jaunty air. For
Nothing
the
like
editors
that,
of
she
Consolidated
says again,
Periodicals
hoping
are
she
not
sounds
a
more
haughty
convincing.
lot of men.
It was a silly note.
But on this
What I
particular
remember is the
Saturday
heart.
morning,
There was
as
no
indeed for the
contact
last
information
5
on it, I promise
Saturday
you.
mornings,
Why is this
there
important?
were no such
Because he
pleasant
escaped
interviews.
from prison.
Assistant
Kaiser
editors
says.
dashed past
And just like
secretaries
that,
with a
Gio's
frown of
heart
preoccupation, as if
3 days
intent
ago.
only upon reaching
He had
their
help on the
desks.
inside. A
Art
prison guard
editors
and his
film
counselor,
reviewers
both
alike
female.
wore expressions
Both are
intended
now
to convey
dead.
that work and the firm's
mouth
interests
opens,
were
but
the
nothing
only
comes out.
preoccupations of their minds.
She snaps it shut, then
and
opens it
editors
again,
walked
then still
delicately
can't think of what to say.
and with reluctance.
She shuts it again.
There was
Okay.
indeed a hum of
So you didn't
activity throughout the warren
Kaiser
of
seems
offices,
satisfied with her
but his
reaction.
note was sharp
He lets out a
now
long
with
breath and
fear.
leans back against the table again.
In one or two of the
I
cubby
believe you.
holes in which the main work
course
was
I
carried
didn't
on,
know,
the note
Gio
was
says,
even
finally finding
shrill,
her voice.
with something
But why
very
are you
like
telling me?
hysteria.
Look where I am.
Very
Obviously,
soon,
I can't help you find him.
rumours were spreading.
I thought you'd want to know.
On the
Kaiser
third
says,
floor,
because at
young
some
Bennett,
point you'll be out of here.
assistant editor of
And I don't
The
want you to
Peep
think I
Show,
didn't warn
had
you.
hardly settled himself
Warn
at his
me about
table,
what?
exceedingly conscious
Kaiser
of
reaches
arriving
into his
there
pocket
10
and
minutes
pulls
late
out a folded piece
when
of
the
yellow
door
pad
opened
paper.
and the tall figure
It's
of
the same
Owen
piece of paper that
Staves,
Calvin had been
the art
doodling on the
editor,
day she
came into
testified
the
in
room.
court.
"Oh,
A
about
piece was
those
torn
blocks
from
for
the
the
bottom.
centre page, Benny,"
The piece he'd handed to
he
her.
began loudly, and then
piece
as the
she'd
door
swallowed.
closed behind him, changed abruptly
She takes
to
it
a
from
lower
Kaiser and
tone.
unfolds it.
"Not got
The outer
yours.
edges are a mess of scribbles,
Not yet.
doodles,
Has
pictures,
anyone?
and random words.
Not that I've heard.
But right in the
It's a bit
center,
early
Calvin
yet.
drew a large heart.
He usually sends them round
And
about
inside
11.
the heart, he'd written 2
Yes.
initials in flowing cursive.
Staves fiddled with the coins in his pocket.
G.S..
He looked worried.
Her
Damn
heart
these
stops for
Saturday
a full
mornings.
second,
I've
then
got my
starts
wind
beating
up
again
badly.
triple time.
Staves
works hard
was
to not let
married
her reaction
and had a
show.
small son.
I feel strongly that
you're
he's going to
safe
try
enough.
and contact you,
Am
Kaiser
I?
says, rubbing his face.
What about poor old Gregory
looks
last week?
exhausted.
It's
I
my
don't
belief he
know
wants to
how,
be
but
rid of
when
all
he
of us
does,
art editors.
I need you to tell me.
But you're doing Greg's
blue letter
work.
flicks
He
through her
couldn't
mind
leave the
again,
housewife
then
as well as
flips
the
out.
Peep Show without an art
Gio
editor.
hands the paper back to him.
God knows what he
won't,
could do.
she says,
Staves
so
kicked
defiantly and
moodily at the
authoritatively
leg
that
of
she
Bennett's
almost believes
table.
it herself.
Seen
He
Mac
has no
yet?
reason to.
No,
Now I have to go.
I say.
If she
I was
doesn't
10
leave
minutes
now, he'll see
late.
right through her.
The devil
She turns
you
away
were.
and opens the door.
Did you run into him?
Georgina,
No, but
Kaiser
I had to
says.
pass his door,
Take
and it's
care
my
of
belief he
yourself
can
in
see clean through it.
She
I'm expecting a
pauses,
chit at
then
any
turns
minute.
to her old friend one last
Don't
time.
be an ass.
With the badge
Oh,
on his hip,
hello,
the worn
young
leather
bucks.
jacket, the scruffy face.
Young Butts,
He looks
so
like a
known to
stranger.
distinguish him from his uncle,
Maybe he
the
loved her
editor
once
of
when
Film
they were
Fancy,
kids, but that was a
sidled
long
in
time
with
ago,
an uneasy grin.
when she was worthy of love.
Hello, chaps.
Everything's
I say,
different
is it true that Fletcher's
hurts to
got
look at him.
his?
He reminds
Fletcher?
her of the person she
Surely
used to
not.
be.
Staves looked
I don't want to see
surprised.
you anymore, Kai.
What would the Sunday
Gio says
messenger
softly.
be without without Fletcher.
Please don't come here again.
You might just as well have asked a month ago what it would be like without Purefoy, or
Part
what the
2.
film trader would be without Fitch.
Anger.
Dash it, Fitch founded
Whoever
the thing
fights
and ran it
monsters
for
should
20
see to it
years
that
at
in
a
the
pretty
process,
useful profit.
he does not become
but
a
that didn't
monster.
save him.
Friedrich
It's
Nietzsche.
the devil, muttered Staithes. There was a knock at the
6.
door, and a girl looked in,
The
pencil
soft
and
ping of his
notebook
email
still
app
in
wakes
her
Kaiser
hands.
Brody, and he
She
reaches
was a
for his
pretty
iPhone
girl,
on the nightstand
but the
to
men
check
looked
it.
at her as if
It's
she
only
were
5:30
Medusa
a.m. and not yet
herself.
light outside. Beside
Mr.
him,
Bennett,
Kim murmurs
Mr.
softly.
Fisher wants to see you at
doesn't
once in
move.
his room.
Her blonde hair
Bennett
fans out in
stood
messy
up
strands
awkwardly.
over the pillow, and he watches her
Me?
sleep for a moment,
He stammered.
feeling that strange mix of
Yes.
emotions he always does
A
whenever
look
they
of
do
sympathy
this.
crossed the girl's
He'll
face.
have to wake her up at 6, so she has
Perhaps
enough
I
time
oughtn't
to get
to
back
tell
home
you,
before
but
her husband,
Mr. Southey has
scheduled
just
for
told
night
Mr.
shifts
Fisher
this
he
week,
saw you come in a
realizes she's
quarter of
been
an
gone
hour
all
late
night.
this morning.
Or maybe he won't wake her.
Hell,
See what
groaned
happens.
the young
what
man.
excuses she'll make.
That's torn
both
it.
to her husband for
All
being
right,
out all
thanks,
night,
Miss Merriman.
and to him when she tells
He
him
added
later
with an
on that they'll
attempt
need
at
to lie low
jauntiness.
for a few days
Tell
until
the
things
little
at
rat to
home
get his cup of
settle
cold
back
poison
down.
ready, and I'll be along to
He
drink it.
sighs and clicks on the
The
new
girl
email.
went out, and the others looked
It's from the
at
prison
each
guard
other.
at Hazelwood Correctional Institute,
God!
the one he pays
Burst
to
out
send him a
States.
monthly report on
Southey
inmate number
used to be a decent chap
110214,
once.
also known
It's a
as
bit
Georgina
thick seeing
Maria
decent
Shaw.
fellows turned into
It only
skunks
costs
and
him $100,
tale-tellers and
sent anonymously
toadies
via
just because
PayPal,
they're
which isn't
afraid of
much.
losing their jobs.
But over 5 years,
You're
every
right,
month,
Owen,
that
said
shit
young
adds up.
Bennett. And what's more, I'm
Their
going to
arrangement
tell him
is
so.
over as of today.
So long,
though,
you chaps.
as Georgina
Wait
is
for the
scheduled for
condemned
release next
man
week.
here. Bennett was
5
out of the
fucking
room
years.
only 5 minutes.
In some ways,
While
it
he was
feels
away,
like the time went by
Staithes
fast,
and young
and yet in
Butts
other ways, it
exchanged
seems like nothing
no
has
more than 3
changed at all.
sentences. Southey's
The
married,
PDF
you
report
know,
contains a lot
said
of
the latter.
information that doesn't say much.
Well, so am I.
There's a detailed
retorted
log of her
Staithes.
incoming and
But I'm
outgoing phone
damned if I'll
calls,
come down
her
to
incoming
that
and
sort
outgoing
of
mail,
level.
and a list of everybody who's
Then
visited her
you'll
over
be
the past
getting
month.
yours, replied
Other
young
than her
Butts
attorney and
simply.
Kaiser himself, the only
Bennett,
other person
when he
who's
came
ever
back,
gone to
was
see Georgina
slightly
in prison is her
bewildered
father.
there. No,
Her
he
ex-fiancé,
said,
that
in reply to
snooty
the question
CEO
on
with
the
the
others'
soft
faces.
paunch and thinning hair.
No,
never
I
went to see
haven't
her
been
once.
sacked. He said
Her
if
phone
it had been
records tend
anyone
to show a
else,
bit more
he'd have
depth.
sacked me, but he thought...
She had her usual phone call
Other
with a man
places,
named
did he
Raymond
think,
Yu, who,
that I
according
was a
to his
good
website, is
man,
an
really,
independent
or
financial
some rot.
planner specializing
And
in
he asked me
unique
to
and
lunch.
outside-the-box investment
Lunch?
opportunities. Kaiser can
Yes.
only assume this means
I
the man's a
think he's
pro in
mad.
laundering money.
The other two
And once a
exchanged
year, on the same
a long
day,
glance.
Georgina makes a long-distance phone
Then
call to
you
a
didn't
90-year-old
tell him
woman
what you
named
thought of
Lucia
him?
Gallardo in Toronto.
Under the circs,
maternal grandmother.
said Bennett. No.
There's also detailed information about medical
Once more,
visits.
there was a knock at the
only
door.
one in the past 6
Mr.
months for a rash
Staithes,
on her shoulder.
said the office
her work
boy.
assignment in the
Couldn't
prison hair
find you
salon,
in your own room, sir.
volunteer efforts. She
Sorry,
tutors fellow
sir,
inmates working
he
toward
added
their
awkwardly.
GED. And
We'll
even
all
what she
be
purchased
sorry,
in commissary.
sir.
Tampons,
Staithes
moisturizer,
took the
chocolate.
envelope with barely
If she filed
a
any
glance.
complaints or received any
Thanks,
disciplinary
Jim.
actions, those
Well,
would appear in
Benny,
the
I
report as
think
well.
I'll tell him myself.
5 years,
It won't do
she
any
never
good,
has.
but it won't do any harm.
Which doesn't
I
mean
may
they
give him a
haven't
clout as well.
Kaiser peruses
out.
these reports every month, telling
I
himself
told him
he's
only
keeping an
2
eye
to
out
3
for any
minutes ago
contact
he'd be
between
getting
Georgina
his,
and her
said
ex-boyfriend
young
Calvin
Butts.
James. But if he's
How
being
the
honest with
blazes,
himself,
demanded
then why the fuck
Bennett
would he want to do
savagely.
that?
Does Fisher
He
think
knows
we're
it's
going to
simply
run the
because he
peep
wants
show
to know
without
how
an
she's
art
doing.
editor? That's what I want
The
to know.
last time he saw her,
Ask
she
him
expressly
at
told
lunch,
him not to visit her.
suggested young
So he
Butts,
hasn't.
lounging out
But that
of
doesn't
the room.
mean he doesn't care.
As Bennett sat down
Not that
once
he feels
more at his
guilty for
desk,
arresting her.
Mr.
He doesn't.
Todhunter uncoiled
really.
himself
But
from
he
the
can't say
chair
he ever
in
felt
which he had
good
been
about it
partially
either.
concealed behind a filing
Accompanying
cabinet.
every report is a paragraph
I
personally written
beg
by
your
the corrections
pardon,
officer,
he said
giving him tidbits on
courteously.
Georgina's life over
My
the past
name's
month.
Todhunter.
This is really what he
Wilson
pays the
of
$100
the
for,
London
the things
Review
that aren't in
asked
the
me
report.
to let him know
Who her
whether you
friends
could
are,
lunch
who
with
she's
him
argued
today.
with, who she's fucking,
Bennett
what
turned
contraband the
slightly
CO suspects she's
glazed
hiding,
eyes on him.
her overall morale.
Today?
Georgina's
No,
been doing well.
not today.
Her closest friends are a
I'll
woman
tell
named
him,
Kat
promised
Bonaducci,
Mr.
a woman who
Todhunter,
killed someone while
and
driving drunk and was
escaped into
sentenced
the
to 15
passage.
years, and Ella
He
Frank,
did not wonder at that
The
time why
Ella
Bennett's
Frank,
eyes looked so
wife of
curiously
James Frank, the drug
glazed,
kingpin,
but he was
currently
surprised that the
incarcerated
young
for
man
life
should not
in the
have asked
Washington
him
State
how
Penitentiary.
long he had been there.
Georgina
and
formed
how
a friendship with
much
her
he
early
had
in her stay,
overheard.
and the CO has noted several
On the
times that she
stone
might be
stairs
involved
leading
somehow in
down
Ella
to the
Frank's
street,
drug business.
Mr. Todhunter shook his
Kaiser
head
doesn't give a
several
shit.
times.
Far far as he can tell, the
His
Franks
mind
haven't had any
might
contact
not
with
have
Calvin
been
James,
quite made
a.k.a. the
up
Sweet-Faced
even
Strangler.
yet, but he had
That's the
reached
only
the
thing that
stage
matters
of
to
wondering
him.
where he could buy a revolver
What Georgina
and
does
what
to survive in
formalities
prison
had to be
is her
observed
business.
first.
Everything okay?
Someone coming up the
Kim's face
stairs
is mushed into the
bumped into
pillow,
him.
her voice muffled.
Vaguely, Mr.
The
Todhunter
room is
realized
dark,
it
illuminated
was young
only by
Butts.
the glow of Kaiser's phone.
"Sorry," said
Go
young
back to
Butts.
sleep, he says to her. And she does.
Yes, said Mr. Todhunter absently.
On the one hand, he likes that Kim's here, because
can
it's
you
nice
tell
lying
me
beside
where I
someone who
could buy a
understands
revolver?
him, understands his work, and
A
who doesn't
what?
expect or want anything more than what he can
It doesn't
give.
matter,
But on the
mumbled
other
Mr.
hand, he hates
Todhunter
that
in
she's here
confusion.
because she's married, and he knows it's wrong.
3.
They've never discussed where this
Mr.
would go.
Todhunter bought
The affair,
a revolver,
an ugly word,
with
but he's always
surprisingly
believed in
little
calling
difficulty
a spade
at a
Started
gunsmith's
more than
in
a
the
year
Strand.
ago.
It
Kim's
was an old
husband,
army
Dave,
revolver,
is also a cop,
heavy weapon,
working out of a
firing
different
a
precinct,
45
and his
bullet,
hours are crazy.
and the salesman assured
Their
him that it was
schedules
no
rarely
more
mesh.
than shop soil.
They were supposed to
It
start
had never
trying
been
for a
used
family,
in
but
action.
first Kim put it off, and
He
now
promised to
Dave's
give it a
putting it
good
off.
clean-up during
She's
the next
lonely,
day or two,
hungry for
Mr.
attention and
Todhunter could
validation,
not take
and she
the
needs a
weapon
warm
away
body
with
next to
him.
her just as much
There
as
were
Kaiser
forms
does.
to be filled out
But
for
this can't go on
registration in
indefinitely.
the usual way.
It's already
and
gone on
Mr.
way too
Todhunter
long,
could
and
not
he's starting
obtain
to get
possession
sick of the
until a
sneaking
firearm
around,
certificate
having to hide
had
it
been
from
issued.
everybody at work.
It is
It isn't
doubtful
worth
whether
it,
the
especially since
authorities,
he doesn't,
in
nor
devising
will
this
he
means
ever,
of delaying
love Kim.
a bargain of this kind,
Kaiser's not
were
sure he's
actually
capable of really
influenced
loving
by the
anyone
consideration that it is better not
It makes
to
him the
allow an
ideal
angry
cop.
man to
Nobody
walk
to
into a
apologize
shop
to for
and walk
working
straight
long
out
hours,
again with
no
a
kids to
lethal
worry
weapon.
about, no family
But
plans to
whether they
fuck up.
did or not,
Nobody to take care
the
of,
effect
not
upon
even a
Mr.
plant or a
Todhunter
goldfish.
was salutary.
He can work the hours
For
he
by
wants,
the time the
sleep
revolver
when he
was
wants,
actually
eat when he
delivered,
wants.
which was nearly a
He
week
only really feels
later,
single,
Mr.
which is a
Todhunter
dumbass
had had
word,
time
a label
to think
designed to make people
things
feel like
over.
losers because people
And by the
are
very
just
process,
people. At
his
Thanksgiving and
indignation
Christmas,
had
and
lessened.
sometimes not even then.
Similarly, the notion
was
that
married
he,
once, to a
Lawrence
nurse he met in the
Butterfield
ER while getting
Todhunter,
stitched up
had
after
actually
breaking up a
planned to
bar fight
murder
shortly
in
after he
cold
graduated
blood
from the
a
police
complete
academy.
stranger
It
out
lasted
of
a tumultuous
really nothing
18
more than
months,
sheer officiousness
ending just as decisively
had
as
grown
it began.
correspondingly
He never blamed
more
her.
fantastic.
He'd become unbearable to live with.
To put it
consumed with
shortly,
work,
Mr.
never putting
Todhunter
her
had
first.
determined days
She left him for
before
a guy
the
she met on the
revolver
internet.
was even
And when the
delivered,
ink was dry on the
that he
divorce
would be
papers,
shut of
he
the whole
swore
affair.
he'd never get
And
married
looking
again.
at the unpleasant weapon when it arrived,
leans back on the
he
pillow and
considered
brushes a
himself
strand of
lucky
Kim's hair
to have
away from
come
her
to his
cheek.
senses.
You'd think after a year of
That
this, her
was
husband
on
would
the
catch on that his
Friday
wife
morning.
isn't sleeping at home when he's working.
Precisely.
But so
at
far
15
he
minutes
hasn't.
past 6
And maybe it's
the
because he
next
doesn't want to
evening,
know.
Edith
Kaiser
brought
met
into
Dave
the
once a few
library the
months back at
usual
the
copy of
precinct's
the
annual
Evening
family
Mercury,
barbecue.
neatly
Had shaken the
folded
man's hand.
on a salver.
If the other cops
The
suspected
headline
anything,
on the
he
front
didn't show it.
page caught Mr.
The smile had
Todhunter's
been
eye
warm to
even
match the
before he
handshake,
had taken the
and they'd
paper
spent a
into
few
his
minutes
hands.
talking about sports,
The
which is what
result
men do when
for
they're
the
new
next
to each
half
other
an
and have
hour
nothing else to talk
was
about.
something like chaos.
Kim stirs again, opens one eye,
Heaven
ears up.
bless us,
What time is
panted
it?
Mrs. Greenhill
Don't
to
worry,
Edie
he says,
when they had cleared
and
away
has the
at
door.
last the
I'll
hot
wake you at
water,
6.
the cold compresses,
She
the
smiles at
ice,
him,
the
pulls
salva
the covers up
latterly,
to her
the
chin,
brandy,
and
the
falls back
drops,
asleep.
the basins, the towels,
checks through
the
the
eau de
report again,
cologne, the
hungry
hot
for
water
details
bottles,
that aren't
the
there.
blankets, the burnt
Is Georgina
feathers, and
happy?
everything
Is she
else,
lonely?
useful or useless,
Is she
that two
excited to get out?
distracted women
Or
could
is she
frenziedly
dreading
collect for
rejoining
an employer
civilized
with
society
a
after
face
what she did?
like chalk
The discovery
and
of
blue
Angela
lips.
Wong's remains 14
Heaven
long years after
save
the
us
teenager
all.
went missing
That was a
rocked
near
Seattle
thing,
because
I'm
everybody
thinking.
remembered that case.
I was
There
sure
was
he
wild
was a
speculation
goner,
about what could have
squeaked
happened to her.
Edie, much impressed.
Mike Bennett, the quarterback of the
Phew,
St. Martin's High School
didn't he
football
look
team and her
awful?
on and off again boyfriend,
Proper
was questioned
ghastly and no
extensively in her
mistake.
disappearance, leading some to believe
Edie,
he might have killed her.
said Mrs.
It could have
Greenhill,
ruined Mike's
dropping her
life.
bulk into an
And yet
inadequate
Georgina had
kitchen
said
chair.
nothing.
Go and get me a
The one thing he
teaspoonful of
never
that
asked her the day
brandy
he arrested
out of
her
the dining
was
room
why.
cupboard. I need
Why
it.
had she done it? And
Won't
why had
he
she
notice?
kept it a secret?
Asked Edie
Deep
doubtfully.
down, though, Kaiser knew
He
the
won't
answer.
grudge it me.
He didn't ask
said
because he didn't
Mrs.
want her to
Greenhill.
lie to him again.
Edie
He
turned
remembers
back
how she
at
was with
the door.
Calvin James.
Fancy
the profound
him not
effect
letting us
Calvin
call
had on
the
her.
doctor when he
She
come
acted
round.
differently around him.
You'd have
spoke
thought he'd
differently
have been
around him,
hollering for him
moved
down the
differently around
phone
him.
the minute he could stand.
It was like Calvin tapped into a
wouldn't
part of
you?
her control panel
There's
that
been
nobody else could reach,
something
turning on a
different
switch that
about
nobody
him
else realized was
lately,
even there.
nodded Mrs. Greenhill,
Not even Georgina
fanning
herself.
herself with a tea cosy.
Calvin
I've
James
noticed
changed
it
her life.
myself.
He had changed all their
Yes,
lives for the
ever since
worse.
that day tea
He
was
pulled off the
late
prison
and he
escape
never
of the
said
decade,
a word.
killing a prison
Don't you
guard and a
remember me
counselor in
passing
the
a remark
process.
about it at the
The The
time.
3 men who'd
and he
escaped with
don't
him had
seem
all
to
been found
read
dead
so
in the
much as he
months to
used
follow.
to. Seems
Not
to
Calvin
sit
James,
for
though.
hours, scraping
He's
his
still out there
fingertips
somewhere.
together, thinking.
Kaiser
I
still remembers the
suppose.
conversation he had with the
Cool.
serial killer at the
That gives
precinct
me the
shortly after his
creeps, it
arrest.
does, to go
The
in there and
Swede-based wrangler
see him
sat
at
easily
it.
in the
And
interrogation
the
room,
way he
hands
looks at
resting on
me
the table, his
sometimes,
wrists cuffed
upon
together,
my word,
relaxed.
I sometimes
Jeans,
think...
T-shirt, no
That'll
jewelry except for a
do,
watch with a
Edie.
leather band on his
You
right
run
wrist,
along and get me that
which Kaiser
brandy.
always thought was strange,
Mr.
as
Todd
Calvin was
Hunter ain't
right-handed.
the only one in this
He
house
looked
to feel
completely
queer at this
unconcerned,
blessed moment.
as if he just assumed the world would fall into line with
Mr. Todd
whatever it
Hunter,
was he
however,
wanted.
was no longer
Which it
feeling
always did in the
queer.
end, didn't it?
Having expected to
Arrogant
die
son of a
at
bitch.
once, and now,
You know
to
why
his
you're here,
secret
don't you?
astonishment,
Kaiser asked.
feeling quite recovered,
Calvin nodded.
with aneurysm
You
still
think I killed someone?
intact, he was
The lawyer
reading
leaned
the
over.
paragraph
I
under
strongly
the
suggest that you
startling
don't say
headline.
anything, Mr. James. Let me speak for you. Calvin
4.
shrugged. Again,
The paragraph
unconcerned.
stated, quite simply,
He'd
that
been
Mr.
assigned a
Isidore
public defender,
Fisher,
a
the
thin,
American
scraggly
efficiency
man named
expert,
Aaron Rooney,
at present
whom Kaiser
engaged
had
in
met only once
reorganizing the
before.
business of Consolidated
Rooney graduated
Periodicals
from law
Limited,
school 8 months
had
earlier
been
and was
run
scratching
over
out a living
by
working
a
for the
lorry
state,
in
which was about the
Fleet
worst
Street,
job a lawyer starting
outside
out
the
could
offices
have, with the
of
worst clients.
Consolidated Periodicals Limited,
There was zero
on his
glory
way
in
to
being a
lunch,
public defender.
and killed
Some trial experience,
instantly.
maybe, but the majority of cases were pled
4
out and
days
never
later,
saw the inside of a
the
courtroom.
inquest revealed
Rooney
the full
was dressed in
story.
a baggy brown suit,
Mr. Fisher
his
had
beard
not been
5 days
alone.
old, his hair flattened
His
down
companion
with too
had
much
been a
gel.
young man, also
We've
employed
been
by
looking for you
Consolidated
for a long
Periodicals
time,
Limited,
Kaiser
by the
said.
name of Bennett,
3 victims
and the two
over
had been
past
on their
9
way
years,
to lunch
buried in shallow
together.
graves. I'm sure
Mr.
there
Fisher
are more,
and
but we
Bennett,
just haven't
it
found
seemed,
them
had
yet.
been crossing
Took us a
Fleet
while to
Street
ID
with
you.
Bennett on
Since
the
we didn't
side
know
of
your
the
name, we've been
oncoming
calling
traffic.
you the Sweet Bay Strangler.
They had passed behind a stationary
I like
bus,
it, Calvin
and
said.
Bennett had seen the
Want
lorry
to know how we
bearing
finally
down
found
on them.
you?
He had
Why
drawn
don't you just
back,
tell us,
but his
the lawyer
body
said.
must have masked the lorry
The first
from
girl
the
you
view of
killed all
Fisher,
those years
who was
ago
talking
finally turned up,
animatedly at the time,
now brings
and he
your
had
murder count to
continued
4.
forward.
Kaiser watched
Bennett had
Calvin's
caught his
face.
arm and tried to pull
The
him
man's
back,
expression was
but it
neutral,
had
with
been
only a
too
slight
late.
etching of polite
The lorry
interest.
was not travelling unduly
Bright eyes.
fast, and
Handsome
Bennett
motherfucker.
had had no
Might
difficulty
have been a
in
movie
saving
star had he gone a
himself
different way with his life, but
with
men like
ordinary
Calvin
care
James,
and
men
attention.
who raped and murdered women,
The driver
never
of the
went another
bus
way.
corroborated this
Their
evidence
urges
from
always got
Bennett
the better of
and the
them.
lorry driver.
You remember
He
your
had
first
witnessed
one, right?
the accident,
You
and
buried
it
her
had seemed
body
to
in the
him that
woods
when
after you
Fisher
chopped her
did
up.
see the lorry,
She was a high school
he had
junior, a
appeared to
cheerleader.
jump forward right
Calvin
into
said
its
nothing,
path,
continuing
rather
to
than
listen
backward.
politely.
The bus
case you
driver had
forgot, her
seen
name
people
was
do that
Angela
kind of
Wong.
thing before. Seemed to
16-year-old
think they
reported
stood a better
missing some
chance running
14 years
forward
ago.
than jumping back.
Kaiser slid a
He
manila
considered
folder across the
that no
table
one
and
but
opened
Fisher
it.
was to blame.
Inside was a high school photo of Angela.
A
full
verdict of
color.
accidental death.
She'd be 30
was
now,
thereupon
same age as me.
returned, all
And she
parties
was a
being
good friend of mine,
exonerated,
which makes me a
except
little
the
more
dead
than
man,
pissed off to be sitting
who could
across the
not
table
answer
from her
back.
killer. Detective, if you have a
In
personal
his
grudge
library,
against my client,
Mr. Todd Hunter
Rooney began.
studied the short
Fuck off,
report
Kaiser
with the
said to him,
closest
his
attention.
eyes never leaving Calvin's
So
face.
straightforward was
Angela
the
was a
affair,
beautiful girl,
and so
wasn't she?
usual
Now there's
the
nothing
type
left of her but a
accident,
pile of bones
that there
in
was
her
really no
purse.
reason why Mr. Todd
Oh, and
Hunter
her
should
camera,
have jumped
which
to
had
the
pictures of you
conclusion
in it.
that he did
He leaned
about
in.
it.
Tell me,
Nevertheless, his conviction
did you know
amounted
from the day you met
to a
her that you were going to
certainty.
kill her?
Right
Was it
from
Angela
the
you
very first
really
moment
wanted
of
all
seeing
along?
the headline,
I
Mr.
don't know
Todd
if it was
Hunter had
planned or not, and I
known,
don't give a
beyond
fuck.
all
But
explanation,
killing her gave
but
you a
with
taste
complete
for it, didn't it?
conviction, that
Except
Fishman's
you didn't
death
dismember the others,
had been
only
no
Angela.
accident.
Only the first one.
That hand,
Calvin
which
James's
had been
lips twitched, but he
outstretched
said
to
nothing.
save him,
You sick
it had
motherfucker,
never been
Kaiser said.
intended to save.
Is that why you got close to
It had
Georgina
not
back then, so you could get to her
pulled
best
that
friend?
hand. It had
At the
pushed.
mention of Georgina's name, Calvin's
Bitterly
mouth opened
and
slightly.
remorsefully, Mr. Todd
Then he
Hunter
smiled,
blamed himself.
the connection finally dawning on
By
him.
his weakness,
I know
by his
you,
cowardice,
he said
he had
softly.
turned that nice
Holy
young
shit
Bennett into a
balls.
murderer.
You were their
The
little high school
revolver
friend.
had been in his
The
possession
skinny
for over
dude who was
24
always
hours
following
before
them
Fishman
around like a
died.
puppy.
It had been intended
Always
for
so
use
grateful
on
whenever they paid
Fishman
any
at
attention to
once. Had its owner
You
not
were
been a
persistent, I'll give
useless,
you that.
pusillanimous
His grin
creature,
widened,
young
revealing
Bennett would
even
not
white
now
teeth.
have to go through life
see your man
with the
meat
load
finally
of
came in.
murder
You're
burdening
looking
his
well,
soul.
buddy. All grown
He,
up, all
Mr.
macho.
Todd Hunter, could have saved
Now
him
you're a
from
guy
that,
with a gun and a
had
badge.
failed.
Just look at you.
Mr. Todd Hunter held
Kaiser
his
returned the
bald head
smile.
in his hands
So
and
tell me, how is our
groaned over
lovely
his own
Georgina?
uselessness.
Calvin asked.
He
How long
who
did she keep
planned
you in
to
the
be
friend
of
zone?
such use.
Did you two ever get
drunk and just make out
Why
one night?
Mr. Todhunter
How
should
far
have
up
been
her
so
skirt did you
certain
get before
that
she
young
slapped your
Bennett
hand
pushed
away?
Fishman under that
never
lorry
slapped
the
mine.
second time they were to lunch
This is all
together.
very fascinating.
There was
but
no
Who's
explaining.
Georgina?
Nobody
Calvin's lawyer
else
interrupted,
ever
looking
dreamed
pained.
of such a thing.
The criminal and the cop both
As a
ignored
matter
him.
of fact, Mr.
How
Todd
involved
Hunter
was she?
had been
Kaiser spoke
perfectly
directly to
right.
Calvin. Did she help you? You haven't
Chapter
talked
4.
to her?
Calvin sat back in his chair and
Fishman
rubbed his chin.
was out of the
The
way.
handcuffs clanged together.
In spite of
He looked
his
as relaxed
remorse,
as could be.
Mr. Todhunter
You
could
should
not
talk
help
to
feeling
her.
a certain
I can't speak
selfish
for her.
relief.
She wouldn't like that.
He had not wanted
At the
to
very
kill
most,
Fishman.
she was your accomplice.
He had not wanted to kill
Kaiser
anyone,
glanced at Aaron
however
Rooney.
unpleasant.
The public defender
He was
seemed
not of the
completely out of his
stuff
depth.
of which killers
At the
are
very
made.
least, she'll turn state's
Mr.
evidence
Todhunter
against you.
realized all that now.
We're going to pick her up
He
later
knew he had
today.
only been deceiving
Calvin
himself.
snorted.
It was
So
a
I guess
depressing
that means
reflection.
you two aren't friends
And
anymore.
yet, there were
We have you
compensations.
cold, Calvin.
Kaiser
Peace
said with an icy
was
smile.
what Mr. Todhunter
You don't
really
have to
wanted
talk to
for
me. I'm
himself,
sure
after
Georgina
all.
will.
And
even if she
now
doesn't, I'll find
he
out what
could
happened
have
that night.
it. He had made
Like you said, I've
his
always been
gesture,
persistent.
and its bluff
I'm like a dog
had
with a
been
bone with
called.
this kind of thing. I'll
Good.
dig and dig until I figure it out.
As his
See you at the
relief
trial.
grew, Mr.
stood
Todhunter
pushing
even
his chair
abandoned with equanimity
She's
the
still
Italian
beautiful,
and
Calvin
German
asked.
nations
Not
to
that
their
she was
fates,
quite as
and
beautiful as
prepared for
Angela,
a
but
peaceful
Georgina
passing.
had something back then, didn't she?
Yet,
Something
for all that,
special.
life seemed now
I think you and I were the only ones who
excessively
ever saw it.
flat.
We have that in common.
It was
at
himself
least.
that Mr. Todhunter
you,
had been
Kaiser
bluffing.
said, bristling at the
It was
thought that he
he,
and this murderer
and
were
probably no
anything
one
alike.
else, who had once
Calvin
foolishly
James
imagined
laughed.
himself capable of
Kaiser's
great
phone
things.
vibrates on the nightstand beside
And
him,
after all,
bringing him back
when
to the
one has
present.
wound oneself
It's 5
up,
minutes
as
before
one
6
imagines,
a.m. and
to
nobody calls him
tremendous,
this early unless somebody's
magnificent
dead.
action,
He checks the
it
number
is
and
bound
answers
to
it
have a
because he's a
depressing
cop and that's his
effect
damn
to find the
job.
mainspring under
Morning,
one
Lieutenant,
suddenly
he
turn,
says
as it were,
softly so he
into a
doesn't wake
piece
Kim.
of chewed
Good
string.
morning.
It
The
is
voice on the
like
other
a
end
high
is
jumper
gravelly and
who is
female.
taking an
The voice of
enormous
a
run
lifelong
to clear the
chain smoker
bar,
who's only recently quit.
finds on arriving
It's
there
his boss,
that it has
Luca
been placed
Miller.
not
You
6
sound
feet
awake.
above the ground,
Been up for a bit.
but 6 inches.
Got something for me?
2 bodies near
Nevertheless,
Green Lake.
though life might
She
now be
coughed into his
flat,
ear.
it was
Supposed to be Canning's
restful.
case, but thought you might want
Mr.
it.
Todhunter grew less
Why's that?
irritable.
One
His
of them
frayed
is a
nerves
dismembered
joined
woman,
themselves together once
buried
more.
in a
He
series
sat
of
down in
shallow
his
graves.
garden again by day.
Kaiser sits
He
up
began
straighter.
to sleep better.
What did you say
At
the
night?
address was?
I didn't.
she
Seems
says,
to have done
and
him
recites
good,
it for
that
him.
attack of his.
You're shitting me,
opined
He
Edie
says,
to Mrs.
stunned,
Greenhill.
when the GPS in his
Been
head
ever so
pinpoints the
bobbish
location.
since, he
I'll
has.
take a shower. Be there in 30 minutes.
Well,
No
let's
rush.
hope he don't get
They're
no
already
more
dead.
of them.
Luca
said
Miller
Mrs.
says this without a
Greenhill
trace of
devoutly.
sarcasm.
Gave
She's been
me
on the job a long
nasty
time and she's
turn,
just
that
stating
one did.
facts.
And that's a
CSI's
fact.
just starting. An hour's fine.
It was, in
When
short,
you get there, do what
only
you can
after
at the
he
scene
seemed
and
to
I'll
have
have
allayed
Peebles ready
his
for you.
mental indigestion
She's referring to Greg
and settled
Peebles,
down once more
the head
to the
medical
old
examiner for King
comfortable
County.
routine of his
He's
life.
the best of the best, but
and
he's
indeed
usually
had already
unavailable at
begun
short
to look
notice
on the
because he's always in
strange
high demand.
urges and compulsions
Peebles,
that had
really?
stirred in him
Kaiser says.
as a kind
How
of
are you going to make that happen?
temporary
Rub a
aberration
genie and
due
make a
to
wish?
shock
I
that
said
the chance
there were 2
encounter
bodies.
befell
Luca
Mr.
says.
Todhunter,
One's a
which was to
child.
jerk him out of that
That'll do it.
routine once
They always
more,
prioritize children.
and alter not only
And if
the
the child
short
was
life
found with a
remaining
dismembered
to
woman,
him,
chances are
but
the
the
kid didn't
lives
die by
of
accident.
several other people too.
He disconnects the call. Kim
The
sits up
meeting
beside him,
took
rubbing her
place at
eyes,
Christie's.
her tangled hair
It
spilling
was
over her
Mr.
bare
Todhunter's
shoulders.
pleasure to go
She's not a
occasionally
classically
and
beautiful
watch
woman,
the
but she's
treasures of the
undeniably
world
attractive.
changing
And there's a
hands.
warmth in her smile that people are drawn
On
to.
this occasion, a
She's often
17th
compared to
century
Jennifer
mazer
Aniston.
was up for sale.
What's going on?
It had belonged,
He
since
tells
it was
her, and when he
made,
finishes
to an
speaking, she
obscure
looks
little
more
church in Northamptonshire.
You think this is Calvin James?
The early English
she asks.
tower was now in
It
danger
could be
of
coincidence,
collapsing,
but you know how I
as
feel about
early English
coincidences.
towers will.
Anyway,
and
it's after
the
6, you
incumbent
should probably
had
get going.
decided that a substantial
Kaiser
tower
eases out
was
of
more
bed and
useful
heads for the
to his
bathroom.
church than a
He doesn't have to
silver
walk
bowl,
far. His
and had
apartment is
therefore
small.
obtained the necessary
likes it that
permission
way.
to
Less to clean.
transmute the metal
And besides, he's
into
rarely ever
cement.
home for long.
Mr.
I
Todhunter
gotta
had
take
a
a
school
shower.
friend, a certain Frederick
company?
Slights, to whom
He
he
pauses,
was wont
then
to
sighs.
refer in a somewhat deprecating
Really,
way
it
as
has to
that
stop.
chap Slights.
This can't continue.
The deprecation was
wrong
due
and
to a
it's
fear on
messy, and
Mr.
the longer it
Todhunter's
goes, the more
part that in
complicated it
referring to
feels.
Mr. Slights
They work
at
together,
all,
for fuck's
he
sake.
might seem to be
She's his
claiming
goddamn
acquaintance with the great.
He doesn't
For
answer
Mr.
her.
Slights wrote
Pretends he
novels,
didn't hear the question.
and in the opinion of Mr.
He enters the
Todhunter,
bathroom.
very good
But he leaves the
novels,
door
too.
open.
This opinion was, however, not shared by the public at large,
7.
few of whom had ever heard of Mr. Slights,
A drop
so that
of
Mr.
water lands on
Todhunter's
Kaiser's
deprecation,
forehead,
while
falling from a leaf or a
well-intentioned,
branch somewhere above
was
him.
scarcely needed.
It drizzled earlier, and the scent
Frederick
of soil and
Slights
trees
and
would
Mr.
have been
Todhunter
refreshing if
would
not for the
dine
circumstances.
occasionally at each
Kaiser
other's
hasn't
houses,
been in these woods in
and it
over
was
5
inevitable
years.
that they would meet strangers.
And yet the crime scene
there.
now looks eerily
These
similar to the one from back then.
invariably passed
Only this
straight
time
out of
around, there
Mr.
are 2
Todhunter's
victims,
mind
a
the
woman
instant
and a
their
child.
backs were turned towards the front
The woman
door,
was found
for
first.
Mr. Todhunter had
Or,
an
to put it more
atrocious
accurately,
memory
the
for
woman's
names
body
and
parts
faces,
were found first.
and even for
Her
individuals.
torso is in one large piece,
It seemed,
buried
however,
2.5
that
feet
Mr.
deep in the ground
Todhunter
between
himself
2 trees.
did not pass so
Scattered
readily
around
out
it
of
in
the
a
minds
series of
of
shallow
others.
mini-graves
For
are
while
her
he was
feet,
happily
lower
examining the
legs,
mazer
upper
on
legs,
its green
hands,
baize cloth
forearms,
prior to
upper
sale,
arms and head.
a voice at his side
Her eyes
accosted
are
him
missing.
by name. And
2
when Mr.
jagged holes
Todhunter
remain where her
looked
eyeballs once were,
courteously
now scraped
baffled,
out of their sockets.
reminded him that they
Crime
had
scene
met last year
investigators are still
at
looking for them,
Slights.
but they won't be found.
Faraway,
Whoever took her
repeated
eyes did
Mr.
so for a
Todhunter
reason.
with well-simulated
It's anyone's guess
enthusiasm,
what she looked like when she
staring
was
at
alive.
the trimly bearded
The face
face
is
of the
cold and
little
grey,
man
the
at
skin
his
waxy,
side.
the lips
Of
pulled back
course
from the
I
teeth in a
remember.
classic death grimace.
Naturally.
There's too much
And
dirt and
indeed,
soil
the name
matted
of
into the hair
Faraway,
to determine
in
whether it's
connection with
black or
that
brown.
neat little pointed
Based
beard,
on the tearing
did
of the
now
skin,
seem in
she was
some
taken
way
apart with a
familiar.
tool that had teeth.
They discussed
Maybe
the
a
points
saw.
of the bowl and moved
Dismemberments are
on to
always
an early
horrific, but
Georgian
this one
teapot.
feels especially gruesome.
Gradually, recollection
She's buried in
filtered
almost the
into Mr.
exact same
Todhunter's
place
mind.
as Angela Wong.
Faraway.
He turns his
Yes.
attention to the child, whose
This
body,
must be
thankfully, has been
Nicholas
left intact.
Faraway, the author
Found
of,
less than 5 feet away
what
from the
was
woman,
thing
the grave is
called?
1.5 feet deep,
Michael
3 feet
Staveling's
long, 1
Redemption,
foot wide.
or some such
tiny
dreadful
grave for a
title,
tiny
and
body.
a dozen other novels with
He
equally
looks to be about
repellent
2 years
names.
old based on his size and
Popular
the number
stuff.
of teeth he has.
Mr.
He's dressed in
Todhunter
Spider-Man
had read
pajama
none of
pants
them,
and a blue
of
hoodie,
course,
no
but
t-shirt,
he did seem to remember
little legs
now
tucked into
meeting
shiny
the
red
man
rubber rain
and
boots.
rather liking
While
him,
cause of death is always
or at
determined
any
by the
rate
medical
thinking
examiner,
that he was not so
it's
bad as
clear
his
the boy
books
has been
must
strangled.
be.
The dark red
There was
marks
a
around the
gentle,
throat and the
almost
self-inflicted bite marks on the
wistful
boy's
air
tongue
about him,
are both
an
consistent with asphyxiation,
unostentatiousness
along
which
with the
one did not
telltale
quite
pinpoint
associate
blood
with a
clots in the
popular
sclera,
novelist.
also known as
Slights
petechial
had said
hemorrhaging.
something afterwards about
Other than a
Faraway
few
being
faded
quite
bruises on his
unspoiled
shins,
in
consistent
spite
with
of
being
his
an
success.
active toddler. He
Yes,
looks normal.
and hadn't the
The
fellow
cheeks are
made
still
some
chubby, the
complimentary
belly
reference
comfortably
to his
round.
own reviews
The top
in
of
the
his
London
diaper is
Review?
sticking out of his pajama pants.
Yes.
Just a baby,
Now Mr.
really.
Todhunter came to think of it.
The hoodie
He
is open
had.
to reveal markings on the
Yes,
boy's small
yes,
chest.
Quite a good
At first glance,
chap,
Kaiser thought it was
Faraway.
blood.
Mr.
But it's not,
Todhunter
because
did
dried
not at
blood
all
smears
mind
in the
spending an
rain.
hour or so
And this
in
has not
Faraway's
budged.
company.
The killer drew on
Mr.
him,
Todhunter and
using dark
Faraway
red lipstick
looked
to draw
at each
a
other.
perfect heart. And in the
Thinking
center
of
of the
making
heart
a
are
bid
2
for anything?
short words.
They asked simultaneously.
See me.
You answer first,
See you,
suggested Mr.
Kaiser says
Todhunter.
quietly to the dead child.
Me?
I see.
Oh no. Faraway looked
The crime
round
scene
him
photographer
somewhat
bends
vaguely.
over and takes several more
I'm
pictures
just
of the boy.
watching
The bright
the
flash
prices.
from the camera illuminating
I
everything
happen
around
to be
her in
rather
brief sparks.
interested.
This is terrible.
In
huh?
prices?
Seen anything like this
well,
before,
in
Kai?
all this
She asks.
kind of thing.
He resists the
And,
urge
you?
to zip up the boy's hoodie.
Mr. Todhunter chuckled.
Yes, he says.
He suffered from a
His tone
dry,
hurt.
donnish sense of humour.
She waits for him to
extremely
elaborate, but he doesn't.
irritating to other people.
Correctly
which
sensing that he's
consisted
not
in
in a
telling
chatty mood,
wild
she steps back,
untruths
leaving him
with a
alone with his
perfectly
thoughts.
serious face.
He nods
and
to
the more
the
the
paramedics,
victim
waiting
appeared
patiently
to
nearby
believe
with a
him,
stretcher,
the more
indicating
firmly
that the
would
bodies are
Mr.
ready for
Todhunter
transport to the morgue.
elaborate his fiction.
The crime scene techs are
In
handling the
consequence,
female victim's
until one
remains,
knew him
which
very
all have to be
well,
photographed
it
and
was impossible
catalogued
to know when
individually.
Mr. Todhunter was speaking
Are
the
they
truth,
mother and son?
and when he was not.
Is this the work of Calvin James?
Well,
The heart
said
on the
Mr.
boy's chest
Todhunter
reminds Kaiser of the
gravely
doodle
now,
on his notepad from
I
the trial.
rather thought of
Everything
having a
about
shot
this
at that
reeks of the Sweet
Calchester
Bay Strangler.
mazer, you know.
Except for the
that is, if
gouged-out
the
eyes.
bidding doesn't go too
That's
high.
new. As is killing a
It was
child.
obvious to Mr. Todhunter's
But monsters, like
fiendish
everyone else,
pleasure
can evolve.
that Faraway had swallowed
The
this
scene is
preposterous
secure,
statement.
cordoned off with
whole.
yellow crime scene
He
tape.
looked at Mr. Todhunter
The entrance
with
to this section of the woods
undisguised
is located at the
respect.
edge of a cul-de-sac,
You
right between
collect?
2 houses on
He
Briar
asked,
Crescent.
in the kind of
Kaiser
reverent
leaves the
voice
woods and
in
heads
which
back
the
to the
BBC
street,
elocutionist
unsurprised to find that a
read
sizable sizable crowd has gathered behind the
Mr.
road
Todhunter
barricades.
waved a desiccated
Curious neighbors,
claw.
of course, along with a couple of news vans
only in a
and
very
few
small
reporters.
way, he replied.
Less than 200
modestly.
yards away is the house with
Mr.
blue
Todhunter had once bought
Georgina's
at an
old
auction
house.
a silver sugar
He hasn't set
basin
foot
and
inside it
cream
since he was
jug,
16,
which happened
but
to
he can
match
still remember
exactly
the
his
smell
own
of the
family
crock pot,
George
always
III
bubbling with
teapot,
something.
and he felt that this act
Neither Georgina
might
nor her
entitle
busy
him
doctor
to
father were ever
answer
great
as
cooks,
he did.
but they could make a mean beef stew in the slow
said
cooker.
Faraway thoughtfully.
How many times did
and said
Kaiser
no
ring that
more.
doorbell to pick her up to go to the movies?
They continued
or
their
the food court at the
progress
mall?
round the hall.
How many times did he sit in her living
Mr.
room watching
Todhunter
Melrose
was
Place,
mildly
a show he pretended to
interested.
hate but secretly
Faraway
enjoyed
had
because it meant he
seemed
could
so
spend
much
time with her?
impressed on hearing
How
that
many
he was a
times did they sit on her
collector
floor
that
in her
Mr.
bedroom
Todhunter
drinking
could not help
Slurpees
feeling
from the
it odd
7-Eleven and listening to
that he should have
Soundgarden
dropped
and
the
Pearl Jam
subject so
on the
quickly,
nights her father worked
almost
late?
abruptly.
Right here on this street,
On the
19
other hand,
years ago
there had
when they
been
were
a hint of
juniors at St.
suspense
Martin's
about
High.
that
And also best friends.
as if the subject had
Back
only
when
been
Angela was still
temporarily
here.
shelved and
Back
was to
before
be
she was
brought up
declared a
again
missing
at some
person,
more favourable
before her
opportunity.
face was on posters all over the city,
But why, in any
before her
case,
bones
should
were
it
found in
matter
these
to
same
Faraway
woods years later,
whether he was a collector
before Calvin
or not?
James was arrested,
No doubt,
before
Mr.
Georgina
Todhunter
went to
decided,
prison,
Faraway was a
before-
collector himself
before-
and wished to exchange
before.
gossip with another of the same kidney.
Kaiser wonders
But
who
even
lives
so,
there
it was
now.
strange
Wonders if
that
they
he
know
should
the
not have
baggage that house
plunged
comes
into the
with, the
subject
secrets it
at
hides.
once.
It was photographed
Mr.
extensively after
Todhunter was
Angela's remains
sufficiently
were found.
intrigued to
Reporters
make
were
a couple of
titillated by the fact that her
absolutely
body was
safe
buried less than a
bids
football
for the
field's
Mesa
length away
when
from
its
where the
turn
woman
came,
charged with her murder
just
slept
in
every
order
night.
to support the fiction
Kim
with his
Kellogg
companion,
approaches,
and
dressed in
perfunctorily
tight jeans and a
bewailed the
fitted
fact
jacket,
that when the
her
bidding
blonde hair
rose
swept
above
up into a sleek
£6,000,
ponytail.
the price
The only
was getting
indication that his
beyond
partner is a
what he
police
cared
detective
to
and not a
spend.
college student is the gold
Faraway
shield clipped to her
nodded.
jacket.
It's a
Kim
lot of
is
money,
method where he's
he said.
madness, and they're a good fit
His
on the job.
tone caused
And
Mr.
in bed, too,
Todhunter
if
to
he's
look
being
at him
honest.
sharply.
Everybody
There was
has a
a
weakness.
quality of sheer
Kaiser's has
envy
always been
about
unavailable
it, which
women.
was quite startling.
How'd it go?
Had the man
He
got
keeps
some
his
sort
voice
of a
clipped and
money
professional.
complex, which
There are too
brought
many
him
other
here
cops around
just
for
for
him
the
to speak to her
satisfaction of
casually.
hearing large sums
I checked the
change
missing persons
hands?
reports in Seattle,
And
she
yet,
says.
a popular
A
novelist
stray
like
strand of
Faraway must be
blonde hair
making a
blows
very
across her
large
face, and
income,
Kaiser moves to brush it
10,000
away.
a year at
He
least.
catches himself just in
It
time.
all seemed to Mr. Todhunter
Nobody matches the description of
rather
the boy.
queer.
I've sent a request out to the
No
surrounding
less
cities, so
queer
I'm sure we'll
was
get a
it
hit soon.
when the two finally
He was
strolled
healthy
into the
with newer
street
clothes,
that Faraway
Kaiser
should
says.
begin quite
Somebody loved that kid.
obviously and
about
rather
the woman?
clumsily to
Nothing yet.
pump Mr. Todhunter
I have 2 officers
as
down
to
at the
his
precinct
worldly
working on it, but there are too many missing
circumstances,
females in that age range.
without ever
Where's the
actually
guy who
saying
found them?
anything which could be quoted against
points
him
to an
afterwards.
older couple standing
Mr.
on the sidewalk,
Todhunter amused
talking with a
himself
few of the
by
other neighbors.
implying with much
Mr. and Mrs.
subtlety
Heller.
that his
He found
establishment
them.
in
She called
Richmond
911.
was just about
I'll
4
bring them over.
times as big as it really was,
Cliff
and his
Heller is a
income
60-something-year-old
to match,
retiree
that his
with
tastes
snow-white
were
hair and a
thoroughly
beard to match.
expensive, and
And he
even
looks
that he was not
completely
without
traumatized
influence
to have
in the
discovered the
financial
bodies.
world.
Roberta
a friend
Heller is a
of
full
money
foot shorter than her
barons
husband,
and a
dressed in a
crony
fluffy
of
white
commercial
bathrobe with
peers.
exactly one pink hair curler
Indeed, so
secured above her
favourable
forehead.
did Mr. Todhunter find the
contrast, she
opportunity
looks
for the
elated to be
exercise
involved
of
in
his
the most
gift
exciting
of the
thing that's happened in her neighborhood in a while.
that he was in some
Her
danger
enthusiasm would be
of
dampened
overdoing
considerably if she had actually seen the two
Mr.
dead bodies.
Todhunter had no idea that
I have a
this time
69
the
vet that I've been
retribution was
trying to
placed
fix
in
up
wait
for the past
for
few
all
years.
practical
Cliff Heller
jokers,
tells Kaiser.
however subtle,
Body's in good
was
shape.
grinning
She'd be sweet
behind
if I could
his
get her
back.
going again.
In fact,
Popped
had he
into the
but known
garage
it,
after
the
breakfast,
laugh
thinking I'd get a
this
bit of
time
work done
was
on it before we had to
decidedly
leave
on
for
Mr.
church.
Todhunter.
He doesn't care about the stupid
For if
Corvette.
on this
His wife
one
interrupts.
single occasion
Right.
he had failed
So the
to
dog
indulge
starts
this
yapping, and I
elfin
thought I'd
humour
take
of
her
his,
into the woods for
a great
go.
deal of subsequent
sighs.
trouble might have been
Usually I
spared him.
walk her, but it was
He would
raining.
indeed
He
have
doesn't
actually
care
had
about the rain.
peaceful end
His wife snaps
to which
again.
he was even then looking
And that's when you
forward.
found the bodies.
Instead,
Kaiser
of the
prompts.
far from peaceful
Maggie
death,
found them.
which
Heller
was in
says,
store
his
for him.
shoulders sagging.
He would
He
never
points to their house,
have
where
seen
Kaiser
the
could make out a
inside
furry
of
golden face in the
condemned
window,
cell.
watching the street
He would
commotion.
never.
She started
there is
barking,
no need
and then
to
she was
elaborate.
digging at something, and I saw an
Retribution
arm sticking out of the
awaited
dirt.
Mr. Todhunter.
At first I thought it was a doll, but when I got closer I
It was
realized
a
it wasn't
simple
attached
question
to
of his
anything.
companions,
It was-
which put the wheels
was quite a
of fate
shock.
in motion.
I fell back, and that's
Are
when I
you
found the boy.
doing anything now? now?"
Heller's chin
asked
begins to waver,
Farraway.
and then his voice chokes.
Mr. Todhunter
I know
could
I
not
wasn't supposed to
recognise
touch him,
his
but when I
chance.
saw his face
There
and
was
his
nothing to
arm
warn
peeking out
him
from
that
the
if he
hole,
replied
I didn't
firmly
think,
that he
I
had
just
an urgent
reacted.
appointment in the city and must leave
I
for it
pulled
at
him out of
once,
the dirt.
he might still have been saved.
He's so small. We got
Instead,
grandkids that
he
age.
replied, like
takes
any
a deep
other
breath and
sucker
closes his
falling
eyes.
for destiny's
When he opens
confidence
them again
trick.
a moment later, he's calmer.
Nothing in
I didn't
particular.
mess up the crime scene, did I?
Perhaps you would
You
come and
reacted
have
how
some
any
tea
normal
with me?
person would.
The
Thank
My
God.
flat is quite
The confirmation
close.
that he didn't screw anything up seems to
Mr.
make Heller feel
Todhunter,
better.
in his foolishness,
His wife
saw
rubs his
only
back
an
with one
opportunity
hand.
for further enjoyment.
With the other, she takes a sip of her coffee.
"There's
her
nothing
gaze
I should
flitting
like
around,
better,"
watching the
he
officers work.
replied, courteously.
Kaiser asks a few more questions.
Just behind him,
Neither Heller
Fate
remembers
put
seeing
away
anything
her
strange
gold
the evening
brick,
before.
tucked
No unfamiliar
the
cars
forged
parked in the
bond
cul-de-sac,
out of
no
sight,
flashlight,
and stuffed
and no
the
noises
bogus
or
balance
voices.
sheet into her pocket.
We do go to
again.
bed pretty early.
The sucker
Heller says.
had
8:30,
sucked.
9 at the latest. So we wouldn't have seen anything after then anyway.
Mr. Todhunter's
Say, does this have
first
anything to do with
impression
Angela
of
Wong?
Faraway's flat
Roberta Heller
was that
asks
he must have
brightly,
totally
looking up at
misjudged
Kaiser.
its owner.
The lone pink
He
curler
looked
above her
in a
forehead
puzzled way
bobs.
round the room.
You know the girl
in
who
which he
went
had been
missing all
left
those years ago?
alone.
Her remains were found in these
No,
woods. I'm not sure
he
if you're
was
aware of
certainly
that. It
never
could
have
be
thought
related.
Faraway the kind of man
Walter must
to
be going out of his
decorate
mind wondering what the
piano
heck is
with
going
Chinese
on.
embroidery
Kaiser's
and put a
head snaps up.
hoop-skirted doll
Walter?
over the telephone.
Walter Shaw, Mrs. Heller
Faraway
says.
was a small
She points to the house
man,
with the blue door.
but he was neat.
His daughter
and
was the
trim
one who...
in a
I know
thoroughly
who she is.
masculine way.
Kaiser stares
No one
at
would
the
have
blue
suspected
door.
him of such
He still lives there?
effeminate taste.
He could have sworn
And such
Walter sold
downright
the house a
bad
few years
feminine
back.
taste at that.
Yes, and
Mr.
his daughter will be
Todhunter
moving in with him in a
was
few
mildly
days.
astonished.
Roberta Heller sniffs.
The
Back
flat
here,
was
to
really
this neighborhood.
palatial.
She's been in
The
prison,
room
you
in
know.
which Mr. Todhunter
I
was
like
now
Walter, but let me tell you, his
somewhat
daughter is a
uneasily
piece of
sitting,
work.
with its
Uppity
wide
little
windows
thing with her big
and view
important
over the
job,
park,
always clicking
would not
around
have
in her high
disgraced a
heels
country
whenever she came
house,
back to
so
visit.
far as size
And
went.
all along, her
And
best
from the
friend is
large
buried in
hall
these very
into
woods.
which the
I
front
always
door
knew
opened,
something
Mr.
was off
Todhunter had
about her.
seen two
Enough,
long,
Roberta,
broad passages
husband
leading,
says, placing a
each
hand on her
with half
arm.
a dozen doors.
Enough.
The rent of
It's all
such a
Kaiser
place
can
must
do
be
not to rip the
enormous.
ridiculous curler
Even
out
a
of the woman's
popular
hair.
novelist would find his
Instead, he
resources
hands Cliff
squeezed
Heller his
to
card.
fit his style of
You
living
think
to
of
such
anything more,
surroundings.
call me. Day or night.
Meditating thus, Mr.
The bodies are
Todhunter was
being
surprised
moved.
by the return of his
Kim has
host,
done a good job
accompanied
pushing the
this
crowd
time by
farther
a
away
young
from the
and
cul-de-sac,
handsome man.
and only a handful of neighbors standing
My
nearby can see the
son-in-law,
covered
said
remains.
Faraway.
One of them extremely
Vincent,
small,
have you
being
had
loaded
tea?
into the backs of the emergency
For
vehicles.
some reason, the young
Cliff
man,
Heller looks as
who
if he
looked
might
as if he
cry
would
again,
normally have
and
a
even
plum
Roberta
enough
Heller
for a
softens
dozen,
a little at the sight of that
appeared
tiny shape.
embarrassed.
Kaiser takes a
No,
moment to scan
I was
the
waiting
handful of
for
people who are still
you.
milling around.
The pause
All appear to be
before the
residents
last
of the
word
neighborhood.
was very slight,
Coffee cups
but
or
it
dog
was
leashes in
perceptible.
hand. More than a few are
Then
still in their pajamas.
ring.
Civilians
Faraway
are always
spoke
drawn
more
to the
dryly
excitement of a
than
crime
such a
scene.
simple request appeared to
A second
warrant.
later, his eyes fix on a face.
There was a pause,
Not a face in the
which
crowd.
continued long
A
enough
face behind glass.
to be awkward.
Someone is home in the
Mr.
house with the blue
Todhunter
door.
was thinking that to have a
Kaiser walks
son-in-law,
toward it, and a
Faraway
few
must be
seconds later,
married,
his finger is
and
pointed
this
above the
therefore
doorbell.
accounted for the
The door
feminine
opens before he
air
can
of
press
the
it.
room. But even so,
Walter
it
Shaw
seems
stands
strange
there,
that a
an
woman
inch
in the
shorter than
position of
Kaiser's own
Faraway's
6 feet,
wife
2 inch
should have
height.
such
His
appalling
short hair is
taste,
grayer, and there are more
or
lines
indeed
around
that
his
Faraway
eyes and
should
mouth than were
allow
there the
her
last
to
time Kaiser saw
exercise
him
it
5
if
years
she
ago.
possessed it.
Other than that,
Faraway,
Georgina's
who
father
had been
looks more or
staring
less
at
the
the
same.
carpet, looked up
You
at his
really
son-in-law.
still live here?
Kaiser
Literally,
asks,
for the
more a
latter
statement
topped
than
him
a
by 4
question.
inches or more.
I thought you would
A
have sold the
blonde,
house.
curly-haired young
After the-
cross between
after the
Apollo
trial.
and a rowing blue.
Hello to
Quite
you, too.
improperly handsome,
Walter doesn't appear happy to
thought
see him at
Mr.
all.
Todhunter.
Market was way down, and
Did
I wasn't
Jean
going to sell
say
it for pennies
when
on the
she'd be
dollar.
in?
Besides
The
that,
young man
nobody
did not
wanted
alter
it.
his abstracted
Too much bad
gaze
press, thanks
towards
to
the
you.
window.
Is
I haven't
Georgina
seen
coming
her,
back here when
he
she
said
gets home?
shortly.
This is my
He
home,
was
which
leaning
makes
back
it her
against the
home.
mantelpiece,
The older man
smoking a
crosses his
cigarette,
arms.
with an air of
And where the hell
detachment
else
so
would she go?
pronounced as to be something
Kaiser
very like
stares at Walter
defiance.
Shaw, the father of his best friend
Mr.
from high
Todhunter
school.
was not a
the father of the woman
perceptive
he
man,
arrested.
but even he could not
He'd
fail
sat
to
at
be
Walt's
aware
table,
that there was
had
something
eaten
wrong
Walt's beef stew,
here.
had drunk Walt's
The
beer
feeling
when he wasn't
between
home,
the two men
had
seemed
been
to
in love
amount
with Walt's
almost to enmity.
Georgina's
And whether
father
the
stares back.
unknown Jean
It feels
might
like a
be
face-off of
Faraway's
sorts.
wife
Neither
or
man
his
wanting to back
daughter,
down, but neither
there was
knowing
surely
what to
no
say
reason
next
why his
either.
own son-in-law
Kaiser
should appear
speaks
to
first.
resent the mention
Walt,
of her
I care about
name.
your daughter. I've always
Faraway
cared.
seemed to be catching
I hope you know
the
I was just
resentment.
doing my job.
Has your
It's
firm
not
given
exactly
you the
an
afternoon
apology, but
off,
it's the best he can do.
Vincent?" he asked, with
After
a
a
distinct
moment,
edge
Walter
in
nods.
his usually gentle voice.
It's not exactly an acceptance, but
The young
it's the
man
best he
stared
can
at
do.
him haughtily.
He jerks his head toward
"I
the
happen to be
activity
here
in the
on
cul-de-sac.
business." "Really?"
So what the hell is going on over there anyway?
The sarcasm
We're still
was
figuring it
almost
out,
crude.
Kaiser says.
"No.
By the way, has Georgina
Private,"
ever said anything to
replied
you
the
about
young
where
man,
Calvin
very
James might
curtly.
be?
The older
"Indeed.
man frowns.
Then I won't
He
inquire
doesn't like the
further."
question.
Nevertheless,
Before
Mr.
Kaiser can
Todhunter
rephrase
and
it,
I—
the door slams
"All right,"
shut in his
interrupted
face.
the young man rudely. "I was just going in any case."
8.
With a brief nod in the direction of Mr. Todhunter,
The dead
he
child has
stumped
been
out
identified
of
as
the
Henry
room.
Bowen,
Faraway
aged 22
drooped
months.
into a chair in
His
a
parents,
spiritless
Amelia
way
and Tyson
wiped
Bowen
his
of Redmond,
forehead.
filed a report first thing
Mr.
that morning.
Todhunter, who
And as
had
far
been
as they know,
growing
their
more
young
and
son
more
is still
embarrassed,
missing.
remarked,
Kaiser will do the
rather
official death
foolishly,
notification when they arrive.
"What an extremely
At the very
handsome
least,
young
it's
man."
2 mysteries solved.
"Vincent?
They know the child's name,
Yes,
and they've
I
confirmed
suppose
that their
he is.
Jane Doe isn't the
He's
child's
an engineer
mother.
with Fitch
Though it
and
might have
Son,
been easier
big
from an
firm,
investigative
something to do with
standpoint if she had
steel
been.
construction work.
Thanks to the wonders of modern
Ferro-concrete,
technology,
I believe it's
also known
called.
as the smartphone,
Not
the photo
brilliant,
Amelia
but quite
Bowen used
sound
in her
at his
child's
job.
missing person report
He
was
married
taken
my
at
elder
bedtime
daughter.
the night before.
Faraway
Kaiser has no
wiped
doubt
his
it's their
forehead
boy.
again, as if the
He has the
recital
same
of this
hair,
short
same front
biography
teeth,
had been
the same
almost too
Spider-Man
much for him.
pajamas.
Mr.
Whatever happened to
Todhunter was
Henry
spared
occurred
the
sometime
necessity
between
for comment
11:30
by the
p.m.
entrance
when his
with
mother
tea
checked the video
of an
monitor
extremely
before falling
pretty
asleep,
maid,
and
her
8:30 a.m.
daintiness
when she woke up and
enhanced
checked it
by the
again.
almost musical
What do we
comedy
know about the
style of her
parents?
uniform,
He asked
with
Kim.
its too short
They're in
black
the small
silk
break room
skirts,
of the morgue
too
where Kim
small, too
tracked him
frilly
down.
apron,
She
and
pulls
over
out her little
elaborate
black
cap.
notebook. Though she's a whiz at
"Tea,
technology,
sir,"
Kaiser's
she
partner is
remarked
old
in a
school
voice
when it
that
comes
was
to
distinctly
note-taking,
pert.
preferring to jot notes by hand rather
"Thank
than
you,
type into
Marie,"
her phone as most cops
Faraway
did nowadays.
replied listlessly.
She even uses pencils
Then,
so she
as the
can erase
maid reached the
mistakes if
door,
necessary.
he added,
She says the act of
Marie,
handwriting
I am
helps her
expecting a
concentrate.
telephone call from Paris.
They both work for
If it comes
Microsoft.
through, call me
He's
at
a
once."
software engineer. She's in
"Yes,
marketing.
sir. Very
They
good,"
live in a nice house.
replied the girl,
Zillow
and
values it at just
minced
under $1
daintily
million.
out of the
She
room.
drives a Lexus. He drives
Mr.
a
Todhunter
BMW.
almost
Henry was
expected
in
her to
daycare
pause
at a
in the
place called
doorway
Rainbow
and
Jungle,
kick
not
a
far from
saucy
the
heel.
Microsoft campus.
Mr. Todhunter
Rich,
ventured a
Kaiser says.
question.
Kim makes a
"I
face.
hope I may
That's
have the
not
pleasure
rich.
of meeting
That's
your
slightly
wife."
upper middle class.
Faraway
Redmond,
looked at him
anyway.
over the teapot.
He doesn't
"My
argue.
wife's at
He grew
home.
up in an apartment in Seattle with a single
At
mother and ate
home?
Kraft macaroni and cheese 3
In the
nights out of
north.
every week.
We live in Yorkshire."
His grandparents scraped together the
I
money to
thought
pay
you
for his
knew.
Catholic education.
Faraway spoke
Kim grew
in
up
a
near
dull
Bill Gates'
voice,
neighborhood
pouring
on the
out
east
tea
side
in a
and went to private
mechanical
school.
way.
Their
Since
definition of
the
rich
exit of
differed,
the
to
Greek
say the
god,
least.
he seemed to have
What
relapsed into a
else?
kind of
How did they sound on the
listless
phone?
melancholy.
I didn't speak to them.
Milk
I spoke
and
to the
sugar?
officer who's bringing them here.
"One very small
Kim is
lump of
fixing
sugar
herself a
first,
coffee.
please.
It's
Then
common
the
knowledge
tea,
within
and then
Seattle
a
PD
very
that the
little
morgue
milk,
has the best
please,"
coffee, for
replied
reasons
Mr.
nobody can
Todhunter
explain.
with precision.
The mother said he normally wakes up
Faraway
around
stared
7
in
and
a
hollers,
helpless kind
but
of
neither
way
of
at the
them heard
tray.
anything this morning, so they stayed in
"I'm
bed.
afraid I put
She
the
went to check
tea
on
in
him around
first.
8:30.
Does it
Found the
matter?"
window wide
He
open and the little
glanced
boy
uncertainly
gone.
at the bell,
She woke
as
her
if wondering
husband and
whether to
called
ring for a
911
fresh
immediately
cup.
because he's not yet able to climb
"Not
out
at
of the
all.
crib on his own.
Not at all,"
Do they have a
replied
nanny
Mr.
or a
Todhunter
babysitter?
politely.
Kaiser asks, thinking about the
But
dismembered woman.
his opinion of Faraway,
His
which had
only
been
caregivers are the
sinking
ones
ever
at
since
the
he entered the
daycare
room,
and the
dropped
teenage girl
a
who
further
lives next
couple of
door who
inches.
babysits for date
A
nights.
man who does not know
The
better than
teenage
to
girl
put in
is
the
fine. I
sugar
checked her
first
Instagram,
and
and
the
she's
tea
already posted
after
3
is
selfies
even
this
worse
morning.
than a man who allows
Kim
his
tugs at her
wife to
ponytail.
smother her piano in
None of the 4
embroidery
caregivers
and
at the
dress her
daycare fit our Jane
maid
Doe.
like something out
2
of
are
a
too old, and
cockroom
the younger
review.
ones are both Jamaican.
"No,"
Our best
he
bet
went
is to
on
ask the
with
Bowens
forced
if they recognize
brightness.
her.
"I don't
Kaiser
think I
looks up at
knew
her.
you lived in the north.
And how are we supposed to
Then
do
this
that?
is just
Take
a
a picture of
pied-à-terre
just the
for
nose
you
and
in
mouth?
London."
Shit, that's
"Well,
right. The eyes are
in a
missing.
way,"
I forgot.
Faraway seemed a
Kaiser
little
suppresses
embarrassed.
a sigh.
"That is,
Kim's a
it
smart
isn't
woman when it
really
comes to certain
my
things.
flat.
Organized,
Or rather,
meticulous
at
with
least
her
I
notes and
use
reports,
it
very
when I'm
thorough.
up.
But every once
That
in a
is
while,
to say,
the mind
I
slips
have a
on an
bedroom
obvious
here.
detail for no
I have to
fucking
be up
reason.
in London a great
It
deal, you
drives
see.
Kaiser batshit,
Business
but he bites
and
his tongue.
and so on.
When are the parents getting
And
here?
both
He
my
asks.
daughters
There's
live in
traffic.
London.
Seahawks game.
Of course.
Might be an hour,
Mr.
maybe more.
Todhunter wondered why the
I'm going to
man
go talk
should
to
evidently
Peebles.
feel it necessary
Kaiser
to make
stands up and
excuses
stretches.
to a
The
semi-stranger
vertebrae in his
for his
spine
presence
crack in
in
gratitude.
London.
Call me when
My
they get
younger
here.
daughter isn't even married,
He
you
knocks
see,
before entering the room,
continued
though he doubts
Faraway
Greg
almost
Peebles hears
feverishly.
anything
I
when he's
find
in
it
the zone
advisable to
working.
keep an eye rely on her
The
at
bodies have
times.
been placed on
My
examining
wife quite
tables a few
agrees
feet
with
apart,
me.
and the ME is
Of
leaning over the
course,
boy.
repeated Mr.
The
Todhunter.
child is covered with a
His
sheet from the
wonder
waist down.
growing.
The heart drawn on
The
his
stage,
chest, stark
you know,
and unfaded.
said Faraway vaguely, and took an
See
absent
me.
bite of the piece
What
of
the fuck does that
wafer-like
mean?
bread and butter, which
Donning
he
a
had
pair
been
of
waving
latex-free
a little
gloves,
wildly
Kaiser
in the
touches
air.
the heart gently with a gloved
Oh,
hand.
yes. Your
doesn't
daughter's
sound-
on the stage?
The woman
Felicity?
has been, for lack of a
No,
better
I
expression,
don't think
pieced
she
back
is.
together.
At
And
least,
from a distance, it
I'm
might
not
appear that
sure.
she's intact.
She was,
But
of
she's
course,
not.
but I believe she's left it.
Under the harsh
She
lights of
told
the
me she was
overhead
going
lamp,
to
the
when I
half-inch
saw her
gap
last.
separating her head,
But I haven't
legs,
seen her
feet,
for some
arms, and
time
hands
now.
from her torso
If
is
Mr.
glaringly
Todhunter
evident.
had not been a very well brought up
I
man,
hate that you brought
he would
me
have
a kid,
stared
Greg
at his
Peebles
host.
says to Kaiser in
He
his
was
slow
convinced
drawl.
by now that the man
No matter
was a
what's
little
going
mad,
on, the medical
and he
examiner
did
never
not
sounds
care
like he's in a
for
hurry.
mad
Never sounds
persons.
rushed or stressed.
With growing
It's a great
uneasiness,
quality
he
to
took
never
a
be
small
unnerved,
iced cake,
but it can be a pain in the ass for
although
Kaiser
iced
when he's
cakes
under pressure to find
invariably
answers.
upset him.
Like right
While
now.
he was wondering how to get
This is my
away, Faraway
least
said in
favorite
a
part of the
completely
job.
different tone,
But a dismembered
"By the
woman
way,
is okay.
did you notice that exquisite little
shrugs.
oil which
I
was
wasn't
put up
trying to
just
be
after the
political,
big
Kai,
Lawrence?
but
It
an
was
adult
supposed to be
dead body
attributed to
shows
one
up.
of the
Part of me
Ostades,
can't help
but
but
it didn't
think,
seem
even
to me
just
like
for a
their
split
style at
second,
all. I
what
shouldn't be
could
at all
that person
surprised if
have
it
done
wasn't
to
an early
deserve
Franz
that?
Hals.
What
I very
situation
nearly
did
had
they
a
put
shot for
themselves
it.
in?
I would have
But a
done
dead
if
kid
I could
shows
have
up, and
afforded the
nobody
chance.
thinks that ever.
A
Children are
lucid
innocent.
interval,
They're
thought
small.
Mr. Todhunter,
They can't
and
defend
proceeded to
themselves
encourage
against
it.
predators.
Certainly,
They've done
I
nothing
remember
to
it,
warrant any
he said,
violence
without
against
very
them.
much truth.
Bad things aren't
Let
supposed
me
to happen
see,
to kids.
how much did it
It
fetch?
goes against everything we as a
£24.
civilized society think is
Oh,
acceptable.
yes, of course.
Your
Yes.
protective
Most
instincts
interesting.
kick in.
Yes, it's
He
quite
pauses, then looks
possible.
up. The light from his headlamp
Mr.
hitting
Todhunter
Kaiser
did have
square
time
in
for
the
a
eyes.
fleeting surprise
Okay,
that a
perhaps
man
that
with
was a bit
Faraway's income
political.
should think he could not
Can you turn
afford
that off?
£25
Kaiser
for a
asks,
picture.
putting a hand up over
but
his
he
face
was
to
too
shield
anxious to
himself.
keep the conversation on
Sorry.
rational lines
Peebles
to
reaches
dwell on
up and
it.
switches the headlamp off.
For 10 minutes,
So,
the two discussed
the
objects
bodies are
of beauty
clean.
and value.
Come
And Faraway
on, Greg.
presented a perfect
Kaiser
picture
stares at the
of the
child in
alert
front
and
of him.
intelligent connoisseur.
He doesn't disagree with Peebles.
His lethargy
There is
had
something
fallen
incredibly
from
wrong
him.
with seeing
He
a
spoke
person
with
that small on an
firmness
autopsy
and precision.
table. He's a homicide cop
Then a
and trained
faint
to be objective.
ringing could be
But a
heard,
dead child goes
and
straight to
Faraway
the heart of what
cocked
makes
an
him
eager
human.
ear.
But
Oh,
so
that
does a
sounds like my
dismembered woman.
telephone call.
And he hopes he never loses
remarked.
that empathy.
A moment later,
Don't fucking
the
tell me
musical
that. Give me
comedy
something.
maid appeared
Start
in
with
the
the
doorway.
child.
Paris on
He's
the line,
almost 2
sir,
years
she
old
said
based
with a
on his
bright
teeth.
smile and a
you
coquettish
already
little
know that.
flounce of her brief
Peebles
skirts,
switches his
which seemed to be
headlamp back on,
directed as
his
much
voice
at Mr.
morphing back into
Todhunter
that
as at
professional but
anyone.
mellow tone he always
Mr.
uses when describing his
Todhunter
findings.
modestly looked away
Well
as his
nourished,
host
no signs of
excused
sexual
himself.
trauma or physical abuse.
If there was one
No traces
thing
of
Mr.
bodily
Todhunter
fluids on his
detested
clothing other
and
than a
dreaded,
copious amount of
it was
dried
coquettish
saliva on his hoodie.
advances on the part of
Probably
the
his
other
own.
sex.
He had molars coming in.
Fortunately, he had been bothered
Nothing under
with
the
them
fingernails?
very little.
Bits of dirt and sand, but that's
Left
consistent
alone
with being
again,
a kid.
Mr. Todhunter rubbed
He's been
the
bathed
freckled top of
recently.
his small
You
bald
can
head
still smell
and
the
polished his
shampoo if you
pince
lean
nez
in close.
as he debated whether
Peebles
to
leans over the
await
body and
the
inhales.
return of his host
If it were anyone
or
else, it would
escape
be creepy.
there and then while
Burt's
the way
Bees.
was clear.
Same stuff my kids used when they were little.
The advantages
Supposed
of
to be
the
all
later
natural.
course were obvious.
He wasn't
While on
neglected.
the other hand, a
His
natural
parents loved him.
curiosity,
His
and
head
if anything,
snaps
Mr.
up,
Todhunter had
blinding
more
Kaiser
than his
again
share
with his
of
headlamp.
natural curiosity,
the parents
urged him
aren't
to
the doers,
stay
are they?
and draw the conversation
look like
back
it,
to
Kaiser says,
Faraway's
squinting.
private affairs.
Cause of death?
For that something was very
All
queer
signs point
about
to
those
asphyxiation.
affairs was as obvious
Pressure marks
as
on
the
the neck
polished
indicate
gleam on
someone
Mr.
used his or her
Todhunter's own
hands.
cranium.
I'm guessing it was a male
These
because the
reflections
marks look
had
like
lasted no
larger
more than
fingers,
half a
but
minute
don't take that
when they
to
were
the bank.
interrupted by voices
After my
outside the
divorce,
door
I
of the
dated
room
this
in which
woman who
Mr.
had
Todhunter was
extremely
sitting.
large hands. It was
There had
rather
been the sound of a
disturbing.
heavy door
They made
closing,
everything she
as
touched
it might be
seem
the
small.
front door.
Despite the
And then a
gravity of
deep,
the situation,
feminine
Kaiser
voice
snickers.
spoke with cold and
Peebles
clear
blinks,
enunciation.
not sure what he said that was so funny.
I pay you
They move
to
over to
answer
the
the
next
bell
table.
at once, Marie, not
Now
to keep
for
me
our
waiting
Jane Doe.
outside.
Rohypnol and alcohol in her system, small
3.
traces of THC.
Mr. Todhunter
She smoked
unashamedly
marijuana
cupped a bony
sometime in
hand
the past 2
round
days,
his ear.
Peebles says.
The tone of the voice
also
had been
engaged in
so
sexual
unpleasant,
activity.
with a grating
Traces of condom,
edge,
lube,
in
and
spite of its
spermicide are
deepness,
present.
that Mr.
And while
Todhunter's
there are
attention
some
was
indications
riveted,
the sex
and he
was
listened
rough, I can't
as
confirm
hard
she
as
was
he
raped.
could.
Traces of
The maid's
skin under the
reply was
fingernails.
indistinguishable,
At least some
but
of
the
it's her own,
newcomer's
but
and I'll
words
test it.
carried clearly.
She was dismembered with a
I'm
saw.
not interested in
definitely
Mr.
post-mortem.
Farroway's telephone calls.
How
Perhaps I
post-mortem?
better remind you, Marie,
Immediately
that you're
after.
here to
It would've
attend to
been
me,
messy.
not to
The
Mr. Farroway.
unevenness of the
I've
cutting
noticed
patterns
lately
suggest that the
you
killer
don't
did
seem
it
to
by hand,
understand
so
that.
not a chainsaw.
You'd better not let me have
No
to speak to you
tattoos,
about it
A
again.
small birthmark on her upper right
There was
thigh.
the low, deferential
Hair
tone
brown,
of the
but dyed
maid's
an even
apology.
darker brown.
And the next
Nice
thing Mr. Todd
manicure.
Hunter heard was
She
a
was
sharp sharply
Probably
irritated.
around 5'5",
Gentlemen,
120.
what
I
gentlemen?
put her age around 21, maybe
Before
22
Mr. Todd
years
Hunter
old,
had
but
time
don't
to
take that to the
squirm,
bank.
the door was flung
her
open,
eyes?
and the
Kaiser
owner
asked.
of the voice swept,
Removed with
there was
something
no
dull.
other word for
My
it,
first
into
thought
the
was
room.
spoon, but now I'm thinking
Todd
butter
Hunter
knife because
shambled
there's
hurriedly
minute
to his
tearing
feet.
consistent with that.
She
He
was a
straightens up and removes his
magnificent
headlamp.
creature.
It leaves an
There was no
indent
doubt
in his
about
graying
that.
hair.
Tall,
Fairly certain she was
slim,
strangled with a
dark
foreign
brown
object,
hair,
something stiffer that
exceedingly
was placed around her
soigné
neck.
and opulently dressed,
Bungee cord?
and she knew how
Belt
to
would
wear
be
her
my guess.
furs.
There are scratches
This
on the
alone
side of
was
her
enough
jaw
to
where she would have clawed
disconcert
at it
Mr.
to
Todd
get it
Hunter
off.
as the lady
There's bruising on her
gazed at
back
him
as if
with
someone held her
cold
down
and
with a
hostile
knee and choked her
inquiry.
from behind.
But
Want me to
what
demonstrate?
completed his discomfort
No need,
was the curious
Kaiser
aspect
says.
of the lady's
I can
eyes.
picture it.
These were dark brown,
Remind you of anything?
large,
Peebles
and
asked.
lustrous.
His raised
They were
eyebrow
even
tells Kaiser he's thinking the
beautiful.
same thing. Or
But they were too
anyone.
large, in Mr. Todd Hunter's
Calvin
opinion.
James.
They seemed to him
He
naked,
lets out a long breath,
indecent
thinking of the
eyes,
3 women
and
the
his
Sweet
own
Bay Strangler
weak,
murdered
light
after
blue
Angela
ones
Wong.
found themselves attracted
All 3
in
were
a
killed in
kind
a
of
similar manner,
stare
right down to the
of
knee and the back.
fascination.
But he doesn't say anything
If
further,
I look
and
at them
Peebles
for
doesn't
long,
push.
Mr. Todd Hunter
Greg's
found
the
himself
medical
thinking
examiner.
rather
Kaiser's the
wildly,
detective.
I might become
They don't do each other's
hypnotized,
jobs.
and that would be
I
exceedingly
thought I
awkward.
read something about him being spotted
But
in
he was
Brazil,
unable
Peebles
to
says,
look away.
passing for a local,
Good
looking tanned and
afternoon,
healthy.
said the lady,
Or was it
and her
Argentina?
tone was not a welcoming
This might have
one.
been a couple years ago now.
Good afternoon,
Kaiser doesn't
mumbled
answer.
Mr. Todd Hunter,
He'd
still
read the same
gazing
thing, but no
in a
police in
fascinated
any
way
country
at
had ever gotten a
those
strong enough whiff of
outsized
Calvin James
orbs.
to track him down.
I
And that included the
should
US.
apologize.
I'll
This
give you some
intrusion
time with them.
had no idea.
The enemy
Mr.
peels off his
Faraway.
gloves.
He
They've been
subsided
working together a
into
long time, and if
helpless
anyone knows what
silence.
the detective's process is during
Mr.
this stage of a
Faraway
homicide
appears to be
investigation,
entertaining himself
it's
on the
Greg Peebles.
telephone. Perhaps we had better
The door
introduce
closes, and Kaiser
ourselves.
pulls up a stool between the two tables.
My name is Todd Hunter.
He focuses on the child.
Apologized, Mr. Todd
Only the
Hunter.
night before, this little boy had been alive.
Indeed.
Laughing,
The lady did not
splashing in the
offer
tub,
her own.
playing with his toys.
Instead, she looked
One
at
or
Mr.
both of
Todd
his
Hunter
parents
with cold
shampooed
dislike,
his hair with the
as if
Burt's
his
Bees
name
stuff
had
lovingly,
added the last
believing,
drop
as
to
was
her cup of
absolutely their
annoyance,
right,
and
that there would be
proceeded to
10,000
undo
more
her
baths,
furs.
10,000
Mr.
more
Todd
laughs,
Hunter wondered whether he ought
10,000
to
more
take them from
bedtimes.
her and put them down
They're about to receive
somewhere,
the worst
or
news of
whether
their
this would
lives.
not be adjudged
There will be
correct.
crying, shouting, and
The
hysteria,
lady solved his problem
interspersed with
by
denial and
flinging them
disbelief.
petulantly into one
They'll
chair
weep over the child,
and herself
then turn
into
on each
another.
other, one accusing the other of
You
leaving
are an
the
old
window
friend of
unlocked,
Mr.
one
Faraway's,
blaming
Mr.
the other
Todd
for not checking
Hunter.
on Henry first thing in the morning.
Oh, no.
Whether
Mr.
they
Todd
can get
Hunter
through it,
seized
only time
eagerly
will
on this
tell.
conversational
But the
straw,
divorce rate for
letting
parents who've
himself
lost a child
down
to kidnapping
gingerly
or foul
onto the
play is
extreme edge
exorbitantly
of a
high.
very large
They're each other's
armchair.
best reminder of the
The
worst
lady's
thing that's
gaze
ever
had been
happened to them.
fixed with an expression
And the
of
woman.
acute distaste
She was somebody's
upon his
daughter,
trousers,
granddaughter,
which
friend.
were creaseless,
People are missing her,
baggy,
too.
and indeed
She
quite
wasn't a transient.
deplorable.
Her teeth are white.
Mr. Todd Hunter
She colored
was
her
thankful
hair.
to be able to fill
Her
some of their
fingernails are covered in
bagginess
gel
up
overlay, something
with
you had to
his
pay a
knees.
manicurist to do.
No,
Homeless women
not
did
at
not
all.
spend money on
In fact, I've
manicures.
only met him
And
once
yet
before.
somebody had desecrated
We
her,
ran into each
cutting
other
her
this
into pieces
afternoon
like
at
she was a
Christie's.
cardboard box ready for disposal.
Indeed.
It was
The
something
lady's
only a
tone
monster could
inquired
do.
as plainly as plain
Kaiser had met a
speech
monster
why
like that
on
once.
earth Faraway
been
should have
introduced to him
collected this
through his
piece
old
of
friend
human
Georgina.
jetsam to come and litter
What does
up
she know
her
about this?
exquisite flat.
She might be in
Her
prison,
gaze was
but has
fixed
she been
now
in touch somehow
on his
with
waistcoat,
Calvin James in
glancing
a way that doesn't show
furtively
up on
down
those monthly
towards
reports?
the point of impact.
Is she aware
Mr.
that
Todd
2
Hunter
dead bodies
perceived
have
a
been found in
large
the woods behind her
smear
house
of
just days
egg.
before she's due to come
He could
home?
not even remember
Killed in a
when
similar
he had
manner to
had
her old
egg
boyfriend's
last.
signature style?
It was all
Kaiser reins himself
very
in.
awkward.
It's extremely dangerous to assume this is the work
the
of the
lady
Sweet
tore
Bay
off
Strangler.
her hat, flung it onto
has
a
to stay
couch,
objective
and
or he'll
followed
miss
it up
something.
with her gloves and bag.
Besides, it would be incredibly reckless
Mr. Todd
and
Hunter
stupid for Calvin
squirmed
James to come back here.
afresh. For this
Not that
time her tone
psychopaths
had
operate
asked him
using the
very
same logic
definitely
as
how
regular
soon he
people.
proposed to get up and go,
Kaiser
and
touches
whether
the
it would
heart on
not
the
be a
boy's
good
chest
thing
again.
to do it at
The dark
once.
red lipstick really
It
does
would,
resemble blood.
indeed, thought Mr. Todd
With any
Hunter,
luck, they might be able to find
desperately,
out what brand it
if
is.
only he could
And if it
find
turns
the
out to be
correct
something exotic or
words
hard
to
to
do
get,
it with.
it might provide a
But
lead.
these eluded him.
A long shot,
saw it,
He
but they
sought
had
for
nothing
them
else to go on.
unhappily and found that he was
I
staring
don't
at his
know how you can
hostess
sit
in
in
a
here by
positively
yourself,
rude
Kim's
way.
voice behind him says,
Under
and
the
he jumps.
protest of her lifted
She's back, a
eyebrows,
sheet of
he
paper in her
transferred
hand.
his hot
I know this is
gaze
how you work,
out
but it's
of the window.
strange. Kaiser
At this
stifles his
juncture, when
annoyance,
Mr. Todhunter
both
was
at her
beginning to
comment
feel
and
that he
at
could
being
bear
interrupted.
life not a moment
What's up?
longer,
The parents are
Faraway
here.
returned.
That was fast.
Mr. Todhunter
Alarmed,
swayed
Kaiser stands
towards
up.
him and
The body
scrambled
isn't
to
ready.
his feet.
The boy needs to be
"I must be
washed before
going,"
they can see
he
him.
blurted out.
I thought it would be longer,
For
but
the first
traffic
time,
opened up.
the lady looked at him
You
with
have to go
approval.
talk to them at least. They're going
No,
out of their
no,
minds.
protested Faraway. You must make Jean's
Kaiser thinks
acquaintance
fast.
properly now she's
Okay.
back.
Call
You
counseling
know I
services.
have to rest
Get a
now
grief
before the
counselor here
theatre,
pronto.
observed the lady
And then go find me a
coldly.
mask.
Yes,
Kim
of
blinks,
course.
confused.
Of course.
What
But
kind
a
of
few
mask?
minutes won't make
Some
much
kind of
difference.
mask,
And I want
Kaiser
you to
says,
know,
impatient.
Todhunter.
He hates having to explain
Mr.
things to
Todhunter
anyone.
looked at Faraway with
As much as he
annoyance.
likes Kim, he's
He did not want
irritated
to
that
be
after a
kept.
year of working
Also,
and sleeping
there had been a
together,
ring of
she still
false
can't read his damn
heartiness in
mind.
the man's voice,
Not
which
a
Mr.
costume
Todhunter
mask,
found
something
distasteful.
plain like a sleeping
Unaware,
mask,
apparently,
so I
of the
can cover the
feelings he was
woman's empty eye
rousing,
sockets and take a
Faraway
picture.
elaborated his theme.
Hopefully they can tell us who she
Sit
is.
down, Todhunter.
No need for
Marie
a
will be
mask.
bringing cocktails
There's an
in a
app
minute.
for that.
Yes, dear,
Huh?
I met Mr.
Kim
Todhunter at
reaches over
Christie's
and
this
plucks his
afternoon.
iPhone out of his
There was a
jacket pocket.
fine old
She taps
Mesa
at the screen
bowl
for a
up
few
for sale,
seconds, then hands
and
the phone
really, Nick, you
called
know
a
how
censor
these
bar app,
details of
she
your
says.
eternal
You take
sales
a picture,
bore
then
me.
add a black bar anywhere you
Faraway
want.
flushed.
Seeing the look on
Yes,
his
dear.
face,
Well,
Kaiser
the
is the
point
first to
is that
admit he's not great
Todhunter
when it
here
comes to new
intended to have a
technology.
shot for the bowl.
She takes the phone from
He
him
was
again.
going up to 6,000 for it.
She
But he
positions
didn't
herself
get
above
it,
the table where Jane
nevertheless.
Doe is
It
and
fetched
snaps a photo.
8. Still,
She then taps the phone again a few times
6,000.
before handing it back to Kaiser.
That's a lot
The
of
whole
money.
thing takes less
It
than a minute.
is.
Done.
For a silly
Saved in your
old
camera
bowl.
roll. I even filtered
Are
it a
you
little to make her skin look
really
like it has
going
some
to
color.
spend as much as that,
Just be
Mr.
sure not to
Todhunter?
accidentally show them the original.
The lady's tone was
He
no
checks
longer
the photo
cold.
and has to admit
Her
he's
voice
impressed.
almost cooed
From the
out
neck up,
the
with the
question.
black bar across the
Her
eyes,
enormous eyes
the woman in the photo
shone
still
on
looks
Mr.
dead,
Todhunter
but not
with
as dead.
benevolence.
Thanks to the filter Kim
Oh,
used, the
well,
grayish skin
I
appears
don't
pinker.
know, mumbled Mr.
This actually
Todhunter,
works.
aware that his
Thanks.
foolish little jest
She puts a
had
hand
come
on his
home to
arm.
roost, and not
This is
quite
bugging
sure
you
what
more
to
than
do
usual,
with it.
isn't it, Kai?
Well,
You think this is Calvin
goodbye.
Clearly everyone else
but
seems
you
to think so, or
mustn't
they wouldn't keep
go
asking.
yet, protested
Kim wasn't
the
his
lady.
partner back when Angela's
You must
remains
stay
were
and
found.
have a
And Kaiser
cocktail
didn't
with
even
me,
work the
Mr.
first two Sweet Bay
Todhunter.
Strangler murders.
Positively,
They were another
I
detective cases.
insist.
But yes,
I
it's
expect to
hitting
know
him
what
hard.
Jean's like when
It all
she
feels too familiar,
insists.
too close to
chuckled
home,
Faraway.
As if this is all
But there's
happening
no
specifically
option,
to
I
remind him
assure
of the
you.
past. Again, it's a narrow-minded
muttered Mr.
line of thinking
Todhunter,
and
who
very
had no
dangerous.
idea at all
His
what
job
Jean
isn't
was
to
like
find
when
evidence
she
to fit the
insisted,
theory.
and did not know why
It's
he
to
should
come
be
up with a
expected
theory
to have
based
one.
on the evidence.
Faraway must
He
have
has to
noticed
stay
something
objective,
in his guest's
but it's getting
expression,
harder.
for he uttered an exclamation
In
of
the elevator,
incredulity.
Kim touches his hand.
I don't
speaking in a
believe
low,
you know
soft
yet
voice.
who Jean
Dave's working
is.
tonight.
Jean,
Graveyard shift.
I don't believe
I can
Todhunter's
come over after
recognized
10:30.
you.
Stay all
Well, you can't expect everyone in the
Maybe.
world to
Kaiser
recognize
says.
me at first glance,
But he
you
already
know,
knows he
Nick,
wants her to.
replied the
he
lady
hates
with
himself for it.
magnanimity. She is Jean Norwood, Todhunter,
9.
cried Faraway, as one introducing a lion
Henry
hunter's
Bowen's
prize
parents
catch.
react exactly as Kaiser
Good
knew they would.
gracious,
They
politely
scream,
replied Mr.
cry,
Todhunter,
blame
who
the
could
police,
not remember
blame
ever
each
having
other,
heard
and then
of a
eventually
Jean
fall
Norwood
silent
in his
as they
life.
try to individually process
never
the new
recognized
reality
her?
they now face.
No, I
Amelia
must
Bowen's
confess,
eyes are slightly
I
glazed.
didn't.
She sits
Such is
silently on a
fame,
small blue
said
sofa
Faraway,
in the police
and struck a
station's
tragic
conference room,
attitude,
subdued
which
on
Mr.
the
Todhunter
outside,
thought
raging
exceedingly
fire
silly.
on the inside.
Still,
Tyson
he added,
Bowen paces
no
the
doubt it
room like a
works the other
caged
way
lion,
too.
eyes
Ask
bright
Jean
and
if she
intense,
recognized
hands
you
curled into
as
claws,
Lawrence
ready to
Todhunter,
destroy
the
someone.
eminent critic of the
Based
London
on Henry's
Review.
age, Kaiser
You
expected to
right
meet younger
then,
parents,
Mr.
but the Bowens are
Todhunter?
older, mid-40s.
Kindly asked Miss Norwood.
We adopted him.
Mr. Todhunter was
Amelia Bowen's
understood
voice
to
is
mumble
soft and
that he
distant.
did.
Tyson and I met in
Just for a
college, but we
hobby,
were so
I
busy.
suppose.
We thought we'd wait to have kids
Well,
until we were at least
yes.
30 and just enjoy
You
our
must
time
write
together.
me a
Tyson
play,
Bowen stops pacing.
pronounced Miss Norwood,
Amelia,
whose
don't-
benevolence towards
Kaiser
Mr.
raises a
Todhunter
hand.
seemed to be growing
It's better to let
with
her
every
speak.
minute.
She'll be more responsive
Don't
and
be
apt to
quite
remember
foolish,
something if she's allowed to
darling,
think things
implored
through in her
Faraway.
own way.
Eminent
The first
literary
question
critics
he'll ask,
don't
of
write
course, is about
plays,
Henry's
not
biological
even for
mother,
great
now that he knows knows
actresses
Amelia
like
didn't give
you.
birth to him.
I'm
He has
sure
the phone in
Mr.
his
Todd
hand,
Hunter
the
would
censor bar
write me a
photo of the
play
female
if I
victim just a
asked
tap
him,
away.
protested
not
Miss
yet.
Norwood playfully,
All our
laying a
friends
long,
seem to be
slender and
waiting to have kids, too,
super-manicured hand
Amelia
over the
continues.
one which
And it was
Falloway
nice
had
to go
rested
out for
on her
dinner and
shoulder.
drinks, To be 26
Wouldn't
and
you,
then
Mr.
28 and then
Todhunter?
29 and not have to
Mr.
worry
Todhunter
about sleepless
grinned
nights and
in a
babysitters
sickly
and the
way.
expense of having a child.
Ah, cocktails.
And we turned 30 and it
Faraway's
still
voice
wasn't
again
the right
held
time
the
because we
false
decided we
heartiness
wanted to be
which had
further along
grated
in our
on Mr.
careers
Todhunter
before
before.
slowing down to become
All right,
parents.
Marie, put them
We
down
worked
there.
hard, both got
He
promoted,
jumped
and
up
then we
and
realized we
busied
needed the
himself
right
with the
house in
shaker.
the right neighborhood in a good
Darling?
school district.
Thank you,
And then
darling.
suddenly we were 35
Miss Norwood
and we started
accepted a
trying to get
pale
pregnant only to
green
find out we'd
cocktail,
waited too
which,
long
to
and now
Mr.
we couldn't.
Todhunter's
4
sherry-loving
rounds
eye,
of IVF,
appeared
2
quite repellent.
miscarriages.
Sipped
We
it
put
and
ourselves on the
pronounced
adoption
the
list, waited
verdict.
2 years to get picked.
That idiot of a
And we
girl
got
hasn't
word that
put in
Henry's
enough
biological
lemon
mother
juice.
selected us as the
Ring,
greatest day of our
Nicky.
lives. The
Marie
disconnect in her
appeared,
voice
was
fades. She
reprimanded,
pauses.
and retired
The
with
loose
the
bun at
shaker
the top of
for
her head is
additional
askew,
lemon juice.
and she reaches up and plays with an
Faraway
errant
apologized
lock
for
of
keeping
brown
Mr.
hair dangling
Todhunter
down
waiting.
one side.
Mr.
We were in the
Todhunter
delivery
explained with some
The
diffidence,
first time I held
for
him,
it
a
sounded
minute
more
after he was
feeble
born,
than
he
tragic,
instantly felt
that
like
he was
mine.
unable to drink
It
cocktails
didn't matter that he
by
had just
doctor's
come out of
orders.
another woman's body.
He also
He was
added
mine,
that he must go
and I felt
now.
it. And I know Henry
Not
felt it because he
until you
looked up at
fixed
me
a
and we
date to
both
come and
just
have
knew.
lunch with me.
And I thought,
At
why the
once,
hell did we
said
wait
Miss
so
Norwood.
long? Why did
We'll
we think
get rid
everything
of
had to be
Nicholas
perfect?
and just have a cosy
Because children
lunch
are
here
perfect and
and
everything falls
chat
into
by
place when you hold
ourselves.
your child in
I
your arms.
adore meeting
All
new
the things you
people,
think you're going
and
to
I've
worry
never
about
met an
don't matter.
eminent literary critic
She meets her
before.
husband's gaze.
Mr. Todhunter
Tyson
found
Bowen is
himself
standing in the
promising
corner
to take
watching her with
lunch
tears in
with
his
Miss
eyes.
Norwood next Tuesday.
And now he's gone.
Without fail. 1
I don't
o'clock sharp.
understand. I don't understand.
Miss Norwood looked at him
I
wistfully.
don't understand.
Yes,
She
how
leans
nice
forward,
it
her
must
chest
be to be
racked with
able to
sobs.
afford a hobby
Her
like
husband
that.
sits down beside
I
her and
mean,
holds her
making a
tightly.
hobby of one's
I'll give you a few
profession.
minutes,
Not
Kaiser
that I
says,
don't
but
adore
neither
the
of them
theatre,
acknowledge him.
of course,
Right
and I
now,
wouldn't do
it's just
anything
them,
else, however
wrapped
rich
around
I
each other,
was.
their
But for a
grief
man,
wrapped around
it
them.
must be delightful.
He slips out of the room,
Yes,
indicating to the grief
quite,
counselor that she can go
murmured
on
Mr.
in.
Todhunter
The Bowen's
uneasily.
child is dead, and while there
You
is a
know,
sense
Mr.
of urgency to
Todhunter,
find out what
pursued
happened to
Miss
him,
Norwood,
he can allow
I should
them
never
10
have
minutes
taken
to
you
cry.
for a rich man.
He heads
I
to his
mean,
desk down the
a
hall and
very
logs into
rich
his
man.
computer.
Oh,
Report
Mr.
came back on the
Todhunter cackled
lipstick used to
dismally.
write on the kid's chest.
Why not?
Kim says.
Well,
She's
I
seated
don't
at her
know.
desk directly across
You
from
don't
him.
look like one
I saw you
somehow,
were busy with the parents
replied
and
Miss
didn't want to
Norwood,
interrupt you.
her soulful
I
gaze
see that,
passing from
he says,
the
clicking on
egg
the
on
report.
Mr. Todhunter's
Shit, that
waistcoat
was fast.
to the bagginess
It's
of Mr.
because I had to
Todhunter's
narrow it
trouser
down,
knees.
Kim says, and he looks up.
Well, I'm
I asked them to
not
check
one,
if it was a brand
asserted
made
Mr.
by Ship
Todhunter
Pharmaceuticals.
manfully.
Why
you,
would he begins,
It's all
and
a
then
mistake,
stops as he makes
I
a
assure
connection.
you.
Oh,
Miss Norwood
right.
shook an arch finger
Ship
at him.
Pharmaceuticals.
That's what you
Georgina's
rich
old
men
company.
always say.
And that
After
right
all,
there is why
I don't
he
blame you.
appreciates Kim.
There must be so
For
many
every
people wanting
obvious
to help
detail she
themselves
misses,
to a
there's one
slice
she
of it.
finds that nobody else
They
would
wouldn't
possibly
stand
have
much
thought of.
chance with Todhunter,
My hunch was right.
interposed Faraway in
It
jovial
is
tone.
a ship-made
There are no
product.
flies on him,
There's a
I
note of
can assure
triumph in
you.
his partner's
You
voice.
ask him about his
They're about to
connections in
launch
the
a
city.
new line of cosmetics, and this
I
particular
will.
lipstick
Next
only
Tuesday
comes in 10
at
shades.
lunch,
The
said
heart
Miss
on the kid's
Norwood
chest was
sweetly.
drawn in one of
And
them.
with that, allowed
About
Mr.
to launch?
Todhunter to depart.
They're not widely available
which he
yet.
did, thankfully.
You can only buy the
pausing on
lipstick
the
at
pavement
Nordstrom
outside
and only at the
to
flagship
mop his
store here in
forehead.
Seattle. It's only
As he
been on sale
mopped,
for 1 week.
Mr. Todhunter was firmly
1 week?
determined on one thing.
That's it?
That next
She
Tuesday
smiles,
he would have a
pleased
sick
that he's
headache,
pleased.
an infectious
That's it.
disease of
Call
peculiar
the store and
malignity,
done.
or be,
They'll
if
send over the
necessary,
security footage shortly.
dead. But he would
He
not
sits back in his
be
chair
lunching
and gives her a
with
smile.
Miss Norwood.
Great work.
That,
It all ties back
as
to
it
Georgina
happens,
Shaw, Kai.
is just
Kim is
where
bouncing
Mr.
in her chair,
Todhunter
her ponytail
was
bobbing
wrong.
behind her. Clearly, someone's trying to get her attention.
Chapter 5.
I called down to Hazelwood, requested copies of her
Mr.
visitor's log, phone
Todhunter
calls,
had caught
mail.
a glimpse of an
Maybe she's been in
alien
contact
world.
with Calvin James.
A world of luxury
Even if she
and
has,
elegance,
the reports won't show
of
that,
exquisite
as
scents,
Kaiser well knows.
exquisite women,
But he can't tell Kim he's been
cocktails,
paying a prison guard
flowers,
for
and
information on
musical
Georgina, so
comedy
he simply
service.
says,
Good
To
thinking.
Mr. Todhunter, with his
You could always talk to her,
Richmond
too.
outlook, this
He gets
world
out in a
had
couple of
seemed
days.
not very attractive.
Kaiser
and
turns away.
definitely
He doesn't
alarming.
want his partner to see his face.
He looked round his own
His feelings for
library
Georgina
sitting
are
room.
complicated, and
Compared
they
with
always
Miss
have been.
Norwood's, It was dingy,
I know you two were
drab,
close once, but
and
that was a
hideous.
long time ago.
But to
Kim
Mr. Todhunter,
Don't let your bias get in the way of doing
good.
everything you can to solve these
Mr.
murders.
Todhunter was glad
The
to have had a
female victim
glimpse
was
of a
killed in the
world
exact
of
same
which he had
way as
often
Angela
heard,
Wong.
but never quite
She was buried in the
believed
same woods
But
right
he
by
wanted
Georgina's
no more
house.
than that
The lipstick
glimpse.
is from a company she worked for.
As for Jean
You know how
Norwood,
many brands of lipstick there
Mr.
are in the United
Todhunter
States,
now
Kai?
identified her,
I looked it
much
up.
to his own satisfaction.
Thousands.
Beginning with the
names,
theory
small
that she
names,
must
brands
be
that are now
an
discontinued,
actress,
but that you can still
he had
find on
pursued
eBay.
investigations in the
This
theatre
wasn't some old
announcements of his
lipstick the killer
times.
had lying
And
around.
there, sure
It was
enough,
chosen
was
deliberately.
Jean Norwood, the star,
mind is in full
apparently, of
analytic
Fallen
mode.
Petals
He can tell by the
at
way
the
she's
Sovereign
speaking but not
Theatre.
looking at him. Her speech
Mr.
rapid
Todd
but
Hunter,
extra
who
clear.
had a household
It has
rule
to be
that
Calvin
all
James.
newspapers
He's
must be
still out
kept
there.
for 3
Maybe
months
he's back.
before being
And maybe
disposed
your old
of,
friend
sent
Georgina
Edie
knows all
for the
about it.
Sunday Times pile,
You didn't see
and
her at the
succeeded
trial
in finding
5
the
years ago,
notice
Kim,
of the
he
play.
says. She wouldn't
From
even
it,
look at
he
him.
learned,
She never
reading
made eye
between the
contact with him while
words,
she was
that Miss
testifying.
Norwood's
Not until the
particular
very end,
line
and that's only
was
because he
popular
spoke to her.
highbrow stuff.
She was
that
terrified?
she was an actress
No,
manager,
it wasn't
and
fear.
that Fallen
Something
Petals
else.
would probably keep the
Resentment,
suburbs
maybe.
busy for months,
Like he was a
trooping
reminder
up
of
to
the
the West
person she
End
used to be, and she
see
hated
it.
him for it.
Well, well.
Calvin James might
said
have been
Mr. Todd
charged with the
Hunter.
murders of 4 women. But
It
was
happens
Georgina
often
Shaw's
that a
arrest
name
that kicked
never
the case
heard
into the media
before
spotlight.
crops up 2
A
or 3
big pharma
times
executive
immediately
involved in the
after
cold case murder
one
of
has
her
first
teenage
become
best friend?
cognizant of it.
It was more
Or
entertaining
a
than a
person
Lifetime
never
movie.
seen before
More
is
titillating
met
than an episode
again
of 2020.
at once after the first
Nothing
introduction.
is more satisfying to
It
humans
may be
than
that one is
watching
more
another
alert
person
to
fail.
recognize,
Especially when it's
or it
someone
may
who
be
has
just
everything you don't.
coincidence.
Beauty,
In any
brains,
case,
an
both
education,
these
a
phenomena
high-paying job,
occurred to Mr. Todd
a rich
Hunter
fiancé.
during the 4 days following
There are
his
3
meeting with
versions
Faraway.
of Georgina Shaw that
The
Kaiser
first
knows.
person to mention
The
Jean
first is the
Norwood's
girl he
name
knew
to
in high
him
school.
was a young
A
woman,
sweet
a
cheerleader who
distant
had friends in
cousin,
every
who
social
came to
circle
take
and who
tea
got
with
straight
Mr. Todd
A's.
Hunter on
The
the
second
Saturday
was the
of
girl
that
she'd become
weekend.
after she'd met Calvin.
Mr. Todd Hunter was not
Distracted,
at all averse
consumed,
from the
unavailable,
company of the
selfish.
young, especially
The third was the woman he'd
female
arrested in the
young,
ship boardroom
so long as he
14
felt
years
quite
later.
safe and at his
Successful,
ease with
mature,
them.
exhausted.
He liked to
and
listen to their
remorseful.
artless prattle
Which
and
version is she
cackle
now?
at them with a great pretense of
Kim is on the
sardonic
phone talking to someone who
disillusion.
can only be her husband,
Though, to tell the
judging
truth,
by the gentle
the
tone
young
of her
were
voice.
probably a great deal more
Kaiser makes his way back to the
disillusioned than
Bowens,
Mr. Todd
his mind
Hunter
sifting
himself.
through all the questions he still needs
It was
answers
therefore
to.
his custom to seek out
Is it possible that
obscure
Georgina
family
is still in love
connections
with Calvin,
and make
and that
their
her
acquaintance.
avoidance of him during the trial
The
5
young
years ago
man
was all
often
just an
borrowed
act?
his money, which
He
Mr.
slipped her
Todd Hunter
something that
lent
day in the courtroom.
readily, for he has
Something
strong
that still
family
eats at
feelings.
Kaiser whenever he thinks of
The
it.
girls would come down
She
to
denied it was
Richmond,
anything
pour
important, but
out
he doesn't
Mr.
believe
Todd
her.
Hunter's tea for
Of
him
course he
and
doesn't.
tell him all the family
Remorseful or
gossip.
not, nobody's a
Much
better
of it
liar
about
than
people
Georgina
he had
Shaw.
never heard of, and most
He
of it
opens the
about
door to
people
the
he
conference
had never
room.
met, but
Bowens are
nonetheless
huddled
interesting
together on the
to him
couch.
for that.
The grief counselor is speaking
Scarcely
softly.
had the young third cousin
3
of this
heads look
Saturday
up at Kaiser when he
afternoon
enters.
set foot in Mr. Todd Hunter's
"I'm
trim little
so
garden
sorry,"
than she
he says
came
again.
out with her news.
There's no point in asking them how they're
Such a
doing.
thrill, Lawrence.
We
Whom
want
do
to
you think
find
I
out who
met
did
at a
this,
party last
Tyson Bowen
week?
says. He's a bit
Really,
calmer
I've
than he was
no
earlier, but
idea,
not much.
Ethel.
His voice is
Privately,
shaking.
Mr. Todd Hunter thought
Beside him, his
Ethel
wife
Markham
nods.
a rather crude and rather
Absolutely.
foolish young suburban
Kaiser
woman.
pulls out his phone
She was
and
secretary
taps
to
it
a
to
firm
pull
of
up the
dress
picture of the dead
designers in
woman with the
Oxford
censor bar.
Street, and Mr. Todd
I
Hunter
need you to
could
look
never
at this
understand
picture
why
and
they
tell me if
paid her
you
as much
recognize the
money
woman.
as she affirmed that they
Amelia
did.
Bowen leans forward, takes a
I
good
thought it was
look at his
going to be a
phone
deadly
and
stuffy
gasps.
party too, but it
Claire
wasn't.
Tolliver,
Jean
she says.
Norwood came
Oh,
along
my
after
God.
the theatre,
She
and
looks
if you'll
to her
believe
husband
it,
for
she seemed to
confirmation,
take quite
and though
a
it takes him a few
fancy to
seconds
little
longer,
me.
he confirms her
What do you think
statement
of
with a brisk
that?
nod.
Poisonous
Who's Claire
woman,
Tolliver?
threw out
Kaiser
Mr.
asks
Todd
them.
Hunter.
Henry's
She's
birth mother,
not.
Amelia
She's
Bowen
charming, really
she dead?
sweet, one of
What's
the
wrong with her
sweetest
eyes?
women I've ever met.
Kaiser answers
Indeed,
the first question,
I thought
but
her
not the second.
poisonous. Mr.
They
Todd
don't
Hunter
need to know.
cackled wickedly. His cousin stared at him. What
10.
do you know about her? Oh,
The
said
report
Mr. Todd
Kim
Hunter
requested
very
from the warden
casually.
at Hazelwood
I
is in
was
Kaiser's
round
email
at
the
her
following
flat
morning,
for a cocktail
encompassing
the day
all
before
5 years of
yesterday.
Georgina's prison stay.
There are pink
It's too large to
bows on
download
her
to his
piano,
phone, so he sits
he
at Kim's
added
desk with his
distaste.
coffee and logs into her computer.
Rot!
His
Jean
partner
Norwood
won't be in
hasn't
for
a
another
pink
hour.
bow mind.
She left his apartment early this morning to
it
shower
may
and change.
only have been
And whenever
Chinese
she's not in, he
embroidery,
prefers to
but
sit at her
that's
desk.
just as bad.
She's neater.
And her maid,
The top of Kim's desk
Marie,
is always clear.
you know,
The
looks like
pens arranged
something
like
out
a
of a
bouquet in
musical
their ceramic
comedy.
In contrast,
Lawrence,
Kaiser's
you're
desk
pulling
looks
my
like a junkie
leg,
tossed
damn
it
you.
searching for
You've
drugs.
never been in Jean's flat in
He
your
scrolls
life.
through the report quickly.
I assure you,
There's less detail
I
in it
have,
than the
my
reports he
dear
receives
girl,
from the
and
corrections
what is
officer he
more,
pays every
I
month.
have an
And of
invitation
course,
to
there are no
lunch
personal
there
notes.
next Tuesday
But
week,
it is interesting
which,
to see the past
by the
5
way,
years of
I do
Georgina
not
Shaw's
intend
life,
to accept.
summed up in one long
And you will
spreadsheet.
oblige me, Ethel.
It gives Kaiser a
and
different
did Mr.
perspective on the
Todhunter
information he's
severely
had all
by
along.
not referring to Miss
Her mail,
Norwood by
for
her
instance.
Christian name,
Like any
unless
inmate
you
of
are
notoriety,
already on
Georgina
familiar
gets fan
terms
mail,
with her.
and in the span of
That
5
is a
years,
practice
she's received
peculiar
over
to the more
1,000
repellent
letters.
types of
But
suburban
10 of
youth.
those letters were sent from
and
the
to
same
the still
address.
more repellently vulgar
Somehow this didn't register when
newspapers,
Kaiser
and I
received
don't
his
care to
monthly
hear it
reports
from
from his
any
inside
relative
source,
of mine.
and he can only assume he missed it because those
I always
reports
said you ought
only
to have been
listed
born
sender
100
names,
years ago,
which are all
Lawrence,
different.
responded the young woman.
Whoever wrote to
without
Georgina
rancour.
from an address in
And the
Spokane,
other sex
Washington,
at that.
used a different
In fact, what you
moniker
ought to
each
have been
time.
is a spinster
Tony
aunt.
Stark,
I can just see
Clark
you with your
Kent,
hair screwed up in
Bruce
a bun
Banner,
and ghastly
Charles
bone
Xavier,
stays.
and so on.
Tush, said
The
Mr.
real-life
Todhunter,
identities
annoyed.
of fictional superheroes.
The other person to mention Miss Norwood
Kaiser
was a
mutters.
neighbour, a solid,
It's a hell of an
walrus-like
oversight,
man
and he has
who
nobody to blame
occasionally
but himself.
escaped from a shrewish wife
He runs the
to drink
Spokane
Mr.
address through the
Todhunter's
Seattle
whiskey
PD
and to
database
sit
and
in
comes up with a hit
companionable
for
silence
Ursula
with
Archer.
the spare pair of
In her
earphones
mid-60s,
clamped
she's a
over
retired
his head.
librarian whose husband
Mr.
passed away the year
Todhunter
before.
had a passion
Kaiser
for
picks up the
Bach
phone and dials the
and
number.
would interrupt any engagement
30
or
seconds
activity
later,
to
he's
sit
speaking to the
by
woman.
his wireless.
It
when
takes another
Bach
15
was on
seconds
the
to
air.
explain who he is and why he's calling,
But for some
she's
reason
not suspicious.
obscure to his friends,
If anything, the
and
woman
perhaps
sounds
obscure to
happy to
Mr.
have someone to
Todhunter
talk to.
himself, he would not have a
must be
loudspeaker
calling about
or anything
Dominic,
but
Ursula
an
Archer says.
old-fashioned crystal
Her voice
set.
is both soft and
This
sharp.
man,
Every
after an
syllable
unbroken
pronounced
silence of
crisply, although her
38
tone
minutes,
isn't harsh.
produced the
She
information
reminds
that
Kaiser
he
of
and
a
his
teacher
wife
he
had
had
been
in high
last
school.
week to see
He
Jean
stayed with us a
Norwood
few years
at
ago.
the Sovereign.
We were his foster parents
Mr.
for 3
Todhunter,
years.
with a writer's
letters
sensitiveness,
to a woman,
noticed that
you
it was
said?
not Fallen
Kaiser
Petals
stifles
the
his
couple had been to see, but
Clearly,
Jean
the letters
Norwood.
aren't from Calvin James.
Probably they had never
Yes, to
noticed
an
the
inmate
name
at Hazelwood
of the play.
Correctional Institute
Quite certainly
named
they had no
Georgina
idea
Shaw.
who had written it, and
The
thus
woman
given
sighs,
Miss Norwood
and he can almost
her
picture her
chance.
shaking her head on the other line.
After 7
A
minutes
driver's
more
license photo,
silence,
which he's pulled up on
the
his
visitor
computer
followed
screen,
this up with the
depicts a
remark that
woman
he
with
knew a
dark
man
blonde hair
who
in
knew
the early stages
Jean
of gray,
Norwood,
cut in a
fellow
short
of the name
bob
of
that's slightly
Battersby.
longer at the
This
front.
chap said she was a delightful
Name doesn't
woman,
ring a bell,
just the
she
same
said.
off the stage
But then
as on.
Dominic wrote to
Do
quite a few
anything
people
for
in prison.
anybody, always
started
looking for
as a
young
school
actresses
project.
and helping
He was
them.
doing some kind of
Heart
research on
of
life in
gold.
prison after Scared Straight came to his school to do a
nodded
talk.
Mr. Todhunter.
You've heard of that program?
Yes. I'm
Kaiser was only vaguely
supposed to
familiar
be
with it, but knew
lunching
the
with her
gist.
next Tuesday.
It involved former inmates convincing
added.
kids to stay in school
His
and away
visitor
from
took his
drugs and
pipe
gangs.
out of his mouth
He glances
and
toward
stared
the
at
wall
him.
clock at the precinct,
Good God,
wondering how he can
he
get her
said,
off the phone.
reverently.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Todhunter
Well, I'm sorry
was
to have
not
bothered.
Anyway,
ill-pleased.
Dominic decided to do
He
his
was,
social
however,
studies project
puzzled.
on life behind bars.
Here
and
were
he came across a
impressions
website where you
of
can
2
write to
persons
inmates.
that Miss
Next
Norwood
thing we know, we've
was
got
a lady
mail
of
coming
charm
from prisons
and
all over the
sweetness,
country.
whereas Mr.
Graham, my
Todhunter's
late
own
husband, was pretty
conviction
upset.
had been that she was a rude
After all, these were
word.
convicted criminals
A
who were sending
just
letters to our
man.
home address.
He considered
He
the
didn't want
problem.
Dominic writing to them
Had he
anymore, but I
perhaps
convinced
been
him to let it go.
prejudiced?
That it didn't
Had he
seem to be
allowed the
doing
feeling
any
of
harm.
inferiority
We
which
ended
the
up getting him a
luxurious
post office
flat
box
might
so
have
he could have mail
produced in
sent
him
there
to
instead.
sway his judgment
We told him to never
the
give out
detriment of
personal
its owner?
information and to never send anyone
But
money.
no, his feeling
Despite
had not
none
been
of this being
altogether one
useful
of
to his
inferiority.
investigation,
He had been
Kaiser finds himself
impressed,
curious.
perhaps against his
What was he
will,
writing to
that
them
he had
about?
never wavered in his
Initially,
opinion
he was fascinated
that
with how they ended up there.
267
But after
Lower
a while,
Putney
he was only
Road,
writing to the
Richmond,
female inmates.
had been an infinitely
Some of them
better
sent love
place in
letters.
which to dwell.
I think he liked
and it
the
had not
attention.
been a defiant opinion
Kaiser
either,
stifles a chuckle.
but a genuine
Well, I
one.
appreciate your time.
I think about
No,
him often,
again,
you know.
the woman had
He
been
had a rough
unmistakably
start.
hostile,
Was in foster care
cold,
since he was very
and
young.
rude.
Ursula
Then
sighs into his
Faraway
ear.
had come in and told
But
her
he has
almost
exceptional
crudely
survival skills.
that he,
That I
Mr.
believe.
Todhunter, was a man of wealth.
He did use superhero
and
names on all his
instantly her
correspondence,
attitude had
Kaiser says.
changed.
That's
That
something
was
he'd do.
not
Ursula says
very
with a
nice.
laugh.
He always
She
wished
had
he was
reverence
someone
for
else.
money, quite evidently.
It takes Kaiser
An
another minute before he
unsympathetic
can wrangle
person
himself
became
off
at
the phone
once
politely, but he's
sympathetic
not too
to
annoyed.
her, with knowledge
woman
that he
sounded
was
lonely.
rich. A bore
Seriously?
would become
A
interesting.
voice behind Kaiser
a
says,
nondescript
and he turns to
might
find Kim
become,
standing there, coffee in hand.
Well, might
realize you
become
have your
her
own
lover,
desk 3 feet
thought
away,
Mr.
right?
Todhunter uncomfortably,
I hate it when you
knowing
sit
very
at my
little
desk.
about these
You
things
make everything
and disliking
messy.
what he guessed.
She waves her free hand in a
For
gesture
Faraway,
of distaste.
though he might be a writer
I like
of
your
popular
desk,
appeal,
he says, but he
as
picks
a
himself
man,
up out of the chair
was
and moves
undoubtedly
over.
nondescript.
It's so clean.
Yet
Even the air
there
around
he
it
was,
smells fresher.
installed apparently
Thought you
in
were
that
going to be in for
for
visit
another half
flat
hour.
in the capacity of
I decided to come in early
what?
after all, she says.
He
And
bored
very
her,
subtly, her
plainly,
body language
but
changes
she
in a way that would only
tolerated
be
him.
noticeable to someone who knows her
Almost
intimately.
ironically, she had echoed
And
his
Kaiser knows
endearing
her intimately.
names. Mr.
Her voice
Todhunter,
drops.
feeling slightly
waiting
disgusted,
for
could
me
have
in the
no
back
doubt
room.
that they were
He
on
didn't ask me questions.
terms.
She adds
And
quickly,
Faraway must have
seeing
been
the
a
look
man
on
of
Kaiser's
wealth.
face.
Positively,
But he did say
must
he
have
thinks we
been.
need to get away for the weekend
Yet
and
now
spend some
he
time
was
together.
almost touting for the
So we're
chance
going
to
to
sell
Scottsdale
Mr.
on Friday.
Todhunter
Back
expensive
to the resort
antiques
where we got married.
on commission.
He
For
already
if
booked it.
that had not
She
been
holds
the
Kaiser's
object of
gaze
his
for a full
advances,
10 seconds before
what else
looking
could
away.
have been?
Ah,
There's
He keeps
something
his
very
tone
queer
light.
going on here,
Sounds nice.
decided Mr.
I'm sure you'll have a great time.
remembering the wife in the
It's all
north
he
of
can say.
England and the almost
The heaviness in his
forgotten
heart
daughters.
surprises him, even though
Very
he knows the affair
queer
should have ended
indeed.
ages ago. Fuck that.
And then came
It
the
should never
third
have started
of
in
those
the first place.
coincidences which happen so often and make us
He
wonder
busies
whether
himself
they
with
really
tidying
are
up his desk so they don't have to
coincidences at
talk.
all, or whether
Their
everything is
relationship
part
plays out in his
of
mind in
one
a
great
series of
plan,
snapshots.
including our
Kim
own
propped up in bed
insignificant
beside him as he catches
selves.
up on some computer work. Her
An
bare
elderly
breasts
cousin of
glowing
Mr.
from the light of the
Todhunter,
laptop
on
screen.
his mother's
Nipples
side,
like
was in the
fresh
habit of
mosquito
doing
bites.
his part
Kim
towards the
snaking her
family
hand
solidarity
into his boxer
by
briefs
sending Mr.
as she makes a
Todhunter a
phone
blue
call to her
pass
husband
every
to tell him
year
that she'll be
for
working
the
all night.
Royal Horticultural
Kim
Society's
in the
annual
shower
exhibition
only that morning,
at Chelsea.
the water sliding down
Mr.
her back as she
Todhunter
bends
knew
forward
nothing
so
at
he can
all
take her
about
from behind.
horticulture
He
outside the
swallows the
wild
memories down
orchid,
with a long
of
sip
which,
of hot
for some
coffee,
utterly
burning his
disintegrated
throat in the
reason,
process.
he was able to name and
His
identify
desk phone rings and
27
he's grateful for the
varieties.
distraction.
But he had
It's
a general
Julia
feeling
Chan
of
returning his
benevolence
call.
towards all flowers,
She's the roommate of Henry
and a
Bowen's
feeling of
biological mother, and he
satisfaction
tried
and
calling her last
repose
night
in their presence.
after Claire's parents
And
met him
so,
at the morgue
to
to
Chelsea
confirm their
each
daughter's
year
identity.
he duly went.
It had been a long night.
Nor this year
Especially
did he
since
allow
Kim had
his
come over
aneurysm
afterward.
to rob him of this
I just got your
mild
message.
pleasure, but
I'm heading
took
into
it
work,
there
detective,
for an
the
airing,
young woman says,
albeit
sounding
walking
distracted
with
and put out.
circumspection and
I have an
sitting
early meeting
down
and I'm already
whenever
late.
he
What's
found
this
a chair
about?
vacant,
I have
which
some
was not
questions about
very
Claire
often.
Tolliver, he says.
It was
Can I stop by
then,
your office
in
and
the
speak to you
space
today?
of that triangle
Sure,
formed
do me a favor
by the
and
rock
flash your
gardens,
badge.
the
It's the only way
formal
they'll let me out of the
gardens,
meeting early.
and the ladies' cloakroom,
He leaves the
and
precinct
actually behind the
without saying goodbye
largest
to
potted
Kim.
rhododendron that he'd
But at the
ever
elevator,
seen,
he
that
takes
Mr.
one last
Todhunter
look
caught
at the back
sight
of
of
his
a
partner's
woman
head.
whose face
Blonde hair
seemed
pulled back
somehow
neatly into
familiar
her
to
signature
him,
ponytail.
flirting with a man
She seems to
whom he
feel
was
his eyes
sure
on
he
her
had
and
seen
looks up.
somewhere before.
He avoids
The
eye
woman was
contact and
slender
steps into the
and very
elevator.
elegant, and she wore her white
It's over.
fox fur with an air.
Thank fucking God.
The man was young and quite indecently handsome. That
11.
they were flirting was evident, for the
Strathroy,
lady's
Oakwood, and
French-gloved
Strauss looks like
hand
every other big law
rested
firm
on that
Kaiser's
of her
ever been in.
companion,
And at 8
even
a.m.
while
it's
Mr.
already
Todhunter
bustling.
stared at them,
A giant
wondering where he
engraved
had
logo
seen them
behind the
before,
reception desk
if
greets
ever.
him, where
The
two
young
young
man
women,
tried to
probably
kiss her.
fresh out of college,
Moreover,
are wearing
the way
headsets
she
and answering
repulsed
the
him
phones with
showed
bored
even Mr.
efficiency.
Todhunter that
The
it was
badge gets their attention,
opportunity which
and he's
he
assured that the
considered
person he's
lacking,
asking for
and
will be
not
located as soon as possible.
inclination.
In the meantime,
Really,
would you like a cup of
thought
coffee
Mr.
while he
Todhunter with
waits?
exasperation.
Yes.
I don't believe my
Yes, he
memory's
would.
as good as it was.
The
I'm
coffee is
sure
hot
I've
and
seen
frothy and
those
covered
two
with cinnamon
somewhere
sprinkles.
before.
It's
I
also
say,
damn good, and he
look,
sips it slowly.
obligingly remarked
Claire
an eager
Tolliver's
feminine
parents took the
voice
news of their
behind
daughter's
him.
death terribly
That's
the night
Jean
before,
Norwood,
as there's no
surely.
other way to take
Yes,
it.
it is.
Her
Isn't
father
she
demanded questions
lovely?
Kaiser had no answers for.
Mr. Todhunter resisted
Her
a
mother's
strong
sobs
impulse
could be heard
to
from
turn
one end of
round
the
and
long morgue
reply,
hallway to the other.
"No, madam, she is
And
not
now here he is
lovely,
at the law firm,
for that
waiting
implies
to
that she
speak to
is
Claire's
lovesome,
roommate in order to
and
learn
she
more
is, in
about the young
point of
woman's
cold
life.
fact, a perdition
He
cat.
uses the downtime
And what
to
is more, I
investigate his
am
dead
going to
victim's
lunch
social
with her
media
next
accounts.
Tuesday,
There's
just
only
to
one
find
that he
out
can
what her
find, a
dirty little
LinkedIn
game
profile,
is,
and this
and why
surprises
she
him,
is flirting
considering Claire
thus
came of age at the height
blatantly
of social
with
media.
her silly
She has
middle-aged
no
lover's
Facebook, no
handsome
Instagram, no Twitter.
son-in-law.
Her LinkedIn profile tells him she graduated from Puget Sound State
That
University
was on a
with a
Wednesday.
bachelor's degree in
Mr.
political science
Todhunter, having thus
and a
made up
French
his mind
minor.
to interfere,
She was in her
proceeded
second year of
to
law school at
utilize
the
the
same
days at his
university
disposal
and doing a 3-month
before the
internship at
appointment.
Strathroy, Oakwood, and Strauss.
His first move
because
was to
they
ring up
have a
Farraway
special focus
at the
on
flat,
women's rights,
the telephone
which are
number of
human
which had
rights.
been pressed upon
She
him,
was clearly
and
a
offer
fan of
him
Hillary
lunch
Clinton.
on Friday, an offer that was
professional photo
instantly,
Claire uploaded
not
to her
to
LinkedIn
say
account
eagerly,
looks
accepted.
nothing like the corpse on the table.
What a
at the
pity
morgue.
Jean isn't here,
And yet there's no
remarked
mistaking
Farraway
it's her.
before ringing off amid
Same long,
effusive
dark
thanks.
hair,
She'd
same
have
face
liked a
shape.
word with you,
The only
but she's
detail the
down in
photo adds are
Richmond.
her eyes.
Richmond? Oh,
A beautiful
yes.
young woman who had a
that's
bright
where she
future
lives, you
ahead of
know.
her.
I didn't
Detective?
know,
A voice says,
said Mr.
and
Todhunter.
Kaiser looks up to see an attractive woman in her
At
early 20s
lunch,
standing
Farraway
there.
wanted to talk
I'm
about
Julia Chan.
antiques and some
Sorry
of
to
the
keep you
remarkably
waiting.
good
I was in a
things
meeting and my
going
phone was on
dirt
silent.
cheap, onto which
Someone had to
could
track
put
me down.
his host
Not a problem,
But Mr.
Kaiser
Todhunter
says,
kept
shaking
the
the outstretched
conversation
hand.
steadily on
The
Miss
hand is small,
Norwood
but the grip
and
is firm.
or the Faraway
We can talk in
family.
one of the conference rooms,
The
she
lunch
says.
lasted a
Interns
long
are only
time,
assigned
for Mr.
cubicles and we wouldn't
Todhunter
get
had
any privacy
reluctantly
there.
decided upon an
follows her down the
exceedingly
hall and around
expensive
the corner.
restaurant to suit his
Despite the
role
early
of
hour,
wealthy
everyone is
dilettante,
dressed in
which he
business
considered
attire
it
and moving with an
convenient
air of
to
harried
maintain,
importance.
and he was
They
at
look at
least
Kaiser
determined to get
curiously
some
as they
small
pass,
portion
but
of
Julia
his money's
Chan doesn't
worth
break
by
stride.
spinning the
Her
meal
taupe-colored
out
pumps
as
tapping
long as
soundlessly
possible,
on the carpet
to
in
the visible
machine-like
annoyance
precision.
of the high priest
She's
in
dressed in a
charge
pleated
of
black
this temple of
knee-length skirt
food
and crisp
and his
white blouse.
acolytes,
Her hair
an
pulled back into a
annoyance
bun
which
at
was
the
by
nape
no
of her
means
neck.
allayed by the
They enter the first
parsimonious
conference
tip
room and she
with which
closes
Mr.
the door.
Todhunter, frightened of
Only
being
when they're
frightened
alone does
into
he see the stress on her
over-tipping,
pretty face.
finally rewarded
I've been
their
covering for
mostly
her here
unnecessary
since last
services.
Thursday, Julia says,
In the course of
sitting
these
down at the
2
table and
1/4
gesturing for
hours,
him to do
then,
the same.
Mr. Todhunter
This
learned
isn't the first time she's
many
done this.
new
I swear to
and
God, if she's not dead, I'm going to kill her.
He
I
learned
knew it was a bad
that
idea
Miss
for us to take the
Norwood
same
lived,
internship.
for the most part,
Done
in a
what?
small
Kaiser
mansion
asks.
on the riverbank
Disappeared.
at Richmond.
It happened once before.
Using the flat
She met a
only as
guy,
a
spent the
pied-à-terre
entire weekend at
for
his
resting
house,
in the
forgot to tell people.
afternoons or when
Smartest
feeling
but
too exhausted
flakiest
after
girl
her
you'll ever
performance
meet.
to face
She
the
came
drive
back 3 days later, but I
to
was
Richmond.
furious. Now her phone
Poor
is going straight to
girl.
voicemail.
She works so
which means the
damn
battery is
hard,
dead or she's turned it
remarked
off.
her admirer in what
Julia
Mr.
obviously
Todhunter
hasn't
thought was the
spoken to
most
Claire's parents yet.
unctuously fatuous voice
She puts her
he
hand
had
to her
ever
mouth
heard.
and chews on a fingernail.
The theatre's a damned
Kaiser checks
hard
out her
life,
other hand, which
Todhunter,
rests on the
I
table.
can tell you. And the
The
nearer
nails
the
are
top
ragged,
you are,
worn
the
down to
harder it
little
is.
stumps.
I had no
She
idea
notices
before I
him
met
noticing
Jean
and puts
how
her
these
hands in her
women
lap.
work. At it
Strathroy,
all
Oakwood,
day
and Strauss
long,
has a
one thing and
100%
another,
attendance
from
policy
morning
here for
to
interns,
night.
Julia says.
Indeed,
You have to be gravely
yes,
ill to call in
nodded
sick,
Mr.
and you'd better have a
Todhunter
doctor's
with
note to back it up.
sympathy.
When she
We're
didn't
not
show up for
giving
work last Thursday,
interviews to the
I told our
newspapers
boss that
about
a
the
member
loss
of
of
her
their
family
pearls.
died and that
I
she asked me
understand
to relay
they are
the
writing
news.
testimonials
They
for
weren't happy about it, but I
toothpaste
couldn't
and
let her get
face cream
fired.
firms.
I hope they don't
It
ask her for a
must
death
be a
certificate
very
when she gets back.
exacting life.
So,
By the way,
is she dead?
added Mr. Todhunter
the
politely,
next word he says will
does
change
Miss
this young
Norwood
woman's
find
life
the
forever.
competition in
And
the
as gently as
testimonial
possible, he
business
says,
from professional peeresses nowadays rather
Julia
trying?
blinks. She
It's
searches
musical
Kaiser's
comedy
face for any
stars
sign
who
that he's
do that
joking,
sort
and
of
when none
thing,
appears,
not
she closes.
serious actresses
A
like
full
Jean.
30 seconds pass before she
replied
slumps into
Faraway,
her chair.
hurt.
Fuck.
Mr. Todhunter
Her eyes well up
apologized and
with tears, but
resumed
she
the
blinks them
questioning,
away.
which in his own
The
mind
fingers are
he
back in her
considered
mouth.
to be not a little
Fuck.
adroit.
She says again.
He learned a great
How?
deal more about Miss
She was
Norwood.
killed.
He learned the
We're
name
still
of her
figuring the
manager
rest
at the
out.
Sovereign. He
She
learned
was
that she was the
murdered?
lessee of the
Her
theatre
gaze flickers to his
herself.
badge.
He learned
This is a
that she would have
homicide?
had no difficulty in
Yes.
finding the money for
How?
any new play,
Julia asks
so
again,
anxious
more
were the
forcefully
playboys
this
of
time,
the city
and a
to
tear slips
finance
down
her.
her cheek.
But that
She
she
swipes
always
at it almost
financed
angrily, as if it's
her
a
own.
nuisance, as if there's no
He
place in
learned
this
that out
conversation
of her
for
own
crying.
sweet kindness
It's not
of heart,
important for you
she
to
had
know.
given
You can either
Faraway's
tell me
youngest
or I'll be
daughter,
Googling the shit out of it
Felicity,
later.
a part in no
Julia's
fewer than
dark
3
eyes are full of
consecutive
sorrow.
plays, until
But
it became
behind it,
so
there's
patent
determination.
that the poor girl
She's a
couldn't
strong young
act
woman and she
for
wants
little green
answers.
apples,
And I'm
that not
sure it will
even
be less
Jean
traumatic
could risk
hearing about it
the
from you.
reputation of her
Please tell me.
casts by
She's my
continuing
friend.
to include
I need to know.
Felicity. Dear,
So Kaiser
dear,
lays
how
out what he knows.
sad for the poor girl.
As gently as possible,
Mr.
he tells the
Todhunter
young woman
seemed
how her
quite
friend was
distressed
strangled,
over Felicity's
dismembered,
failure.
and then buried in the woods.
Yes, the child
He
was
doesn't tell
thoroughly
her about Henry.
upset. In fact, she
doesn't know
said
if
some
she's aware that
exceedingly
Claire gave up a
foolish and
baby for
ungrateful
adoption, and it's not
things,
his place to
considering the
reveal it.
chances she'd been given.
Julia Chan listens
Oh,
without
the
interrupting.
artistic temperament, I
When he
suppose.
finishes, she stands up,
and all the
smooths her
worse
skirt
when
and
there's
says,
nothing to
"Excuse me a
warrant
moment,"
it. If
and
indeed
leaves
there
him alone in the
is
conference
such a
room.
thing at all as the artistic
half expected
temperament.
it.
I've
Death
never been
notifications
bothered
are
with one
always hard,
myself,
and though he's
thank
tried
heaven,
not to think about
said
Kim this
Faraway,
morning, he finds
not
himself
without
wishing she were here.
complacence. And
She's
in my
better at this
opinion,
kind of
it's
thing than
only
he
a
is.
high-sounding name
He uses
for
the time to check his
infernal
messages,
selfishness.
and he's just
A
putting his
name
phone back in his
and an
pocket when
excuse.
Julia comes back into the conference room.
But Mr.
She
Todhunter
was
had
gone
no
a full
intention
10
of being
minutes.
led aside into a
She
discussion
sits
of the
beside him once
artistic
again,
temperament.
rolling
He
her
wanted
chair
to
a bit
know what
farther away
kind
this
of
time, but she's
foolish,
composed,
ungrateful
ready to talk.
things Felicity
The
Falloway
shakiness
had
is gone.
said, and asked
The only
her
noticeable
father
difference
as
is her
much.
eyes. They're
"Oh,
red
I
and puffy
don't
from the
know."
tears she's cried.
Falloway pulled his neat little
When she
beard
speaks, her voice
and
is
looked
hoarse,
vague.
and there's a slight disconnect to
Mr.
it.
Todhunter noticed
Kaiser
his
recognizes what
hands.
she's doing because it's
They were
something
as
he does
white
himself every
and
day.
small and fine
Julia Chan is
as a woman's,
compartmentalizing.
with long,
She'll
sensitive
make a hell of a
fingers.
lawyer someday.
A real artist's hand.
I hope the
thought
next
Mr.
thing you tell me
Todhunter.
is that you're going to
And
find
yet
the son of a
he
bitch who
only
did
writes
it, she says.
popular romances.
And I hope you rip him to
You
pieces the
don't
way he did
know?
her.
No.
I'm going to find the son
Well,
of a
you
bitch who did
know,
it,
the
Kaiser
usual
says.
sort of
And he
thing.
means it.
Abuse of the
That much he
benefactor,
feels comfortable
biting the
promising.
hand that fed her.
Claire's parents
Anybody's
said you were her
fault
roommate.
but her own, and
Since
chiefly, of
freshman year of
course, that she was a
undergrad.
great actress,
We were more than
but
roommates.
was being
We
kept
were
out
really
of her
good
rightful
friends.
place
We're
by
both only
jealousy.
children, so
You
we were probably the
know,
closest
all
thing
the
to having a
hackneyed
sister.
complaints of
Julia's face
disgruntled
crumples, but she
failure.
fights it.
Poor girl.
I'm trying
I'm
to trace her
afraid we had
whereabouts
rather
in
a
the days
quarrel
before she
over
was
it.
killed,
My
Kaiser
fault,
says.
I expect.
Her parents hadn't seen her for a
shouldn't have
couple of
taken
weeks.
her seriously.
Well, she's busy.
So
Was
she's
busy.
left the stage.
Julia corrected, and
Oh,
then her
yes.
face falls again.
She wouldn't get another job
works-
after Jean had had to get rid of
shit.
her from the company
Part-time
for
at a coffee shop in the U
incompetence.
district.
And these things get
The Green
around,
Bean.
you know.
Last I saw her, which I think
suppose
was Wednesday
she's
of
gone
last
back
week,
home.
that's where she was.
Well,
I'm taking a night course on top of this
no,
internship and usually
Faraway
pop in to study
hesitated.
if she's working because she
As a
gives me
matter
free
of fact,
lattes.
I believe she's got
Anyway, she
another
didn't come
sort of
back to the
job.
apartment that night.
Though to tell you
And
the
that's
truth, I
typical?
haven't seen her
Yeah.
since our little tiff.
Yes. But
What
usually
sort of
she'll
a
text,
job
and she
could a
didn't, so
girl
I
like
figured she was
that
hooking up
get,
with a guy I saw her
wonder?
talking to.
Inquired Mr.
Kaiser
Todhunter
straightens up.
artlessly, toying
Which
with
guy?
the baked custard
Some
he
guy.
ordered to the
I didn't get a good
undisguised
look.
horror
He was
of
sitting in the
high
corner.
priest.
Age,
Incidentally,
height, hair
Mr.
color.
Todhunter did not consider
White guy
it
for
cooked
sure, baseball
nearly so
cap
well
pulled low,
as Mrs. Greenhill
jeans
cooked
and a
it
t-shirt.
at home.
Not overly built, but not
Faraway,
skinny.
however, had
Clean
drunk far
shaven, I
too
think.
many of the cocktails
He had long legs,
which Mr.
and so my
Todhunter
impression is that he was
pressed
tall.
upon him, and
Her
far
head
too much
snaps up.
champagne later to
Oh,
resent
shit.
this
Is he-
curiosity about
think
his
he killed
private
her?
affairs.
I
Indeed,
don't
he
know,
seemed quite
Kaiser
eager to
says,
talk about
and it's the
them,
most honest
now
answer
that
he
the
can give.
antique hurdle
I'm looking at
had been
everything.
safely
Zachęcamy
leaped.
cię, by zwolnić.
Well, Viola,
Wsłuchać się w
that's
melodię
my
i
elder
pozwolić sobie
daughter,
na
told me
chwilę
that the
oddechu w
silly
tej
girl has got a
krótkiej
job in
przerwie.
a shop
To darmowe
somewhere,
doświadczenie
quite
audiobookowe jest dla
unnecessary.
wszystkich.
Her mother would have been very pleased to have her at home. She wouldn't accept an allowance from me either. Positively refused. Felicity always was very independent, said Faraway indifferently. He did not seem to care much what happened to his daughter, or why. I say, this is really an excellent champagne, Todhunter. I'm glad to hear you like it. Let me offer you another bottle. Mr. Todhunter himself was drinking barley water. For the kidneys. No, I couldn't manage another alone, really. Mr. Todhunter, with calculated
What else can
recklessness,
you tell me?
summoned the high priest
That's all,
and ordered
Julia
another
says,
bottle.
and her face crumples
And
all
don't
the way
ice
this time.
it this
a lone
time,
tear
he
seeping
added,
out of the corner of her eye.
emboldened perhaps by the barley
I don't know for a
water.
fact that she got together
This
with him.
gentleman likes
but
his
it's something she's
champagne
done.
served properly.
She's a beautiful girl.
Cooled,
Guys are
but
constantly
not
hitting on her.
iced.
She has no interest
The
in a
high
relationship,
priest,
so she,
who, like most of his
keeps it
kind,
casual.
knew a little about
She stops,
wines,
closes her
but
eyes,
not enough,
takes a breath.
departed champing
Was,
with rage.
She says when she opens them again.
Mr. Todhunter
She
felt
was
better.
a beautiful girl.
With the second bottle
I've
of
seen her picture
champagne,
on LinkedIn.
Mr. Todhunter made
Julia
more
manages a
discoveries.
snort.
That's
He
her
learned the
professional
name
pick.
and address in
She's not
Bromley
buttoned up
of
like that when she's
Faraway's
not in the
married
office.
daughter. He learned
reaches
that
into the pocket
Mrs.
of her
Faraway
skirt and pulls
had
out her
never
phone.
understood Faraway.
Scrolls through it, then
he
hands it
learned
to him.
that Faraway had not
The
seen
picture on
Mrs.
it was of
Faraway
the
for
two of
7
them,
months.
dressed up for a night out at the
And he
club.
learned that Faraway had not
Julia
written a
Chan
novel
was a pretty
for over
young
a
woman,
year,
but Claire
and
Tolliver
had no
was, to
immediate
put it
hope
mildly,
of
stunning.
beginning one.
Dressed in a
I
low-cut,
can't seem to
slinky
get
black
down to
mini
it
dress and high
somehow,
heels.
Faraway
She could have
lamented.
passed for a model or an
I hate
actress
the job
easily.
anyhow, turning out
Long,
slushy
almost black
tripe
hair,
for suburban
small
library
waist,
subscribers.
generous breasts
Always
and hips,
did hate it.
legs for days.
But in those days I
The
could
word
do
that
it.
came to mind as
Had
Kaiser
the
examined the
knack
photo
somehow.
was lush.
Now I
That was
don't
in
believe I
Vegas
could.
last spring after we
Not since I
graduated.
came up against
A small
the
smile
real
crossed
thing.
Julia's face.
The
That was a
real
fun
thing?
weekend.
Queried
We're doing
Mr.
a trip to
Todhunter.
Miami this May once we...
Jean,
Shit.
replied Faraway solemnly,
Kaiser allows
has
her to
opened
cry,
up a new
sitting
emotional
patiently until
world
she's
to
able
me.
to get herself under
I
control
had
once
never
again.
lived until I met her.
The conference room door
I must
opens
have
and a
been
middle-aged
half
woman walks
dead
in.
all my life,
Concern etched
stifled,
all over her face at
numbed,
the sight of the younger
blanketed,
woman in
any
tears.
metaphor you like.
Everything okay?
Now that I know what
Julia,
love
you all right?
really is, I can't go
fine,
on
Heather,
writing
thank you.
about what it isn't.
Julia wipes her face quickly with her hands.
Mr. Todhunter,
We're finishing
half
up. I'll be right out.
repelled and half fascinated
The woman
by
closes the door,
Faraway's
but not before giving
confidences,
Kaiser a dirty
now
look,
definitely
as if to say,
maudlin,
"Damn you for making
did his
her
best to
cry."
encourage his guest by
Have you
remarking,
told her parents?
Julia
I've
asks.
never been
Spoke to
in
them
love.
yesterday, Kaiser says, fumbling
You're
in his
lucky,
pocket for a tissue.
Todhunter. You're
He finds
lucky,
one,
old man.
wrinkled but clean, and offers it to her.
Love's
That's how I
just
found
plain
you.
hell.
I'll have to
I
call
wish to
them.
God
She
I'd
blows
never
her
met
nose.
Jean.
And the
Don't you
Bowens,
ever
too. Oh,
meet
God,
a woman
how do I
you'll
tell
fall in
them?
love with,
Her
Todd
voice
Hunter,
trails
old boy.
off.
Loves hell.
Kaiser is surprised.
Yes, interesting.
The Bowens?
Extremely.
You know about Henry?
But hell.
She gives him a look like he's
With
said the
this
stupidest thing
final
ever.
frankness, Faraway
That she had a son
staggered
she
to his
gave up
feet,
for adoption?
wiped the beads
Of
from
course.
his chalk-white face,
Yeah.
and demanded
Yes.
in a loud voice,
We were living together,
"Where's the
Detective.
lavatory?"
I sat with her watching all those
3
adoption videos when
acolytes,
she was trying to
assisted
pick
by
a
the
family.
high priest in
Kinda
person,
hard to hide
led
your
him
pregnancy from
hastily
your
out
roommate.
of the now almost
I didn't want to
empty
assume
room.
it was common knowledge.
Well, it wasn't, but it
Mr.
wasn't really a
Todhunter
secret
occupied his
either.
absence
Julia
by
rubs her
thoughtfully
eyes.
jotting down
She got
such
pregnant
of the
midway
names
through her
and
senior year
addresses
at
and
PSSU.
other material facts
It wasn't like she
as he
announced
could
she was
remember.
knocked up on Facebook or anything.
When Faraway returned,
She carried small,
12
wore
minutes
baggy
later,
clothes and was
he
off for the
appeared
summer, so nobody
completely
really knew what
sobered,
was going on.
but wished to get
Not
away
that she would have
at
denied it
once.
if anyone asked. It's just people
About
tend
those
to get
majolica
excited over
blacks
pregnant
we were
women, and it was
mentioning,
weird for her to tell
he said,
people that she
as
was
they
giving the
retrieved
baby
his
up.
own smart grey hat
Understandable.
and wash leather gloves.
How did you know about the
and
Bowens?
the appalling,
Julia is
shapeless,
staring at him.
grease-ridden object
Her
which
parents
Mr. Todhunter
never talk
was
about
content
Henry.
to wear on his
It's a
head,
sore subject,
and which the
so it's
superior
hard to
young
imagine
man
them
behind the
bringing it up.
counter handled as if he wished
Kaiser is
the
silent for a
management
moment.
supplied a pair of tongs
If Claire
for
and
such
Julia were so
emergencies.
close, then the young woman might
About
remember
those
additional
blacks,
information
the man
that
you
could
want
be
to see is
helpful.
Herder
And he needs
of
her to stay
Vigo
focused and
Street.
talking.
He knows more about
Her
majolica
anxiety
than
is
anyone
already
in
so high,
London.
though, that the
He'll
news
tell
of
you all you
Henry's
want
death
to
might
know,
send her over the
and
edge.
considering that his guarantee
He's
of
not sure he wants to tell
genuineness
her
is
this part.
absolutely cast
didn't,
iron,
he
his
finally
prices are very
We
reasonable.
know about the Bowens because
Look
we
here,
found
I've just
Henry
jotted
when we
down
found
your
Claire.
name on my card as
I
an
don't understand,
introduction.
she says,
He'll do his
and it's
very
clear
best
she
for
doesn't.
you if he knows
She never
you're
saw
a friend
Henry.
of mine.
It was an open adoption, but she only
Thank
kept up with him via
said
emails the
Mr.
Bowens
Todhunter,
sent.
perfunctorily
They didn't have a
glancing
relationship.
at the card.
They agreed
On
to
it,
let him decide
Faraway
on
had
that when he
written,
got older.
"To introduce
Is he
Mr.
okay?
Lawrence Todhunter.
I'm afraid
Please
not.
tell him anything he wants to
He
know.
allows this information to sink in.
N.F."
Julia
Mr.
stares at him
Todhunter
as if waiting
put
for the
the card
punchline.
into his pocket.
When it doesn't come, she sits back in her chair, her fingers at her mouth
3.
again. She chews
During
furiously.
these days,
There
Mr.
isn't much
Todhunter
fingernail
knew
there.
quite well
She'll
that he
hit
was playing
steam
a
if she doesn't
game
stop.
with himself.
Can I
He
show
was
you a
not
picture?
going to interfere
Kaiser
in
asks.
Faraway's affairs.
He pulls out his phone.
He knew that for
Of
certain.
Claire?
Faraway
Julia
was
stops
nothing
chewing,
to
her
him.
face a mask
Nothing
of
at
horror.
all.
No,
and
of the
Faraway's
guy she might have been
was
talking
still
to with the
less.
green bean the last time you saw
But
her.
it was amusing to
She relaxes a
pretend
little,
to oneself
nods,
that one
and he
was
taps on
going
his
to
phone,
interfere.
bringing up a picture of
It was
Calvin
amusing
James.
to pretend that
It's the
one
most
was a
recent one
kind
he
of
can find
deus
from
ex
5 years
machina,
ago,
with the
and it's
power of
Calvin's
solving
mugshot
all
from the day
petty
Kaiser
mortal
arrested him.
problems, with the
name
final
board is
argument
cropped
of
out.
the thunderbolt.
He hands her the phone,
The
wondering if
thunderbolt
she
in this
pays
case
attention
being,
to the
of
news.
course, a bullet
Wondering if
from
she'll
the
recognize him
revolver,
as the Sweet
which was
Bay
still
Strangler.
reposing idly in a drawer
Julia's
of Mr.
brow furrows as
Todhunter's
she
dressing
zooms in on the
table.
picture. She
Besides,
stares at it, then
it
looks
took
up at
the
Kaiser,
mind
confused.
off one's aneurysm.
I don't understand.
So, although
He's
he
not the
knew
man
with
from the
such
coffee shop?
conviction that it
Of
was all
course he
going to
isn't,
lead
Julia says.
nowhere,
She's still
Mr.
looking at him funny.
Todhunter set about his inquiries
Calvin.
and his careful analysis
she
of
does
Faraway's
recognize him.
situation, just
But her
as if
use
he
of
had
only his
never
first
put
name
the
strikes Kaiser
fantastic
as odd.
idea of altruistic
So you
murder
know who he is,
away
then?
from him
He says.
once and for all
Of course I do,
after the
the
Fishman
young woman
fiasco.
says, and the line between her
Carefully,
eyebrows
therefore,
deepens.
Mr. Todhunter worked
But he's not the
through
guy
a list
Claire
of
was with the
names
other
and
night. That would be
addresses in
ridiculous.
his possession,
I wouldn't have let her hook up
taking
with him again.
taxis everywhere on
Again?
account of his aneurysm.
Remember I
and
told you she
spending money
disappeared for
with
a few
a
days once
recklessness
before?
which a year ago
He
would
was the
have
guy she
burst
was
every
with.
artery in his
They had
body
a hot and heavy
with horror.
fling, pretty much all sex,
The
no
lunch
talking.
for Faraway
She
alone
never even got his
had
last
set
name.
Mr. Todhunter back
I
more
guess he
than
must have
6
rocked her
pounds,
world because when she finally
and he
came
just
home,
did not care
she was
a
like the
couple of
human
fried
equivalent of that
kittles.
heart-eyed emoji face in your iPhone.
There were 3 people in particular
Julia shakes her
with whom
head.
Mr. Todhunter
She
wanted
really
to
liked
talk.
him.
Faraway's
He was older,
2 daughters
nothing like the guys
and
she
the
usually hooks
manager
up with,
of the
and she
Sovereign
thought maybe it
Theatre.
would turn into something real.
Arguing
But when she
cunningly,
texted him the
Mr.
next day, he
Todhunter
never
decided
responded.
that his best
Douchebag.
move would be to interview the
And when she
married
found out
daughter
she was
in
pregnant
Bromley
6 weeks
at
later,
once
she tried calling
after
him.
the Faraway
Figured he
lunch,
deserved to know.
for her husband
But by then
was
his
certainly
number was
not
disconnected.
be at home that
Wait,
afternoon,
Kaiser
but probably
says,
would
holding
be
up a hand,
during the next
not
2
sure
days.
if he heard her correctly.
He therefore caused
What?
himself to be driven straight
Are we not
from
on
the
the same
restaurant
page here?
to Victoria Station.
Julia is looking at
and
him
there
like
took
he's
a
an
train
idiot.
for Bromley.
Detective, the picture you just showed
The
me
address
is of
given
Henry's
him
biological
indicated
father.
a house in the Grove Park
Kaiser
district.
opens his mouth to speak,
And his taxi driver
but he's
at
so
Bromley
caught off
Station
guard, no
told
words
Mr.
come out.
Todhunter in the
That
pitying
asshole is
yet
long
scornful
gone,
way
Julia
of those
says
in
flatly,
possession of
making a face.
information to
And
those
good
without
riddance.
it that he ought
Hey,
to
was
have
he
taken
arrested?
a train to Bromley
Is that a
North
mugshot you showed
Station
me?
from Charing Cross,
Still
which would have cost
processing
him
it
a
all,
much
Kaiser
smaller
says,
taxi
his voice
fare.
faint.
On the other
Yes,
hand, opined the driver,
was.
it was doubtful whether
I
there
guess
would
you don't
be a
watch the
taxi
news.
at Bromley North Station
That's
at
okay,
all
I don't either.
at this time of the
It's
day.
all terrible anyway.
Yes,
So?
well, step
What was
on
he
the
arrested
gas,
for?
observed Mr.
looks at
Todhunter,
her.
cutting short this
She wants to
interesting
know.
discussion of
might as
alternatives
well tell her.
as he crept carefully
Like she said earlier,
crouched
she'll just Google
into
the shit out of it
cab.
anyway.
Eh?
Murder.
Said the driver, startled.
Calvin James is the
Mr.
Sweet Bay
Todhunter
Strangler.
thrust his head out of the window
Wait,
like a baleful
what?
old bird peeping out of his nest
Kaiser
in some
says,
mountain
watching
crag.
as Julia's fingers
I
fly back
said,
into her mouth.
step on
A
the
spot
gas.
of blood appears on one of them as she gnaws.
Okay, responded the driver.
Exactly.
And stepped. The Vincent Palmers proved to live in one of the new roads
Part
which are
3.
rapidly linking up
Bargaining.
Bromley with its neighbours to the north.
You save yourself.
The taxi
or you
stopped
remain
outside a
unsaved.
small, semi-detached villa,
Alice Sebold.
which did not look as if it had
Lucky.
been built more than 5 years. And as he paid the driver,
12.
Mr. Todhunter conscientiously noted
5 years
the
is a
trimness
long
of the
time
privet
to wear
edge
uncomfortable
along the front
panties.
wall, and
Prison
the
underwear is
raggedness of
scratchy.
the clematis
So
clambering
are
over the
prison
porch.
bedsheets. So are
As
prison
these two
clothes.
appeared to cancel out,
Prison
as
isn't
evidence,
designed for comfort.
Mr. Todhunter was not
It's
quite
designed to
certain
keep
what
the criminal away from the
conclusion
outside
to
world,
draw.
or the outside world
Luck,
away from the criminal.
however, was with him.
Which aren't the same
maid,
thing.
correct
And the
in black
distinction
and
is
white,
important.
who answered his ring, informed him
Geo,
that
flat
Mrs.
on her
Palmer
back
was
inside the
in
prison
and showed
library,
him straight into
spreads
the
her
sitting
legs a
room,
little
where
wider.
Mrs. Palmer was indulging
Panties are
in
in
a
a puddle
nap
beside her
on
head,
the big
and the cheap
overstuffed
industrial
couch.
carpet feels like
She sprang
sandpaper
up
against
in
her bare
mingled
ass.
annoyance and
She can't remember the last
embarrassment.
time she had sex on an
A
actual
short,
bed.
pretty girl
The carpet
of
smells vaguely
24
of
or
mildew,
5,
and maybe it's
her
the
brown
fibers,
hair
or maybe it's the
charmingly
mold. But ever
disarrayed.
since she started having sex
Mr.
here, she's had a
Todhunter's
chronic
embarrassment,
rash on the
however,
back of
was
her
so much
shoulder that
greater
won't
than
go
her
away.
own that the latter was
She
swamped,
thinks about this rash
and
now,
with it,
while
her
absently staring at the
annoyance.
mop of dark hair bobbing between
How
her legs.
absurd of
Her
Elsie,
shoulder is
she laughed.
so itchy,
She came to
and her
me
tube
quite
of hydrocortisone ointment
untrained
is in her
2
pants
years
pocket.
ago when we first
Her
came
pants
here,
are somewhere
and it's
behind her
useless
head.
to pretend I've trained
Can
her
she reach
yet.
it?
However, she did
Corrections
announce
Officer
you,
Chris Bukowski looks
Mr.
up and licks his
Todhunter,
lips.
I think she said.
What's the matter? Not into it?
Todhunter, yes.
Keep going. I'm
Mumbled
getting
Mr.
close.
Todhunter, crimson
Bukowski's
to
head
his
goes
rather
back down,
naked,
and Geo
wing-like
makes a swipe for her
ears,
pants, but
and
can't
already
quite reach them.
regretting his impulsive
She makes a few
visit.
grunting noises and moves her hips
Must
a little, timing it
apologise.
to his rhythm.
Unhappy intrusion.
They only ever do oral because
friend of your
Bukowski, only
father's.
25 years
Passing
old, and one of
house.
the newer COs at
Call.
Hazelwood, is terrified of getting
Oh,
her
you're a
pregnant.
friend of father's.
There's no
How
access to birth
interesting.
control here,
Do
which
sit down,
makes
Mr.
sense,
Todhunter.
since the inmates aren't allowed to have
Great
sex,
deliberation
and
to
especially
hide
not with
his
the guards.
shame. Mr.
Bukowski
Todhunter
is risking
extracted
his job
Falloway's
and a
card
prison
from his
sentence if they're ever
pocketbook
caught.
and handed it
But that's
to
not Geo's
Viola
problem.
Palmer, who
As
interrupted
far as she's concerned,
her
being friends with a
hair-patting
CO
to
has made
peruse
life a
it.
bit easier.
I see, yes.
She and Bukowski
well,
have been
what can I tell you,
friends
Mr.
for about
Todhunter?
6 months now.
Mr.
During that
Todhunter
time, Geo's
extended
received
a
special
desiccated
privileges,
hand
like
for
extra
the card
fresh fruit at
and tucked it away
mealtimes
in
and
his
a personal
pocketbook
TV
again.
for her cell.
It was going to be
He
very
also brings
useful.
her books, cosmetics,
that
and
card.
toothpaste that isn't available in the commissary.
It's
Mr. funny how
Todhunter
something
cleared
as
his
fucking
throat,
insignificant
adjusted his
as
glasses,
Sensodyne
put a
can
hand on
suddenly feel
each
so
bony
important.
knee, and leaned
Everything is
forward
magnified
in a
in
way
prison.
that he hoped was
On
impressive.
the outside, you bump into someone,
Mrs.
you
Palmer,
apologize and go on your way.
I'm
The
exceedingly
worst that might happen is they give you a
worried
dirty
about your
look,
father.
tell you to watch where you're going.
Viola
In here,
Palmer looked
bumping
startled.
into the wrong bitch can land you
About
in the infirmary
father?
for a couple of days.
Yes. nodded
Bukowski
Mr.
isn't married, but
Todhunter.
he's had the same girlfriend
Jean
since high school,
Norwood.
and the relationship has gone stale.
Oh,
Lori,
the girl stared
or is
at
it
him.
Tracy?
Mr.
Certainly wouldn't be
Todhunter
pleased
watched
to know
her
what her boyfriend
anxiously.
does at work all day.
It had been hit or miss,
He isn't the
thus
first
to
guard
burst
Geo
into his
slept
main
with, but
theme without
thankfully he'll be
introduction.
the last.
But if, thought
Bukowski
Mr.
is in
Todhunter,
love with her,
Bach
which again is
could
his
get away
problem.
with it,
But it's
why
getting
not
annoying.
he?
At least he's
My
nicer than the
goodness,
others.
so are all of
Helpful,
us,
eager,
exclaimed the girl.
sweet
It's there's
Right
something
now, it feels like
really
a puppy is
horrible in
licking
it.
Geo's palm.
That woman's just
Except
a
it's not
devil.
the palm.
Mr. Todhunter clapped
30
his
seconds
bony
later, she
shanks
pretends to
with
orgasm,
satisfaction.
and then she and
It had
Bukowski
been
switch
hit,
positions.
not miss.
Geo has no preference
The
over
girl
giving or
had
receiving.
accepted him without
Her mind
question,
is elsewhere
as
anyway,
an old friend
and she
of
thinks
her
about
father's,
100 other
was
things
going
as
to
her
ask
tongue
no
and lips
difficult
work
questions
efficiently.
and looked as if she might
Fortunately,
talk
Bukowski's been
without
handling himself
reserve.
the entire time, so he's
As
most
Mr.
of the way
Todhunter
there.
was anxious to find
They're
out
in their
whether she
usual
knew
spot,
anything
in
about
a little
her own
used
husband's
area in the
little
non-fiction
antics,
section,
all
somewhere
this
between
was
auto
very
mechanics and
fortunate.
home repair.
A devil,
The library is
he
closed
repeated.
for another 10
Precisely.
minutes while the other guard is on lunch
Exactly.
break.
That describes
And that
her
right
very
there is
justly.
the only good thing about getting it on with
And
someone
everyone
you're not
says she
attracted
is so
to in prison.
sweet.
You have no choice
They
but to make
don't
it
know
quick.
her. Indeed,
3
they
minutes
don't.
later, Bukowski is smiling
What,
and pulling up his
propounded
polyester
Mr.
blend
Todd
pants.
Hunter, can be done
Hazelwood changed the
about it?
CO's uniforms from gray
The
to
girl
navy blue a
shrugged
few
her
months ago,
shoulders.
and the dark color looks
Goodness
good on him.
knows,
She
It's no
supposes
good
he's
talking
handsome,
to him,
not
of
that it
course.
matters.
He always has an answer
hands her
for
a bottle of
everything,
water,
or
and
else
she
he
takes a
just
long
looks
sip.
pathetic and helpless.
Bukowski watches
I've
as she
tried,
smooths her
and so
hair
has Mother.
and attempts to make
but
it
if
look like
anything,
she
I
hasn't
should
just
think
had
we've only
sex.
made things worse.
You're out tomorrow.
Poor
he says.
Mother.
What's the first
It's
thing you're
dreadful
gonna do?
for her.
Everybody's been
Yes,
asking her this.
indeed.
It's a stupid
Mr. Todhunter nodding
Geo's
violently
answered it a number
remembered
of different
himself
ways so
and
far,
nodded
depending on what she
gently.
thinks the other person expects to hear.
It must be.
A bath, she
She's
says.
still in the
A
north.
long, hot bubble bath
Oh,
and a
yes.
glass of red wine.
It wouldn't be any good her coming
Can't wait
down.
to join you.
She's got the sense to
Only
see that.
a lovesick prison
And
guard
besides,
could say something
I
like
doubt
that
if
to
she's
an
got
inmate
the fare
and think it was
now.
somehow romantic.
The fare?
Geo's been at Hazelwood
Well,
for 5
since
fucking
Father cut
years.
off supplies,
The absolute
she's hardly
last
a
thing
penny,
she wants
you
to
know.
do is hang out with a
I send
CO
her what I
once she's
can
free.
from time to time,
She forces
but
a smile and sips more
good
water,
gracious,
swishing it
I
around in her
didn't
mouth
know it
before
was as
swallowing.
bad as that,
Bukowski's
exclaimed Mr.
taste is
Todhunter.
strong and
I
it's
knew he'd
lingering.
left her, of
Don't
course.
think your girlfriend would
he
appreciate
added
that,
with
Chris.
half-truth.
I'm thinking
But
of
I didn't
ending
know
with
he'd
her.
cut off
Geo
supplies.
pauses. Why?
Well, not
You know
formally.
why.
He
He
just
tucks in
hasn't
his
sent
shirt
her
and buckles his
anything,
belt.
not a farthing,
You're a free
since he
woman
left.
tomorrow.
And
We
when
can
she
start
asks
seeing
for
each other
some, he
openly.
goes all
We can
pathetic
have
and says
actual
he hasn't got
sex.
any money himself.
thought about going
and
on
all the
pills?
time he's keeping that
You're
woman
10
and
years
paying the
younger
rent
than
of that
me,
flat
Geo
and
says.
squandering
And I'm going to
pounds
be an
and pounds
ex-con.
on her.
Not exactly a
I
winning
think,
combination.
said Faraway's daughter
So?
calmly,
I know what we
that
have
he's
is
gone
special.
mad.
I know what
In
we
a
have
way,
is sexual assault,
agreed Mr.
Geo thinks,
Todhunter.
but doesn't say.
That is so.
By law, inmates
I'm
can't
sorry to
consent
say
to
that
having
in
sex
this
with a
respect your
corrections
father
officer.
seems to be
It's
really
legally
not
the same
quite
thing as rape.
sane.
He seems
Great
anxious, so she smiles at him.
infatuations, he
We'll
added
figure it out.
vaguely,
Give
are
me a few
often
days to get settled.
like that.
You know I'm staying with my dad until I get a
Well,
place of my own.
certainly, there's no arguing
It's
with
the right
them,
thing to say, and he
said the girl.
relaxes.
The
Keeping
peculiar
Bukowski
bitterness
happy
in
for
her
the 24
voice
hours until
caught
her
Mr.
release is
Todhunter's
important.
attention, and he looked at her
Geo never
sharply.
intended for things to get so serious between them. On
He
his
agreed
end, anyway.
as meaningly
And now she has
as
to be
he
careful
could.
she doesn't hurt him.
Yes,
She's seen
you
firsthand what can
mean,
happen
of
if an inmate
course,
crosses a guard.
Yes,
2 years ago,
I
a young
wondered
inmate tried to
if you
end her
knew.
intimate relationship with a CO
Of course
5
I
days
know,
before her
she
2-year
replied
sentence
in a
was up.
voice between
The
scorn
CO, an
and
older
tears.
married man with 5 kids,
And
didn't
what
take
are
the
you
rejection
going
well.
to do about that?
The next day,
About
a bag
Vincent?
of heroin and a
I
shank
don't know.
were found in the inmate's
Yet.
cell. She got an
Do
additional
nothing
5
for
years
the time
on her
being,
sentence.
Mr.
It was
Todhunter
that simple.
advised with earnestness.
Before they exit
She
the
looked at
library,
him.
Bukowski sneaks in a
Nothing.
quick kiss.
Nothing.
all Geo can do not to flinch.
It's
Sex is
true
one
that I know
Kissing
very
is
little
another.
about these things,
They
but
say
I
goodbye, and with
understand
any
that
luck,
at
it will
this
be the last
stage,
time Geo ever
intervention
has
on the
sex
part
in
of a
prison.
wife or open
She heads down the
opposition
hallway and
is
is
often
soon approached
fatal.
by a tall, extremely
Things
skinny
may
woman
adjust
named
themselves,
Yolanda
Mrs.
Carter.
Palmer, or they may
Geo
not.
doesn't break stride, but eventually
please
she has to
do
since the
nothing
woman is in her
for
way.
a week or so.
She stops,
Does
already
he
aware that the
know
conversation won't
that
be a
you
good
know?
one. They've spoken before.
I don't think so.
It's never
Excellent.
gone particularly well.
Then you will
do
leave
you want,
matters as
Bonnie?
they are
She
for the
asks.
time being?
The woman's short
The
afro
girl
is shaved at the
thought.
sides, and
Very
both of
well,
her long, veiny
she said,
arms are
a
covered in
little
tattoos.
wonderingly.
Sharply defined collarbones
Soon
match
after,
equally
Mr.
sharp
Todhunter
elbows,
took his leave.
which jut out from the
He carried
sleeves
away
of her
the
prison
impression
scrubs.
of a personality
It's easy to
much
see
more
where she got her
forceful
nickname,
than
but
that of
there's no
Mrs.
dieting
Palmer's
involved.
father.
Geo's
When
seen
she
her
had
in the
said
chow
that she
hall,
did
and the
not
woman
know what she
eats.
was going to do,
She speaks
yet
almost as fast
Mr.
as her
Todhunter
metabolism
had
digests
received the
food,
idea that when
and
she
gets
did
right
make
in
up her
Geo's
mind,
face.
it would be to something
Where's your black
drastic.
bitch?
Boney
Certainly,
says with
young
only a
Mrs.
trace of
Palmer
an
did
accent.
not appear the kind of person
Her
to
voice
sit
is almost as deep as a
supinely
man's.
by and let
Rumor
things
has it she used to be a
drift.
princess in Nigeria.
Before he left,
But Boney
Mr.
probably
Todhunter
started that rumor
asked and
herself.
obtained the address
She's
of
not my
Faraway's
bitch,
other daughter.
and I'm not her keeper.
Reviewing
Boney
the
puts a
interview
hand
on
on
his way
Geo's
back to
arm.
London, Mr.
You tell
Todhunter
her,
decided
"Don't
that it had been
touch me,"
interesting,
Geo
but
says
had added
softly,
little to his
staring right into
knowledge
the
of
woman's
the
eyes.
situation.
The woman removes her hand and takes a half step
4.
back.
You tell your
This,
friend
however,
that if
was
she
not
sells to
the
another one
case
of my
with the
customers,
two interviews
I will come
which
for her.
followed.
And not just
On
in
that
here.
same evening,
I got friends on
Mr.
the outside.
Todhunter sought out
I'll come
the
for the
manager of
kids.
the Sovereign Theatre.
They're her customers.
His name was Bud,
And I'm not
and
telling
he
her
was
shit.
a depressed
Gio turns and
man
walks away.
of about 50,
Oh,
with black
so
hair
you're only the
and the kind
banker,
of
huh?
jowls
Phone
which
calls,
contrive to look
her baritone
always
carrying down the
unshaven.
hallway.
It took
You
Mr.
think you're not
Todhunter
involved
some
in this?
time and
You're
a great
involved,
deal of
bitch.
tact to
You got
gain
involved
his
the first day you
confidence.
met her, bitch.
But when that had been done, the
Gio
revelations
continues
which
down the
ensued
hallway without
would have
glancing back.
startled Miss Norwood's
When she turns the
worshippers.
corner, she stops for a second to
She's
catch her
a
breath
bitch,
and
Mr.
allow her heart rate to
Todhunter,
slow down.
pronounced Mr. Budd
There's
with
no
a
room
kind
for
of
weakness in
gloomy
here.
zest.
It's all
You get
good and
her
fine
kind
to be
in
a
the
nice
theatre
person,
often
to be
enough
pleasant
that
and
she's the
cooperative
worst
and do whatever
specimen
you're
I've
told
ever
with
met.
no attitude.
How
But the
I
moment
managed to
someone gets in your
stick her, I
face,
don't know.
the moment someone
Well,
gets in your
a job's a
space,
job in these
can't back
days,
down
and
or
even if
show
she thinks she
fear.
owns me, body
Ever.
and soul in her
You'll get eaten
theatre,
alive.
I'm my own man,
And if
at
someone
home.
hurts you, you have to
He
retaliate.
swallowed quickly what was
Every
left of his
time.
double whiskey
Because
and
if you
rapped on the
don't,
table for another.
They'll keep coming.
A very young waiter
Right,
arrived
Bernie?
at a run.
She buzzes into the
Indeed,
medium
said
security
Mr.
wing and
Todhunter
sees Kat
with
being
interest.
escorted down a hallway
Tell
toward
me
their
about
cells, which are next to
the
each other.
type.
They both got
Mr.
transferred
Budd
out of Maximum
obliged
3 years ago.
with details.
Geo for good behavior.
The two were
and
sitting
Kat
in the
because she
foyer
got sick.
club, whither Mr. Budd had
Geo is
piloted
dismayed to
Mr.
notice that
Todhunter
Kat's prison
for a
scars look
couple of
even
quick
bigger on her
ones
rapidly
after the
shrinking
fall
frame
of
than
the
they seemed a
curtain
week ago.
at the Sovereign.
It's hard to get her
Mr.
friend to eat, and when
Todhunter,
she
displaying
does,
Faraway's
it's even harder to
card,
get the
had
food to stay
pretended
down.
that he was collecting
Kellerman,
information
the
to
corrections officer
incorporate
assigned
in
to
an
drive Kat
article
to and
which he
from the
was writing
hospital,
on the
looks
theatre
put out.
in the London
Kat
Review,
needs help
and had
walking,
implored
but he
Mr.
isn't
Budd's
helping her.
help.
His hand
Mr.
is
Budd
barely
had been
touching her elbow,
perfectly
as
willing
if he's
if
disgusted
Mr.
to be near
Todhunter
her.
would wait till the
As if
curtain
stage
was
4
down
cancer
and
is
everything
contagious.
fixed for the night.
How'd it go?
Mr.
Geo
Todhunter had
asks when she
waited,
catches up to them.
and now, against
Fine,
all doctor's
Kat says
rules
pleasantly enough,
and in some
but she's not
agitation,
smiling.
was sitting
Her face
well
is
past
paler than
midnight,
usual. The
imbibing
circles under her
barley
eyes the color
water
of
in
eggplant.
the small and
Her
shabby
auburn hair,
foyer
coiffed to
club,
perfection
and
on a good
listening to
day,
Mr.
is limp,
Budd's
and her grey
growing
roots are showing.
indiscretions.
Same shit, different day.
It's genuine.
What are
in
you
a
doing
way.
out of work, Shaw?
She really believes
Built like
she's
a
a
power
great
lifter.
actress,
C.O.
the
Kellerman is
greatest
actually
since
nicer than he
Bernhardt,
looks,
at
but very
least.
strict with
And
zero
I
sense
expect
of
in her
humor.
heart of hearts she
Meaty
believes she
arms
could give
flank a barrel
Bernhardt a
chest.
few tips.
You're supposed to stay
She's
at your
all
work
wrong,
assignment
of
until 3:30.
course. She isn't a
Gio
great
has her
actress.
explanation ready.
She just has the knack of
Lukowski
getting
said I could
hold
close
of
the
an
salon
audience.
early to help with Kat.
Not that
She's
she's
going
a
to vomit
bad
in about 2
actress.
minutes.
In fact,
Kellerman hesitates.
conceded Mr.
He's
Budd
assigned to bring
handsomely,
Kat back, but a
she's a
sick,
pretty
vomiting
good
inmate
one,
is wholly
but not
unappealing.
great. No.
I guess that's fine.
Boy,
he says,
get me another of the
managing
same.
to sound as if he's doing
Here,
them
Mr.
a favor.
Todhunter, your glass is
He lets go
empty.
of Kat's
Have a bit
arm
of a
and drops to her
stiffener
side.
in it this
But
time,
you take
for
Bonnie
heaven's
Juicy
sake.
straight back to her cell, you understand?
Mr. Todhunter
No
refused
detours
the
except the
stiffener
bathroom.
with some difficulty,
Oh, pity.
since Mr. Budd seemed
I was hoping
inclined
to
to
go
make
on
a
a walking
personal
tour,
matter of it,
Kat
and
says.
returned to the
The
subject
CO
in
glares
hand.
at her, but despite her snark,
Yes,
the woman
but
is
as
obviously
a
feeling
woman,
poorly.
what is she
The
like?
light sheen of sweat across
She
her
appears
forehead
to have
highlights how pale
considerable
she is,
professional
and her glazed
charm.
eyes are a tad unfocused.
Does it extend into her
Straight to
ordinary
your
relations
cells,
with other
Kellerman
people?
says again before walking away.
It does not.
Gio puts an
replied
arm around
Mr.
her
Budd
friend,
with firmness.
supporting her as they walk slowly
Jean's a
down the hallway.
devastating woman.
Kat has lost so
I
much
could
weight,
tell
she
you
feels
every
like a bird
producer in
whose
London
hollow
had a
bones
couple
might
of quick
snap under
ones
too much
in
pressure.
relief when he
It's
heard
a
that
far
she
cry
got
from the
into
woman Gio met
management,
5
that he
years
wouldn't
ago,
be bothered
so
with her
robust and
tantrums
full of life.
anymore.
They reach Kat's cell, and
Tantrums?
Gio helps her friend sit on the
Yes,
bed.
they
then
say she
grabs
never
the
let
bottle
a
of water
single
on the desk.
play that she was in
It's already
run
filled in
smoothly
preparation
in
for Kat's
rehearsal
return from the
ever
hospital.
since she got into the
After
top
2
line.
rounds of this,
Always
they both
had to be
know the drill.
throwing her weight about,
Easy,
quarrelling
Gio
with the
says, when the
producer,
water
wanting
dribbles
her
down Kat's
lines
chin.
altered, objecting to
time.
this, that, and the other person in the
finishes the water
cast,
and leans back
making
on the
life
mattress.
hell for
Her
everyone.
brow is furrowed, an expression of
Then
exhaustion and pain.
why, said Mr. Todhunter wonderingly,
I hate
did
this.
anyone ever engage
know.
her?
Gio strokes
It was a
what's left
question
of Kat's
that
hair.
laymen have often
She still has
asked
it, thank
before
God, but
concerning
it's
the
thin
Jean
and has
Norwood
lost all of
type
its
of
former
actress,
luster.
and never
She
has a
always looks pale
satisfactory
after chemo,
answer
but
been
today,
received.
her skin is the color of tissue
Oh,
paper.
well,
Hang
said
in there.
Mr. Budd
That was your
vaguely.
last session.
She's a pull, you
Yeah,
know.
for this round,
She's got a
Kat
public.
says.
But
They
how many
had
more
to
rounds?
have her.
The fucking chemo feels
But
worse than the
surely
cancer.
not at such a
If the
cost
cancer
in
doesn't
time
kill me, the
and
goddamn
trouble.
chemo will.
I remember, said
Gio
Mr. Budd.
adjusts
I was
Kat's
with her
pillow
once in
and
the
removes her
Silver
running
Penny
shoes.
in
She
1925.
covers her with the blanket,
It was just
then
after
moves the
she'd
bucket
made
on
her
the floor
name
closer to
and
the
the
bed
public
within
were
easy reach.
eating her. She
At some
knew
point,
damn
Kat
well
will
we
need to
couldn't
throw
do
up, and
without
because
her.
there's no toilet inside the
Well,
cell,
there was
the
a
bucket
kid
will have to
playing
do.
the part of the maid.
They have wet cells.
You remember the
cells
show?
with their own sink and toilet.
No,
Only
it ran
in
nearly a
Maximum.
Hillier.
and Kat refuses
Well,
to
it
go
was
back
this
to the
kid's
maximum
first
security
West
ward.
End part.
The
She was a
inmates
bit
are worse.
nervous at
And
rehearsal.
besides, she doesn't have
Jean
friends
had
there.
it in for her for some reason or other.
Every week
Well, one
after
morning the
chemotherapy,
kid gave
Gio
Jean
takes care of
the
Kat's
wrong
bucket of
cue,
vomit,
put
bringing
in
it
a
to the
line out
bathroom
of
to
the
empty
second
out and
act or
clean.
something when we
She
were
helps her use
rehearsing
the
the
toilet,
first.
helps her shower,
Jean
helps her
swept
brush her
down to
teeth.
the front and said to
Gio
old
doesn't
George
mind.
Furness, he
Caring
was
for Kat
producing,
reminds her that she's
Mr.
still a good
Furness,
person, that
dismiss
she can
this
still do good
girl and
things.
get a competent
It's
actress
easy
for
to
the
forget
part,
that in here.
or I'll walk
Look at the
out.
bright side. Gio says
Well,
with a smile.
there was no help
You're
for
done
it.
with the chemo for
They
now.
argued with
Tomorrow
her, and
you'll
the
get some
kid
energy
cried.
back and you'll feel like yourself
But it was
again.
no use.
Lenny's coming on
kid
Saturday.
had
He's
to
not
go.
coming, Kat says.
But it's
What do you mean?
outrageous, cried
He
Mr.
wants a
Todhunter
divorce.
in great
Kat's
indignation.
voice cracks, and her
That's
eyes moisten.
Jean, though, all
Lenny's
over,
leaving me.
replied Mr. Budd.
He met a woman
with
at one of the
gloomy
casinos.
relish.
Says he's in
Now,
love.
poor old Alfred
She owns a
Gordon,
nail
who
salon.
did manage for her before
She probably
me.
has great nails.
Kat
Mr.
holds
Budd
up a
related
gnarled
how
hand.
Miss Norwood had
Her
made Mr.
fingernails are
Gordon's
brutally
life
short
unbearable
and yellowed from the
until the old
cancer-killing
man,
toxins
faced
being
with
pumped into
ruin
her body
and the
each
prospect
week.
of never finding another
like
job,
mine.
had gassed
Why didn't you
himself
tell me?
in his little flat
Gio is
in
shocked.
Notting Hill Gate.
When did you find out?
He left
told
a
me
note.
last week.
I happen to know.
And you kept it to
saying
yourself
just
the whole
what he
time?
thought of her.
Gio
Well, they
feels her
suppressed
anger
it at
welling
the
up and does her
inquest.
best to contain it.
That gave her a jolt
Anger won't
for a
help Kat
time,
now.
but it didn't
But
last.
the whole thing is so
Pretty
goddamned
soon she was
unfair.
taking hell out of us
Son
all
of a
again,
bitch.
in the same old way.
Kat
But
and
why
Lenny
does
met
anyone
through the
work
Right of
for
Prisoner
her?
program.
Mr.
They
Budd
exchanged
looked
letters
at
for
his
6 months
companion
before
with
he
a
finally
faint
came to see her in
smile.
person. A truck
Pretty
driver who's on the
plain.
road 3
You
weeks out of
don't
every
know
month.
much about
Their
the
relationship
theatre,
worked quite
Mr.
well.
Todhunter.
Lenny finally got
Jobs
himself
aren't
a wife
exactly
who couldn't
easy
nag
to
him
get,
for always
you
being
know.
away.
Besides,
They spoke on the phone throughout the
added
week,
Mr.
and he came
Budd
to see her every
cynically,
weekend when he was
anyone
home.
who can say they
And every
were
few
in
months, they were
Jean
granted a
Norwood's
24-hour
company for a
conjugal
couple
visit.
of years has a
Hazelwood
pull.
has half a dozen
Any
trailers at the
producer
back of the
knows
prison, equipped
that
with
someone
full
trained
kitchens,
by Jean
queen-size
will be
beds,
pretty
and TVs.
easy to
And
handle.
they would spend that time together
Besides,
eating,
Jean
watching
only
movies, and
employs
having
people who
sex.
really can
Kat would
act.
glow for a whole
I'll
week
say
when
that
she got
for
back
her.
to her cell,
She's
recounting
keen,
every tiny
and she
detail
will have
to
the
Gio
best.
with relish.
Though, of course,
When she got
anyone
sick
who
8
looks
months
like
ago,
being as good
Lenny
as she
vowed to
is
stay with
doesn't last long.
Kat's in her 60s
Well,
now, but before the
after
cancer,
all,
she looked
said
15
Mr.
years
Budd,
younger than that.
frankly,
The
you
look on
couldn't
Lenny's
expect
face
her
when
to let
Kat said,
another
"I
girl
do"
act
to him
her
in the
off her
prison
own
chapel
stage,
remains
could
imprinted
you?
in Gio's brain.
Like your friend
And she can still remember the
Faraway's
look on her
girl,
friend's
for
face that day.
instance. Mr.
The fucking
Todhunter
sun had
sat
shone
up.
out of the woman's eyes.
Felicity Faraway?
Now her
She
friend's brown
could
eyes
act,
are glassy.
then?
The cancer has
I
dried
bet
up her
your
once
life
luminous
she
skin.
could.
Hollowing out her
Finest
cheeks,
little natural
the sagging
actress I've
skin
ever
creating
seen.
jowls around a neck that used to
Wanted
be
polishing,
smooth and
of
firm.
course, and had to learn
Her
a bit
once
of
vibrant
technique,
auburn
but
hair
the stuff
is a
was right
brassy
there.
rust color, despite
But
Gio's best
Jean
efforts in the
finished
hair
her,
salon.
like she's finished
She's lost
dozens
so much
of
weight,
others.
the skin on her arms
Nobody
and
will
legs
dare to
hangs like
give
an
her
extra
another
layer of
chance
clothing
now.
that's a size too big.
Dare?
Kat has stage 4
Mr.
colon
Todhunter's
cancer, for fuck's
indignation
sake, and her
was
husband
rising
can't wait.
again.
She could
But
fucking kill
surely
Lenny.
other managers
Without
aren't
him, Kat will
afraid
go
of Miss
downhill even
Norwood.
faster.
Mr.
Don't
Budd
be angry
stroked
at
his
him.
blue
Her
jowl.
friend's voice breaks into her thoughts.
Well, I'm
I
not
know what
so
you're
sure that they're not.
You're going to get out
if you put
tomorrow
it
and
like
track
that.
him down and yell at him.
But we're
Force him to
sheep
come
in
see
this
me.
profession, you know.
But don't, okay?
Once the word gets
It's
around that
exactly
Miss
what Gio was
Dash
planning to
can't
do.
really act for
Give me one
toffee
good
and
reason
had to
why
be
not.
sacked out of Jean Norwood's
Because
last
I'm
Joe
asking
for
you
being
not
too
to.
downright rotten,
Kat squeezes
Miss
her hand.
Dash can go on
It's more
calling
than the
on the
cancer
agents
that's
for the
killing
rest
me,
of
hon.
her natural.
It's more
but
than
no one's
money.
ever going to offer her
It's
a
this
part
goddamn
again.
place. The
And you can
graininess
bet
of it, the
Jean
monotony,
did put
the
it
fact that every
round,
fucking
all
day is the
right.
same. It's the
And
daily
after all,
bickering
the
and
kid's
drama
got no
between women that are
pull.
too old to live in a sorority
But
house,
why
which is
should
exactly
Miss
what it
Norwood want
feels
to
like
ruin
here,
the
doesn't
girl?
it? Minus the
Demanded
cute
Mr.
clothes and the
Todhunter.
boyfriends.
Because,
Gio opens her mouth to
replied
respond,
Mr. Budd
Kat
succinctly,
isn't done.
she's a bitch.
I can't blame Lenny for
That's
not loving
why.
me anymore.
Here,
Everything he loved about me
boy.
is gone. My looks, my laugh, my sex drive.
5.
Last time we had a conjugal visit, I spent
So
half
on
the
the
time
Sunday
sleeping.
morning,
Best
Mr.
I could manage
Todhunter
with
took
a
a
hand
bus
job.
to the address in
The older
Maida
woman
Vale
attempts a smile,
that
but it's
Mrs.
weak.
Palmer had given him.
This isn't what he
and in
signed
due
up for.
course found
We
himself
had
interviewing
plans for
a
when I got
charming
out.
young woman with
Mount
fair
Rushmore,
hair,
Mount St.
blue
Helens,
eyes,
the
and a
Grand Canyon.
peach-like complexion.
We were going to sleep in
but
motel
none
rooms,
of the lack of
fuck
character,
like rabbits,
which so
collect
often
those
goes with
souvenir
this
shot
combination,
glasses from every
as
place
if
we visited.
nature,
I
having
got sick
worked
and changed
pretty
all
well,
that.
skin deep,
He's a
could not be
goddamn
bothered
cheating
to go any
bastard.
further into the
Gio
case.
spits.
In
She
this
can't help
respect,
it.
Felicity
It's not
Faraway
right.
was
It's not
as like
fair.
her sister sister,
Yes and
as
yes,
both
Kat
were
says
unlike
patiently.
their father.
But we already know that about life.
She received Mr.
Tomorrow
Todhunter
you'll be a
in a
free woman,
minute
and I want you to
sitting
go
room,
home
which
and
tried
never look
hard
back.
to be modern by
Rebuild your
containing
life.
as little
Find a
furniture
man,
as possible,
get married,
but which
have
was so
kids.
small
Put
as
all
to
this
appear
shit behind
crowded by the minimum
And don't
required
ever
for
come back
practical
here.
purposes.
Ever.
Having examined
even to see
Mr.
me.
Todhunter's
Not even when
invaluable
I'm
card
dying.
and dismissed to
Stop
some
it.
retreat
Hot tears
unspecified,
sting
the
Gio's
rather
eyes, but she
stumpy,
blinks them away
stable
before they can
companion
fall.
who shared the
You're
flat
not going
with
to
her,
die in here.
Miss Faraway
They're
settled
going
Mr.
to grant you
Todhunter and
compassionate
herself
parole.
in the
We're
only
supposed to
two
hear back from the
armchairs
parole board any
and
day now.
prepared,
And
to
when
be
you get out,
interviewed.
I'll take you to all those places.
Mr. Todhunter used the same opening, which he had
Kat
found
says
so
gently,
successful
stroking
before.
Gio's
But this
arm.
time he added an
Accept
unfortunate tail
No.
to it.
Accept it.
Miss Faraway,
says again,
I'm
more
exceedingly worried about your
Never,
father,
Gio
and I
thinks,
feel
but she
sure that
nods.
you must be too.
It's not her place to argue with a sick woman.
On this second occasion,
Her friend's
the result
gaze
of his
flickers to the
cunning
TV sitting
made
on the
Mr.
desk.
Todhunter feel very
What's that doing
uncomfortable.
there?
For Felicity
That's
Faraway
your
first
brand new TV,
stared at him,
Gio says.
then looked
Otherwise known as
wildly
my
round the
old
room,
TV, which you can now
then
have.
stared again,
8
and then
inches
burst
of non-high
straight
definition
into
color
tears.
for your viewing pleasure.
Oh,
I
dear
wish it was
me,
8 inches of something
observed
else
Mr.
for my
Todhunter,
pleasure.
much distressed.
Gio
I
snorts.
didn't mean to
Like you
upset
could
you.
handle that.
Really, I
You'd be surprised.
apologize.
I'm small,
But don't
but
you
I'm
see?
mighty.
Sobbed Miss
The women
Faraway.
share a hearty
It's
laugh.
me who's responsible
yours
for
now.
the whole thing.
Gio turns it on and fiddles with it for
Mr.
a moment.
Todhunter was so startled
Look, the
that
Young
he
and the
did not
Restless is
even
on.
notice this remarkable grammar.
She sits on the chair next to the bed.
You, he said,
Technically,
owlishly,
Kat needs to be approved to have a
responsible?
TV in her cell.
Yes,
but Gio can't imagine
I
anyone will deny her sick
introduced
friend something
them.
that Gio doesn't need anymore.
Oh,
anyway.
I see.
The Young and the Restless is
Dear
Kat's
me,
favorite soap opera.
yes.
It
How
brings her
very
comfort to
unfortunate.
watch the two lead
But
characters scream at each
surely.
other yet again.
Yes, repeated the
When
girl
will she
vigorously.
realize that
I
he's
knew
no
what
good
she was
for her?
like, and I
Kat
knew
says with a
father.
dramatic
I ought to have
sigh.
been drowned for
Never,
not foreseeing
Gio
what
says,
would happen.
her feet propped up on the desk.
Drowned.
She
blew
munches
her
on one of
nose
Kat's crackers
unhappily into a
and
piece of
files her
chiffon
nails with
about
the
the
small
size of a
emery
rather
board she
small
bought in
postcard.
commissary.
Oh,
Their angst will go on
protested
forever
Mr.
until one of them
Todhunter,
dies.
feeling thoroughly
It's a soap
guilty.
opera.
I don't think
The
you
irony
need
of fussing
blame
with her
yourself,
nails while
you
watching
know.
The Young and the Restless
I'm sure
isn't lost
you.
on her.
You're a friend
5
of
years ago,
father's.
Gio had regular appointments at the nail salon
yes,
down the street from her house.
You know everything,
It was
of
owned
course.
by a small Vietnamese woman named
I
May,
think so,
who was learning
but,
English through American soap operas.
Said
The
Mr.
salon had a TV
Todhunter
mounted
cunningly.
in the corner, and The Young and the Restless was always
suppose
playing at full
you
volume.
tell me everything
Gio
from
would
your
relax in a
point
puffy
of view,
faux
Miss
leather
Faraway.
chair, her feet soaking
I
in a
don't know
tub
that
full
the
of
point of
swirly
view
water
matters
as
much.
May worked on her
It's the
manicure.
facts.
Every so
And
often, the woman would
goodness
look up and
knows
ask,
they're
What
damnable
means
enough.
scandal?
Well,
What mean
Father
adulterer?
came to see me
And
at
Gio
the
would
theatre one
explain.
day. Jean
Those
came
mani-pedi
into the dressing room I
appointments seem
shared
like
with
an
another
absurd
girl.
luxury now.
I introduced
Along
Father.
with a Range Rover,
She was
her
all
1,200
over him,
thread-count
of
Egyptian
course.
cotton
You
sheets,
know her
her
smarmy
countless
way.
pairs of Stuart
She'd
Weitzman
read
high
all
heels.
his books and
Everything
thought
has
they
been
were just
stored at her
too
dad's place since her
marvelous.
house was sold.
Her
And while she's
favourite
looking forward to
author,
getting out of
genius.
she's dreading
When would
going
he
back
do
to her
her the
childhood
honour of
home.
lunching with
But there's
her?
nowhere else
You
to go.
know, all the usual gush.
The Young and the Restless
And
ends,
Father
and
simply
Gio turns to
lapped
find
it up.
Kat asleep.
He's
her breathing
very
deep
simple,
and
you
even.
know. He really
Gio watches her
believes
for a
what
moment,
people
her
say
heart
to
swelling
him.
and breaking at
And the
exactly
next thing was
same
that I
time.
heard from Mother, very
papery
worried,
skin,
because Father
the
was coming
blue-veined
up to
eyelids,
London
the
from
dry,
Yorkshire
deflated
more and
lips.
more often, and she
How
had
can
an
she leave
idea
her
that he
friend
was
in
seeing
here
a
to
good
die?
deal too much of Jean.
Fucking
Did
money.
I know anything
It isn't
about
fucking
it?
fair.
Well, I thought that
You're
was a
being
bit
creepy.
funny, because I hadn't
Kat's
seen
eyes are still
Father at
closed, but there's a
all.
hint of a
I was
smile on her
sure
face.
he hadn't been to
I
the
love you
theatre,
too.
at any rate.
Stop staring.
So
and
I
let an
said
old
that
woman
what he had
rest.
told her about the visits being
News
on
comes
business was probably
Gio
true,
watches absently as
and
a
the week
pretty
after
blonde
that he
reporter
came
highlights
up
the
and
day's
never
top
went
stories.
back. Nearly
And
a
then suddenly
year
her
ago,
father's house appears
and
on
he
the TV
hasn't
screen.
been back since.
She sits up straight, pulling
But
the
I
TV a few
understand
inches
he
closer.
hasn't formally
There's
left
no
your
mistaking her
mother.
childhood home.
Formally,
Same taupe
no,
gray siding,
but
same bright
practically
blue
he
door,
has.
same
I
dark
simply
red
can't
Japanese
make it
maple
out.
tree to the left of the
Jean's
garage
got
that's
her
always been
hooks
there.
into him, of course, but
Gio
I should never have
strains to
thought
listen,
Father could
not
have
wanting to turn
fallen
the
with
volume
quite
up because
such
she
a
doesn't want to
thud.
wake Kat.
The rest of us simply
Police haven't
don't
yet confirmed the
exist for
identities
him
of the
anymore.
victims, but we can confirm that one
Your
is an
sister,
adult
Mrs.
female and the
Palmer,
other is a minor.
thinks he is
the
hardly
reporter says,
responsible
her
for his
diction clear and
actions over
even.
the affairs.
To recap, both bodies
Oh,
were discovered in the
you know,
woods just
Viola.
behind Briar Crescent in the
Yes,
Sweet Bay neighborhood,
temporary
reminding local
insanity, I
residents of a
suppose.
similar discovery
But
more than
it's
5
pretty
years ago.
beastly to
More to
watch.
come after the break.
I mean, when it's your
The news
own
cuts to commercial,
father.
and Gio sinks back into the
Indeed,
chair.
yes.
Terror
Mr.
seizes her heart
Todhunter
in a vice
wondered
grip,
whether his
wrapping it in steel
companion knew
fingers that
anything
won't let
about
up.
recent developments.
Beside her, Kat
Puts
snores.
out a feeler. But
Alvin's
I understand the lady
Just
is
in
showing
time
signs
to
now
welcome her home.
of of other intentions. You mean she's chucking
13.
him? Well, thank goodness for that. I only wonder she
first time
hasn't
Gio laid
before.
eyes
She
on
must have
Calvin
sucked
James,
him pretty well
she was
dry by
16.
now.
It was
Who's
a
the
day
new
like any
victim?
other. She was with Angela and Kaiser, the three of them
hedged
leaving the
Mr.
7-Eleven down
Todhunter,
the street from
regretting
St. Martin's,
his rashness.
refreshments in hand.
I
Grape
don't
Slurpee
know,
for Angela,
really.
blue raspberry Slurpee for
Mr.
Gio,
Todhunter was
and
not
a
a
big
good
gulp
dissembler.
Mountain Dew for Kai,
Within
who
2
didn't like
minutes,
Slurpees at
the
all.
information
The
had been
red Trans
dragged
Am
out
was
of
parked
him.
2 spots over from
The
Angela's
girl
cute
was
little
really
Dodge
shocked.
Neon, a gift
Her
from Angela's
chest
parents the
rose
day
and
she
fell
turned
as she
16.
breathed quickly
Her
and
father was a
shallowly.
VP at
Her
Microsoft,
eyes
and her mother came from
sparkled,
money,
more
so
with
Angela
anger
was rich.
than tears.
It was something Gio's friend
Mr.
neither bragged about
Todhunter,
nor tried to hide.
Something.
It was what it was.
Something must
The Trans
be
Am
done.
was surrounded by 4 guys,
I
and they all
agree,
looked about the same
said Mr.
age,
Todhunter
early 20s.
earnestly. I
All of them
do,
were smoking
indeed.
cigarettes and drinking beer out of
That
cans hidden
woman
in
must
paper
have
lunch
wrecked
bags.
dozens of lives
It
in
was
her time.
2:30
She's
on a
wrecked
Thursday
my
afternoon.
career. I
That right
expect
there
you've
should have been
heard.
the first red flag.
Well, yes.
The older boys,
I really
guys,
can act,
men,
you know,
looked
said
over
the
as the
girl
trio
with
approached the
complete
neon,
simplicity.
taking note of their
But
matching
of
white
course,
button-down
she
shirts
had
with
to
the
get
St.
rid
Martin's
of
High
me
School
once she
crest on
got
breast
father in
pockets.
tow.
Angela
Anyhow,
and Gio wore identical
that doesn't
maroon and gray
matter.
plaid kilts.
The point
knee
is,
socks
she's
and black
not
loafers.
going to be allowed to wreck
Kaiser
Viola's
was wearing gray
life.
dress slacks and a maroon
Vincent's
tie.
a bit of an ass anyway,
Gio sensed
and I
her
really
friend's
believe that
postures
woman could
changing as
get
they got
round the
closer.
devil himself.
Kaiser,
Yes,
tall but
said
skinny,
Mr. Todhunter.
seemed to shrink a little as the
But
older
how
guys
do you
stared him down.
propose to stop it?
Angela, on the other hand,
I don't
blossomed
know,
with the attention,
but I will.
adding a slight
You see, if
swing
I
to her
don't,
hips that
Mr.
hadn't been there a few
Todhunter,
seconds ago.
things are much worse than I let
St.
out
Martin's
to you
girls,
just now.
one of the guys said,
you see,
loudly enough
I
for them to
didn't
hear.
know how much
His friends
you
laughed.
knew.
One of them your
Mother's
girlfriend,
even
bro?
having to sell the house
Kaiser
and
didn't
furniture because she can't
simply
get a
waited by the
penny
back
out of
door of the
father.
neon on the
And
driver's
she won't
side,
take him to
his
court.
designated spot
I
when they were in
advised her
Angela's
to.
car,
I
looking as
thought
if he
just the
wished he could
threat might
disappear.
bring him to his senses.
Angela placed her
But you
Slurpee
know
on the
what
roof
mother
as she unlocked
is.
the car.
No,
her cool gaze belying her
as a matter
excitement
of
at having
fact,
been noticed
I
by older
haven't
guys.
that pleasure.
The 3 of them got in.
Oh, well, she's
Gio
all
rolled her eyes
stiff
as
and
she shut the door and
proud
buckled her
and that
seatbelt.
sort of thing. She'd far
They're
sooner
too
starve
old,
to
she
death
said to
in a
Angela.
thoroughly
And they're
ladylike
drinking.
way than
In
do
the middle
anything
of
so
the day,
vulgar
which
as
means
haul
they're at
father
least
into any
21.
sort of court,
Why aren't
even
they
the
at work?
divorce one.
They
And
probably
of course,
don't have
he's
jobs.
trading on it.
Kaiser piped up from the
In a
backseat,
way, I mean,
comfortable
because
speaking now that they were
poor
safely inside
darling
the
of an
vehicle.
idiot that he
They
is,
don't look like they're in
he doesn't
college
know what
either.
he is doing.
Don't be
I
judgmental,
tried to
Kai.
get Mother to
Angela
appeal to
snapped,
him on the
flipping
grounds
down her
of
visor
faith,
so she could check her
but
face.
she won't even do
She
that.
had checked it 5 minutes before they'd gone into the
Faith?
7-Eleven,
Repeated
and she'd
Mr.
checked it 5
Todhunter,
minutes before that,
puzzled.
when they'd gotten into the car to
Miss
drive over here
Faraway
from school.
seemed surprised.
Satisfied that she hadn't
Yes,
suddenly gotten a
you
pimple in
know,
the last 300
Faith.
seconds and that her face
Oh,
was still
I
perfect.
see.
Which
You
it
don't
was.
know.
There was no denying that.
Well,
flipped the
Faith,
visor
my
back
small
up.
sister, 13,
dark eyes cut
and Mother
past
told
Gio
me
toward
about
the
a couple of
group,
months
still
ago
looking over
that
at
our
them.
charming cook
Maybe they
got
weren't
drunk
nice.
one day
You don't
and
know
blurted
anything.
out to Faith
Gio, she said,
the whole
And
story.
what, you prefer the boys at school?
It's been a bit of a shock to all
That
of
one there
us.
is cute.
But just fancy
Which one?
what it
Gio
must
said,
have been to
sipping
a
her Slurpee.
sensitive child of
She didn't dare
13.
look.
Mother
The
could
tall
hardly
one.
get her to go to school the
Lord,
next day.
Angela
She was
said,
so
her voice slightly
ashamed.
breathless.
And of course,
Seriously.
she's brooding
beautiful.
and getting quite ill,
Jared
Mother
Leto
says.
face, Kurt Cobain
It's
vibe.
damnable, Mr. Todhunter.
Gio chanced a
damnable.
glance in their direction.
And all because of that
The
damned
tall one
woman's
was pretty
vanity
good-looking,
and
she
greed.
supposed. If you liked the whole
Mr.
bad boy thing,
Todhunter
which
was
Angela
old-fashioned enough,
Ripped
still to
jeans,
feel
black
mildly
t-shirt,
shocked
hair
at
a
hearing
tad
oaths
long and
on
brushed
the
back
lips
off
of
his
pretty
chiseled
girls.
face.
But if ever there was an
He saw her
occasion on which
watching
such
them,
a
and she
thing was
turned her
justified,
face away from the window.
it was this one.
Ange, come on, let's go.
Dear
I have to
me.
finish my English
Tut,
essay before
tut,
Melrose Place.
He muttered
Yeah,
inadequately.
can we go already?
Yes,
Kaiser said,
indeed.
sounding moody.
Dear me,
He's coming over.
no,
Angela
I
said.
had no idea things were
He's
so
walking toward
bad.
the car.
Angela
And
hissed.
your career,
Roll down your window,
too.
see what he wants. I
Oh,
hope the
that
Trans Am's
career,
his.
said the girl
Not
impatiently.
rolling.
Yes,
The tap on the
that's
glass made
annoying
them both
enough,
jump.
but no real
couldn't
importance.
help but laugh.
What is maddening
Stuff
about
like this
that
always
is the
happened
fact that
whenever
as an
Angela went
actress I could have been
anywhere.
earning just
Her
3
best friend met
times what I'm
guys just
getting
by
as a
walking
shop
down the street.
assistant.
In
And so
fact,
could have
that very
sent Mother
thing had
about
happened the
10
day
times what
before.
I'm able to send
A
her
car
now.
turned around in the middle of the shopping
Yes,
center parking
that
lot,
is so.
nearly hitting someone,
of course,
just so the
dear
driver
me,
could ask for
a
Angela's
shop
number.
assistant.
She said no,
I I
unimpressed by
understand
his
it's
car,
very
an old
tiring
Jetta covered in
work,
rust spots.
said Mr. Todhunter vaguely.
Gio cranked the window
Standing
down.
behind a counter.
His smell was the first thing she
Oh,
noticed,
well,
and it wafted into the
smiled
car.
the girl.
An intoxicating
I don't
blend
exactly
of
have to do
Budweiser,
that.
Calvin Klein Eternity
I'm
Cologne,
one of those
and
superior
Marlboros.
young ladies in
If
black
your
frocks
parents would
who
hate
lurk
him were the name of a
languidly
cologne,
in our smaller
this was
dress
exactly
shops.
what it would
Only
smell
we
like.
don't call them dress
Can we
shops,
help
of
you?
course.
She
We
said.
call them modistes.
Her voice was sharper than
like
she intended,
this.
and she knew it sounded
She jumped
prissy.
up and gave an imitation
Angela
of one of
smacked
the
her
young
arm,
ladies in
then
question,
leaned across
dealing
Gio
with
to
a
smile at
plump
the guy through the
matron
window,
from the
her hair
provinces,
tickling Gio's
so
legs.
humorously lifelike
She was doing
that
damage
Mr.
control.
Todhunter, who had never
God
been
forbid
in
the
a
hot guy
modiste
didn't like her
in
because of
his
something
life,
awkward Gio
instantly
said.
felt that he knew all about
The guy
them.
smiled back, first at Angela,
"Why," he
then at
exclaimed,
Gio.
"upon my word,
He held her
you're
gaze,
as good
and she
as
felt a
Ruth
flutter in her
Draper."
stomach.
For Mr.
Angela was
Todhunter,
right.
who went to see Miss
was
Draper
beautiful.
every time she was in
Bro,
London,
He said
this
finally,
was almost
nodding to Kaiser in the back
extravagant
seat without
praise.
breaking eye contact.
Laughing a
Hey,
little,
Kaiser
the girl
replied,
sat down.
but it came out a squeak.
"Oh, no, Ruth
you left your
Draper's
Slurpee on the
unique,
roof.
though it's
He was
sweet
speaking
of you
to
to
Angela,
say
but he
so.
hadn't taken his eyes off Gio.
Anyhow,
Didn't
you
want
can
you to drive
certainly
away
act,"
and have it fall.
affirmed Mr. Todhunter.
Oh, shit. Thanks for telling me.
"Oh, yes,"
Angela opened
agreed
her door and got
Felicity
halfway
Faraway,
out,
somewhat
reaching for her
ruefully.
drink on top
"I
of the
can
car.
act all right.
Blue raspberry.
And a fat
right?
lot of
He
use
said to
that
Gio,
is to me.
nodding at her
And
oversized
to
cup.
Mother." "Yes,"
How'd you know?
said
Your
Mr.
tongue is
Todhunter,
blue.
a little embarrassed.
She blushed.
And
guess
that
that's a dead
reminds me,
giveaway.
you must
Although
allow
I'm not sure why you're looking at
old
my
friend
tongue.
of your
That's
father's,
kind of pervy.
haven't pleasure of
laughed, and
her
she was pleased with
acquaintance,
herself.
but would esteem
a
it
good quip.
a privilege.
Oh my God.
Yes.
Kaiser muttered from the back seat, but if
Subsiding
the older guy
into
heard him, he didn't
incoherence,
react.
Mr. Todhunter drew out his
stare was
checkbook and
disconcerting.
fountain pen,
And there was nowhere else to look except
blushing
directly
till his
back.
ears glowed,
He had green
wrote
eyes,
out a check
bright gold
for
in the center.
£50.
Feline eyes.
"Oh,"
They contrasted
gasped
intensely
the girl,
with his dark
when
hair.
Mr. Todhunter handed it
One
to
arm
her
rested
with a
comfortably
mumbled
on the ledge of
request
the open
that she
window.
send it on to her
Haven't I
mother.
seen you here before?
"Oh, you
Wow, such an original
angel.
line.
Angela
You
said,
sweet
slamming
lamb.
the car door shut again.
You perfect
Gio
pet."
glanced over at her friend,
And
only to
jumping
find her
out of her
expression
chair,
sullen,
she threw her
full
lovely
lips pressed
arms
into a
around
thin
Mr.
line.
Todhunter's stringy neck.
She was angry
and
because the hot
kissed
guy
him
wasn't
with
paying
the
attention to
utmost
her.
fervour.
He wasn't even looking at her, and
Really?
Angela was masking her
Well,
feelings of rejection and
dear
disappointment
me,
by pretending to be
cackled
totally
Mr.
bored with the
Todhunter
conversation.
in high glee.
You think up that line all by
Soon
yourself, or did you
afterwards,
steal it from your
he
dad?
refused with
The guy
regret
grinned,
a most
then winked at
pressing
Gio as
invitation
if
to
to say,
stay to lunch.
I know why she's mad.
Being his
You
own
do,
housekeeper,
too.
he knew the
gives a
difficulties of
shit?
an unexpected guest when
So
the
what's
shops
your
are
name?
closed.
He said to Gio,
And took his
ignoring
leave,
Angela.
not
Her name
a
is
little
Jailbait.
pleased with
Angela snapped
himself,
before Gio could
and
respond.
not a
Now, it was
little
nice talking to you,
perturbed.
but we have homework to do. I'm sure you remember what homework is, right?
Chapter 6.
Now he's too old? Gio thought.
It must be
incredulous.
admitted that during these
To the guy,
days,
she said,
Mr.
"I'm
Todhunter
Georgina.
was thoroughly
My friends
enjoying
call me
himself.
Then I'll call
He
you
was
Georgina.
genuinely
he said,
and quite
because I think
altruistically
we should
worried
be more
about
than
the
friends.
Faraway situation,
She
and the
laughed.
thought of that unhappy
Beside her,
child
Angela let
in
out an
Yorkshire
impatient sigh
distressed him.
and started the car.
But nevertheless, the
Gio
part
knew
he was
exactly why her
playing
friend
gave him
was
a good
being
deal of
rude,
pleasure.
and it was because the hot
For one
older
thing,
guy with
it
the
made
cool
him
older
feel
friends wasn't
important.
interested in her.
Mr.
Well, you know what?
Todhunter could not remember ever
shit.
having been made to feel important.
How many times had Gio sat
before.
back and played wing woman
And
while
the
guys hit on her
sensation
best friend?
was by no means
There was even a
unpleasant.
term for it in this situation.
All these
Grenade.
people,
In every
Viola
girl group,
Palmer,
there was the hot one,
charming
and there was the
Felicity
grenade.
Faraway,
Angela
even to
was
some
always the
extent
hot
the
one,
gloomy
the one the
Mr.
guys
Budd,
wanted, the
had
one they
all looked
competed for.
towards Mr. Todhunter
Gio was the
as though he
grenade,
could really
the one the guys had to be
do
nice
something.
to and treat with kid gloves.
Mr.
because if
Todhunter
it blew
knew
up,
that in a
if the
mild
grenade
and
didn't
perhaps
like you,
unconscious
then the
way,
entire
he
group
had
of girls would
encouraged
leave,
this view.
and there went your chances
The
with the hot
knowledge
one.
made him feel slightly guilty.
For reasons Gio couldn't
but in
begin
no
to
way
understand,
spoilt
they
his
had
pleasure.
switched roles today,
For
and
if,
neither girl was
he
prepared
thought,
for it.
I really
Not
were
that Gio
going
wasn't
to do
pretty.
something.
She was,
It would no
and
doubt
most
turn
days she
out all
felt it.
wrong and leave
But
everyone
Angela
much worse
Wong
off
was
than
beautiful.
before.
Everybody said so.
How admirable, therefore,
Waist-length
to
black
savour
hair,
the
dark
situation,
almond-shaped eyes,
even to reap
porcelain
the
skin.
kudos, and yet
She was also
to do
confident,
no one
of the most
any
popular
harm.
girls in their junior year.
Such
When she
reflections
spoke to you,
made
she could
Mr.
make you feel
Todhunter
like you were
feel
the only person in the
extremely
room.
detached and
Or she could
superior,
shred you with one dirty
and
look.
still were able to leave him
Gio had
with the
none of these
sneaking
qualities.
conviction that he
Yet
could have
somehow the
done
hot guy wanted her.
something very helpful had he
Predictably,
liked.
Angela was pissed.
But of course,
The hot guy wasn't playing the
did
game
not
right by not
like.
showing her best friend any
that
interest.
had all been decided.
The grenade was
long
about
ago.
to blow.
Much better to stand
Luckily, he
outside all
figured it
these
out.
foolish imbroglios.
Listen, the
A
reason I came
philosophic
over is that my
detachment
friend over there
combined
thinks you're
with
gorgeous.
a sympathetic interest.
He directed his attention to Angela
That was the
now
only
and
correct
pointed to where his
attitude
friends were
for a
standing.
man in his position.
One of them raised a hand to wave.
That's Jonas.
It was therefore still
plays
with
in a
the
band.
outlook of a professor
They got a
of
gig at the
entomology
G-Spot
studying
tomorrow
an
night, and we can get you in
ant
for free.
and with no intention at all
Bartender's
of
a buddy
becoming
of
an
mine,
ant
so free
himself
drinks all night.
and burdening himself
You guys
with
have
huge
ID, right?
eggs to be carried about
He meant fake
wildly
ID.
for no
And of
apparent
course they did,
purpose,
though Gio
that
got
Mr.
nervous
Todhunter
anytime she used
presented
hers, which
himself
wasn't
at
often.
the Norwood come
Still
Faraway
miffed,
flat
Angela craned her
on
neck
Tuesday.
to get a better look at Jonas,
He was
who
not
in Gio's
exactly
opinion
looking
looked to be about
forward
25
to the
years
meeting.
old.
For Miss
But he
Jean
was cute
Norwood
enough, and
was
the fact
the
that he
kind
was in
of
a band
person
would appeal
who made
to
him feel
Angela.
as if his skin
Maybe,
were
Her friend
crinkling
finally
all
said,
down his
but she allowed a
back.
small smile.
But he
Gio
anticipated
let
a
out a
certain
breath.
amount of sardonic
The pin was
amusement
staying in the
in
grenade.
observing her efforts
now.
to enslave
You're
him.
in the band too?
That
Gio
an
asked him.
attempt would be
Nah,
made
not
to
me,
enslave him,
he said with
Mr.
a lazy
Todhunter
grin.
was convinced.
Can't carry a
The
tune to
technique
save my
was
life.
apparently the same as
But
had
I
already
support my
been employed
buddies, you
in
know.
Faraway's case.
Whatever they want, I
Whether
want
he was
for them.
going to pretend
That's what a good
to
friend
be
does.
enslaved or not,
It was a jab at
Mr.
Angela, but her
Todhunter
friend was too
not
busy
certain,
checking her face again
though
in the
he
visor
fancied
mirror
that the
to
role
notice.
would be rather too
He
difficult
smiled
for him
knowingly,
to sustain.
and Gio smiled
It all
back.
depended how
And
much
already it
his
felt like they
skin
shared a secret.
crinkled.
Already,
But that he was
it felt
going
intimate.
basely to deceive the lady
I'll give you
and
my number
sustain
and
the
you can
fiction
page
of his
me,
great
he said.
wealth, Mr.
Got a pen?
Todhunter was determined.
Gio found
He
one in the
thought she
armrest and handed it
deserved
to him.
that, at least.
He reached into the car and took her hand.
He therefore
taking his
arrived for
time
lunch,
writing on the back of it.
malignantly
The
looking his
sensation
very
tickled,
worst,
and she wanted to laugh.
and that was saying a
but there
good
was
deal,
something about him
in the
that made her
same
feel all
misshapen
warm
old
inside and a
suit
little bit
that
dizzy.
Miss Norwood had wrinkled her
Gio looked
pretty
down at the
nose
number
at
he'd given her,
before,
and the name
wearing
right
a
under it.
hat so dilapidated
Calvin.
and ancient that even
Hope
a
to see
real
you guys.
professor might have
He held her
realized that
hand for a
something was a
second longer
trifle
than was
wrong with
necessary.
it, and with
You're
the
welcome to
same
come too, bro,
identical
he
egg
said to
stain,
Kaiser as an afterthought.
unaccountably not yet
Pretty
removed,
sure I have homework,
still
Kaiser
decorating
said,
his
sipping his
waistcoat.
big gulp.
Wealthy
See you soon,
eccentricity
Georgina,
Calvin
was
said,
Mr. Todhunter's
kissing her hand
theme,
before letting
and
it
he
go.
cackled maliciously to
Angela
himself
started the
as he
engine and
pressed
pulled out
the
of the
bell
parking
button
lot,
and
driving
prepared
slowly
to
past the
act
three
the
other
part
friends leaning
as
against
he
the red
conceived
Trans Am.
it.
Jonas is cute.
Gio offered,
2.
twisting around to look at Kaiser in
Mr.
the back seat.
Todhunter had to
Don't you
admit
think, Kai?
afterwards
You don't wanna
that
know what I
whatever
think,
her shortcomings in
sounding
other
glum.
respects, Miss
He
Norwood
is, right?
knew how
Angela
to
said,
order
but her
a
voice was
lunch.
doubtful.
It did not
They
occur
drove
to
in
him that
silence
Miss
for a
Norwood
bit.
might never have ordered it
Gio was
at all,
basking in the glow
but
of
left
Calvin's
everything to
interest
her
in her
thoroughly
and dying to
competent
talk
and
about it.
extremely
But she knew if she
expensive
opened her
cook.
mouth too quickly, it could
The
ruin the
trouble
rest of the
was
afternoon.
that, like the cocktails
She had to wait
which
for Angela
preceded
to bring it up,
practically
and for her friend to
everything had
decide
be
she was
refused
okay with what
by
happened.
such a conscientious
Instead,
invalid
Gio smiled
as
down
Mr.
at her
Todhunter.
hands. She'd
When
already
at last his
memorized
hostess
Calvin's
asked
number in
him in
case the
despair
ink
what
rubbed
he
off
would
before she had a
really
chance to call.
like, Mr. Todhunter
can't believe you took
asked
the guy's
modestly whether
digits.
he might be accommodated
didn't
with a
sound
glass
happy.
of milk
Your dad
and a
will
rusk.
kill you. He's like so
That this
old.
was not a promising
Shut up, Kai,
basis for attempted
Gio said,
enslavement.
cross.
Both
She
hostess
didn't expect
and
him
guest
to be happy about
could
it,
not
for
but
different
feel.
reasons than Angela. But the
If,
least the both
however,
of them could
Mr.
do was not
Todhunter
shit all
conceived
over
any
it.
highly
Things
coloured
like this didn't
visions
happen to her every
of an
day, and she wanted to
exiguously
enjoy it a
clad
little.
Miss Norwood
I'm not telling my
languishing at
dad.
him from a leopard skin
Angela
rug.
sighed.
He was disappointed.
Fine, whatever.
Nothing could have
He's hot, you
exceeded
lucky
the
bitch.
decorum
We'd
with
better
which
figure
the
out what we're going to
proceedings
wear
after
tomorrow night.
lunch were conducted.
You're coming with us, right, Kai?
Miss Norwood, sipping her coffee,
he said.
entertained her guest
As
with
it
a
turned
really
out, her
intelligent
outfit hadn't
commentary
mattered.
on contemporary theatrical
Gio had spent
matters.
the following night in the
and
back
Mr.
room of the
Todhunter,
G-Spot,
regretting
making
that
out
he
with
had had to
Calvin on an
refuse
old
coffee,
green sofa
which
that smelled
smelt
of
as
beer
good
and
as
pizza.
it did,
It
listened
was the first time she'd ever
happily.
French kissed a guy.
To his
The
surprise,
first time she'd
he
ever
found Miss
sucked
Norwood
someone's
quite
tongue.
a different person from
They
the
hadn't
idea
gone all the
he
way
formed
because
of her
Gio was still a
on his
virgin
first
and nowhere
visit.
near ready for that.
Not a single
But she'd let his
allusion
hands
was
go
made to
wherever
his
they wanted.
supposed riches.
Down her shirt and
Gone
into her
were all
bra,
the small
up her
coquetries
skirt
and
and inside her
affectations which had jarred on
He'd
him
given
so
her the first
when
orgasm
Faraway
she'd
was
ever
present.
had with another person.
Here, one
and she
would have
came
said,
hard,
was a
looking
perfectly
directly
simple,
into his
charming,
eyes.
and intelligent
She
woman
didn't know it could
who was
feel like
enjoying
that.
his company and perhaps
Afterward,
might be
he'd laced
hoping
his
that
fingers
he
through
was
hers and
enjoying
whispered,
hers.
This is crazy.
Mr. Todhunter's caution,
so
which had
into
lasted
you, it
all through
hurts.
lunch, slithered,
That first night with
slipped,
Calvin was the first and last time the
melted.
relationship felt
He
beautiful.
relaxed. Next, he
The first and last
unbent.
time it didn't feel
He grew
complicated.
genial.
The first and
She
last
is
time that Gio's heart and
charming,
mind were
he thought.
pure.
Those people
If she
were
could somehow
wrong.
isolate that
This
one
is
night
no
and remember it
devil,
all by itself,
but as
it might
natural
actually
and
be a
pleasant
happy
a
memory.
lady as ever I've met.
After all, Calvin James
With a
was her
little
first love.
time, I might even fall
But it doesn't
in
work
love
that
with
way.
her myself.
The past is always with you, whether
He
you choose to
cackled.
think about it or not.
What are
Whether
you
you take
laughing at,
responsibility
Mr.
for it or not.
Todhunter? Politely
You carry the
inquired his
past with you
hostess.
because it transforms you.
I was
You
thinking
can
that
try to
with a
bury
little
it and
time,
pretend it never happened,
I might fall in
but that
love
doesn't
with
work.
you myself,
Gio
replied
knows that
Mr.
from
Todhunter.
experience.
The lady
Because buried
smiled.
things can and
Don't do that.
come back.
It would be such a bore for me. I should never fall in love with you.
14.
And you can't imagine how deadly boring it is for a woman to have a man in love with her
1,826 days.
when she can't feel that way
That's how
about
long
him.
Gio has been inside Hazelwood.
It must be,
And she would have been
indeed,
free hours
agreed
ago, except
Mr.
for one
Todhunter
small
earnestly.
glitch.
Miss Norwood lifted her
prison is
arm
currently
in
on
the air
lockdown.
and allowed the sleeve
Yolanda
to fall
Carter,
back from it.
the skinny black
She
inmate also known as
contemplated
Boney,
the
was
slender
stabbed in the
white
shower this
column
morning.
with an
She was found by a
absent
guard
air.
during count, and had probably
Men
been
are
in the
so
shower for at least an
odd
hour
when they're
already,
in love,
with inmates coming
she
and going as
reflected.
they got ready for the
They
day.
seem to think that the very
And of course
act of
nobody
being
said
in
anything.
love gives them
That's how things
certain
work in
proprietary rights.
Nobody wants to be
certainly
the
the
bitch
right
who
to be
snitched.
jealous. At least they don't
Gio
actually
didn't see what
think
happened,
it,
but according to
because
the
they can't
rumors,
think at
which
all
move
when they're in
faster
that
than lightning
state.
in prison,
Poor dears,
Boney's death was a scene from a horror movie.
cackled Mr. Todhunter.
The shower, timed to shut off
I
after 8
suppose they
minutes,
can't.
hadn't rinsed
Well,
much away,
I've
and
never
the
been
inmate
in
slash
that
drug
state
dealer had been
myself,
found crumpled
I'm
on the
glad to
tile
say.
floor, dressed in nothing but her
You've
shower
never
shoes,
been in
covered
love,
in her own blood.
Mr. Todhunter?
When Gio heard the news,
No,
she wasn't surprised,
never.
especially considering her
Miss
conversation
Norwood
with the
clapped
woman the
her
day
elegant
before.
hands.
Boney had
But
been
this
moving in
is
on Ella Frank's turf
marvelous.
for a while now.
I do
and not only
believe
here in
you're the
Hellwood, but on
person
the
I've been
outside, too.
looking for. Oh,
That's why
I
Boney
don't
had
know
to go.
how long. And I'd
didn't
quite given
threaten
up
a
hope
woman's
of ever
family.
finding him.
And you
Oh,
sure as
do
shit
say
never
it's
threatened a
true,
woman's
Mr.
children.
Todhunter.
Maybe if Boney had given birth
What's
to a
true?
child, she would have understood
asked
that.
Mr. Todhunter
But she
affably.
didn't. And now
Why?
she's dead.
That you and I can
Everybody
be
knows
just
it was
simple,
Ella, even the guards,
ordinary
who've been
friends,
questioning her all
without
morning.
any boring
Whether they can
complications.
prove it, however,
Will you
is a
be
different story.
friends with me, Mr. Todhunter?
An alarm bell sounds, signifying
I
the end
sincerely
of the
hope I
lockdown.
may be.
Gio
Mr.
swings her legs
Todhunter
over the edge of the
replied
bed,
with something
a sudden
like
sense of
fervor.
urgency flooding over her.
Good.
It doesn't take long to
Then
organize
that's
her
settled.
things. She doesn't
Now,
have much
what
to take
shall we
with
do
her
to
other than a
celebrate?
small notebook filled
I
with
can
numbers,
give you a box
thin
for fallen
stack of birthday
petals,
and
of
Christmas
course,
cards,
and I
a
shall.
packet of unopened
But that's
letters
so
written on blue
ordinary.
stationery and tied with
Oh,
string.
I know. Let's
cards are
make a
from her father,
blind
and
promise,
she stuffs them into
shall
a
we?
cheap duffel bag they've
We'll
given her.
each ask the other for
Her
a
dad isn't much of a
boon
writer,
and promise to
signing
grant
almost
it,
all of them with a
whatever
simple,
it is.
"Chin up, kiddo.
There, I
Love,
call that
Dad."
a real thrill.
But it doesn't feel right to
Will
throw
you
them away.
agree if I do?
The letters give her pause.
Do you mean
They're
no
not from her
reservations
father,
of any kind?
and she's only read the first
asked
one.
Mr. Todhunter,
For the
his
100th time,
caution
she debates
popping up
throwing
its
them
head
into the
again.
trash, but even now she can't bring herself to do
Absolutely
it.
none.
She
Have you
stuffs
the
them into the bag
courage?
with the cards
I
and the
have.
notebook.
Miss
She's already
Norwood
given her
really
cell phone
seemed
to
quite
Ella,
excited.
the third one
She
she's
leaned forward
owned
in
since
her
she's been
chair,
here.
her enormous eyes,
Ella will resell it,
which Mr.
probably for
Todhunter
3
remembered with
times what it
shame
retails for
that
on
he
the
had once
outside.
thought naked
And she'll have no
indecent,
shortage of potential
alight
buyers.
with a childlike pleasure.
Everything else Gio will leave
Have
with
you,
Kat.
Mr. Todhunter?
This includes
she
her
repeated.
TV, books, cosmetics,
Mr. Todhunter's
and 2
caution
blankets
made
she'll
a
no
final
longer be
grab
needing.
for the side,
There's still
lost
no
its
word on whether
hold,
her friend's
and
application for
disappeared under the
compassionate
water.
parole has been approved, which
Yes,
is frustrating and makes
he
Gio
said,
think she'll
with
have
a
to try
smile
to attack it a
which
different
on
way
anyone
once
else
she's on
he
the
would have
outside.
considered just fatuous.
She was only 5 when her
Mr.
mother died of
Todhunter
cancer,
really was behaving
and there was
very
nothing she could do
foolishly.
for her then.
Oh, how
Not this time.
sporting of you. Very well,
again.
that's a bargain. We've promised.
Thought once
Remember?
the bell sounded,
Now,
speedy
you
Gonzales
ask me
right out of here.
first.
A dry voice says.
No,
and she turns.
no, cackled
It's
Mr.
Kat,
Todhunter
smiling at her
inanely.
from the doorway.
Ladies first.
Gio frowns,
You ask
even though
me.
the other woman looks a lot better today.
Very well.
The color
The
has
lady
returned to her
closed
face,
her
and her eyes
lustrous
are brighter,
eyes,
though it's
placed
clear
the
from the
tips
way
of her
she's leaning against the
encarmined
door frame that the
fingers
older
together
woman is exhausted.
and considered.
What are you still
Now,
doing
what
here?
shall it
Gio
be?
asks, cross.
My
supposed
first
to be at your
real
appointment.
friend.
You think you were going to
What
leave
shall I
without
ask
saying
him?
goodbye?
We said our goodbyes last
Suddenly,
night.
caution,
Kat, these
which Mr.
appointments are
Todhunter had
important.
thought safely
So maybe I wanna
submerged,
say goodbye
popped up
again?
an unexpected head
Kat
and
moves
addressed
past Gio
him
and sits
in
down
blunt
on the bed.
terms.
She pats the
You
spot beside her.
adjectival
It's
fool.
just a follow-up.
Don't you see
It
she's
can
been
wait
playing
till
a
tomorrow.
game with you? She's going to ask you
Gio
for a
stifles a
diamond
sigh and
necklace or
takes a seat
something,
on the
and
mattress
you,
beside her
poor
friend.
noodle, have undertaken
Kat
to
takes her
give it
hand,
her.
squeezing her
Didn't
palm.
everyone tell you what
In
she
case my
was?
parole doesn't go through.
Horribly alarm.
I want to make sure
Mr.
you
Todd
know
Hunter
how much I
clutched at the
appreciate
arms of his
everything you've
chair
done for me.
and wondered
Kat says,
desperately how he could
Your
save the
parole
situation.
will go through.
The lady opened
Gio
her
knows where this
eyes
conversation
and
is going, and
smiled
she
at
doesn't
him.
want to have it. She's not
I've
ready.
decided.
She will never be ready.
Mr. Todhunter gulped.
Kat sighs.
Yes.
She technically has
he
3
asked
years left to go
shakily.
on her sentence. And
I
Gio
ask
understands that
you
optimism can
to
be a dangerous
dedicate
thing
your
here.
next book to me in
Optimism
these
can make the minutes
words,
feel like
to my
days,
friend,
and 3 years
Jean
feel like
Norwood.
30. But her friend is getting out, come hell or high
Mr.
water.
Todhunter clutched
Kat
at his
Bonaducci
handkerchief
will not
and
die in
wiped
this
his
shithole
forehead.
if it's the last thing Gio
Relief,
does.
not the
You need
agony
to stay
which went
positive,
before,
she says,
had
but Kat
bespangled
cuts
it
her
with
off.
moisture.
Shush.
Yes,
Don't interrupt an old woman
certainly.
when she's
Very
speaking,
glad
that's
indeed.
Gio
Great
can't help but
honour.
laugh.
Mr.
Okay.
Todhunter had once
Continue.
published at his own expense
I've been in
a
here a
critical
long
study
time.
of the work of an unknown
9
18th
years.
century diarist,
The
whom he
first
had
4 were
acclaimed as the
shitty.
equal of Evelyn
There were days when
and
I didn't know
Pepys.
how I was going to get
The
through
book
it.
had sold
you
47
came along.
copies, and the
Kat's eyes
diarist
grow
was
moist.
still
And it
unknown.
got better.
There was no
You were the best
intention in
thing that
Mr.
ever happened to
Todhunter's
me.
mind of ever publishing
Gio
another,
bites her
but he
lip.
saw no need to tell
She
Miss
will
Norwood
not cry.
that. Now
stares
you,
at a spot on the wall
Miss
until she gets
Norwood
herself under
laughed
control,
delightedly.
and then pats Kat
Whatever
on the
it
leg.
is, I'll
I
grant
feel
it,
the
you
same
know.
way.
That's
won't change no
rather
matter where you
brave,
are.
I think, for a woman.
Kat reaches into
But
her
I always
pocket.
flatter myself I can
I got a
judge
box of stuff from
character.
Lenny yesterday.
Now, what
He
is
moved
it
most
to
of my things
be?
into storage, but he sent me a
A
box of
sudden
my old
idea
photos,
jumped into Mr.
figuring I'd
Todhunter's
want to see them
mind.
before I...
Without stopping to
She doesn't
think,
finish
he
the
said,
sentence.
"Send
Anyway, I
Faraway
thought
back
you'd
to
get a
his
kick out of
wife in
seeing this one."
Yorkshire."
Gio
Miss
looks down
Norwood
at the
stared
photo
at
her
him,
friend is holding.
her eyes
4
widening
by
till
6
Mr.
inches. It's a
Todhunter
faded
could
color
hardly
photo
believe
of
that
a young
any
woman
eyes
wearing
could
a
be
tight
so
black satin
enormous.
corset, sheer black pantyhose,
Then she laughed,
and bunny ears.
simply and naturally.
Wavy auburn hair spills
That's
over
my
small
dear
porcelain
man.
shoulders,
That's
and
just what
large
I've been
brown eyes
trying
are
to
accented
do
with
for the
thick,
last 6
precisely
months.
applied
I
wingtip
can't
eyeliner.
tell you how much I wish
the
he'd
corset
do
has
it,
cinched her waist to
but
nothing,
he simply
and her breasts
won't
are soft
go.
and full. Around
He'll
her
do
neck is a
anything
thin leather
you
strap,
tell him,
and attached
said
to it
Mr.
is an open
Todhunter
box of
mulishly.
cigars.
And you
I
promised.
used to be a cigar
Send
girl at the
him.
Playboy Club.
I'll
Kat
send
says with a
him,
smile.
laughed Miss
I was
Norwood lightly.
19.
I promise you
This
that.
is you?
But I can't
Stunned,
promise that
Gio
he'll
turns over the
go.
photograph.
You can
On the
make
back,
him
in
if you
fading
try.
blue ink, someone has
I
scrawled,
ask you to
Catherine
make sure
Kat
he
Bonaducci,
goes.
Chicago, 1973.
Miss Norwood's fine eyebrows lifted.
She turns it
for a
over
second,
again, admiring the
then
image.
dropped.
Holy
She
shit,
smiled.
look at you.
A smile different
Always a
from all
cat,
the others that
never
Mr.
a
Todhunter
Kathy.
had seen.
Her
It
friend taps
was,
the
as a
photo.
matter of fact,
I want
a
you to have
provocative, pleased,
This is how I want you to
quietly
remember.
triumphant, faintly
A
deriding
sudden lump in Gio's
smile.
throat is painful.
But Mr. Todhunter
There's no
recognized
denying that Kat
none
no
of
longer
that.
resembles the young woman in the photo, not by a long
Mr.
shot.
Todhunter,
Her breasts
said
aren't
Miss
perky.
Norwood
Her
softly.
skin is loose. Her
Just
lips
why
chapped,
are you
her
so
hair
anxious
devoid of
that
any
Nicholas
shine.
should retire back to the
But her
north?
eyes are unchanged.
Tell me.
Still large,
Between
still warm,
friends.
a perfect shade of coffee
Oh,
brown.
come, protested Mr.
Catherine
Todhunter.
Bonaducci is still
Don't tell me you
beautiful
can't
if you
see
take the
that
time
for
to look.
yourself.
Well,
Perhaps
it isn't how I, want
can,
to remember you,
murmured
Gio
Miss
says.
Norwood,
I didn't
and
know
her
you
smile
then,
became a
but
little
I'll keep the photo
intensified.
for you. I'll put it in my room
Then you'll
in a
make him
frame,
go?
and when you get
asked
out, you can
Mr.
have it back.
Todhunter earnestly.
in case we don't see each other.
He shall
Stop
go.
it.
I want
I
you to know
promise
how
you,
special you are.
replied Miss Norwood, with
You
an
might never get a
earnestness
job
matching
working for a
Mr.
big company
Todhunter's
again.
own.
I know that's hard.
Thank you,
But you have
said
brains
Mr.
and
Todhunter
you have money.
simply.
I know you'll figure
He
it
beamed in happy relief
Kat
upon
kisses
his
her on the
hostess.
cheek.
Mr.
I
Todhunter
love
had quite
you,
decided now that Miss
you're my
Norwood
own
was a
blood.
thoroughly maligned woman.
Gio is
It was
desperate
the
to find
penalty,
something
he
positive
supposed,
to
of
say,
greatness.
something uplifting.
Jealousy,
But they know
no
each other
doubt,
too well.
and all that sort of thing.
Kat can't tolerate
Anyone who
bullshit,
really
and
knew
Gio
her
can't dish it
could see
anyway.
at once what a sweet
Kat is sick.
nature she had.
She's going to die. Maybe not tomorrow,
But I think,
maybe not in 3 months.
remarked
but
the
soon.
maligned woman,
The question
with an
is,
attractively
will she die
wicked
inside
little
Hellwood
laugh.
or in some
That
hospital
you
surrounded
rather
by
threw your
strangers?
opportunity away,
Or will she die
Mr.
with Gio by her
Todhunter,
side, holding her
didn't
hand?
you? And it's not the sort of
Dying
opportunity
from
that
cancer
occurs
isn't pretty.
twice. I
Cancer
was
takes its time and
quite
it
in
kills
your
from the
hands,
inside out.
you know.
If Gio
Well, I
had to
mean,
choose, she'd rather go the
I
way Bonnie
might
did.
have
Short,
been,
fast,
But that
furious.
would hardly have been
Gio's
fair,
father kept her away from her
replied
mother
Mr.
in her last
Todhunter
days,
roguishly.
terrified that his young
Miss
daughter would be
Norwood
haunted by the
tilted her
memories of her
charming
mother
head.
wasting away.
Isn't
But what
all
haunts
fair
Gio now
in
is the
war
memory of
and
waking up early one morning,
other
only to be
things?
told that her mother had passed away in the
Mr.
night.
Todhunter cackled
She never got a
happily
chance to say
and
one
felt
last
the
goodbye,
very devil of
to
a
give
fellow.
one last kiss while
For
her
the
mother's
first time
cheeks
in
were still
6
warm.
weeks, he had
She's never
completely
quite forgiven
forgotten
her dad for
his
that.
aneurysm.
There's someone at the doorway,
Mr. Todd
and both
Hunter
women look
always
up.
had thought
It's Chris
the
Bukowski.
best of people.
Gio's not overly surprised to see the CO today,
3.
though he's not technically assigned to her ward.
It was past
She should have
3
known he'd
o'clock
want to say goodbye
when
and
Mr.
escort
Todd
her
Hunter
out.
got up to leave,
She just hopes he doesn't suggest
and
a
he
quick
did so
trip
then,
to the library
with
first.
reluctance.
Ready?
It
He
has
asks.
been delightful,
Gio
Miss
stands,
Norwood, he said,
taking one
shaking
last
his
look
hostess's hand.
She won't miss
I
this
can't
place with its
recall
gray
when I
walls,
enjoyed
gray
a
floors,
luncheon
and no
more.
windows.
Oh,
There's literally
come,
nothing here she wants to
smiled the
remember,
lady. To my
except for the
friends,
small, thin
I'm
woman still
Jean.
sitting on the bed.
Miss Norwood
She helps Kat
sounds
out,
just
taking
too
both of her
grim
friend's
for
hands
words.
in her own. I'll
And
see you
my
soon,
name
okay?
is Lawrence,
Go to
crowed
all of
Mr.
your
Todd
appointments
Hunter,
and try to
apparently
eat and drink
unaware
as much
that
as you
his
can.
hand was
Keep up
being
your strength
held.
because there's so much I want us
They
to do together
parted
when
with
you get
assurances of a
out.
further
Georgina,
meeting
I'll be waiting
in the
for you.
very near future.
Embracing her friend, so tiny and frail and nothing
It was
like
only
the
as he
picture
was
that's now in
going
her duffel
down the
bag.
stairs
Gio
that Mr.
desperately
Todd
wants
Hunter
to say, "I
recalled
love you."
the delusion of which his
But
hostess had
Bukowski's
been
watching,
the victim.
and the words won't
Something
come.
had been said about Miss Norwood
She takes her
visiting
bag
him
and leaves her
next
cell for the last
in
time,
Richmond.
following
She
Bukowski
would
down the
expect
hallway
a
and out of the
palace,
ward.
and she would find,
On the way to processing,
well,
he's stopped
not
by
a
another
hovel,
CO,
but
and
a
while the two are
semi-detached
discussing
Victorian
some
house
incident or other,
of quite
she hears her
revolting
name whispered
aspect.
softly.
It was
Ella
not
Frank
fair
is standing
to let her
just
remain
around the
under the
corner of the
impression that
corridor,
he was a
and she
rich
beckons
man.
Gio over.
Not that it would make
Glancing
any
at
difference
Bukowski,
to
still
so
deep in
generous a
conversation with the
nature,
other guard,
of course.
Gio
but,
walks over.
Well, one
She's
simply
surprised to
did
see
not
Ella, who she
deceive
assumed was
one's
still being
friends.
questioned in Boney's murder.
Mr. Todd Hunter turned
I wanted to
and
say
sought
goodbye,
the electric
Ella says,
lift again.
slipping something into Gio's hand.
It is a matter
It's a piece of
for
paper
question
with an address written on
whether
it.
Miss Norwood's
I made a
life
call.
might
He's
have been
expecting you.
saved had
Go
Mr. Todd
today,
Hunter
okay?
been not quite so
Before the
punctilious.
kids get out of school.
Had he
I will.
written his information,
Thank you.
for instance, or even telephoned it,
everything.
Miss Norwood would
Back
just
at
have
you,
dropped in
Ella says
quietly.
softly.
Nicholas
Gio
Falloway
turns
would
to check on
probably have
Bukowski,
returned
who's
in any
finishing up his
case to the
conversation.
north, for having
When she
come to
turns
the end of
back,
his cash,
Ella
he was
is
of
gone.
little practical use, and therefore
The
interest
exit process
to
takes
anyone
30
in London,
minutes.
and Mr. Todd
Papers have
Hunter
to be
would duly
signed.
have died
Old
at
belongings
the
have to be
appointed
found and
time
returned.
of his
Information
aneurysm.
has to be entered into the system.
But all this
Bukowski
simple
hangs around,
arrangement
although there are surely
was
more important
shattered
things he could be
by
doing.
Mr. Todd Hunter's
After all,
regard
an inmate
for the
was murdered
requirements
earlier
of
that day.
friendship.
For Gio's
For the
5
door
years of work,
Miss Norwood's
most
flat
of it in the hair
stood
salon,
just a
earning
little
less than
ajar
$4 a
when
day,
Mr. Todd Hunter
minus what
reached
she
it.
spent in commissary every
In point
month
of
for
fact,
extras.
the lock
She
was
will pocket a
defective
grand total
and
of
should have been put right that morning,
$223.48.
and the
The
locksmith,
processing clerk
in failing
informs
to
her of
keep
this
his
amount
promise
with
to
some
do
relish,
so, had
as if
driven a
Gio should be
screw into
proud
Miss Norwood's
somehow.
coffin,
Is
as
that
surely
good?
as if he
She
wielded
asks.
the screwdriver
Most
with his own
inmates
hands.
leave with only the 100 you're supposed to get on
Mr.
discharge
Todd Hunter
day.
was therefore able to
The
hear
clerk,
only
a balding,
too clearly
middle-aged man,
certain
peers up at her from his
observations
desk
which
through
Miss
Coke bottle
Norwood,
glasses.
in a voice
The fact
very
that you're
different
getting
from
more
that in which he
means
had
you must have
addressed
saved.
him, was calling through
Gio
the open
saved.
door of her bedroom
She never
to
had
the
to.
maid Marie.
Her
in the
financial
sitting
planner
room.
had been instructed to transfer money from her personal
Marie,
account to
for
her
God's
prison account every
sake, get
month.
me a glass
So
of
money for
brandy,
extras like better
and
shampoo
quick.
and ramen noodles
This
was never an
offstage
issue.
acting's more
Can I transfer the
exhausting
funds
than
to
the
another
real
inmate?
thing.
Nobody's ever
Yes,
asked
madam.
that before.
The maid's
The
voice
clerk
came
frowns.
pertly.
Do you have
I
her
thought you'd
DOC
taken
number?
on a bit of a job this
Gio gives
time,
him
madam.
Kat's number.
What
He
the
taps his
hell do you
keyboard for a
mean
minute.
by that?
Done.
Oh,
You need a bus
nothing,
schedule?
madam. I beg
She
your
shakes
pardon.
her head. I have
Get
a
me
line.
that brandy.
You're officially
Very good,
free.
madam.
The clerk
Mr.
pushes
Todd
some
Hunter's
paperwork
hand,
toward her,
already
along with a
raised
plastic
to the
bin
bell push,
containing the clothing she
dropped
was wearing
back
the day
to
she
his
entered
side.
Hazelwood.
He had
Sign
not
here
meant
and here.
to listen.
Then you can get changed in the bathroom
There
down the
it
hall.
was.
Leave your
He
scrubs in the
hesitated
bin.
whether to ring
Or you can take them
or
with
not.
you, like a souvenir.
Miss Norwood's voice
He
came
laughs at
again.
his little joke, revealing
Oh,
uneven,
and Marie.
coffee-stained teeth.
Yes, madam.
Fuck
I'm
her.
not at home to Mr. Falloway any
In the
longer,
bathroom,
thank
Gio
God.
peels off her prison
At
sweats and
least
puts on
not
her
in
old
Richmond.
clothes.
I
She's
suppose I'll
dismayed to
have
discover
to be
that the Dior
here for a
dress
bit.
she wore at Calvin's
But
trial is now
then we
tight on
shan't
her,
be giving this
pulling
place
at the
up
hips
after
and
all,
stomach,
madam.
confirming that she's gained weight
I
from all the
think not,
rehydrated,
Marie.
processed food she's been eating for
I
the past
think
5 years.
not.
Nevertheless, as she checks out her
Even to
reflection,
Mr. Todd Hunter's
she has to admit that it's
inexperienced
nice to see
ears,
herself
Miss
looking
Norwood's
like a person
voice
again and
sounded
not an
almost indecently incredibly
The high heels
complacent.
feel strange on her feet.
I thought you were getting
After
him nice
5
and
years in
interested,
running
madam,
shoes, they feel
and I
stiff
should think
and
he's the
slippery.
sort that'd stump up the
It's
rent
weird
and
to
not
think
even
that
ask
she
for
used
a
to wear these all the
latchkey,
time,
isn't
and
he?
actually thought they were comfortable.
Damn you, Marie.
She exits the
Who do you
bathroom
think
to
you're
find
talking
Bukowski
to?
waiting for her.
Miss Norwood's
His
voice
jaw
was
drops when he
suddenly
sees
shrill
her.
with rage.
Wow.
"Don't you know
he
your
says,
place
his
yet?
face
I'll have
flushing.
to teach you a lesson one of these
Holy
days, my
shit.
girl.
You
I
look-
pay you to
Wow.
wait on me, not to
take
try
that as
to
a
gossip
compliment.
about my private
Thank you.
affairs."
They walk
beg
down
your
the
pardon,
hallway
madam.
together toward
I'm
double
sure.
doors marked with an exit
Marie's
sign.
voice held the
Bukowski
perfunctory
reaches for the
tone
buzzer on the
of
wall,
one
then
used
stops and
to
turns
making
to
a
her.
stereotyped
You
apology.
got my number, right?
He
Mr.
says in a low
Todhunter
voice.
turned away.
He glances
He
up
was
at
a
the
man
camera
of
above her
little
head.
experience, but
Normally,
he was
Geo
nobody's
hated
fool.
all the cameras in
At the
Hazelwood,
present
but she's
moment,
grateful for
too,
them now.
he was in a temper
It
so
means the guard
vile
won't try to
that
kiss
it was
her
touch and go
or
whether
even
his
touch her.
aneurysm could stand the strain.
I do. It's a lie. Geo doesn't
4.
have it. Bukowski
What
scrawled it on a
upset Mr.
napkin the other
Todhunter
day,
as
and
much
she
as
slipped it into her
anything
pocket.
was the vulgarity
As far
of
as
the
she
little
knew, it
scene
was
he had
still
just
there,
overheard.
in the pants that were
Mr.
now crumpled in
Todhunter
a
was a
plastic
bit of
bin
a
in the
snob.
bathroom down the hall.
His snobbery, however,
I'll
was
call
not
you
of
once I
the
get
negative kind, which
The
consists
doors
merely
beckon.
of refusing to know
Beyond
persons
them
of a
is her
lower
father
social stratum
and
than
her
one's
freedom.
own. He believed
I'll
that
miss
class, as well as the nobility,
Bukowski's
had
eyes
its
are wet.
obligations, and one of the attributes
fucking
of
door, you
a lady
asshole.
was an
She
inability to
pulls her duffel
confide in
bag
her
over her shoulder.
maids. Mr.
Me too,
Todhunter had
Chris.
mistaken Miss Norwood for
The
a
CO
lady,
hits the red
and it
button,
upset him
and
to
the
find
double
out how
doors buzz
far
open.
he had been
Drops
deceived.
of rain and crisp morning
So
air hit Geo's
curiously
face.
constituted was
Her
Mr.
father is
Todhunter
standing beside
that this
his old
really
Lexus,
upset him
same
more
one he had when
than
Geo
the
was arrested
revelation
5 years
that
ago.
Miss Norwood considered
He
him
waves to her.
enslaved already
She waves
by
back, and
her
without
charms,
giving Bukowski
and was
another
confidently
glance,
expecting
she
to
pulls off
shift
her high
onto
heels
him
and runs
from
forward to
Faraway
meet him
the
in her bare feet.
responsibility for the rent of her palatial
Good to see you, Dad.
flat.
Her voice breaks as Walter
Meditating
Shaw's arms
wickedly
engulf her.
upon these matters,
They were allowed
in the
brief
safe
hugs in
anchorage of
prison
his
on
library
visitors' days,
once more,
but Geo
Mr.
never allowed her
Todhunter
father
found
to
it
visit
simple
her more
enough
than
to
once a month.
decide to
It was
have
too
no
hard.
more to do
You
with Miss
too,
Norwood,
sweetheart.
with Faraway,
Let's blow
or with
this
any
hop
of the
stand.
participants in this
She laughs
sort
a little
of
too hard
tragic
at the silly
comedy.
phrase.
But
Classic
there were
Walt.
some matters
In the past,
upon which
she
he
would have
still
rolled her
found
eyes,
himself
but not
puzzled.
today.
Why,
She climbs
for
into the
instance,
car,
did
holding
Miss
her breath
Norwood
for another
require
minute
anyone
as they
to
drive
pay her
past the
rents
final guard
for
check,
her?
and then
As an
past the
actress
gate.
manager, with
Only
long
when they're on
run
the
after
open
long
road does she
run to
allow
her
herself to
credit,
exhale.
and never a failure,
Hungry?
was she
Her
not
father
making
asks.
quite enough money
There's a diner I
to pay
passed
her
on the
own
way here
rents?
about 30 minutes out.
And was her
You can get a
behaviour not
burger and
quite at
fries.
variance with
Geo
every
shakes her
canon
head.
of the legitimate stage?
Actually, Dad, what I
It
really
was
want is a
indeed more
green
like the
tea
traditional
latte from
behaviour of the
Starbucks.
musical comedy
And I need to
chorus
stop and
girl
see someone on the
than
way
the
home.
great
Any
and
chance we can make both
dignified
of those
figures
happen?
of the drama
Sure.
proper.
Who are we seeing?
He's the brother
From this
of a
point,
friend from
it was only a
Hazelwood,
step
she says
to
carefully,
wonder if it were
not wanting to
possible that
lie
he
to
could
him,
be
but
on the
unable
wrong
to tell him the
lines
whole truth.
altogether.
He's expecting
So that
me.
by the time
You don't need to
his
get out of the
tea
car.
arrived
I'll only be a
at
few
15
minutes.
minutes past 4
She
to
tells
the
him the
second,
address.
Mr.
It's
Todhunter
in
was
South
actually
Seattle.
wondering whether he had really
Walt raises an
heard
eyebrow.
what he had
Georgina.
heard, and if
You're
so,
not
whether he had
involved
not
in
read all
anything shady, are
kinds
you?
of horrible meanings into
She rolls
what
down the
might have
window
been
a
a
few
perfectly
inches.
innocent
There's
conversation.
nothing much to see on this particular stretch of
It
highway
was
except
all
miles of
very
road,
bewildering.
endless grey skies, and drops of rain
At
on
this
the
point,
windshield.
and while actually
But the
pouring
air
out his
smells like
second
freedom,
cup of tea,
and she breathes
Mr.
it in.
Todhunter remembered
She thinks about
Joseph
the notebook in her
Playdell,
duffel bag,
the dramatic
the small
critic
one
of
she
the
carried
London
around in her
Review,
pocket whenever it
who was
wasn't
reputed
stashed
not
away in
only
an
to be the
overhead
best
air vent
judge
at
of
the
a
hair
play
salon.
and a
It
performance
contains
of
account
acting
numbers,
in London,
logins,
but to know
passwords,
more about
and the name of
stage
the financial
folks
planner
than any
Geo
man living.
used to launder Ella
So
Frank's money
great
while
was
at
Mr.
Hazelwood.
Todhunter's
In a
relief
couple of
that he
hours,
actually
it
jumped
will
up
all
with
be
his cup
turned
of
over
tea
to
only
Ella's
half
brother,
poured,
Samuel,
rang
the
up
woman's only
Playdell that
surviving
instant
adult
on the
relative,
telephone,
and the
and for the
caregiver
first
to her
time in
children.
his life proffered
Samuel
an
will
invitation
receive
for
the
dinner
keys to the
that
kingdom,
same
and in
evening,
return, he's
without
going
at
to
least
give her
20
a
minutes
gun
anxious consultation
to
with
protect
Mrs.
herself
Greenhill
and her father
first
from the
upon
monster
ways
that's still
and
out there.
means. It was
No,
perhaps
Dad,
fortunate that
she
Mr.
says.
Playdell, having to
Not
attend a
anymore.
first night, as usual, a possibility which Mr. Todhunter had quite
15.
overlooked, was unable to come.
It looks like blood
Upon
from
Mr.
a distance,
Todhunter's
but as they
urgent
pull into the
pleading,
driveway,
however, it
it's
was
clear
discovered
that
that
it's red
Playdell
spray
lived
paint.
in Putney, only half a
Murderer.
mile away from Mr.
Written
Todhunter's
across
house,
their white
and would
double
therefore
garage
come
doors
along
in a
for a
series of
half
angry
hour's
slashes
chat
large enough to be
after
read from a block
his
away.
way.
It's out of
Mr.
place.
Todhunter
The words
had made a
screaming into
lucky
the pleasant
choice.
suburb as
At
loudly
the
as if
interview
someone
which
were
followed,
actually
at
shouting.
around midnight that
Walt cuts
evening,
the engine.
he learned
Gio
all
stares at the
he
garage,
wanted
then
to
chances
know.
a glance in her father's direction.
Jean Norwood,
Both his
explained
large
Mr. Plato,
hands are still on
in
the
reply
steering
to his
wheel, but his
host's
knuckles are
questioning,
pale,
was a
his jaw
curious
set
and
in stone.
interesting type.
Walter Shaw has
She
lived here
combined
for over
an
40
inordinate
years.
avarice
It's
and
the only house
greed
he's
in
ever
money
owned.
matters,
The mortgage paid
with
off
an
long
almost
before Gio
morbid
went to Hazelwood.
craving for public admiration.
Walter Shaw is a good man,
She had some
a successful
small
doctor, and an
artistic
upstanding
feeling,
citizen of the community.
but what she lacked here,
He doesn't
she more
deserve
than
this.
made up in flair.
Someone has desecrated his
For
house
Jean
because
Norwood
of her,
was,
and the
to
guilt
the
stabs
theatre,
her like a
what a
prison
certain
shank,
type of popular
quickly
novelist
and painfully
is
and in
to
multiple
literature.
places.
Mediocrity,
This wasn't here when I
passionately
left, he
called
says.
to mediocrity,
He yanks the keys
is
out of
being
the ignition and
defined,
tosses them into her lap.
observed Mr.
Let
Playdell
yourself in the house.
dryly.
I'll take
And it
care of this.
certainly pays.
Now,
Jean
Georgina.
Norwood is the
She
mediocre
does as she's
mind in
told,
excelsis.
bringing with her the empty
She can
Starbucks cups
feel
and her duffel bag,
precisely what the
now containing the
suburbs
gun she
want
picked up
in a
from
play,
Samuel on the
and
way
she can
here.
act in it
She
precisely
plans
as they
to stick it
want
under
her
her
to.
pillow.
You know, it's
Though the
her
neighborhood is
boast
quiet,
that she's
It's
never
mid-afternoon
had
on
a
a Monday,
failure.
and most people are still at work.
Then she must
She
be
can't
a
help but
very
feel like
wealthy
she's being
woman,
observed,
suggested
as if the
Mr.
neighbors are
Todhunter.
peering out their windows to witness
No,
Walt's infamous daughter's
But
not
she
so
must have made
triumphant
a great
return
deal
home.
of money.
Murder.
Oh, yes. She's
It's not the welcome home she
extravagant,
expected.
then?
But that doesn't
On
mean
the
it's not the
contrary,
welcome home
I
she
told you,
deserves.
she's exceedingly mean.
The house looks exactly
She'll never
the same
pay
as she
herself
remembers.
for anything that she
It's
can
both
get some
comforting
man
and
to buy
surreal.
for her, and she's
Taking a
quite
moment to pause in the
unscrupulous
front
as to how she'll
entryway,
induce
she
him
breathes
to
in the
do
smell
so.
that hasn't changed since she was a
Dear,
little girl.
dear, lamented
Walt's
Mr. Todhunter.
signature beef stew is
But
simmering
I
in the slow
don't
cooker in the kitchen.
understand.
It's not a large
Mr.
house,
Playdell
but it's
took a
always
small
been
sip
enough
of his
for the two
whiskey
of
and
them.
soda and stroked his
The
neat
portrait of her
little
parents on
pointed
their wedding
beard.
day still rests in the center
That
of the
is
fireplace mantle in the
precisely
living
where
room.
the interest
Full
lies.
color, but with that
Without
70s
it,
retro
Jean
green
Norwood
gold
would be a
tint.
commonplace character.
Walter and
As it
Grace
is, she is
Gallardo
possibly
Shaw were a
unique.
beautiful couple.
Certainly on the
Her
English
father,
stage.
one-quarter Jamaican,
The key
looking
to her
sharp in a grey
complexity is
tuxedo
her
complete with
passion
satin
for the
stripe and
public's
oversized
applause.
lapels.
To ensure
Her mother,
that,
half
she
Filipino,
stints her private
dressed in a simple
expenditure
lace
to a
gown with
remarkable
bell
degree,
sleeves, her
and
black
frankly
hair
is willing
swept
to
up
be
into
the
a chignon.
kept woman of any
They were an
man who is
elegant
both
mixed-race
wealthy
couple
and discreet.
during a time when it wasn't as
For, of
widely
course,
accepted
her
as it
public
is now.
must not know
And
anything
Gio
about
got the
that.
best of both of them.
I really believe she's persuaded
Unless her
herself
dad
that she
moved
is
it, her mother's wedding
sacrificing
dress should still
herself
be
in
hanging
this
in the
way
upstairs closet.
to the public.
Gio always thought she'd wear it on
But
her
how?
wedding day.
I'm afraid
But
I
after she
still
and
don't
Andrew got
understand.
engaged and the wedding preparations
Why,
began,
she uses
the dress
very
suddenly
little of the
seemed
money she makes in
inappropriate
her
for what they were
theatre
planning.
for private
It was too
living.
modest, too
Only the
old-fashioned.
smallest sum
thought
necessary
shames her
to keep
now.
up a certain position
Sometimes she
and
wonders
dress
if this
her
is why she
part.
truly ended up in
Out
prison.
of her
To
profits,
save
she
her from
first sets
herself.
aside a sum to finance her next
She looks
production,
at the rest of the pictures on
for
the
she
mantel.
always puts on her
Photos
own
she hasn't
plays,
seen in
and up to a
5
point
years.
she's a very sound
Grace Shaw
businesswoman.
is in most of them, but the only
The
real
rest
memories
goes
Gio
back
has of her mother
onto the
are from when she was
stage.
sick.
That is to say, she
They
throws
discovered a
away
lump in
nearly
her
all
breast
the
when
money
Gio was
she
only
makes,
2,
and
she
there's a
died a
very
few
great
months
deal
after
of it
Gio turned
in
5.
keeping her plays on
She picks up the
long
photo of
after
herself
they've
sitting on her
ceased
mother's
to
lap on her
earn
5th
money.
birthday,
To
surrounded
do
by
that, she'll
balloons,
sacrifice
a giant chocolate
anything.
cake in the center
I'm
of
sure
the
she'd
table.
live on bread and
Her mother's
water
head is
if
wrapped in a colorful
necessary.
scarf to hide the hair loss.
But why? Asked
Her father
Mr.
only had 2
Todhunter,
girlfriends after his
bewildered.
wife died. The first while
Because
Gio was in
she
grade school,
can't
and
bear
the
to have
second while she was in
anything
high school.
approaching,
Both women were
well,
very
not
nice,
a failure,
but neither
because
relationship
she never
lasted
has
long.
that,
A
but
few
even
months
anything
each,
that
if
can't
that.
be called a
"You
stupendous
only
success.
get one heart," Walt said to his daughter
Haven't
after
you
the second one ended.
noticed that the Jean
He seemed
Norwood
sad,
runs
but
are
not
becoming
regretful.
longer and longer?
"I gave mine to your mother the
All
day I met her."
records broken
And she still
time
has
and
it.
time again, and each record
long
has to be
time,
broken
Gio
all
believed
over
that was
again
true.
next time. It's
One heart,
fantastic.
one chance at
And
love.
as I say, she'll stick at
It had certainly felt that
absolutely
way with
nothing
Calvin.
to break these
At
records.
16, she couldn't imagine
Of
loving
course, the
anyone the way
press
she loved
love
Calvin
it,
James.
and the public
And the
cheer the
truth was
roof
she
off
never did.
each time a record's
It had been
broken.
different with Andrew,
It's
after
become
all.
quite a game
Less
at
passionate,
the Sovereign.
but more secure.
That's what she
More
lives
mature,
for.
but less
the public's
spontaneous.
cheers.
Less exciting,
How
but
very
completely fucking
odd,
safe.
commented Mr.
As a healthy
Todhunter.
relationship probably should
Very
be.
odd. I shouldn't think
According
there's
to her
ever
father,
been
Andrew
another
was married
instance of
now
an
to a
actress in a
sales rep who
really
used to work
big
at Ship.
position behaving
They
off
had
the
twin
stage
girls the
like a
year
professional
before.
courtesan.
Gio didn't blame
But
him
that's
for
what she
moving on with his
does,
life.
and
She'd have done the
is.
same.
Though I give her
She
the
hears the
credit
pressure
for
washer
having
turn on
genuinely
outside.
persuaded herself that
Washing
her
the garage
position is the
doors is the
same as
last
that
thing
of
her
the
dad
old
needs today.
temple prostitute, and that she is
Sighing, she heads
serving the
upstairs.
god of art as
The last time she
devoutly
lived in
as
this
you
house,
like.
she had just
But
turned
of course,
18.
a woman like
She had packed what
that
she
could
could for
persuade
college,
herself of
first
anything.
staying in the dorms at
Then
Puget
what is
Sound
your
State,
private
and then
opinion
renting a
of
house a
her
few
as
minutes
a
off
person?
campus with 4 other
Asked
girls
Mr.
for her remaining
Todhunter
3
with
years.
interest. "A
She could have lived
poisonous
at home and
bitch,"
commuted to
replied
PSSU,
Mr. Playdale
but she knew she
succinctly.
needed to get away.
"And a
Once she did,
disgrace
she never
to
moved
a
back.
great profession."
And it wasn't because
he
her dad
added
was difficult to
more
live with.
temperately.
Quite the opposite.
"Dear
Growing
me.
up, she never had a curfew.
Is
There were never
she,
set rules to
ventured
follow.
Mr. Todhunter,
She never even
for
had
he
a
was
list
about
of
to use a
chores because it was
word
never
which has
necessary.
fallen into considerable
Between
despair.
the two of them, they managed to
Is
fill the holes
she
her mother left
a
when she
lady?
died. Gio did
Neither
the
by
dishes because her dad
instinct
did the
nor
cooking.
birth. Her
She
father
cleaned the
was, I
inside of the
believe, a
house
small
because he took
tradesman
care of
in
the yard and
Balham.
maintenance.
Her mother had been in service.
She rarely stayed out
both
late because
admirable
Walt could never fall
people,
asleep
and
until
still
she was home,
alive.
and she
But
didn't
they
want him
never
to go to
see
work
their
tired.
daughter nowadays,
Because she
unless,
was
of course, they
offered
like
so
to pay
much
for a
freedom, she
ticket
hardly
to the
ever felt the
pit.
need to take it.
Jean disowned
Funny how
them
that
long
worked.
ago, bless her.
She
I
debates
believe
going
she's
into her old
invented
bedroom
a
first,
colonel
but
in
the
the
idea of a
guards,
bubble bath
killed
is
at
just too
Mons,
tempting.
and a poor but
Her bathroom
proud
looks exactly the
descendant
same,
of one of
and
the
Gio
earlier
smiles in
English
anticipation
reigning
of her first hot
families.
soak
I'm
in
not sure it
years.
isn't a Plantagenet
She plugs the
to
bathtub
take
drain
their
and turns on the
places.
faucet.
Ah, well,
She painted the walls
that's
a light
how
purple
things
when she was
are.
15, and after 5
Has
years of
she,
prison gray, the
asked
color is a
Mr.
welcome
Todhunter,
sight.
a single
Or had she been 16?
redeeming quality?
She thinks for a
Well, no one's
was before
bad
she
all
met
through,
Calvin,
you
so that
know.
meant she
But I should
just
think
turned
Jean
16.
comes as near it as anyone.
Funny how she still does that.
Would you say,
All the memories of her
pursued
life
Mr.
are neatly
Todhunter,
divided into sections.
that she does a great
Before
deal
Calvin,
of harm
after
to a
Calvin,
great many people?
Before prison, and now
Undoubtedly, I
after prison.
would. She does.
As the
But,
bathtub
on the
fills,
other
she
hand, she
peels
does a
off her
great deal of
clothes and takes a
good.
look at herself
I
in the
mean,
mirror.
she provides a great many
She's aged.
worthy people with considerable
jarring.
and wholesome pleasure.
Not that she looks older than her
But
35
anyone
years.
could
She
do
doesn't.
that.
If anything,
Oh
she
no,
can pass for 30.
a Jean Norwood
But
is
she's
just
much
as
older
rare
compared to the
as an
last time
Ethel
she
M.
saw her face
Dell,
in this
and in
particular
her
bathroom,
way
in
just
this
as
particular
great
mirror,
a
in
genius.
this particular light.
Still,
There are faint lines around her
demanded
eyes that
Mr.
weren't there when she
Todhunter,
was 18.
lured on by
There's
a
a new
morbid
groove etched
fascination.
between her eyebrows,
Would
and
you
her skin,
say
once luminous,
that on
looks dull
balance
and
it
tired
would be a
after
great
5
deal
years of
better
mediocre jailhouse
if she were
cuisine,
dead?
sleepless nights, and minimal
Oh, a
fresh
great
air.
deal, concurred
But
Mr.
she's home.
Playdale without hesitation.
Finally, she's home.
Mr. Todhunter sipped
She sinks into the
his barley
bathtub,
water.
the hot, soapy water engulfing her body. It
Fine.
feels so good, she groans.
Well, I'm not going
She
to
closes
kill
her
the
eyes
woman,
and allows herself to
decided
relax.
Mr. Todhunter as he reached
20
out
minutes later,
a
she
bony
steps
arm
out,
towards the
only because her
bedside
finger
lamp
pads have
and
pruned
snapped
and the
off
water
the
has begun to
switch.
cool.
All
She
that
wraps herself in
nonsense
an
came
old
to an
towel,
end weeks
her mood
ago.
about 50 pounds
I'm
lighter than
exceedingly
it was the day
glad to
before.
say,
It's almost
having
hard to
quite
believe that
made
only
up
that
his
morning
mind
she
on
was
that
still
point,
in prison, eating runny
Mr.
oatmeal and
Todhunter
overcooked
fell
eggs, a
tranquilly
criminal among
asleep.
criminals. The good mood doesn't last
Part
long.
2.
As soon as she steps into the bedroom,
Transpontine.
her childhood
The
bedroom,
murder
it all
in the
comes
old
back.
barn.
Her father hasn't touched her room, and it looks exactly
Chapter
as she
7.
left it. Just like that.
It amused
It's
Mr.
19
Todhunter
years
very
ago.
much to reflect
The
upon the
floral
way in
bedspread.
which he had been vamped.
Calvin.
His eyes were
window he
open
used to
now,
climb through late
and
at
he
night.
saw just how it had been done. He
The
also
empty
saw,
jar on the
not
dresser,
without
which used to be
shame,
filled with
how
candy.
easily and thoroughly he
Calvin.
had fallen into the trap, with
The
all the
memories
blithe
surround her,
confidence
crushing
of a
her,
rabbit
and panic
walking
takes
into
over,
a snare.
sinking its claws in.
The net had
Dizzy,
been
she puts a
spread
hand
in
on the
his
wall to
sight,
steady herself
and he
and
had
takes
positively
several deep
rushed
breaths.
to occupy a position
Closing her
fairly and
eyes, she
squarely
forces herself
in
to
the middle
count
of
down
it.
from 10,
If he had not
focusing on her
happened,
chest
just by the
rising and
merest
falling,
chance
her lungs
pricking of a
expanding and
punctilious
contracting,
conscience to
listening to
turn
her
back
breath as
into
it
the
moves in and
lift,
out of her body.
Mr.
A simple
Todhunter
relaxation
was
technique,
annoyed with himself.
something she'd learned in yoga class
He was
years
still
ago.
more annoyed with Miss
By the
Jean
fifth
Norwood.
breath, she's out of danger.
But, of course,
By the
he was
eighth,
going to do
she's
nothing
calm.
about that.
Her heart slows back
It
to
is
its normal
probable
rate,
that Mr.
and she
Todhunter
opens her
never
eyes
would have
again,
done
more
anything
prepared.
had it not been for a
Calvin may
telephone
not
call
be
he
gone,
received
but he's
shortly
not
after
here.
his lunch with
And
Miss
that's good enough
Norwood.
for now.
It was from Faraway's younger
A
daughter,
beam of afternoon
Felicity.
sunlight is streaming in from the window,
Mr.
filtered by the pink
Todhunter,
lace curtains
she began
she's
at
had
once
since she
in
was a
tones
baby.
of obvious
The room
agitation.
is cast in a
Can you
soft
come up
pink
to my
glow.
flat this evening?
The poster of
Mother's come
Mariah
up to
Carey
London,
hangs in the same
and
spot beside
I
her
can't
closet door.
explain on the telephone,
Vanilla
but I'm
scented
really
candles in
terribly
various
worried.
stages of
I've
melt
no
top the
possible
bookshelf.
excuse for bothering you with
The
our
second shelf is
troubles,
filled with
except
Stephen
that I've
King
simply
paperbacks,
no one
a stack
else
of high
to
school
consult.
yearbooks, ribbons
Could
she'd
you
won in
possibly
dance and
come?
cheerleading competitions,
My dear
and And the
girl.
stuffed gorilla
Of
her
course
dad bought
I'll
her at the
come,"
Woodland Park Zoo
responded
when she
Mr.
was 12.
Todhunter stoutly.
Look, Ma. They
At
caught
a
a
quarter
monkey.
past 8,
A
he
small
summoned a
child had
taxi
exclaimed
and
delightedly
caused
when they
himself
come
to
out
be
of the gift
driven,
shop,
reckless
Geo
of
swinging the
expense,
stuffed ape
to
by one of
Maida
its
Vale.
legs. Everyone around
Felicity
had laughed.
Faraway was not alone.
The framed
With her
photograph
was a
of herself
tall,
and Angela is
dignified
still on her
lady with
bedside
iron
table,
grey hair
unmoved after all
and
these
calm
years.
eyes.
It was taken a month
Mr.
before her best
Todhunter
friend
recognised
died,
her
when they were
type
both
of face
16 and
at
laughing on a
once.
sunny day at
It
the
was of the
fair.
kind which had often
A
sat with
frozen
him upon the
moment in
committees to examine infant
It was the
welfare,
photo that Gio could never
provide
bear to
milk
look at
for
afterward.
indigent school children,
It was
and
also the
organise
photo she could never
creches,
bear to put
to
away.
which Mr. Todhunter's sense of public
They
duty
had used that photo on
reluctantly
Angela's
drove
missing
him.
person flyer, the one that had been
Felicity
pasted on
introduced the
lampposts
lady
throughout
as
Seattle,
her mother.
the same one that had
Mrs.
been in all the
Falloway
newspapers
briefly
and on
apologised
TV.
for bothering him,
They'd
and in
also
a
used it
few
in the
quiet
courtroom
words
years later.
thanked him for his
And Gio
cheque,
didn't blame them.
out of the proceeds
No
of
one
which
had been
she had
more
bought
in
her
love with
ticket
life than
for
Angela
London.
Wong.
Much embarrassed, Mr.
She picks up the
Todhunter
empty
obeyed an
mason jar,
invitation to
the
sit
one
down
Calvin filled
and
with cinnamon
massaged
hearts
his
to give to
sharp
her.
knees.
It had
He
been a
felt that he
present,
was present on
his way of
false
apologizing
pretences,
after the first
and
time
his
he hit her.
conscience was again
Gio never particularly
worried.
liked the candy.
Mother's
which was
come
the kind
up
that
to
was
see to
sweet on your
things for
tongue at first,
herself,
only to turn
Felicity
hot the
Falloway
longer you kept it
explained
there.
somewhat crudely.
Cinnamon hearts
The
were
elder
his
woman
favorite candy,
nodded.
not hers.
Yes,
But
so
she'd
long as
accepted
it was
the
a
gift
question
anyway,
of myself
because she
only,
thought the bright
I did
red
not care
hearts
to
inside the
interfere.
glass looked
I
pretty.
believe in the right of every
Calvin ended up
individual to
eating them
choose
all,
his own
the
course
candy
of action,
disappearing slowly
provided
until
only
only
that he
the
does no
empty jar
actual
was
harm
left.
to others, and
Gio
so
takes the jar
I was
into
ready
her
to let
hands.
Nicholas go
She
his
should have
own
done this
way.
years ago, right
But
when Calvin
Felicity
gave
has
it to her.
passed on to me the
She
information
hurls
you
it at her
gave her
bedroom
about
wall as hard
Vincent,
as she
Mr.
can,
Todhunter,
anticipating
having
the
first, I may
satisfying
say,
sound of
had it fully
shattering glass.
confirmed by Viola,
smacks the
and
wall
I felt that I
hard,
could stand by no
indenting the
longer.
sheetrock and scraping
This
the paint.
Miss Norwood
But
must
it
not
doesn't
be
break.
allowed to wreck Viola's life. Felicity nodded vigorously.
16.
It's damnable. She ought to be
In
shot.
the beginning, he was
Viola's
all
a
Gio
pet.
could see.
Mrs.
It was
Falloway
magical at
smiled
first.
faintly at
It
her
was heady,
daughter's violence.
trippy, whatever word best
Felicity
describes
is
being
full of
young
wild
and
schemes for having
intoxicatingly
the
in
woman
love for the
arrested
very
on
first
some
time.
trumped-up charge.
She loved the way he
and
smelled and how his cologne
framed,
stayed on
Mother.
her clothes long
It'd
after
be
he'd
quite
left.
easy.
She
I
knew
bet
the
you
shape
see
of
us
his
pretty
hand
near the
and how
wind
it
as it
felt when
is.
hers was in it,
Father may not
the
have sold
exact
all
places his
your
fingers
jewellery.
squeezed.
We could easily find out
And
if
it
he
stayed
gave
magical
anything
even
to
when it
her,
turned violent.
and then you could take out a
That's the part
summons
nobody
against
explains
her
to you.
for theft.
The
Or we
first time
could
Calvin
plant,
hit her, it was
that's
after
what
the
they call it,
Soundgarden concert.
a ring or something
She
among
wore,
her
at his
things,
request,
and then swear she'd
something
stolen
sexy.
it.
In this
We
case, a low-cut
could,
black top
added
and
the
short
girl
skirt she borrowed from
passionately.
Angela.
Mrs.
Some guy
Falloway
stared at her all
smiled
night,
again
and because she'd
at Mr.
eventually smiled
Todhunter.
back at him, Calvin had
I
been
think
forced
we'd
to
better
punch the
stick
guy
to
in the
less
face.
melodramatic methods.
When they got back to his place
Now,
later
Mr.
that night, they
Todhunter,
argued.
you're a friend
Calvin
of
yelled
Nicholas,
and
but
accused
you can
and
take a more or
smashed
less
things.
detached
She
view of
yelled
this
back,
regrettable
defensive
business.
at first, certain she'd
I
done
wonder
nothing
if
wrong,
you can
which only
suggest
enraged him
anything.
more.
Mother and daughter
It was
looked
confusing.
hopefully at
He
their
seemed to
guest.
want other guys to notice her,
Mr.
but God
Todhunter
forbid they
wriggled.
looked too long
He
or
could
smiled or
suggest
spoke to her.
nothing. His
He
mind
wanted her to look
was completely
sexy, but
empty.
God help her if she acted
I
slutty.
don't know.
It was all about lines
he
with
began
Calvin,
feebly.
very fine lines.
Your husband
and she never knew
seems
exactly
to be
where they
quite
were until he
obsessed,
told her.
Mrs. Falloway.
And
If
he
I am
didn't
to
tell her
speak
with
frankly, I
told
must
her
say
with
that I
punches,
can't
slaps,
see
and
anything
shoves,
short of
all designed to make her feel
rather
small and
drastic
unimportant and
measures
humiliated.
proving effective.
Being in an
I
abusive
said so,
relationship was nothing like
Felicity
Gio
cried.
expected. She knew
I'm
hitting was
afraid
wrong, of course.
That is
She wasn't
so,
stupid.
agreed Mrs.
They had discussed
Falloway
the issue
calmly.
of domestic violence back
I
in
think
sixth
we
grade
must
health
stop
class.
short of
It
framing.
was also part of the social studies
But what
curriculum in
measures?
seventh grade.
Measures on
And then in her
what
freshman
lines?
year of high school, a
I'm
police
afraid I know
officer
so
had come to
little
St.
about this
Martin's
kind of
to
situation,
give a talk about how to
or
get
how
out
to
of an
deal
abusive
with
relationship.
it. Our life has
On any
been
given
very
day, there were
quiet,
posters
in spite
tacked up
of
in the
Nicholas's
hallways,
reputation.
encouraging girls in bad
It's a shame
relationships to
to
seek
drag
help.
you in like this, Mr.
Your guidance
Todhunter,
counselors
but
are
there
your
literally
friends.
is
Talk to
no
us.
one else.
Everybody knew that
And
violence in a
you have
relationship was
probably
wrong.
heard,
Just
added
like
Mrs.
smoking,
Falloway
drugs,
with a rueful
alcohol,
smile,
unprotected
that
sex,
a mother
sex without
will
consent,
sacrifice
and so on.
anyone to protect
Nobody
her
was
children.
clueless about this stuff.
I'm afraid
There was
it
no
seems
lack
to
of
be
education.
true, so far
Ignorance
as
was
you're
not the problem.
concerned.
The
Mr.
problem was that
Todhunter
none of those
protested
public
that he was
service
only too
announcements
anxious
addressed
and
any of the
eager
real
to be
issues behind
sacrificed,
abusive
and did his
relationships.
utmost to produce a
A
suggestion
relationship isn't
of
supposed to make
some
you feel
value.
out of control.
But in a
It's not
matter of
supposed to
this
consume
kind,
you.
Mr.
It's not not supposed
Hunter
to
was even
change you into
more
someone you don't want to
helpless
be.
than Mrs. Farraway.
But how do you teach that?
And though a great deal of talk
How do you explain to
ensued
someone who's
during
never
the next
been in a
2
romantic
hours,
relationship what a
the only
healthy
concrete
relationship feels
conclusion
like?
was that Mrs.
How do you
Farraway
explain
had
to a
better not have a
16-year-old girl
talk
who's
with her
never been in
husband
love what love
herself,
is supposed
in
to
case
feel
the
like?
interview only made him
And
still
another thing
more
these
obstinate,
lessons didn't address?
or appeal
Just
to
how
him
quickly the abuse
personally
would
in
start to
any
feel
way.
normal.
And the corollary
father
to
had never
that
hit
appeared
her,
to
not
be that
once,
Mr.
ever.
Todhunter had better
This
do
was no
so
pattern
instead,
from her past
for
that
it
was
was
repeating
obvious
itself.
to all three,
She loved
including
Calvin so
Felicity
much
herself,
that she began to accept
for
that this was part of the
Felicity
package,
to do so
part
in
of
her
the price
present
she had to
mood
pay to be
would
with
be
him.
as near disaster
Because the
as
alternative,
made no matter.
not being with him,
Mr.
was
Todhunter
unfathomable.
therefore promised to do his best
And of course
to
he didn't always
probe
hit.
in order to find out whether there
99%
were
of the
any
time
weak
he was
spot in
affectionate,
Faraway's
kind,
feelings,
generous.
or any
It wasn't like Gio was
circumstances
covered in
upon which an
bruises from
attack
head to
might
toe.
be directed.
And it wasn't like he was breaking her
and
arm.
took his leave, feeling
So, okay,
that he had
every
been
once in
rather
a while he
worse
got mad.
than useless.
Usually because of something
This
stupid
night
Gio did.
he did not sleep so
They would
well.
argue.
An
If she
exceedingly
pushed him too
disturbing
far,
thought
if
had
she said
occurred to
something
him during
snarky
his
or
drive
sarcastic
home.
or she hurt his feelings,
Mrs. Faraway had
he'd hit
said
her.
that a mother
End of
would stick
argument.
at nothing
No big
in
deal.
defence of her children.
All couples fought.
Mr. Todhunter could not
Most of
fail
the
to
time he
remember
didn't
the
hurt her.
last occasion on which
When
somebody
things were
had
good,
stuck
they were great.
at nothing. Was
But
it
when they were
possible
bad,
that just as
were
young
terrible.
Bennett might have been already meditating
Deep down,
murder
though,
during Mr.
there was a
Todhunter's
small
last
part of
interview
Gio
with
that
him?
liked it.
The same intention
Liked
had
how
been
worked
forming
up he
behind
could
Mrs.
get. Enjoyed
Faraway's
how jealous he
placid
could feel.
brow?
It was so
Mr.
easy to
Todhunter could
mistake
not rid
control
his
for
mind
love,
of the
to
possibility,
believe he was upset
and
because
it
he
perturbed
cared,
him
that he was
exceedingly.
protective because he loved her
For
so
what,
goddamn much.
this time, was he going
Sometimes
to do
she liked
about
pushing
it?
those boundaries, seeing how far she could go before he snapped,
2.
seeing how crazy she could make
Mr.
him.
Todhunter,
It was
having
her way of
considered the
controlling
matter
him,
with some
too,
care,
because,
decided
yes, it
that it
went
would be
both ways.
useful to keep up his
And
pose
yes, she was
with
fooling
Faraway
herself.
of a wealthy
None of it was
dilettante.
okay.
And if that
But
was
she
to be
loved
done,
him.
Faraway could not
Every
be
part of
asked
her
to the modest
loved every part
home
of him.
in Richmond. Nor did Mr.
Calvin
Todhunter
waited
wish
for
to
her most
conduct his
days after
promised
school in his
interview
bright red
again in a
Trans Am,
restaurant,
and Gio
where
would
the
feel a surge
clatter
of
and
pride
bustle
every
made
time
it
she
difficult
bounced
for
down
him
those
to
school
keep his
steps.
thoughts fixed.
He would be leaning against the car,
Having
waiting
therefore
for her.
deliberated
It was like
a little
scene out of a
further,
movie.
he rang up
It was like
Faraway
16
at
candles,
the
and
number
she
which
was
had
the
been
regular
given
girl,
him,
and he was the
rather to
ungettable
his
guy.
surprise, finding
The other
Faraway
girls
at
gawked,
home,
and while
asked
Calvin might
if he
smile
might
at
call
them,
round in
it
the
was
morning
Gio he
on a
kissed.
matter of business.
Gio he opened the car door for.
Faraway, with
Gio who
undisguised
drove
eagerness,
off with him into
pressed
the
him
metaphorical
to do so.
sunset. He
Somewhat
had a day job as a
shaken,
house painter,
for
but he didn't work all the
duplicity
time,
was
and so
new
he sold
to him,
drugs.
and therefore
Weed,
a strain.
speed, and
Mr.
painkillers
Todhunter
mainly,
hung up
on the
the
side,
receiver,
to pay the bills
wiped
and
his
to pay for the
clammy
car.
brow, and turned
Gio was
away
alarmed at
to
first,
think
but
up
then
a
she realized it
tolerably
wasn't as shady
convincing
as the movies made it
excuse
out to be.
for the call.
His customers were mostly college
The
students,
address
suburban
which Faraway had
housewives, and
given him on the
overachieving high school
telephone
kids.
proved the next morning
They
to
would
be
come to
that
the
of a
apartment,
modest,
money would change
very
hands, everyone was
modest
polite.
pair of rooms
After a while,
on a
that began to
landing
feel
in
normal
a big
too.
gloomy house off the
He never
Bayswater
pushed her
Road.
into having sex.
Not even
He
a
knew she was a
flatlet,
virgin and that she
for
wasn't
it had
ready.
no front door of its own.
So they did other things.
Marvelling
Things with his hands
slightly,
and his tongue that
Mr.
made her
Todhunter
cry out
followed
his
his
name as her
host
eyes
into
rolled
a
back in
sitting
her
room
head.
quite obviously
But
furnished
full-on
by the
sex?
house owner,
Never.
and not by its present
I
occupant.
want your first time to be special.
Indeed, Faraway
he said.
seemed impelled to
I can
apologize for these dingy surroundings,
It only made her
for with an
love him more.
apologetic smile he remarked as he closed
Calvin
the
took up an
door,
enormous amount of space in
"Not
her
much
life.
of a place, I'm afraid.
The more time she spent with
but
him,
I
the
find
less
it
she saw
convenient,
Angela and
you know."
Kaiser. Cheer
Oh,
practice,
yes.
something that was scheduled 3 days a
You're
week after
collecting
school,
the
was
atmosphere
becoming
for
more
a
and more
novel,
of an annoyance
no
for
doubt,
both of them.
replied Mr. Todhunter
"I can't see you tonight,"
politely.
Gio said to him one afternoon.
Well, in
They
a
were
way,
sitting in his car at the far
perhaps.
end of the parking
I
lot
don't
behind the
know.
school, near the wooded area.
Yes, sit
Classes
down,
had let out for the
Todhunter.
day, and she had practice
Well,
in
now,
15 minutes.
What's the business?
My dad's expecting me home for dinner, and I
Mr.
have so much
Todhunter
homework.
did not answer this
She
question.
didn't tell him her grades
Instead,
were
he
slipping.
decided to be tactless.
She didn't want him to think
and
of her
said,
as a child.
I quite
He was
thought,
21.
you know,
His high school days
that the
long
other
behind him.
flat, Miss
So quit
Norwood's,
cheer,
was
Calvin
really
said.
yours.
I can't quit.
Faraway
She was appalled
blushed.
at the suggestion.
Well,
I'm a
it
cheerleader.
is, really.
Nobody's ever quit
That is, I've
cheer before.
lent it to Jean.
Do you know how hard it is to make
It's
the team?
useful for her to have a pied
But
à
it's
terre
so
in the
stupid.
West End, where she can
Calvin
rest
traced a
after
finger up her bare
matinees and so
thigh.
on.
The hem
But
of her
yes, you're
school
quite
kilt
right.
was short when she
It is
stood.
actually my
It was practically
flat.
non-existent when she
I
sat.
reserve a room
Reflexively,
there
she
for
spread her legs
myself,
a little, closing
you know.
her eyes as
but
his
of course I
fingers
don't
brushed the outer
occupy
edge
it
of her
much.
panties.
Jean
She
has a
wanted them inside
reputation
her,
to
but
keep
she
up,
was still
and it's
shy about
astonishing
asking.
how soon scandal gets
Thankfully, she
round
didn't
about
have
an actress,
He
even when
leaned
there's
over and
nothing in
kissed her
it.
again, his
Nothing,
tongue intertwining
added
with hers,
Faraway a little
tasting faintly of
defiantly,
beer,
at all.
cigarettes, and cinnamon hearts.
Yes,
It was
yes,
a
of
taste she would
course,
forever equate with
soothed
feeling like a
Mr.
child
Todhunter.
and an adult at the same
The
time.
other's somewhat
which is
redundant,
really what a teenager
not to
is.
say feverish,
His
explanations
fingers slipped inside her
interested
panties
him.
and stroked her,
He wondered
and it felt
whether
like
Miss
she was
Norwood
melting
really
and
had
firming up
kept
at
her
exactly
word
the same
so
time.
lightly given, and denied
Quit,
to the
he
unfortunate
said again.
Faraway the use
His
of
middle
his
finger
reserved
entered her
room.
a little deeper, but not much.
Have you
She was a virgin,
seen
after
Miss
all.
Norwood lately?
His thumb
he
kept
asked
pressure on
blandly.
exactly the right spot.
Jean?
It felt
Faraway looked
good.
a little discomposed
So good that it
and
couldn't
glanced
possibly be
in
the
a
same
helpless
thing as
kind
what
of
they've
way
learned
around
about
the
in
room.
sex ed.
Oh, yes.
She spread her
at
legs
least,
even wider, feeling
not
an
for a
orgasm
day or
approaching as he
two.
kissed his way down
I've
her
been
neck.
rather busy, you know.
If you quit, we'll have more time
you
together.
lunched
Then I
there
won't
the
have
other
to
day,
stop.
didn't you? How was
Abruptly,
she?
he pulled his hand away.
Quite fit and
She
all
gasped
that?
at the sudden
She's
absence of
terribly
pleasure.
delicate, you
It
know.
almost hurt.
Her work is a
It's time
great
for
strain
practice,
to her.
he said.
I wonder
Better get
sometimes that
going.
she's able to keep it up.
You don't want to be late.
Mr. Todhunter,
She stared at him in
repressing the wish to
disbelief, but
beat
the clock
his
on the
host over
dashboard
the
didn't
head
lie.
with some blunt
She had
instrument,
2 minutes to get to
replied
the gym,
that when he saw her
but she
last,
could have finished
Miss
in 10
Norwood appeared
seconds if he
perfectly
hadn't
fit
stopped.
and bearing up
You're
remarkably
mean,
under
she
the
said.
strain.
Then don't
He then
go.
prepared to burst his
She
little
couldn't
bombshell.
not go.
For
She'd already been
having
late the
spent a
last
couple
3
of
practices.
hours in steady
Trying to
deliberation
put
on the
herself
point,
back together, she
Mr.
flipped down the
Todhunter had
visor
at
and
last
quickly
made
checked
up
her
his
face.
mind that a bombshell
hate this
was,
as much
after
as you
all,
do.
the most effective
Doubt that.
weapon with which
I
to
can't
open
quit,
his attack.
she said. Angela would kill me.
Saw your wife
He
yesterday,
snorted.
too.
You care
he
way
said
too
as
much about what
casually
she
as
thinks.
possible.
She's my
She
best
seemed
friend.
to be bearing
She
up
gave him a look.
equally well,
I've known her since the
if I
4th
may
grade.
say so.
Then she'll understand
There
that
was no
cheer
doubt
is
of
stupid
the
and that you now have
bombshell's
better things to
effect.
do.
Faraway
She won't see it
went
that way.
quite white.
Gio pushed the visor back
My
up.
wife,
She's not exactly
he
understanding.
stammered.
She's a
Mr.
bitch, if you
Todhunter
ask
suddenly
me.
felt that he had complete
Stop it.
command of the situation.
Gio smacked his thigh
Faraway's
lightly.
nervousness
Don't
had given
say
him
that.
confidence. He
This has been
marched
hard for
straight
her.
forward
We
without
used to do
disguise
everything
or
together.
subterfuge.
And since I met you, I hardly see her anymore.
Yes, and
think
that's
that's why
the
she's so
business
grumpy.
I've come to see you
Bitchy.
about, Faraway.
Irritated
I
all
am
the
the
time.
bearer of an olive
I need to
branch
spend
from
some
your
time with
wife.
her.
She wants you to
Gio
go back
grabbed her
home
knapsack.
with her and
It's
finish
Kaiser's
this
birthday
wretched
tomorrow.
business
We're taking
once
him
and
out
for
for
all.
pizza and a movie.
And I think you can rely
thought
on her
we
to
were
make
going
no
out tomorrow.
trouble if you do.
Calvin's eyes
She
darkened.
seems to me a very fine
Gio
woman,
braced herself.
and you've treated her
She knew what that look could
abominably.
lead to. Which is why
There
she
was a
told
long
him here,
silence
at the parking
after
lot
Mr.
at school,
Todhunter had
a minute
spoken.
before she had to leave.
Faraway, who had
Their
looked
fights never
for a moment
escalated when there was a
almost
chance someone could
dazed,
see them,
slowly
and by the
pulled
time
out
they
his
talked about it
case
again the
and
next
lit
day,
a
he'd be calm
cigarette.
about it.
Then he
And
leaned
truth be
back in his
told,
chair
Gio
and
didn't like it
seemed
much when they
to
went out.
brood.
She was underage,
Mr. Todhunter
so if they went to a
discreetly
bar,
examined an
there was
engraving
always
of
a buddy he'd have
stag
to talk
with a
to
little
in order to
girl
sneak her
caressing
in
one of
without
its horns,
scrutinizing her
which
fake
hung on the
ID.
wall opposite him.
She didn't like the taste of
and
alcohol, so
distracted
she rarely
himself
drank.
by trying to guess
The
what
bars
its
were always
title
dark,
could
shoddy,
be.
and filled with smoke.
At last,
Some
Faraway
guy would always
said
look at her
in a
wrong, and then
dreary
Calvin would
voice,
be forced to have
"You'll
words with him.
probably think
It was
I'm a
exciting at the
cad,
beginning, but after a couple of
Todhunter."
months, it had lost its appeal.
I do. Agreed
She missed
Mr.
sleepovers
Todhunter,
with the girls,
who had an unfortunate
poring over old
passion for the
yearbooks and
truth
gossiping about
could
who looked
rarely
better and who
refrain
looked
from
fat.
speaking it.
She missed pizza
Faraway
and Diet
nodded.
Coke, hanging out at the
Yes,
mall, going to the
almost
movies.
everyone would.
She missed the Friday night
And yet-
parties after the football
Oh,
game.
I don't know.
She missed being
And
16.
I'm not excusing myself.
She even
but
missed
to
Kaiser,
judge
who
an
sometimes
action,
got on her nerves
one
with
must
his
know it
puppy-like adoration,
inside out.
but who made her laugh
know
like no
its
one else.
volume,
She
so
couldn't
to
tell
speak.
her boyfriend any of this, though,
You
because
can
that
only see
world
the
didn't include
surface
him.
of this case.
And
You
Calvin
ought
didn't
not
like
to draw
anything he wasn't
conclusions
included
until
in.
you can see it in
You
the
could
round.
come, she said, but they both
Mr.
knew it wouldn't
Todhunter,
happen.
a little surprised,
She didn't want him there,
took refuge
and he
in
sure
a
as shit had no
platitude.
desire to hang out with a bunch of
There
teenagers.
are always two
He didn't
sides
respond,
to a
and
question.
when she went to kiss him, he
if
turned his
that's what you
face, so she
mean.
only got his cheek.
It is, in a way.
She was 3 minutes late
Look
to cheer
here, I'm going
practice.
to tell you all about it.
The girls were stretching
It'll
as
be
she
a
ran into
relief,
the gym,
for one thing.
out of breath and slightly
Self-analysis
disheveled.
is dull work unless
Tess
you can discuss
DeMarco,
your
a fellow
conclusions with
cheerleader and a
another
girl who
person.
desperately wanted
And
to be
secondly,
Angela's best friend,
if you're really
gave her
the
the
bearer
once-over.
of an official
You're
olive
late,
branch,
Tess said.
I think you ought
Again.
to know.
What is it now, the
He
fourth
reached
time?
mechanically for a box
Shut
of
up,
matches,
Tess,
and then,
Gio said.
noticing that his cigarette
Angela,
was
who
still
was on the floor
burning,
stretching her
put it
hamstrings,
down
looked
again.
up.
Don't tell her to shut up.
First, let me
are
say
late,
that
and this
Grace,
is the fourth time.
my wife, has been
The gym went
splendid.
quiet.
Really
Bodies stopped
magnificent. I don't think she
The rest of the
actually
squad always
understood the
listened with
business
rapt
from
attention
my
whenever
point of
Angela,
view,
their
but she's
cheer
acted
captain,
as if she
spoke.
had.
come
Grace,
on, it's 3
added
minutes.
Faraway wistfully,
Gio glanced up at the
always
clock on the
has
gym wall.
been an exceptionally fine
I'm ready
ready to work. You're not even dressed,
Angela said.
Jean,
Gio
on
was
the
still
other
wearing her
hand,
school
is a
uniform.
common little bitch.
You might as well have
There's
stayed
no
with
doubt
Kelvin.
you've realised for
He's all
yourself.
you give a shit about now anyway.
Mr. Todhunter was
Gio felt her
startled.
face redden,
Faraway had
painfully
spoken
aware
without
that the other girls
emotion,
were hanging
in a
on every
dull,
word.
flat tone.
Tess
And his
in
words had been the
particular wore a
last
vicious
that Mr.
smile,
Todhunter had
enjoying
expected to
every
hear.
second of it.
Faraway
And
smiled.
stop it.
I
It'll
see
take
you
me 2
have.
minutes to change.
You needn't mind
If this is so
agreeing with me.
inconvenient for you,
I've
then
known
why do you even want to do
exactly
this?
what Jean is
You
for a
clearly
long
think you're
time
too good
now.
for it. For the team, and
Infatuation
for me,
doesn't
and
make
Kaiser,
you
who, by the way,
blind,
says you
as
haven't
the
returned any of his
popular
calls in like
novelists
2
of
weeks.
my type pretend.
Of course I don't.
The extraordinary
Gio
thing
said.
is that he
This
persists
was getting way out of
after
hand, and
one's
she was
eyes
desperate
are
to end
wide
the
open.
conversation.
You know
Well,
how much you...
this is
you don't
how
want
the
to quit?
whole damn thing
Fine.
began.
I'll do it for you.
I was in London
Angela
on
snapped,
business
cutting her
about a
off.
year ago,
She made a
and I
point of
called
addressing the other
quite
girls.
casually at the
here
Princess
wants
to pick
Georgina
up
off the
Felicity
squad?
one evening after the show.
Tess's arm shot
I
up,
thought I'd give
but the
her
other
supper.
girls looked at each other
Well,
with wide eyes.
Jean happened to come into the
completely
dressing
unsure if
room
this
just
was
by
real or not.
chance, and Felicity
Stop it,
introduced us.
Gio said, alarmed.
Rather pleasantly
can't- you're
ironical,
always late
wasn't
for
it?
practice,
Daughter
Angela said.
And when
introduces
you're here,
father
you're
to his
distracted.
future mistress.
Our pyramid
That
almost
sort of thing
collapsed last week because
doesn't
you didn't
tickle
know where your
you?
arms were supposed to be.
Oh, I
You're
always had
lazy,
an eye for
unreliable,
irony.
and we all know you
The
don't want to
trouble
be here.
was I could
And I
use
hate to
it
say
so
it, but
seldom.
you've gained weight.
The popular public
Gasps
doesn't care
all
for
around.
irony, you know.
I have not
Well,
gained
we
weight.
chatted
Gio said
a little,
hotly,
and then
and
I
that's when her
left
best
with
friend
Felicity.
smiled.
Jean, I
Angela knew
must
she hadn't
honestly
gained
say,
any
had
weight,
made
but she
no
also knew it
impression
would get a
on me.
rise out of Gio
I
if she said it.
realized that she was a
She'd done it to be
striking
nasty,
woman, but
and to
I had
embarrass
seen
her in
other
front of the
women
other
of her
girls.
type before,
You know
and
what?
on the whole it
Calvin's
didn't
right.
appeal to me.
Gio could be
so
nasty, too.
I forgot all
You
about
are
her.
a bitch.
Then,
More
a fortnight
gasps.
later,
One
I
girl's
called at the
hand
Princess
even flew up
again,
to cover
this
her
time in the
gaping mouth.
afternoon after the rehearsal.
Nobody at St. Martin's had
Felicity,
ever called
however, had
Angela
left
Wong
already,
a bitch.
and instead I saw
At least
Jean.
not publicly, and most
She
certainly
was
not to her
very
face.
amiable.
Several
Talked
of the
about
girls took a
my
step back,
books
away from
and all
Gio,
that kind
as
of
if to
thing.
distance
And
themselves from the
not
social pariah
vaguely.
she had just
She really
become.
had read 'em. I
Get
was flattered,
out.
naturally.
Angela's own
So when
face
she
was a
asked
deep
if I
shade of
wouldn't go
maroon.
round to her flat
She
in
took several
Brunton
breaths,
Street,
but remained calm.
yes, she had a flat
We'll
in
need your
Brunton
uniform
Street
back
then,
first thing
and have
tomorrow
a
and your locker
cocktail.
cleaned out by
Of course, I
lunchtime.
said I'd be delighted.
Cheerleaders
I
had
was
extra
delighted
wide
too.
lockers, same as the
I
football
stayed for an
players.
hour or so.
It was a privilege to
and
have
we
one,
made friends.
like it was a privilege to be
She,
a cheerleader.
You
Did
heard
she
her.
ask you
Tess
to be
said,
friends
her face
with her?
filled with
Mr.
triumph.
Todhunter
It
interrupted.
made her look ugly.
Yes,
The gym
I
is reserved
believe
for
she
cheer
did.
practice right now.
Why?
And you're not
Did
a
she
cheerleader
ask you
anymore.
to be just simple,
So get out.
ordinary friends without
Fighting back
any
tears,
boring
Gio turned and left
complications?
the gym,
pursued
running
Mr.
smack into
Todhunter
Kaiser
with
outside the
interest.
lockers.
Did she
He was
say
dressed
she
for
believed
soccer
you
practice.
were the person she'd
She
been
pulled
looking
back,
for all
looked
her
up at him,
life and
and
thought
then
she'd
burst
never
into
find?
tears. Whoa!
As a matter
he
of fact,
said,
she did.
His face filled with alarm,
Why?
grabbing her shoulders.
Mr.
Are you
Todhunter
okay?
cackled.
What's the matter?
suddenly.
Talk to me.
Then,
Leave me
remembering
alone.
the
She
solemnity
shook him off
of
and
the
continued
occasion,
down the hallway.
cut off the cackle in the mid-note.
She was still
and
crying
then
when she
apologized
paged Calvin
instead.
from the payphone outside the
Nothing,
cafeteria a moment
nothing.
later.
I beg your
Come
pardon.
get me,
Go
she
on,
said,
please.
sobbing when he called back a minute later.
Faraway, looking for the moment
He
a
was
little
out front within
uncertain,
10 minutes.
continued.
She had
his
calmed
saga.
down by then, her despair
Well,
turning into
that's
anger.
how it began.
She told him what
When I
happened,
say
and he
it,
listened
I mean
quietly,
a kind of
nodding,
visual
murmuring
obsession.
soothing things. His
After
hand on her
that,
thigh,
whatever I was doing,
squeezing
I
every so
saw
often
her
to
all the
comfort her.
time. It was
Finally, he
extraordinary.
said,
I just
"Cheer means this
saw
much to you,
her. There was no longing,
nodded.
nor passion, or
She
anything
did
like
love
that.
cheer.
Certainly
She loved being
no
part
desire.
of a team, wearing the
Faraway
uniform to
paused
school on
and
game
slowly
days,
stubbed out his
cheering in
cigarette.
front of thousands of fans
But
under
I
the Friday
couldn't
night
shake
lights.
off my visual
She might have
memory
lost
of
some of her
Jean.
focus lately, but that didn't
It
mean she
held
wanted
on
out.
day after
Hell,
day.
it was the very thing
till
she
I
and
became
Calvin
quite
had almost
alarmed
argued about earlier.
and began worrying.
Okay, then.
After
he
a
said.
week of worrying,
We'll
I
fix
rang
it.
her up and called on her.
How?
Then I called
We'll fix
again,
it,
and
he said
again.
again.
Jean
I've
didn't
known
seem to
girls
mind.
like that my whole life.
I was terrified of
Self-entitled
boring
girls.
her,
Girls
but
who
she
think
always
the whole
seemed really
world
pleased
revolves
to
around
see
them
me.
because they were born
After the
beautiful.
third call,
Something
I
they had
knew
no
what
control
the matter
over anyway.
was. I
Give it a few
wanted
days,
that
then
woman
apologize.
more than I
And
had
when
wanted
things are a
anything
bit
else
better,
in my
set
life.
something up for the three of us to
The
get
visual
together.
obsession had
She
become a
resents me because
definitely
she doesn't know
physical
me.
one,
I should let her get to know
ordinary,
me.
if you like.
I'll charm her, and she'll
At
give you your spot
the
back.
risk, said
Trust me.
Faraway slowly, of
It was a
appearing
sensible
a
idea.
still worse
Smart
cad.
even.
I have
He
to
leaned
tell you
over and
that
kissed her,
Jean
gently
raised
at
no
first,
particular
then
objections.
passionately,
qualms.
And
Had
slowly
the positive
she felt herself begin
certainty
to
of
relax.
seeming to you a cad quite
Because she did
unspeakable,
trust
I
him.
have to add that she questioned me
God help her.
minutely
She
first
did.
about my financial position, and my financial position at that time was
17.
thoroughly satisfactory. I can't
The
help
room
it.
is too dark.
I know
The
what
bed
Jean
too soft.
is, and
The
it won't
blankets
make her
too
any
warm.
different if I
The
smooth
house too
over
quiet.
certain bumps in her
Gio had a
spiritual
routine in
makeup.
prison.
It
Specific
amuses
times
me,
of the day
too,
when
if
she
you
ate,
like,
showered,
to voice
used
the
toilet,
precise truth about
socialized,
her,
cut hair,
just for
watched
once.
TV, and slept.
Of
Rinse,
course,
repeat.
said Mr. Todhunter.
It will take some time to get
uncomfortably.
used to her new life, which
Mr.
is really her old
Todhunter,
life,
helpless
which feels
devotee
strange
of
and
truth
foreign
as
to
he
her now.
was, yet found himself
Things on the
sufficiently
outside look the
human
same as they
to be
used to, but they don't
discomposed by
feel
it
at all like
on
they
the
used
lips of others.
It's strange to not have a routine,
And that's
to not be
how
told
our
when she can or
liaison
can't do
began.
something.
Falloway
She
continued,
feels
taking not the least notice
and it
of
isn't
Mr.
as liberating as
Todhunter's
she'd imagined.
acquiescence or his
Sleep
discomposure.
won't come, and she stares up at the ceiling
Liaison,
at the glow-in-the-dark
a
stars
good,
that have been there
important
since she was
word,
5.
that.
Her father
It gives
came
me
home from
pleasure
work one
to
day
apply
with several
it to
packs of them in
myself.
various shapes and sizes,
But there's no
and they
other.
spent an hour sticking
An
them on.
affair with Jean
Her mother had
Norwood
died a month
deserves the
earlier,
term,
and she was
or
having
at any
awful
rate some
nightmares.
Gallic euphemism.
Her father promised her that as
Affair
long as the
is too
stars were
banal
shining down on
altogether.
her, nothing bad would ever
Well,
happen.
I had no scruples. I said
was
to
wrong, of
myself
course.
it was the best way of ending the matter.
A little after
It was
10
the
p.m.,
only
she finally
way,
gives up
I
on sleep,
pretended,
padding
to end the
downstairs
matter.
to the kitchen to make herself
At the same
some
time,
tea.
I knew I was lying
Her
to
father
myself.
is scheduled to work at
For
the
if I had
hospital
been
till
before
midnight,
the
and she probably
acolyte of
won't be able to fall
desire,
asleep
I was
until he's
now
home.
utterly the slave
It's
of
weird
my
being in
own
the house
mastership.
alone.
Yes,
After all,
it
she
was
hasn't
the
been alone in
possession
5
of her
years.
that really enslaved me to her.
On her way to the kitchen, she
completely,
glances out the front window and
irrevocably.
stops. A black
You
car
find
with
that
tinted
a
windows is parked
psychological
at the curb,
contradiction?
its headlights off.
Believe me, my dear
But its
fellow,
interior
that is
light
the
is on,
basis
and
of
she can
all
detect the shape of
genuine
someone
feeling
sitting
of a
inside.
man for a woman.
She freezes.
The prepossession instinct,
Then the car door
that's
opens,
just
and
animal,
Kaiser
but the
Brody steps out.
post-possession,
Exhaling,
love,
she heads to the front door.
infatuation, call
She
it
has
what
it
you
open
will,
before he even
it's what
gets to the curb.
differentiates us from the
What are
animals.
you doing here? She
And
asks
I
him, her
envy
breath
the
trailing her
animals,
words in a mist of
because
white
it
in the cold
isn't
night air.
amusing.
The chill
Not at
doesn't bother
all.
her. She never got
Almost
to see her
before I
breath
knew
in
what had
prison.
happened, Jean
The
had
inmates
become the
weren't allowed in the
centre of my
recreation yard at night
existence.
when temperatures were the
That's
lowest.
a cant phrase,
Hello
but I
to
mean
you
it.
too, Kaiser
She
says.
was.
I was about to
Other
leave
human
and I saw the
beings,
light come on.
my family, everyone
Can I come
had
in?
shifted to the
How long were you
periphery.
out there?
She wanted
He
money
pauses.
to keep her play on a
Why?
week or two longer, to
Why?
break a
She
record.
asks.
It was the
You know
amulet,
why.
if you remember.
Kaiser
I
looks
gave
exhausted.
it to
The
her.
lines around his eyes
She
and
merely
mouth a
admired
little
a
deeper
card
than
in a
last time
shop
she saw
window.
him.
I bought it
He looks
for her.
older.
Then she found that
But then again,
flat.
she does too.
I took it in my own name
I haven't
for
heard
her.
from him.
I knew I
Gio
was
offers.
ruining myself.
She doesn't
I
have to
knew
say
I
who
was
him
despoiling
is.
my
They
family.
both know.
I didn't care.
Okay.
I couldn't
turns to
work
leave.
to replace the
Wait,
money I
she
was
says,
spending on her.
and her voice sounds more desperate
Still,
than she intends.
I didn't care.
She doesn't want him to go.
Faraway lit another cigarette.
doesn't want to be alone.
Slowly, as if
I was going to make
collecting
some
his
tea.
thoughts.
You're welcome to join me.
You know,
He turns
the
back,
hackneyed
gives her a
dramatic
tired
situation. A girl wants
Sure.
to marry a young man.
Thanks.
Her mother, with the best
He steps
intentions,
inside the
says
house
she'll
and she
die
closes the door
rather than
behind
allow
him,
the girl to
locking it
marry
with both the
that
deadbolt and the
particular
chain.
young man. But she
They stand
does
awkwardly
marry
for a
him,
moment.
and everybody
Like the last time she
sympathizes
saw
with
him, she
her,
notices how
even
much
if the
taller
old
he is
lady
now,
actually
how different
dies
he
of a
looks,
broken
how
heart.
different he smells.
And why?
This version of Kaiser
Because
doesn't
love,
jive with the boy she always
sexual
pictures in her head.
love, is above all
This
other
version of Kaiser
affections.
is a man.
That is an accepted axiom.
He follows her to the kitchen,
But for
and
some reason
Gio
people don't
frowns as she
apply it
scans the
to
counter.
love that
"We used
arises
to have a
after
tea kettle,"
one's
she says,
married.
opening
In
cupboard
that
doors
case,
one after
the
the other.
reasoning is different. People
Who's
say
that?
then,
Kaiser
no,
points
he
to a
should have
machine she hasn't
stifled
seen
it.
before.
They say that
It's sitting
because they
beside the
haven't
fridge,
gone
and
through
it
it
looks like a
themselves.
miniature, shiny red
What if he
version of a
can't
coffee shop
stifle
espresso
it?
maker.
They don't take that into
I prefer
account.
coffee anyway. if you
Whereas
have
if they'd
decaf.
gone through it
I don't
themselves,
even know
they'd
what that
know
is.
that love,
It's an
or
espresso,
he
lust,
says.
or passion,
Seeing
or
the blank look on her
obsession, or
face, he points to the
infatuation,
table.
or any damned
Sit.
unimportant
Allow me.
name you like,
We have
simply
one of these at the
can't be
precinct.
stifled
It's pretty
when
good,
it's
though
strong
the coffee
enough.
in the morgue is better.
There is such a
morgue?
thing as the
He chuckles, pulling
fatal
open the
type.
tray underneath an espresso
If you're
machine,
lucky
which also
enough not
doubles
to
as a
meet
stand.
that type,
He
your life
selects a
goes
pod,
on
then
quietly,
opens the fridge and takes out the
respectably,
milk.
peacefully.
There's a foamer
If you
sitting beside the
do,
coffee maker,
it
and
goes
he
to
appears to know
pieces.
exactly what he's doing as he
You're
makes her a
done
decaf
for.
latte. He hands it
As
to her,
Faraway uttered
waits
this
for her to
dictum
take a
in a
sip.
flat, unimpassioned
Well,
voice,
shit,
Mr.
Gio
Todhunter
says.
could only
It's good.
nod.
I can see why
Having
my
never
dad bought
met
one of
his
these.
own fatal type,
He fixes a cup
Mr.
for himself
Todhunter
and
could at
takes a
least
seat across from her at the
sympathise
kitchen
respectfully with the man who
It's
had,
surreal to be in the kitchen with
though
him.
the monologue
The same
was
place
taking
they'd
him
spent a
far
lot of
out
time
of
in as
his own
teenagers,
emotional
eating
depth.
pizza and hot dogs, working on a
At
chemistry
first,
project,
pursued
making
Faraway
Jell-O
in
shots for a
saying
party
rather
they weren't
dreary
supposed to go
voice,
to, using
I
vodka that her father
struggle
forgot
with
he had.
myself. One
Now
does,
it's
you
only when
know.
he smiles that
I
she
called
sees glimmers
myself
of
a
the old Kaiser
weakling.
underneath
I
the leather
told
jacket
myself
and
it was
flea-based
ridiculous
glove.
that this thing should be happening
She
to
wonders what
me,
she looks
of
like to
all
him.
people. I
As if
blamed
reading her mind,
myself
he
for
says,
being more feeble
"You
than
look
all
good."
the others whom I had
She looks down at her
despised
coffee.
for becoming infatuated
Rather.
with a woman.
No, you do.
Then I
He
saw
says,
that the ideas
"You
of
really
strength
look okay.
and weakness
The
were
woman I
inapplicable.
arrested that day
They had no
5 years ago,
relation to the state
I
I
didn't
was in.
recognize her.
How
you,
can I
right now,
illustrate it?
This is a person I remember.
Well, suppose you decide
be
when
the sweatpants and
bathing
no
to stay
makeup, she says,
underwater for
he
10
doesn't
minutes. Are you
And
a
if she's being
weakling
honest with
if you
herself,
give up after the
she knows
first
what he
minute
means.
because you have no
Are
oxygen
you
left
mad at
in
me?
you?
He asks.
No.
Just like
can't
that,
help
they're
it.
16 again.
The ideas of
She
strength
shakes her
or
head, allowing a small
weakness
smile.
don't apply.
For what?
And that was
Doing
my
your job?
case.
Walter
Of
hates
course,
me.
I knew only
My
too
dad doesn't
well
hate
what
anyone.
all this meant
He's
to my
protective.
family.
And he blames
And
himself.
I'm not a wicked man.
what?
I did
Kaiser looks
feel for
surprised.
them.
For working
But what
too
could
much?
I do?
For not being
to
home
give
a
Jean
lot?
up was
Gio
impossible,
sighs.
just as
not
impossible
knowing I
as
was
for
dating
the
a guy so
finest
much
swimmer
older.
in the world to stay
Mind you, Calvin
underwater
was
for
only
more than a few
21,
minutes.
but that was a big age difference
Of course,
back then.
I was making them
Huge,
miserable.
he says with a nod.
I knew that
I never
and
liked him.
hated it.
Calvin,
But
not
I
your
was
dad.
miserable
I
too,
know.
partly because I
were a
felt
really
for
good friend
them
to me
and
back then,
partly
Kai.
through jealousy.
I'm sorry I wasn't a
I
better
never
friend to
knew I
you.
was jealous by
At
nature.
least I know why now.
I never have
he
been
says.
before.
And for what it's
But
worth,
with
I forgive you.
Jean, I became an Othello.
She says.
I knew it was
It comes out
stupid
a
and
whisper.
sordid, but there
His
again I
forgiveness
couldn't
means more
help
to her than she
myself.
realized.
I was almost afraid
Now
that
if only she could
someone
forgive
or
herself.
something would
She
deprive
sighs
me of
inwardly.
the very oxygen
knows
I
she
was
never will.
breathing. And with
Did your
Jean,
dad
I
tell
had
you
good
what we
reason
found out
for
there the
being
other day?
jealous.
Kaiser
But if she
asks,
hasn't been
gesturing to the kitchen
unfaithful
window.
to me so far,
It's too dark to
She
see anything
will
other than
be.
their reflections in the
She
glass,
can't help
but she
it,
knows he's
poor
referring to the
girl.
woods beyond.
she can't help
His gaze
wanting
is fixed on
men,
her,
not
searching and
for
intense.
themselves exactly, but
He
for
didn't have to.
exercising her power
I saw it
over
on the
them.
news.
But she
I had a
can't
TV
help
in my
wanting
cell.
money.
She sips her
Oh,
coffee.
I've no illusions.
They said it was a woman and a minor.
Has she?
The woman
how shall I
was
put it?
dismembered, he
Offered
says.
you
And the
any
minor was a
encouragement
child.
yet?
Strangled.
Yes,
A 2-year-old
said
boy.
Mr. Todhunter.
Gio's
Talloway
sharp,
nodded.
sudden intake of breath
She
sounds
knows
like a hiss.
I'm about squeezed dry.
I need you to look at something.
Poor Jean.
Kaiser says, pulling
She's
out his
just
iPhone.
immoral,
It's
however much she
gigantic,
wraps
like a
it
small
up to
tablet,
herself
and it
and
looks
talks
even bigger in
highfalutin
person than it
nonsense
did in the
about her
television
art.
commercials.
There's
Gio
no
hasn't
question of
seen one in real
love.
life before.
Jean simply never could
A
love
picture of
any
the boy.
man because she loves only herself.
Please.
He says,
She
tapping on the phone.
adores herself.
It's important.
It's an
Just
obsession with her. I don't suppose
He
it's
slides
ever
his
entered
phone
her
across the
mind to
table
do
toward
anything
her.
for the sake
And
of
despite
somebody
everything
else,
inside her
because
that's
she can
screaming,
hardly
"Don't
conceive the
look,"
existence of
she
anybody else apart from
He
her.
was indeed a
You've
child.
heard of Sir
Cheeks
James
and
Bohm,
hands still chubby,
the
eyes
psychiatrist?
closed, belly
Besides
protruding.
knowing his job,
If not for the
he's an
mild
extremely
greyish cast
intelligent
to his
man.
skin, he might have been
I met
sleeping.
him once at some dinner.
The
Afterwards,
heart
I got
drawn
him
on
to
his
talk a
chest
little.
looks like blood.
I remember him saying that
2 words
sex
are written
is the
inside
region
in
least
neat block
accessible
letters.
to examination.
See me.
We're beginning to know quite a lot
Jesus
about the
Christ,
hidden
she says
motives
softly,
for our
because
actions.
she doesn't know what else to
But when
say.
it comes to sex, we
They
know
were
less
found
than
right there.
Paleolithic
Kaiser
man
says,
did.
making no move
the
to take back the
sexual
phone.
choice, in particular,
Almost in the
seems to have
exact
no
same
reason
spot Angela
and
was
no
buried.
explanation.
Maybe it's a
Why
coincidence.
does A lose
don't
his
believe
head
in
and his
those,
reason
he says.
over B?
The woman was killed the
No one
same
can
way
say.
Angela was, and dismembered
It's
the
merely a
same way she
fact
was.
that has to be
With a
accepted
saw.
without analysis
Head
or
cut off,
criticism.
arms at the shoulders
His
and
love for
elbows,
C
legs
had
at the
a
hips and
softening
knees,
and
hands,
ennobling effect
feet.
on him. His
She was
love for
buried in a
B
series of
makes
shallow
a
graves, her
madman of
torso
him.
in one of them, the rest of her
I
scattered
told him my
around.
own theory
The
of
boy was
the
in a
fatal
tiny grave
type,
about 5 feet away.
and he jumped at it. He said
reaches
it looked like a
forward,
chemical
swipes at the phone,
reaction.
changing the picture.
Taken by themselves,
Gio
the two
closes her
ingredients may be as harmless as
Look,
you like,
he says.
and they remain harmless
God's
in
sake,
combination with all other
She
substances.
looks down again.
But mix
It's a
the
photo
two
of a woman
together,
on an autopsy table.
and you get an
Same grayish
explosion.
cast to her skin as the
With
boy.
plenty of
Hair
smoke
matted
and
with dirt.
smell, naturally.
Except
I
this
asked him
image
if
is
it was
even more
possible to
horrific.
fight obsession.
The woman's arms
and
and
he thought
legs
that
aren't
the only way
attached to her
out
torso,
was its
and her head
sublimation
isn't
into
attached to her
some
neck.
other form.
There's a small
a
gap
religion
between
or
each,
something like
because
that.
she's in pieces.
But this This can't be
This
done
is Calvin's work,
deliberately.
Kaiser
It
says.
must come
You know it,
of itself.
and I know it.
And I know
Dio's
now that
stomach
he's
turns
right.
and she's out of her
I
chair
can't do
in a
anything
flash.
except wait.
She makes it to the powder room
Perhaps
just
a
in time,
harebrained
dropping her
motorist
knees
will
onto the
kill
cold
me.
tile as the
Perhaps
bile comes
Jean
up her
will
throat.
have no more use
She
for me
retches into
and
the
send me
toilet
away.
until every
But
last
as long as
trace
she
of her
still
father's beef
summons
stew
me,
is gone.
I shall go.
When her stomach is empty, she stands
On
up
the
shakily
telephone
and
this morning,
flushes,
I was
dizzy
really
from the
longing
exertion.
to say no,
She
but I
turns to the sink
couldn't.
and splashes her
I
face
was
with cold water.
powerless.
As she
Or,
rinses
of
out her
course,
mouth,
the
she tries
other
not to
man
think
will
about
come
the woman
along.
in the picture
That's bound
and how
to
much it
happen
all
soon.
reminds her of
But
Angela.
I'm dreading it.
It's becoming
because
painfully
it will
clear that
mean
it doesn't matter how
drama.
long ago it was.
If
It
only
doesn't matter
Jean
how
would
much guilt
die,
and remorse she
that would
feels.
be the best
It doesn't matter how
thing.
much time and
But no
energy
such
she
luck.
spent trying to forget
She
it or
isn't
how many years
obliging
she
enough
served in
to
prison.
do that.
What happened to Angela
I've
that night will
often
never leave
thought
her.
of killing her, of course.
Something that changes
Oh,
you so
needn't look so
profoundly never
startled, Todd
could.
Hunter. Said
And not only
Faraway
because of how the
with a
world sees
mirthless
you, but
little
because of the
laugh.
way you see
I
yourself.
suppose every man
wasn't
in
just
violent
Angela who
love
died that
has
night.
meditated
Part
killing
of
his
Gio did
beloved
too,
at
and
one
she's
time or
long
another,
suspected it was the
usually
best
over
part
a
of her.
trifle. But
She
it
heads back
wouldn't
to the
be a
kitchen and takes a
trifle
seat once
in
again.
Jean's case.
Kaiser knows
If ever
exactly
there
what
was a
happened in the
woman
bathroom,
worth
but he looks
killing,
neither satisfied nor
it's she. Mind you,
What
she's
do you
not
want from me,
wicked
Kai?
in the sense that she
Gio looks at him
doesn't
through bleary
actively
eyes.
wish to cause pain
The sour
to others.
taste of vomit is still
But
faintly in
she's
her mouth,
worse
and she takes a
than
long
wicked
sip of her coffee
because she
despite
doesn't
her
even
still
notice the
queasy stomach.
existence of those others.
I don't know what I can say or what I
It's
can do.
women of that
I
kind,
haven't had any contact with
women
Calvin since
and
that day in the
men,
courtroom. I hope
who
I
are
never
responsible
do.
for 9/10 of human
Kaiser looks at
suffering.
his phone again, and Gio is scared
Evil
he's
is
going to make her look at
rare.
another photo.
I'm inclined to think
She's
it's a
relieved when he tucks
pathological
it back into his
phenomenon.
pocket.
Indifference.
Tell me what you know about Ship
That's
Pharmaceuticals'
what
new
is
cosmetic
terrible.
line, he says.
Mr.
She
Todd
almost
Hunter
chokes on her
waited,
coffee.
but Faraway
That's about the last
seemed
thing she
to
expected
have
him to say.
finished.
What?
You worked
beg
for
your
Ship up until 5
pardon,
years ago.
he ventured.
Now
But
they
you
have a
said
lipstick
something
line.
about the
What
telephone
do you know about it?
this morning.
He sees the look on her
Do I
face.
understand that Miss Norwood
Indulge
rang you
me,
up and
please.
asked you to go round and see
I don't know
her?
anything about it, Gio
Faraway
says,
looked
confused.
at him dully.
At the time I went away,
Yeah?
we just launched a line
Why?
of health and hygiene products.
She always does
Shampoo,
if I
conditioner,
stay away
body
more
lotion,
than a
body
day or
wash,
two.
etc.
Wants to
There
know
were
if
no
I've
cosmetics
forgotten all
then, but they were
about
part
her,
of my
and
long-term
don't I love
plan.
her anymore,
I
and all
was
that
VP
sort
of
of
Lifestyle
thing.
and Beauty.
The dog
Well,
has to
they're
be
doing
kept on the
lipsticks now.
lead, you see.
She waits for him to elaborate, and when he
Yes.
doesn't, she says,
I see,
Okay,
said Mr. Todd Hunter.
so what?
He
That's not
did not
surprising.
add that what
That was
he
always the
saw
plan.
was Miss Norwood's
stops
prudent
herself again.
intention to keep the one
That was
dog
always
on
the
its
direction the
lead
brand was
until the
going to
new
go.
one was safely leashed.
It makes sense to start with
in
lipstick.
spite of all her
They can
promises to
start out
send
with
it
a few
away
shades,
for
see how they're
painless
received, and begin
extermination.
expanding.
There are
He
10
rubbed his bald
shades so
head in
far,
some
he says.
bewilderment.
But the thing is, they've
What he
only
had
been
just
on sale
heard
for a week.
seemed to him the
And
most
they're only
complete
available in one
expression of
store in the entire
defeatism
country.
he had ever
Nordstrom's
encountered.
flagship store
But it
in
had been
downtown
genuine.
Seattle.
Whether one
Okay,
could struggle
Gio said again.
successfully against
She has
an
no idea where he's
infatuation or
going
not,
with this.
Mr. Todd
That's not
Hunter was
uncommon.
cautiously not
Both Ship
prepared
and
to
Nordstrom are
say,
Seattle-based
though he had an
companies, and it's
idea
a good
that
test
it
market.
had been
If it sells
done.
well at the flagship store,
But Faraway
Nordstrom will place it
obviously
in all their
was a
stores.
defeatist, and there was
Do you
no
know how many
struggle
lipsticks there are in the
him.
U.S.?
Except
Taking into account
the
all the
physical
brands, old
struggle
and new,
which
and
might
all the
follow the
shades,
advent
current and
of the
discontinued?
other man.
Millions,
And
Gio says
what,
without
in his
hesitation.
present demented state
Want
of
to take a
mind, he
guess on
might
how
do
many
then,
Ship lipsticks were sold at Nordstrom
nobody
this past week?
could say.
I have no idea. I don't know how well they marketed it.
3.
Less than 50.
Mr. Todd
Kaiser
Hunter
says,
drove back to
Which,
Richmond
I'm told, is
in a
unspectacular
bitter temper.
and goes to show how hard
He
it
had
is to
thought
launch a new
all that
lipstick when there are already so many to
foolishness was
choose
behind
from.
him.
It's
He had never
competitive,
really
yes, but
liked
Ship
the
knows
idea.
that.
Now he
Almost all
positively
of those new
detested
Ship
and
lipsticks
dreaded
were
it.
sold to women,
But
Makes
conscience was
except
too
for
strong.
one.
Kaiser
Now
says.
that the way
The
had
day
been so
before the
clearly
woman and
shown
child were
him,
murdered,
by which he
a
might
guy
do
bought
a
one
little
of them a
good
few
in the
minutes
world
before the store
before
closed.
leaving it in a month
We
or two's
requested their
time,
security footage.
conscience would not
He takes
allow
out
him
his
to
phone
shirk
again,
it.
finds a picture, and slides it to
Cursing
Gio.
and swearing and
second
exceedingly
time that
unhappy,
night,
Mr. Todd Hunter
freezes.
faced the
The
necessity
photo is black and white
of
and a bit
killing
grainy,
Miss
taken from an
Norwood
odd angle at a distance.
just as soon
But Gio is looking
as
at a close-up.
convenient.
The man standing at the Ship lipstick kiosk is
Chapter
undeniably
8.
tall, dressed in a t-shirt, jeans,
Although
and boots.
he felt himself
He's
impelled
wearing a ball
to
cap
commit
pulled low,
murder,
and while the camera
Mr.
can't
Todd
see the
Hunter
top
saw
of his
no
head,
reason to
the
advertise
curve of
the
his
fact.
jaw is instantly
He thought of
familiar.
all those cousins
He's even
and how
wearing an
distressed they would
oversized
be to
watch on
learn
the
that
right
there was a
wrist,
murderer
something he
in
always
the
did,
family.
even though he was right-handed.
Without being in the least
Calvin,
ashamed of his
she says,
intentions,
her voice
Mr.
choked.
Todd Hunter yet felt
Are
that
you
he owed
sure?
it to the
Kaiser
family
asks.
to keep his
It looks
deed
exactly
as
like
quiet
him.
as possible.
She stares at the photo, trying to make sense of it.
Somewhat at sea, therefore,
I don't
Mr. Todhunter
understand.
expended a sum
I
of
saw a
money on
snippet
the
on the
cheap
news while I was in
editions of a
prison.
great
They said
many
he was
detective
spotted somewhere
stories
in Europe.
in order to try to
Poland or
learn
Czech
what was the
Republic?
best method of
Her voice
procedure
lies.
in a case such as his.
Kaiser swipes the phone.
From these,
returning
he
it to the
gathered that
picture
so
of the
long
little
as
boy with
nobody
the heart on
saw
his
you at
chest.
the scene of the
Then he
crime
reaches
or
into his
near it,
breast pocket,
and you
pulling
left
out a sheet
neither
of torn
incriminating
yellow
evidence
notepad
of any
paper.
sort nor
She's seen it
fingerprints,
before.
and had no possible
It's the same
motive
paper
for
he showed her the
eliminating the
first and only
victim,
time he
you are
visited her in
absolutely
prison.
certain to be caught.
It's the paper Calvin
in
was doodling
fiction,
on during the trial.
but
The one with the
not
heart on
so
it.
probably
The one with her
in
name
real
inside
life.
it.
Not
He places
altogether
the photo and the
satisfied
piece
with
of
this
paper
conclusion,
side by side.
Mr. Todhunter expended
The
a
hearts
further
and
sum
handwriting
on a
look
number of
almost
works
identical.
of popular criminology,
One says
and
GS.
swallowing his horror
The
of
other
the
says
semi-literate
see me.
style in which the greater number seemed
What
to be
does he
written,
want you to
studied
see?
them
Kaiser
diligently.
asks. His face is
From
neutral, but his
these,
neck
it
is
appeared that
flushed.
the most successful practitioners
know.
of the art of
What
murder,
does he want
that
you
is
to
to say,
see?
those who have blundered